With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that bow. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power pin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello and welcome to day number 1 of the Portland Regional, the first regional of 2024. It's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. Happy New Year, Soph.
Thanks, Butters. Happy New Year and welcome everyone to Portland.
Wadaj and its accent had the best run in 2023, but it's 2024. Soph, who is poised to have the best run in 2024?
You know, I think those 2 players are still very good. Yes, everyone is always getting better, but so are they. I know Wadaj is, hungering for those victories, loves winning, loves coming to these events, and I don't think there's any reason that we're going to see him slow down this year.
Let's look at that schedule to see where he has a chance to compete and where you all have a chance to compete. And remember, there are still 2 international championships, all leading up to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, it is 2024 now, but there's still a lot of championships left to go. We're basically about a third of the way into that season, so still a lot of opportunities to come out, compete, have a good time, and of course, earn those championship points.
This is the coveted prize of this season. All these trainers are battling for these championship points. US and Canada, you need 500 points to qualify for the World Championships. In Europe, you need 400.
And remember, those championship points, you can earn them at regional championships and international championships, but also at those local tournaments, you can get a lot of them as well. So there's a lot of opportunities to earn these points and, start working towards that invite to Hawaii.
And some trainers who just earned some points, Doonbug went down in San Antonio to the loser side of the bracket, and he pulled off one of the most impressive runs I have ever seen in championship series. Let's check it out.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Jim Lawson here to take you through a recap of the 2024 Pokemon Go San Antonio Regional Championship. With over 140 trainers registered for the tournament, San Antonio featured a collection of titans from the Pokemon Go battling community, including the 2024 LAIC champion, Harjeff, and the 2023 NAIC champion, Wadaj. San Antonio was also the first North American tournament to feature the moveset updates from the Timeless Travel season. With the meta still evolving, variety was the key theme this weekend, featuring 28 unique Pokemon making it to Day 2 Top Cut. Championship Sunday featured the Texas native Arrow paving his way through the winner's side of the bracket, taking down two former champions, Rise to Occasion and Wadaj. Despite regularly having tough matchup alignments, Arrow was able to win 3 consecutive games versus Wadaj to make it to the grand finals. In the losers bracket, 2023 Arlington Regional Champion Doonbug went on an unprecedented run of 12 consecutive victories, taking down Elam, Rise to Occasion, and even Wadaj to lock in his place in the grand finals as well. In the grand finals, Doonbug relied on precision play and his trusty Registeel to neutralize much of Arrow's roster, including Carbink, Lickitung, and Skarmory. Arrow took 2 games from him, but ultimately, Doonbug forced a bracket reset with a 3-2 series victory. In the bracket reset, Arrow yet again took the series to 5 games. However, it was Doonbug that came out victorious in the end and became the 2024 Pokemon Go San Antonio Regional Champion.
And Doonbug is going to be your San Antonio Regional Champion.
There are still plenty of opportunities to join in on the action this season. Who knows? Maybe you could be the next regional champion. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to find upcoming events near you.
Congratulations to the Doonbug. That was absolutely incredible. Let's look at the other winners of San Antonio as well. We had seeding in the tournament in San Antonio, so Day 2 was absolutely stacked. A lot of these top trainers were separated to all meet in Championship Sunday.
San Antonio was one of the most stacked tournaments of the season so far, and also the biggest in North America, and it definitely showed in these placements. We have some of the best trainers in the North America, if not the world here. Of course, Doonbug running that kind of unconventional team, but I think he might be a trendsetter. We do have Skeledirge on that team, as well as Altaria, which has kind of been on the uptick, and he doesn't have a counter user, so I wonder if we're going to see some trainers here today kind of copying that strategy a little bit.
And San Antonio was the first tournament in this meta, and Lickitung and Charjabug has been standing out in North America and Europe, but these other Pokemon like Gligar and Azumarill, they look so strong in that Championship Sunday.
We are getting about a month into this new move update right now, so we do see the meta sort of starting to solidify. Just like you said, Lickitung at that top usage, great conversion rate into Day 2, and then of course we saw Gligar doing extremely well on Day 2 as well, really kind of core breaking that Charjabug Poliwrath that we've seen so much as well.
There's so much diversity in the meta right now, it leaves a ton of room for creativity. We saw Doonbug with that Skeledirge win it all, and of course he joins the other regional champions that have already secured their ticket to the World Championships in Honolulu. Let's take a look at that list.
That's right. So we do have Wadaj, of course, winning the first regional tournament of the year, followed by King Alexander in Peoria, Elite in Sacramento, JJan in Toronto, and of course, just like we were saying, Doonbug in San Antonio. So these 5 trainers have already earned their invite to the World Championships. And of course, we're going to be crowning another regional champion today in Portland.
Yeah. But this is not the only way you can qualify. You can qualify through championship points as well if you reach that 500 barrier in North America. So Nighttime Clasher, he is not a regional champion as you've seen, but he has qualified through the help of multiple tournaments and getting points through locals. But I have a question, so did you know that Rise to Occasion in Doonbug is the most played series in Championship Series history for Pokemon Go? A real rivalry is being born here.
Yeah, they've played a lot of times at this point. I actually didn't know statistically that it was the most played, but that definitely tracks with what we've seen. You know, going all the way back to that 2022 season, they played at Grand Finals, and of course we saw that play out time and time again, including in San Antonio last month.
But let's move across the pond and check out our European regional champions. We had Zweilous and Galax Bolton start us off in the season, and these last two trainers, for me, have been incredibly impressive as well.
I think Padoman is one of the most impressive trainers in the EU region, has only played at 3 tournaments and made the Grand Finals every single time. And of course, Colin winning in Stuttgart, kind of setting the tone for the season with his team of 6. I believe Stockholm was also recently announced, so more opportunities for all of those European trainers.
Yeah, and speaking of opportunities, this is the current leaderboard for Europe, and we have a mind joke. One of the trainers that brought Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the scene has qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, and he's actually kind of separated himself from the pack a little bit.
Yeah, it's really great to see a Mind Joke having so much success this season. He actually had a lot of success last season as well and would have benefited from that championship point system, and this season is finally getting that invite to the World Championships, which he's been seeking for so long.
And of course, Colin is number 3 on that list, and he was your champion for Stuttgart, and he was responsible for setting the tone in this new meta a little bit, having that Charge Bug and Lickitung being so strong, and of course that Shadow Poliwrath as well.
Yeah, look at these teams. Poliwrath featured on every single team after that attack update. And then of course, looking at Colin's team, all 6 of those Pokemon really have seen such an uptick this season. I think, like you said, Colin really setting the tone. We've seen Cresselia really getting a lot of usage, even though it hasn't had an attack update, right? It's just such a great neutral Pokemon, and trainers are really starting to recognize that.
So let's talk about how those picks are going to play out in Portland in our weekend forecast. And the first Pokemon we need to feature is a Pokemon that received a direct change because Scald now has a more chance to debuff, and it does more damage as well. And then you add the Icy Wind for the guaranteed chance of debuff. This Pokemon has been really strong, but we were talking not always as consistent, Soph.
Yeah, actually, if we look at that San Antonio data again, you know, Poliwrath was used a lot in day 1, but didn't have the greatest conversion rate to day 2, so we're going to have to see how that continues to play out. But still, I think Poliwrath is one of the most versatile fighters in the meta right now, especially with Metacham kind of on the decline. Poliwrath still has a lot of play against his counters.
And talking about versatile, this next Pokemon has perfect coverage in my opinion because of the Incinerate damage boost. These fast attacks are chunking, and then you have the Shadow Ball and the Disarming Voice as well. Nothing can wall this thing. It is so strong, and we saw that in the crucial matchup between Doombug and Rise to Occasion.
Skeletor's already so powerful and doesn't even have that community day move of Blast Burn yet. And of course, just like you said, helps Doombug to that victory. I actually saw a lot of trainers before San Antonio trying to make Skeletor's work in these practice tournaments, but Doombug really kind of brought it into the spotlight. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some trainers today trying to kind of build off of that.
And this last Pokemon is a bit of a shocker, literally, because this Pokemon has been good in the past by trainers like the CTU bringing it, and he's actually going to be here in Portland today, so I'm excited to see if he brings it as well. But this received no direct buff or update, and it's just so strong. It's pretty much a top 2 Pokemon right now in the current meta.
I know, it's kind of crazy. It's just like Cresselia. It didn't receive an update, but a lot of trainers are kind of leaning into how it plays out in these neutral matchups, right? A lot of soft losses, and of course, does kind of counter Poliwrath and some of those Skarmories that we've seen coming out as well.
And a Pokemon that's going to receive a crucial update this weekend, because we have a community day this weekend. It is going to be Rowlet evolving into Decidueye, and Decidueye is going to have a decent chance to be good in this meta.
And look at those charge attacks. Frenzy Plant, as we all know, one of the best charge attacks in the game. Same move that Pokemon like Serperior and Venusaur have, and of course Brave Bird, a very heavy-hitting charge attack as well. That's what we see on Skarmory.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Trevenant because of the same typing, but it functions more as a Grass-type Pokemon with that Ghost subtyping, and Trevenant functions more as a Ghost-type Pokemon with that Grass subtyping. So I actually believe that Decidueye is better in the current meta, so I can't wait to see that. So make sure to play that community day and catch a bunch of those Rowlets.
I think it's also triple Stardust, so you know, for all those PvPers out there, you definitely want to be collecting all the Stardust that you can.
Yeah, and another event we have coming up is going to be our Lycan Rock event. This is going to be your opportunity to get that exclusive Dust form Lycan Rock. But as a PvPer myself, I'm keying in on one thing that you see in the event bonus. it's basically a Poffin increased duration. So that means you can use those Poffins and walk some Pokemon for some extra XL candy. I know I will be taking advantage of that.
It's not just the XL candy, you also get more buddy hearts. So Pokemon like Medicham or Lickitung that you're working on best betting, this is going to be a great opportunity for that.
And now it's time to focus on Portland and which trainer is going to join the trainers that have already qualified. Let's take a look at our amazing list, the stars of the season so far.
Yeah, we have a lot of people who have already qualified to Worlds. We see regional champions on there like Dunebug, but we also see a lot of names who have qualified through championship points, like we were mentioning earlier, people like Nighttime Clasher, people like Rise to Occasion. So remember, there's a lot of ways to earn that Worlds qualification this season.
And it's going to be tough to join them because just like San Antonio was stacked, Portland is stacked as well. We have 3 trainers in particular to look out for. It's Axon, needs no introduction, is the reigning world champion. But then Bird Power, who has qualified for the world championships, and then Caleb Pang, who is a 2-time runner-up who has qualified but looking to make that first ever regional champion.
Caleb with certainly a very impressive resume, but I know, just like you said, he is hungering for that regional win, and this could be a great chance for him to do it.
And another trainer I want to talk about, which is a trainer that I've been so impressed with his team building. Let's look at Rubik's Master. He was the runner-up of the World Championships, and I believe he had the best team in the entire World Championships. But he ran into that trainer that has just been so tough for him. So
yeah, it's Axon. Rubik's Master is actually undefeated against all trainers he has ever faced, except It's Axon. He was runner-up to It's Axon at Portland last year and at the World Championships. And like you said, It's Axon needs no introduction. Reigning world champion, previous NAIC champion, and of course the reigning Portland regional champion as well.
I mean, we have so many awesome rivalries. We have the Dunebug versus Rise to Occasion, but this is one of the best that we have, is It's Axon versus Rubik's Master, and they're both here in Portland. So if we see that matchup again, it is going to be amazing. Can Rubik's Master get over the hump, or will It's Axon still have his number? But let's focus on the Pokemon. Which Pokemon are going to be strong here in Portland? Let's look at the caster predictions. So far, I see a lot of dragons on our list.
Yeah, actually 3 of us do have that Guzzlord, which I believe Rise to Occasion brought to San Antonio and did very well with. I also have the Shadow Dragonair, and of course our newest caster, Home Slice Henry, does have that Shadow Latios as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is a bold pick right there with the Shadow Latios, but I love it. I love the boldness. I love the spice. But we also want to hear from you. What do you think is going to do well in Portland? Which trainer do you think is going to win the regional championship? Make sure to @PlayPokemon, #PlayPokemonX. And remember, we'll be pulling tweets from Twitter to be put and featured on the stream. So we really want to hear from you, and make sure to follow the YouTube and Twitch channels as well. And of course, /Pokemon on the YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. But that's it for us. We're ready to get this regional started. So a huge warm welcome, making his debut in the caster booth, Home Slice Henry, joined by Alpha Phoebe.
All right, well, thank you so much, Butters, and so for that wonderful introduction. It is the new year, 2024 of the 2024 season, new Pokemon, new meta, and new casters. Welcome, Home Slice Henry, to the cast. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling absolutely amazing. This is a dream come true. I absolutely love Pokemon Go, and seeing it played at the highest level, and just hearing from Butters and Soph the amazing players we have today. We're going to be in for an absolute treat today with these battlers.
Before we get too much into it, let's take a look at the format for today's tournament.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Well, thank you so much, Butters, for that wonderful explanation of what we are doing here in Portland. Let's take a look at what these players here are actually fighting for. We have the championship prizes. First place, $2,500 plus 72 booster packs. Would you be excited to open those up, Henry?
Oh, absolutely. Even as someone who hasn't gotten into the card game as much as I probably should have over time, getting to open the booster boxes and having a chance at one of those rarer cards, it's pretty incredible whether you're a veteran of playing the card game or whether you're brand new to it.
Yeah, and in addition to the prizes, they also are fighting for championship points, which are new this season. You can get so many different amounts of championship points in order to make your way towards that championship point total.
Absolutely, and you can get championship points by competing at these tournaments here, or as well, there are some local tournaments where you can get involved through the Play Pokemon website where you can get some championship points as well.
Let's take a look at the Pokemon that people are using here. We saw so much information about San Antonio, and we're seeing a very diverse meta, and we're seeing changes tournament to tournament. Last in San Antonio, I think we saw 30% Medicham usage all the way down to number 12 at 15.6%.
That is definitely a surprise. We have seen through these balance updates attempting to provide some diversity in terms of counter users, and here we see it at 32% Poliwrath, but honestly what caught my eye at first is a new number 1 here, Gligar, reigning supreme, flying over this meta here in Portland at 52.2% usage.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were expecting Gligar to maybe fade away from the meta a little bit because of the improvement to different flyers. We saw Skarmory getting increased advantage with Steel Wing buff. We saw Talonflame with Incinerate changes. It's really kind of bounced back to being the dominant flyer of this meta again.
That it has. And I do think that is with good reason, because we saw there was one of the most recent tournaments in Europe where I believe 6 of the top 8 competitors were running that Poliwrath and Charjabug core. That core absolutely dominated the field, and so what's the reaction? People look for counters, and what beats both? Gligar. Gligar being able to shut down the most common charge attacks from that Charjabug, and on top of that, having a pacing advantage over that Poliwrath, and being able to hit for super effective damage with not only the fast move, but your charge attack of Aerial Ace.
Definitely. We talked about the common Pokemon. Let's, before we get to the players, talk about one uncommon Pokemon that you had on your top 4 picks, the Shadow Latios. Can you talk to us just a little bit about why you chose that as one of your picks today?
Shadow Latios, I think, does have some interesting anti-meta potential. It is a dragon, and of course, we have seen dragons do well, like Shadow Dragonair and Guzzlord. But the interesting thing that the Shadow Latios can do is Shadow Latios beats Poliwrath. Having that counter resist can be very helpful, but also, as opposed to something like Dragonite, which is a counter resist, makes it a bit more difficult for it to beat something like Lantern. So I think it could have a bit of an interesting niche here, and just to see if someone is willing to bring it, try something new, and maybe, who knows, have some success with it along the way. I have it as my pin here, so I have high hopes. I have high hopes.
All right, well, that's enough from us. Let's go ahead and head to the stage where we see our 2 battlers, and oh, what a surprise, it's a Shadow Latios.
Oh, this is amazing. My day is made. Oh, this is absolutely terrific. We have a Shadow Latios, 0 foreshadowing here whatsoever from Mormon Matt, bringing a team consisting of Shadow Latios, the Registeel, the Lickitung, the Whiscash, the Medicham, only 15% usage, but I believe Mormon Matt has used that Medicham in the past here, and to round it out with honestly what could be his signature Pokemon from his Salt Lake City run, Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Wigglytuff, really a bit of an interesting Pokemon. Normal Fairy is not a very common typing pair, and on the other side of the table is Calm Viper, the team of Whiscash, Cresselia, Gligar, Registeel, Skeledirge, and Lickitung. And we've talked behind the stage, behind the scenes, a lot about Skeledirge, you and I. It's such a fun Pokemon. I know a lot of people dislike Incinerate for being very clunky. It's a 5-turn fast attack. It's really slow, but the combination of the typings that it runs in its charge attacks is really fun. But let's look at these. Let's look at these move sets. We do have open team sheets here in Portland. We have the reveal that Metacham is running Dynamic Punch, not Psychic.
Okay.
And really no other big surprises, maybe besides like Luster Purge. Maybe we weren't necessarily expecting that on Shadow Latios.
The Luster Purge is the legacy move. This is a very powerful charge attack, 120 base damage, 60 energy, and it has a 50% chance to debuff the opponent's defense. So if you can get up to that Luster Purge, it can be very, very deadly. And here we have the moveset reveal for Calm Viper. We see the Cresselia, no Moonblast. We've seen a bit of a meta trend here of people tending more towards Future Sight, as Future Sight can provide some very interesting additional matchups for the Cresselia.
Yeah, helping out in that Lickitung. I think there was another Zero Shield matchup that you were talking about before.
Shadow Alolan Sandslash if they're on Powder Snow, which we have seen more of as of late.
Yeah, the balance between Powder Snow and Shadow Claw has really gone back and forth, and you know, normally you expect that to be a matchup that the Alolan Sandslash just completely dominates, but being able to take the zeros is really great for Cresselia. Future Sight really being its main stab charge attack. The other options it has, I don't think we've ever seen Aurora Beam, Grass Knot, and Moonblast, all not Psychic type charge attacks.
And it looks like we do have a lock-in here, and there we have it, the Shadow Latios on the field going into the Cresselia, and with open team sheets, Mormon Matt knows that Cresselia's energy is completely walled here.
And the fast attacks aren't going to be adding up either. We see the neutral Dragon Breath really cutting down into that Cresselia. I don't think I've ever seen Cresselia's health drop so fast.
That is the magic of Shadow Latios. We do see choosing to go for the neutral Scald here, as Scald has the 50% chance to debuff the opponent's attack here. We see the no shield from Calm Viper. Do we see the debuff from the Scald? We do not.
No, and we actually see an interesting move by Calm Viper here, not going for the neutral Focus Blast, instead going for the resisted Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon does get the 50% chance at the attack drop on the other side of the table, though.
And that debuff could potentially be game impacting here, as does this allow the Registeel to survive the Mud Bomb? We see the confident no shield from Calm Viper. Can the Registeel hang on here? And it does!
It does. Just into the red. In comes the Focus Blast. I believe this will be enough to knock out the Whiscash.
Tough choice to make here if you're Mormon Matt. Do you want to protect the Whiscash? No, choosing to let the Whiscash go. Whiscash, it hangs on, and it makes the last second charge move. And now a tough decision to make for Calm Viper.
Yeah, if you shield this Mud Bomb, you could potentially lock on down. Instead, going for energy advantage, but we know from that beginning matchup, as you said, open team sheets, Calm Viper knows that this, and Mormon Matt knows that this Latios is going to completely wall the Cresselia. But if we look at the back, we've got the Pokemon we talked so much about, Skeledirge. The issue being, it's got one of the better counters for it in the meta, Lickitung on the other side of the table.
That is definitely going to be tough here, as we see the Dragon Claw fired off by the Shadow Latios. That connects into the Cresselia, and that does some sizable damage. In comes the Skeledirge.
Skeledirge is going to be taking a lot of damage from these Dragon Breaths as well. Great timing from Mormon Matt, throwing this Dragon Claw, going to take that shield from the Skeledirge. Skeledirge does not want to see that charge attack damage.
These Incinerates may be resistant, but they sure don't look it. We see the switch by Mormon Matt into the Lickitung, and this switch into the Lickitung forces Calm Viper to go for the weaker of the two charge moves here in the Disarming Voice, and Lickitung shakes off that damage like it's nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be probably just more than 3 Disarming Voices. The second one will not knock out. I think maybe the Incinerate damage will put the Lickitung in the range that the third Disarming Voice might knock out. The one thing that Skeledirge does have going for here though, is that it does resist all the charge attacks, but those licks just add up so fast.
That they absolutely do. We see the Power Whip shielded up by the Skeledirge. All shields down for Calm Viper, and Mormon Matt, I love this play. Save shields for the Latios, saying you don't have enough fast move pressure to get this Latios off the field. In comes the Latios, back in comes the Cresselia. Cresselia going for the Grass Knot, but this is what Mormon Matt has been waiting for all game. He saved both Protect shields for this exact moment.
Yeah, 2 shields up. This Latios is looking so strong. In comes the second Grass Knot. Even though it's resisted damage with a Shadow Latios deep into the yellow, you're gonna have to shield. I think that the play for Mormon Matt is going to be built up to nearly 2 Dragon Claws, actually throwing a little bit before, maybe a little bit worried about the pacing for Viper on that third Grass Knot, and we're going to see how much damage these Incinerates do as well. And actually not even no Incinerate damage landing. Mormon Matt very able to farm down there in that endgame.
And an unbelievable display there by Mormon Matt, showcasing what an anti-meta Pokemon can do, thinking outside the box here, bringing something like Shadow Latios and leading that into a team where the Cresselia, due to its tendency to run Grass Knot in Future Sight, was completely walled, saving shields for that glassy Shadow Latios, and Mormon Matt able to take a big advantage here by winning game number 1.
You know, with the rise of Shadow Latios, I think we're gonna have to see Cresselia start running Moonblast again.
That would be amazing. You know, honestly, I would love to see people think outside the box more like this, and to see the anti-meta Pokemon brought, and to have the confidence to lead it as well. And Mormon Matt showing us how it's done there. And we do see, as we go to the replay here, as you can see, the Dragon Breath damage there was extreme. The Focus Blast, even without Whiscash getting the debuff, Whiscash just too tanky, able to withstand that damage, forcing the final shield with the Power Whip. And then, with 2 shields to hide behind in this endgame, the Shadow Latios able to shield up both charged attacks from that Cresselia, and able to get a knockout onto that Cresselia, and then get the fast move farm down of that Skeledirge.
One thing that I actually just noticed in this replay is that Mormon Matt, instead of throwing the Mud Bomb right away, actually allowed that Registeel to do 2 additional lock-ons. Really great knowledge of the bulk of his Whiscash, recognizing that it would not faint to that extra lock-on damage, doing that extra Mud Shot to prevent any further farm on that Whiscash after that Mud Bomb knocked out that Registeel. Just really impressive play there. I do want to ask you though, how do you think, as the resident master of Shadow Latios, how do you think Viper is going to be able to pivot in order to better handle this Dragon Psychic type Pokemon?
Shadow Latios isn't a big fan of fast move pressure, so having something like, let's say, the Lickitung or even the Gligar could be very advantageous. And we see game number 2, we have lock-ins, the same lead for Viper, the Cresselia, but Mormon Matt switches it up to the Whiscash.
Honestly, a very aggressive same lead from Viper, recognizing that I don't think Mormon Matt's going to potentially lead this the Shadow Latios a second time. This is a great lead. Grass Knot's able to really threaten Whiscash, even though Whiscash is significantly more bulky than Swampert. I think it's just able to survive a Grass Knot, and we actually see the attack drop.
And we see the safe switch into the Wigglytuff, and that's answered by the Registeel. So this is a very unfortunate spot to be in for Matt. Matt is clearly trying to bait out the Registeel to potentially try and let that Shadow Latios sweep in the endgame.
The issue being that Viper's actually made an incredible team read here. Behind the Registeel is the Lickitung, potentially the best answer that Viper has for that Latios.
So this could be difficult here for Mormon Matt. We're going to see the Icy Wind fired off here. Neither charge move very threatening, so we will see the no shield from Viper. Icy Wind, of course, does come with a guaranteed attack drop. Viper looking to overfarm as much as he can before going for a Focus Blast to try and pick up a knockout.
I don't know if I'm going crazy here, Henry, but like, is that Wigglytuff on the opposite side? Is it tiny? It looked really small compared to this Registeel.
Right?
I have to think that was an XXS Wigglytuff. It was so small.
It also has a bow.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff here. We are going to see Mormon Matt now firing off the Mud Bomb into this Registeel. The no shield from Viper, understanding that he has a very good matchup here once he can bring in that Cresselia, but the Registeel refuses to get knocked out and leaves that Whiscash with a parting gift of a Focus Blast.
Yeah, 1 HP and a Dream and a Focus Blast, doing a sizable chip to the Whiscash. We actually see an immediate swap into the Shadow Latios, catching this Grass Knot. Really great played by Mormon Matt. However, this chip damage is actually going to be really great for Viper because, actually, switch locked. He switch locked himself there. I did not realize that.
The simultaneous switch, and maybe this is the edge that Mormon Matt needs. Firing off another Grass Knot, we will see the shield from Mormon Matt. as he's going to look to overfarm here and potentially look to fire off a Dragon Claw here as Cresselia gets closer and closer to a Grass Knot, and perfect counting by Mormon Matt. He goes for the Dragon Claw, looking to either get a knockout or pressure a shield, and Calm Viper lets it go.
I think that's a really great decision from Calm Viper. Lickitung with the shields is going to be good. It's going to take a lot of fast attack damage from this Latios. However, the Wish Cache in the back, it's deep into the yellow. I don't think it's quite in body slam range, and we actually see Mormon Matt not even throwing the Dragon Claw, recognizing how bad of a matchup he was in there.
It looked like for a second he was trying for that Luster Purge, but unfortunately not quite able to get there. But this is just, I mean, a great adjustment from Calm Viper in this game. Understanding the Latios was a very big problem last game. Putting the Skeleturge on the bench, instead bringing in Lickitung, as we had discussed, getting that fast move pressure onto that Shadow Latios. And we see the highs and the lows of Shadow Latios here in game 1 and game number 2, is now it's a winner-take-all game number 3.
Yeah, I don't think we could have asked for a better first set on stream. This has been really intense, very spicy Pokemon on both sides of the field. I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't see Skeleturge rise up, but you know, that's fine. Shadow Latios has been on stream for 2 out of 2 battles so far. We're going back into the replay, seeing this 1 HP and a Dream. The Mud Bomb not able to knock out the Registeel. The second Grass Knot into the Latios, getting shielded after the first one was no shielded, and then I believe this was after the simultaneous swap.
Yes, and then we see there at the end the Lickitung just proving to be a bit too much to handle, because unfortunately that Wigglytuff, which does so well into the Lickitung, was not able to get the alignment that Mormon Matt was hoping for. So Calm Viper able to get the equalizer here. And now the question is, do you stick with the Latios? Do you make an adjustment here? This could be a very interesting decision point for Mormon Matt.
Yeah, the other Pokemon, the Wigglytuff, I know we were talking so much about its bow, and if you look at the stage, there's also a Wigglytuff with a bow on the stage as well. But I think that Pokemon, Mormon Matt was, I think he was expecting to pull out the Registeel, and I think he made the right call there, but like wasn't expecting Registeel and Lickitung. So maybe we'll have to see how he adjusts to that core being brought as Calm Viper's hard answer to the Latios.
And we have a lock in here, the game number 3, and it's Registeel versus Registeel. The question will be, who goes for a potential Zap Cannon? Who goes for the Focus Blast? It's a Focus Blast charge attack priority, and Mormon Matt's Registeel gets that win.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup because, in my opinion, I like going for a shield and a Zap Cannon first so that you could get the potential debuff and survive with more HP after the next Focus Blast. But so many people just play it straight Focus Blast, and it leaves yourself open to, well, 1, a catch, but 2, this is a great catch by Calm Viper, but 2, losing charge attack priority.
That is a massive catch there by Calm Viper, saving energy on his Registeel. But now Cresselia in unfortunate alignment here, where he was able to make Registeel's energy not particularly useful, but this is not a winning matchup for Cresselia whatsoever. So the nice catch by Calm Viper, he stores a Focus Blast in the back for later, but now is Cresselia in a difficult spot here as Zap Cannon connects, and we do see the attack drop.
The funny thing is, this Cresselia actually has nowhere to go against Mormon Matt's team. It's 3 Pokemon that really beat this Cresselia very strongly. The worst matchup is Lickitung, and Lickitung has super effective licks versus Cresselia.
Absolutely. We are going to see Cresselia firing off another charged attack here. Mormon Matt going to no shield, understanding that his Registeel is going to be able to withstand this damage as the Future Sight connects. And we see a switch into the Shadow Latios. Here we go, Phoebe.
Oh, actually still able to reach his Grass Knot. I would expect a no shield from Mormon Matt. A little bit frustrated that the fast attack far and down did not go through. The good thing for Calm Viper now is that he's aligned the Lickitung against this Latios, and Mormon Matt is locked in. He's reaching for the Luster Purge. Will this go no shielded?
This does so much damage, Phoebe. Please, come on. We need to see it. Let's see. Does he shield? He does not. The Luster Purge connects. That's going to be a goodbye, Mr. Lickitung. What a no. Oh my goodness. I'm in shock, Phoebe.
I've never seen a neutral charge attack do more than 50% to a Lickitung. That was almost more than a Focus Blast from a Registeel.
Absolutely unbelievable damage. In comes the Lickitung. Calm Viper looking for a debuff here with this neutral Zap Cannon. The Zap Cannon connects. No debuff to be found for Calm Viper.
Yeah, these licks are going to start adding up. I would imagine at this point, Mormon Matt feels comfortable potentially no shielding. Another great call for Mormon Matt. I think this is potentially just outside of Focus Blast range, but definitely within Focus Blast plus lock on down. We see the instant switch into the Registeel. Nods from both the players, recognizing that the shield has been taken. Mormon Matt still has a shield and is going to be able to reach another Focus Blast before the lock on down is able to be reached.
And what a game by Matt. The true showcase here of the Shadow Latios. We see the sigh of relief as the Focus Blast. No Protect Shields remaining for Calm Viper. It picks up the knockout. Shadow Latios flying high here in Portland as Mormon Matt takes the series.
And what a call to bring that Latios into game number 3. It was in the worst spot possible against Lickitung, but we see Luster Purge come through to 70-80% of Lickitung's health. That was ridiculous.
That charge move is absolutely unreal, and Shadow Latios is a very attack-weighted Pokemon, and Lickitung, it's used to taking everything, Phoebe. Focus Blast, it does not care. But Lickitung had a bit of a rude awakening today with that Luster Purge landing. The anti-meta Pokemon here from Mormon Matt, and he runs it all 3 games, and he takes the series. What a showcase.
I've got some bad news from you, Henry. I don't know how we go up from here. That was such a ridiculous set number 1 for us to have on stream. How do we improve from Shadow Latios taking out Lickitung? Let's look at the replays here. The Focus Blast not able to knock out the Whiscash. The Whiscash is able to get off the Mud Bomb. Oh, actually, I believe this is the entire set. This is from game number 1. The Lick Down not being able to quite come in before that second disarming voice.
And we do see Mormon Matt double shielding that Latios. Latios firing off this charge attack here to pick up the knockout onto Cresselia, and Skeledirge just running out of HP in the endgame. So Mormon Matt able to pilot the Latios to the game 1 victory here, as Skeledirge will succumb to those Dragon Breaths. And now we move into game number 2. We see here this Mud Bomb not going to be enough to KO, and we see the Latios versus that Cresselia as well. Cresselia, these Grass Knots are going to be resisted, but Shadow Latios, high risk, high reward. Big attack stat, but very low in terms of bulk. And Calm Viper able to get the equalizer there, as Lickitung proved to be too much for that Whiscash and Shadow Latios score. So Calm Viper was able to get the equalizer here in game number 2, farming down. But then we see game number 3 here. The beautiful Focus Blast catch onto that Cresselia, able to save energy on his Registeel for later, but Mormon Matt not being discouraged by that, and instead staying in here, banking a move, sending in that Latios to get that energy head start, because there's 0 fast move pressure from the Cresselia, tanking that Grass Knot. And then here we go, Phoebe, the Luster Purge onto the Lickitung. Unshielded, nearly getting the 1-hit KO. Shadow Latios flying high, and Mormon Matt with the 2-1 victory. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Mormon Matt really put Calm Viper in a tough spot in that final game. What do? You no-shield the Luster Purge, you get your Lickitung's basically taken out. If you shield the Luster Purge, you get an immediate swap into the Registeel. I believe the Registeel had a loaded Focus Blast. So you're taking massive damage in either location. You're out of options, there's nothing you can do.
Absolutely, and honestly, it was just very nice to see someone use an anti-meta Pokemon like that and use it to its full effectiveness there. Understanding that if I can get an energy advantage on this Latios, the decision to give up switch into that Latios, understanding the Cresselia was still stuck, having to take a couple Psycho Cuts, having to take a Grass Knot, but the energy advantage is why that Latios made that Luster Purge. So decisive gameplay here by Mormon Matt, and it pays off in a massive way as that Luster Purge just absolutely devastates the Lickitung.
It's so interesting. We think a lot about how different Pokemon counter each other. And when you think in the meta of what are the top Cresselia answers, Latios is not among those. That's not what you think of. You think, oh, Sableye if it's not running Moonblast, Umbreon, basically generally, even if it's running Moonblast, you're feeling pretty comfortable as Umbreon. Mandibuzz, Coffergigas, like so many options. But like Latios, Shadow Latios, it's really incredible.
Absolutely. And it goes to show that even though Latios isn't necessarily a counter to a Pokemon like Lickitung, if you get enough energy, an energy lead or shield advantage can flip a lot of difficult matchups.
Yeah, and shield advantage indeed. The Registeel, I still can't get over that. It's such impeccable play by Mormon Matt to have the energy on the Registeel and have the Luster Purge, like 2 heavy-hitting nukes. You one shield, you can't make the best decision. You have to make a bad decision when your Pokemon's taking heavy-hitting damage from one of those 2 moves.
Absolutely. Mormon Matt doing a very good job of putting his opponent into that no-win situation. That was not by accident. Again, the deliberate choice to give up switch advantage, bank the move, get the energy lead onto that Shadow Latios. And I expect that this might not be the last that we see of Mormon Matt if he continues to play like that, Pete.
Definitely. All right, we got our next 2 players up on stage. It's Rocket Admin Jay and Just Derek. We're going to give them a little bit of time to settle in, get those headphones on before we talk too much about their teams. But it's very exciting to move forward. It looks like, I think we saw some movement there. I think that might have been a dog on the stage too.
Oh, that's fantastic. Hey, well, some people have Pokemon plushies supporting them on. Some people have furry friends, so we'll take it.
Gotta have all the support you can get. These events are so fun. I believe this is the first event that you've actually attended, correct?
It is, yes. And I have gone to a couple of the Go Fest in the past, but this is the first regional championship that I've actually been in attendance for.
And I've participated in a handful of these as a player, and it can be so nerve-wracking. So like having someone there to support you, someone that you know is cute and adorable and cuddly and gonna roll around on stage is you know, always great to have that support there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we do see there, also has quite a few plushes on his side as well. So we see Just Dirk definitely with some supporters here in Portland, which is awesome to see.
All right, so we have some information. Rocket Admin Jay, actually, this is the second time attending Portland. Last year, he finished 33rd, tied for 33rd in Portland 2023. So we're gonna have to see if he's able to maybe push a little bit further this time around, maybe get a top cut. I'm sure that's something that he's thinking about this time around.
Absolutely. Having gone here once, getting a taste as to what competing can be like and making a return, and we do see the team Skarmory with that buffed fast attack of Steel Wing, the Clodsire opting for Stone Edge instead of Sludge Bomb, Charge-a-Bug, standard moveset, Azumarill, no Ice Beam Phoebe. So this, having that Hydro Pump, we're going to keep that in mind for when we do see Dirk's team, the Lickitung and the Medicham, but we do not see Dynamic Punch on that Medicham Phoebe.
He's a man after my heart. I love the Azumarill set of Play Rough Hydro Pump. Always going for those heavy-hitting moves. You need Play Rough for the mirror. Hydro Pump helps you against those steel types. It's so incredibly important to have that, so that the Registeel matchup, it's still not winning. It's better. The one issue, and we see it right here, Venusaur is going to be so hard for him to deal with if that ever gets matched up against the Azumarill. You only have resisted damage. We see pretty standard sets here all around. Guzzlord actually running for, opting for Brutal Swing here instead of Crunch, so no chance at the debuffs there. Skeletors once again coming back. Incinerate, Shadow Ball, Disarming Voice. We've talked about it a little bit before. Let's talk about it again after I mentioned that Lantern here is going to be running Spark, not Wonder Gun. That Fairy Ghost typing is so powerful. It hits so many things in the meta for neutral or super effective, rarely requiring resisted damage. We see it actually in the video game series where the Fluttermane Ghost Fairy type is so prominent. For nearly a year and a half, it has been the dominant Pokemon over there on the other side of these tournaments.
Absolutely. One thing Skeletors will have to keep in mind is, as we mentioned, the Azumarill on the side of Rocket Admin does have Hydro Pump. If Azumarill is running Ice Beam and Play Rough, Skeledirge, as a Fire type, wins the Zero Shield. But that's where having that Hydro Pump makes it a bit more difficult versus Venusaur, because your charge moves are walled, but it should help in case Azumarill has to go up against the fiery Crocodile Skeledirge.
And one nice thing for Guzzlord with Ice Beam set, if it's running Ice Beam Hydro Pump, you aren't ever completely threatened a one-hit KO because only the fairy typing is double super effective, and you're extremely bulky. Guzzlord has a HP stat of like 250, I think, somewhere around there. It has so much health. You're not even threatened to be knocked out by an Ice Beam. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely. And as we take a look at these teams here, one thing that I am noticing, you mentioned a bit earlier, is that Venusaur. Venusaur, of course, its absolute worst nightmare is on the other side of the screen here with Skarmory, but outside of that, its energy has a lot of play, like the Frenzy Plant neutral into Clodsire, Sludge Bomb, can at least hit Charge Bug for neutral, super effective damage into that Azumarill, and Azumarill's energy is walled, and we do see neutral damage into the Medicham and the Lickitung, so you have to wonder if Venusaur will make an appearance here for Dirk.
We do see really great coverage for that Skarmory, Skeledirge, as well as Lantern, two really hard answers to that Skarmory, and interestingly enough, we see his own Skarmory in the lead. Skarmory versus Azumarill. This used to be, in my opinion, a very good matchup for Azumarill, but now with the buff to stealing, I actually prefer this as Skarmory.
And we do see, of course, that Rocket Admin does have access to Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump is going to be doing a lot more damage than a potential Ice Beam, and with open team sheets, Dirk knows Hydro Pump is an option, and we see the No Shield as the Hydro Pump connects, and that does quite a lot of damage.
Just Dirk going for the Sky Attack here. I might have preferred building up to the Brave Bird, throwing one and then switching out. I think the Azumarill is really not threatened to shield, even if it's a Brave Bird. But here in this instance, we're going to see actually a second Sky Attack coming in. This is going to potentially be a Brave Bird. Now Rocket Admin J is threatened to shield. Actually, a second no shield. This Azumarill putting in tons of work.
And we are going to see Azumarill banking a charge attack for later, sending in the Skarmory, and there it is. The Skeledirge makes its presence felt here. We're going to see the Skarmory build up to the Brave Bird and bait with the Sky Attack.
I think Just Dirk, actually going for the shield. I was hoping he was going to no shield. The first charge attack from a locked-in Skarmory is very infrequently going to be that Brave Bird. And we actually see a no shield from Rocket Admin J. He's got such little health on his Pokemon, and I don't think he's going to be able to reach a Hydro Pump. I think he's 2 bubbles away from a Hydro Pump. I don't think he's only 1. He has the Play Rough loaded, but he's on the 5 cycle, I believe.
And not going to risk it. Going to send in the Clodsire instead. And Clodsire now going to be hit with a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball does add up here, and Rocket Admin has saved his 2 Protect Shields, and it's going to start using them here, protected from that hard-hitting Shadow Ball.
And the one downside to Clodsire in this matchup is that ground doesn't actually resist fire, so he's taking neutral damage from these Incinerates. And you see, Clodsire is a very bulky Pokemon. It's already taken a 1/4 of its health.
Absolutely. Incinerate, as we had mentioned, high risk, high reward. You are locked into that Incinerate animation for 5 turns, but you get a lot of energy and a lot of damage. In comes that Guzzlord, and we do have to keep in mind, of course, that Play Rough stored on the Azumarill. If Dirk gives up the shield, he could potentially put himself in a position to get combo played by the Azu.
Yeah, great no shield here. Earthquake not threatening a knockout. Switch in from Rocket Admin J, landing the Play Rough, has enough health to survive those double resisted Dragon Claws. Great shield from Just Dirk, recognizing this has to be the Play Rough. Going for the farm down, now has a ton of energy, but is in range of a Earthquake. Great timing from Just Dirk, throwing just a singular Dragon Claw into this Brutal Swing.
This will be a very close endgame here. We see the no shield on the Brutal Swing. The Brutal Swing connects. We're going to see the switch into the Skarmory. Skarmory able to make it to a charge attack here. And the Sky Attack is going to force the final shield from Rocket Admin.
Question is, can Rocket Admin J Poison Sting down? These are going to be Mudshot down, not even Poison Sting. So they are only single resistant, and it's going to potentially be a full farm down right before the Sky Attack.
He does get the farm now. Does he have a charge attack? No, he's just short of the charged attack there. He did not bank the energy. No shields remaining for Dirk. The Earthquake connects. Down goes Guzzlord, and Rocket Admin, mud-shotting down a flying type, takes game number 1.
Great recognition there from Rocket Admin J on the win condition. He could not throw a charge attack into that Skarmory and win the game. The Guzzlord was too close to its own Dragon Claw. Really having the recognition of that win condition absolutely everything in those late game scenarios.
Just incredibly well done there. As you had mentioned, it's so tempting to throw a charged attack there, but the Guzzlord, one Dragon Tail off a move that would have meant game over. So you have to commit to that win condition, and he does that, getting the mud shot farm down there, leaving with the energy. And despite things looking a bit uncomfortable in the mid game there, with that Skarmory on the Skeledirge, able to take it.
And here is the replay. We see just how much damage those Incinerates are chunking on that Clodsire. Clodsire getting hit by a brutal swing, the quick switch into the Skarmory. I think if I was just Dirk, maybe a little more patience on switching in the Skarmory, maybe going for the second Dragon Claw. Might have been able to outpace without this extra energy from that farm down. The Sky Attack, I think, was a good call. Could have even potentially thrown maybe if he threw the Brave Bird, the Mud Shot down actually still would have happened, and because of how much extra energy Rocket Admin J has, I think the Earthquake still would have been able to be reached. So I don't think the Sky Attack versus Brave Bird really mattered there, because the Mud Shot down would have happened. Well, obviously it would have happened faster, but I think the energy count still would have been high enough to be able to reach that Earthquake.
Absolutely. And possibly even throwing one more Dragon Tail before switching, as you had mentioned, banking that charged attack for later, but unfortunately, the Mud Shot down happens just as Skarmory makes it to that Sky Attack, and for Rocket Admin, taking a game number 1, which is always a pretty good feeling when in a mid-game you have a Skarmory against a Skeledirge.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if Just Dirk could have potentially not thrown a charged attack and just farmed all the way down. The Incinerates, when they're super effective, they just do so much incredible damage. And although Skarmory's not the flimsiest Pokemon, it's fairly bulky. And you just see how much damage it does over the course of a few turns.
Speaking of damage, what a lead for Dirk, leading the Skeledirge into the Medicham. This Medicham does have Psychic, so it can hit for neutral. But as we're going to see, there's the Skarmory in the back, so he can't switch out.
Yeah, this is an awful lead for Rocket Admin J. The Psychic coming through, this is going to do a lot of neutral damage, probably put the Skeledirge into the yellow, not in the deep yellow, but the Skeledirge is not threatened by these counters at all, and because Disarming Voice is super effective, I think he can just go for the Disarming Voice. It might be a little short for knocking out and might get another Incinerate, which is honestly better for just Dirk.
Can we talk about the fact that the Medicham was half HP from neutral Incinerates, Phoebe? This Pokemon is crazy.
I think if Just Dirk is paying attention, recognizing that the Medicham stated, I would really love for him to switch out at this point. Switch in one of his Pokemon. That's so
and
great.
He switches.
The Skarmory is actually the best choice too, because now the Venusaur is not going to have to go into this opposing Skarmory as well.
Absolutely, that is a terrific read here by Dirk, and firing his charged attack before Rocket Admin does to deny a full sneak. Very advanced mechanical knowledge here by Dirk.
And great awareness of the strength of Skeledirge. The Skarmory mirror matchup is honestly going to be a bit slow. The Steel Wings are resisted by the Steel typing. The Sky Attacks are resisted by the Steel typing. It's going to be a bit of a slog, and I think by the time that it ends, we're going to have both switch clocks up, so we might see a little bit of switch play from Just Dirk in order to maybe try to get that final charge attack from the Skeledirge into the Skarmory.
We do see another Sky Attack fired off here by Rocket Admin. No shields used yet here. Dirk, he's thinking about it. He's gonna no shield, calling that it is just a Sky Attack. His Skarmory is able to withstand the damage, and he will outpace due to this energy lead.
Yes, this final Sky Attack will be enough to knock out. We do see the shield coming up from Rocket Admin J, but his Skarmory's health is so low, there's not much left. I definitely believe that it is within one singular Incinerate, and now the Venusaur free to come in against this Lickitung. It's down energy, but it's up shields.
Absolutely, and that Lickitung has taken quite a lot of damage already in this match, but this is very comfortably in Frenzy Plant range, whereas the Body Slam, not too threatening for the Venusaur. So 2 shields remaining for the Venusaur. It doesn't have to use one yet, and now this Frenzy Plant will pick up a knockout unless the opponent is going to use the final shield.
And it's one of the great things about the Venusaur versus Lickitung matchup. You're really never threatened by a singular charged attack. We actually see a no shield there from the Frenzy Plant, recognition from Rocket Admin J that this Venusaur is definitely definitely going to get to 2. So if you're not able to survive 1 and the Vine Whip's actually switching into Skarmy, a great catch by Just Dirk to neutralize this charged attack. I think there was still a shield up. We actually see the shield being used, really trying to preserve the strength of this Skeledirge, the Incinerate down, and actually the Lickitung, I think, must have fainted right before that swap. It was really quick. I thought actually Rocket Admin J had saved it, but apparently not.
And we see Dirk able to get the equalizer there, able to leverage that Skeledirge perfectly, understanding that if your opponent is staying into a bad lead, there's gotta be a reason. They are ABA weak. Going for the Disarming Voice, I think, was a pivotal point in that match. A Shadow Ball would KO, but the Disarming Voice allows you to get an entire extra Incinerate that is 20 extra energy on that Skeledirge at the expense of only taking, what, 3 double resisted counters? So able to leverage that lead situation perfectly, and pivoting into that Skarmory, able to bait out Rocket Admin Skarmory, and able to take the win. Very nicely played by Dirk.
And as we saw in those replays, really the strength of recognizing when to use those shields, shielding up that, not the first body slam from Lickitung, because you know it's a body slam. You know that Skarmory in the back could still potentially get to the Sky Attack, able to actually catch that Sky Attack, but still then shield it on the Skeledirge, because honestly, at that point, it's going to be better to shield the Skeledirge because the Vine Whips are double resisted by the Flying and Steel typing. So just getting that Incinerate through, dealing that damage, shielding up, recognizing that you're not really threatened by those Steel Wings. But here we go. It's going to be game number 3, Charjabug into Guzzlord.
Oh my goodness, this is a very interesting matchup, as Charjabug, of course, can hit for super effective damage with X-Scissor here, but the thing is, X-Scissor is not enough to pick up a KO, and we are going to see Guzzlord protecting its HP.
And we saw not ideal timing there. It's a really awkward matchup. As the Charjabug, you have to technically throw 5 Volt Switches to throw in proper timing, but by that time, the Guzzlord's able to throw its first charge attack and interrupt your own momentum, interrupt your process, and it's really, really clunky.
Absolutely. We are going to see the X-Scissor fired by the Charjabug. It connects into the Guzzlord. That gets the Guzzlord low. But again, this Charjabug has very minimal fast move pressure, and Brutal Swing number 2 is going to get very close to knocking out here.
The Brutal Swing comes through. It is just not enough to knock out, and it's going to be a Dragon Claw down. The Guzzlord is deep into the red, but I think it has just enough to hang on to maybe get one final Brutal Swing. Actually opting for the Dragon Claw instead, maybe a bit afraid of not being able to reach it and having the Steel Wings knock out.
Honestly, I quite like that play. Getting the damage that you can. This is a very pivotal moment in this match, and he chooses the Skeledirge. So Skeledirge will not have to deal with that Clodsire in the back.
In comes the first Sky Attack, getting the shield, I think preserving the Skeleton. Oh, actually the Brave Bird, I'm sorry, I saw the wrong click there. The switch into the Clodsire, the counter swap into the Skarmory. This is a great position for Just Dirk. He's got to be really happy with winning switch advantage from that initial matchup.
And if you noticed, he learned from game number 1 feed. He banked a charged attack on that Skeledirge before switching. So now if he needs it in the end game, he's going to have access to it.
And the Stone Edges from the Clodsire are only going to be neutral because of that Steel subtyping of Skarmory, able to resist that Rock type damage. And the Skarmory is throwing completely neutral moves, whereas the Mudshots are resisted. This is going to be a Skarmory favored matchup, although Skarmory typically struggles with the Mud Boys per se.
Very true, but Skarmory able to do quite well in this matchup, going for another Sky Attack. And if you're Rocket Admin, where do you use the shield? And he's using the shield on the Clodsire, hoping that it is going to be the win condition in this matchup.
And banking up a ton of energy, actually switching into his own Skarmory, maybe trying to catch a charge attack. The Brave Bird coming through from Just Dirk. This is going to be enough to knock out the Skarmory. I expect to see an immediate swap. Oh, actually, just enough to knock out. I was actually expecting to see an immediate swap out into the Skeledirge, but instead opting to take a charge attack first.
And we will see the Stone Edge here. Stone Edge is going to be able to pick up the knockout, but guess what? Oh, Skeledirge. It went for the Disarming Voice here. This is resisted. The Clodsire is low. Is this going to still be enough to knock out here? It does! It does, and Just Dirk with the amazing adjustment from game number 1 where he did not bank the charge attack, We see in real time these battlers adjusting, learning, and improving, banking that charge attack in game number 3, and it wins him this series.
And we've got to really see the potency of Venusaur and Skeledirge in that matchup, as well as Skarmory really showing off the strength of being able to counter and answer Rocket Admin J's Skarmory. We actually never saw the Lantern show up. The Lantern, one of the best answers for Skarmory, just completely off the field.
Absolutely. Lantern, unfortunately, did not make an appearance, but hey, anytime I get to see Skeledirge is a good day for me, Phoebe. So, and Skeledirge also used so well, being able to go for that disarming voice in that game number 2, being able to get that extra energy, and that energy proving to be incredibly impactful in that endgame. And in that third game, the banking of that charge attack, switching out, understanding that Skeledirge does win charge attack priority over the Clodsire, and he is able to take it.
You know, we're talking so much about Skeledirge action. Let's watch some of the recaps so we can get even more Skeledirge action here. And speaking of the Fire Ghost type, throwing the Shadow Ball into the Clodsire, pulling the shield in game number 1. And look at, and then again, it's neutral damage versus ground type, so much damage.
And we do see the switch into the Skarmory, and again in that game number 1, so close to a charged attack on that Guzzlord when he switched out, but he does not quite have it. And Rocket Admin understanding the win condition here. The win condition is to get the farm down, shielding up the Sky Attack. These mud shots not doing a whole lot, but they do just enough to get the farm down there. And Guzzlord so close to a charge move, yet so far away, as the Earthquake will deliver the knockout for Rocket Admin J.
And great recognition. I don't actually think Stone Edge would have been able to knock out at that point, so great recognition from Rocket Admin J to throw that Earthquake. Here we are in game number 2, shielding up that Venusaur, switching in to get that Sky Attack onto that Skeledirge, recognizing, hey, if the Skeledirge survives, Incinerate's going to be enough to move me on into game number 3.
Absolutely, and that Incinerate, just so much damage. And in the game number 3 here, Dirk understanding the matchup, knowing X-Scissor is super effective damage, but if you played this out, you understand it's not going to be enough to KO. And then the choice here, choosing to bring in the Skarmory or the Skeledirge into the opposing Skarmory, choosing to bring in that Skeledirge, understanding he would probably have to go down a shield, but able to get the alignment that he needs, and he has that charged attack banked, able to learn the lesson from game number 1, apply it in real time, and it wins him this series.
Yeah, maybe a bit mistake there at the end. Throwing the disarming voice, I think the Shadow Ball was locked and loaded, but you know, something we were talking before about how the trainers are learning as they're playing and making improvements as they go. That's something to take into the next set. You know, moving on, neither player is out at this point. We are still on the winner's side of the bracket, but you know, taking those little adjustments that you can make from each and every set, each and every battle is really, really important. And, you know, Skeledirge is not a Pokemon that we've had around for a long time here in the Championship Series. It's really only been in the meta for a couple of events, and people aren't necessarily as practiced with it as maybe something like Medicham or, honestly, even Poliwrath.
Absolutely, but we did see in that series, I felt like a little bit of a mastery of Skeledirge, understanding that Medicham matchup where it's very tempting to go for the Shadow Ball and pick up that KO, but if you go for that Disarming Voice, doesn't quite KO, you get the farm down of the Medicham, and exchanging only a couple hit points for 20 energy on a Pokemon like Skeledirge, and we've talked about it, that coverage, Fire, Fairy, Ghost. It's almost impossible to wall all 3. You know that energy will have value later in the match, and understanding the Pokemon that you're using, being practiced with it, and putting that into use was key for Dirk in that series.
Yeah, that's a great point to make, really showing the strength and knowledge of that matchup, making sure that you're coming out of it with the most energy as possible. As we are moving between the second set and the third, let's take a little bit of time to look at socials. We love talking about the battles as they happen. Let's see what you all out there have to say. And it's our co-caster, Caleb Penn, with his favorite plushie, Bastiodon, ready, game time. I have to imagine that means Bastiodon's on his team of 6.
I have to agree. Bastiodon has to be on the team of 6, and my only hope is we can keep it as far away from Skeledirge as possible. And we do see, oh my goodness, playing the Rowlet Community Day in Australia, Fleece King getting the Shundo Rowlet. That is an absolutely amazing find. Of course, Rowlet Community Day is today, so don't forget to turn on your app, maybe open an incense or two during your Community Day hours and get those Rowlets.
And as our co-casters were saying, triple dust, so each and every catch matters. I am very jealous of that shiny and perfect Rowlet. I definitely would love to get one of those myself. And what a giant Dragonite. This Dragonite display at Fendi store is wild and extremely massive. And we see a very nice purse there with the entire family. Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. That's a nice bag.
It absolutely is. Oh my goodness. You have to love collaborations like that, and then being able to work with the Pokemon company working with a company like Fendi and being able to set up stuff like that. So it's very, very cool to see.
And I think there's even in-game merch. I believe there's a in-game shirt that's very similar.
Yes, there is.
All right, but that's enough from the socials. Let's go ahead and head to the stage for match number 3. We have a recognizable face on the left. That's Bird Power 13, one of our trainers to follow here in Portland, up against J-Rev 8.
And Bird Power does have a Pokemon that we have seen in the past, but we have not seen in Portland so far today, and that is going to be the Mantine, which is a very interesting pick here.
Yeah, Mantine with the flying water coverage is going to be doing, unfortunately, very well into our favorite Skeletors, but, you know, every Pokemon has to have its counter, right?
And speaking of counters, there are some very solid Mantine counters on the side of J-Rev, having not only the Lantern, but the Registeel as well. However, the Mantine could be very interesting if J-Rev does decide to bring the Gligar Medicham combination.
And let's talk a little bit more about Bird Power. Bird Power is her most recent performance was top 13 in Sacramento of 2024, and was actually our regional champion of Salt Lake City. So another West Coast champion here in Portland, make her run here. The team here is here. Not too many surprises. We see the Dynamic Punch on Medicham instead of the Psychic. We see the Mantine moveset is Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, and Ice Beam, not opting for that Bubble Beam debuff move.
And now, as we take a look at the other team here, we have Alolan Ninetales, and that was my big question. Is it Charm? Is it Powder Stone? It is Charm Feed. So we have Charm on the Alolan Ninetales, the Medicham also on Dynamic Punch, and outside of that, some pretty standard movesets across the board, and the Lantern is on Spark.
And I think the options for Spark and Charm really open Bird Power's Gligar. The Gligar would be taking super effective damage from those water guns. It'd be taking double super effective damage from those powder snows. So with the open team sheets, Bird Power can now recognize how safe that Pokemon is for her, having really positive matchups everywhere else against J-Rev 8's team.
Absolutely. And Gligar, as we've seen, is top at usage here in Portland. So trainers are noticing how strong the Gligar is, and we'll see if Bird Power can demonstrate that for us here in game number 1.
And another thing I'd like to point out, both of these trainers, they've opted for the number 2 fighter of the meta. They both have Medicham. Neither of them are bringing Poliwrath here. And into game number 1 we go. A great lead for Bird Power. Registeel into Lickitung.
And we will see the Lickitung staying in this matchup to start with. As the Registeel, you do need 2 charged attacks to pick up a knockout. So oftentimes we will see Registeel opting for a potential Zap Cannon and going for that 2/3 chance of an attack drop onto the Lickitung.
Yeah, that is my favorite play in this matchup, to really shore up. Sometimes the Lickitungs, if you are going straight Focus Blast, can opt to double shield, get a bunch of lick damage, do a lot of body slams, and try to win the 2-shield matchup, but getting that attack drop really shores it up. We see the instant switch from J-Rev into the Medicham, countered by that Shadow Gligar from Bird Power. With the Shadow Gligar here, you're really forced to shield this first Ice Punch, so we see that shield come up from Bird Power. Just going to be a little bit behind on that fast attack timing because J-Rev 8 switched first.
And we do see J-Rev able to force the first shield in this matchup, but Bird Power does have the back-to-back aerial aces here. This could come down to charged attack priority. As we continue to farm, it is charged attack priority, and we do see that Bird Power's Gligar does win charged attack priority over the Medicham.
The really great thing in this matchup for Gligar, and really interesting charge attack priority there, where both of them were one fast attack over their charge attack, is that Gligar outpaces the Medicham. You can counter switch because you are pacing at 5 wing attacks to each aerial ace. You do outpace the Medicham, and great knowledge there from Bird Power. Could have actually done one more wing attack to get that charge attack tie, again, as we had seen that the Gligar does win that. Able to knock out the Medicham, preserve switch advantage, and line up her Registeel against J-Rev's Lickitung after this matchup.
Lickitung going for the Power Whip. Both are neutral. Power Whip will do slightly more damage. This is the Shadow Gligar. Will it be enough to knock out? Yes, it does. Down goes Gligar. Back into the field enters Registeel.
And the tough thing for J-Rev here is that neither of his Pokemon want to take a Focus Blast. And that's going to be the charge attack of option for Bird Power. He can't switch into something like a Gligar to try to catch a Focus Blast, or maybe even to his own Medicham later on. He's really forced to take this charge attack. I don't actually know exactly how much energy Bird Power has. We're going to see an immediate switch into the Whiscash, and once she sees the final Pokemon is the Registeel, we see that she's going to be very happy with this. Actually going for the Scald first, trying to get that debuff, recognizing that one Mud Bomb's not enough to knock out.
We do see what J-Rev's plan was here in this match. The Medicham safe switch to try and bait out the potential Gligar, but Bird Power with the reads bringing 2 ground types, so the Registeel has nowhere to run against this Whiscash, even though the Scald did not get the debuff.
Yeah, in comes this Focus Blast. Focus Blast does a lot of good neutral damage into the Whiscash, but Whiscash has this advantage over something like especially Shadow Swampert. Shadow Swampert not able to take a Focus Blast. Whiscash so much safer in these against these heavy-hitting, bulky Pokemon like Registeel. Really safe, able to very comfortably no-shield a Focus Blast and able to take the zero shield matchup there.
Very nicely done there by Bird Power, anticipating what J-Rev potentially was going to do as a strategy there, trying to bait out the Gligar, because Lickitung can do very well into Gligar, and bringing that double ground strategy. The Registeel in the back had absolutely nowhere to run, and now do we see an adjustment here from J-Rev in game number 2?
Before we get into game number 2, replay from game number 1. The Power Whip, enough to knock out the Gligar. I think maybe Bird Power could have thrown a charged attack there, but opting not to. Focus Blast coming in on the Whiscash, not enough to knock out. Throwing the Mud Bomb, recognizing this will be enough to knock out. And if it's not, she still has a bit of health on her Registeel in the end. I think you make a great decision. How can J-Rev compensate for those really tough matchups that he had in game number 1? I was talking before about how Gligar looks really safe for Bird Power. You know what's another Pokemon that looks really safe for her? Whiscash. No really great hard answers. No grass types here. Your best answers are going to be something like Lickitung as a pseudo grass type with the Power Whip as its secondary charge attack.
Absolutely, and even the Lickitung into Whiscash matchup, if shields are up and Whiscash starts getting those Scald debuffs, having been the Lickitung a couple times, it gets a bit uncomfortable there as the Lickitung. But that is the power of Whiscash with that debuff potential.
And you almost feel like you have to throw a Body Slam bait if you get that debuff. You're like, oh man, I'm not gonna pace fast enough. I really need to go for this Body Slam bait, which is like not something Lickitung typically feels threatened to do. You have so much bulk that you feel pretty good just going for your optimal charged attack, especially against something like a Azumarill. You like very rarely see people Body Slam bait in that matchup.
Absolutely, the pacing, the debuff potential, that's why we're seeing Whiscash rise in usage compared to something like a Swampert, and we see an adjustment by J-Rev here as we get the lock-ins for game number 2, leading the Gligar, and that's going to be led into the Lantern.
So this is going to be a pretty good matchup for Bird Power here, being able to resist the Sparks, and Surf's not able to pull a knockout. I'm a little bit surprised to see a shield on the first one, given it would not knock out, but maybe Bird Power has plans to catch a Surf later on. Going for the dig, this is going to be a lot of super effective damage. Actually, no shielded by J-Rev We'll see exactly how much this does. I think it'll put it deep into the red.
And it does. Gligar continuing to farm, going for the aerial ace and winning charged attack priority. And if J-Rev wants this charge attack, he's going to have to commit a shield.
Honestly, really great play here by Bird Power, forcing J-Rev to shield the less damaging charge attack. You saw J-Rev grimace a little bit, recognizing, man, if I'd shielded that first charge attack, I would have had so much extra health on my Lantern. The Gligar able to survive. We see a switch out into the Lickitung, which is answered by Bird Power's Medicham.
And Medicham, of course, is running Dynamic Punch. So if it's not running Dynamic Punch, if it's Psychic, this matchup can be somewhat neutral, but with Dynamic Punch, that gives Bird Power the ability to hit more massive super effective damage. The Power Whip connects. Power Whip does do more damage, but is slightly less energy efficient than going straight Body Slam.
Yeah, it's a bit tough as J-Rev there to know whether you should go for double Body Slam or for Power Whip. If you go for the Power Whip, you give Bird Power a little more time to farm up on energy. If you go for a double Body Slam, maybe you do a little bit less damage.
And we see Bird Power able to hang on, low HP on the Medicham, but making it to the Dynamic Punch, getting the knockout onto the Lickitung, and J-Rev unfortunately faints with a lot of energy.
Yeah, that is going to be a bit of wasted energy. The Registeel comes in, gets a lock on down, and unfortunately is met by the Whiscash again. It's going to be a Mud Bomb before a potential Zap Cannon debuff. Really great recognition here by Bird Power about how J-Rev plans to play this endgame.
And just as you had mentioned before this game number 2, the Gligar Whiscash combination is just so safe for Bird Power. Bird Power going to be shielding up the Zap Cannon here, which is resisted. But even with the debuff, things are just looking very, very difficult for J-Rev as we do see a switch into the Lantern. Can Whiscash get the full farm down here? It's going to be close, and it does get the full farm down. Whiscash just too strong in this matchup, and Bird Power is going to take game number 2.
It was a very great attempt at a catch there by J-Rev. I think one of his best outs from this game. It was really tough for him to maneuver around these two ground types. He's very... his team is a bit weak to both Gligar and Whiscash, so he's a bit out of on a back foot from the end. I think utilizing maybe the Medicham a little bit more, trying to make sure that it's not positioned against the Gligar would have been great. The tough thing though is that Bird Power also has Mantine, and Mantine, although it's not the hardest answer to Medicham out there, is so bulky that you're really never threatened. And I believe it was a... actually, I don't remember J-Rev's Medicham moveset, if it was running Psychic or if it was running Dynamic Punch, because I don't think we saw it there near the end, because we saw Bird Powers, and Bird Powers was running that Dynamic Punch. You're really not even threatened by Psychic, because Psychic was recently lowered in the amount of damage it does.
And I did double check, and it was on Dynamic Punch, so the almost bench pressure of that Mantine, choosing not to bring it, but sometimes it feels like you can be preparing for something that doesn't even get brought. And as we see there, the Mantine maybe scaring off that Medicham, which did have some neutral play, and just allowed Whiscash to be so incredibly consistent neutrally into everything that J-Rev was bringing.
Gotta call Mantine a new ghost type, because J-Rev was seeing ghosts of Mantine. But let's go ahead and watch the highlights from that match. What incredible patience from Bird Power, taking the Power Whip onto the Gligar, recognizing that switch advantage was everything in this first matchup, able to land the Whiscash onto the Registeel in the end, and Mud Bomb, super effective, good hitting charge attack, able to take almost take the knockout, a few extra mud shots able to secure.
Absolutely, and again, that Whiscash just so devastating neutrally, and this is a type advantage matchup for it as well. Able to take the game number 1 and the charged attack priority here, forcing J-Rev to shield a resisted move after he no-shielded the dig. Very nice job here by Bird Power, and as you see J-Rev trying to go for the farm down, but just does not get there. The Medicham, with only a couple hit points remaining, making it to the Dynamic Punch. J-Rev was counting on that energy and unfortunately does not get to use it. We see the Zap Cannon getting the debuff, and J-Rev is going to farm up and try for the catch, but the patience from Bird Power. And look at this Phoebe, the perfect mud shot farm down.
And even great recognition from Bird Power, a surf there from the Lantern, really not threatening, recognizing that the extra energy not throwing the charge attack is going to be beneficial to her. She can take a surf, that's totally fine. It's better than taking a Focus Blast, and having 2 Mud Bombs coming out of that matchup, even though you're debuffed, is enough to secure the W.
Absolutely. So very nice plays there. And so far, we've definitely seen some standout Pokemon here. Of course, match number 1, a bit more of an anti-meta choice with that Shadow Latios bringing the Luster Purge. Game number 2, the Skeleturge. And then in this one, the Whiscash and the Gligar showing that, hey, sometimes meta is meta for a reason. It works.
We've seen the rise of Whiscash as, I think, maybe a bit more of a dominant water type. We've seen a lot of Metachams so far in the play here in Portland. So why don't we go ahead and take a skip across the Whiscash's ponds and see some of the highlights from OCIC.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and let's take a look at how to build a competitive team that can help you succeed at a future tournament. For the Pokemon Go Championship Series, trainers register teams of 6 in the tournament. Each trainer will preview their opponent's team of 6 before deciding which 3 Pokemon they will lock in for the upcoming battle. This Show 6 Pick 3 format allows for another layer of strategy where both team predictions and compositions heavily impact the outcome of matches. There are a number of ways to build your team of 6. Many focus on a balanced approach, pairing Pokemon together to cover each other's weaknesses. A common example of that is Trevenant paired with Noctowl. Others may purposely build unbalanced teams to counter a specific threat in the meta, which are often called anti-meta teams. All teams will have their strengths and weaknesses, and how each trainer capitalizes on them will often be the deciding factor in a matchup. When setting up for a battle, each trainer will have a lead Pokemon with 2 Pokemon in the back. When a trainer is faced with a bad lead matchup, many trainers swap to one of their backline Pokemon, often called the safe swap. These safe swap Pokemon have the potential to dish out a lot of damage to win back switch advantage or take a shield advantage against their opponents. Although there are no official categorization for what a safe swap Pokemon is, there are a number that are used often due to their success in this role, such as Purified Sableye and Registeel. The third Pokemon in the back is often labeled as the Closer, a Pokemon that is very strong in the right matchups, and or when they have a shield advantage. Although this final Pokemon may have to take on multiple enemy Pokemon to finish the match, their ability to turn the tides of battle is what makes them so strong in the endgame. When determining which 3 Pokemon to bring into battle, many trainers like having a backup option when they do not catch a good lead matchup. This is when an ABB line comes in handy. The 2 B Pokemon in the back protect the A Pokemon, so even if the first B Pokemon is taken out, the secondary B Pokemon is still in play and can continue protecting the A Pokemon. Another variation of this strategy is an ABA line, where only the B Pokemon in the middle can protect both the lead A Pokemon and the backline A Pokemon. ABA lines strategize around keeping the backline A Pokemon healthy even at the cost of the lead A Pokemon, hoping to exhaust the opponent's resources early so that the A Pokemon in the back can close out the match. Finally, trainers can run a diverse line of 3, utilizing an ABC line. With the proper alignment, ABC lines can thrive in any battle and their balanced nature gives it flexible coverage. However, if caught in a bad lead matchup, ABC lines have less of a backup plan. As an example of a reliable and safe team, the Toronto Regionals grand finalists of the 2023 season used Noctowl, Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, and Metacham to qualify for the World Championships. These Pokemon cover each other's weaknesses well and are fairly accessible for newer trainers. An example of an anti-meta team that is geared towards beating traditional teams is Deoxys Defense Form, Altaria, Venusaur, Walrein, Galarian Stunfisk, and Purified Sableye. This team earned the trainer a top 8 placement in the San Diego Regionals of the 2023 season. Utilizing Deoxys as a counter to popular fighting types makes this team very strong in the right situations. There are a number of ways to build a team for a tournament, and the possible combinations are endless. Whether you're a trainer who prefers to build safer teams closer to the meta, or a trainer who wants to build a team to counter the meta, finding out what team fits your playstyle is part of the journey, and we hope to see your unique team one day at a future Championship Series event.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Jim Lawson here to take you through a recap of the 2024 Pokémon Go San Antonio Regional Championship. With over 140 trainers registered for the tournament, San Antonio featured a collection of titans from the Pokemon Go battling community, including the 2024 LAIC champion, Harjeff, and the 2023 NAIC champion, Wadaj. San Antonio was also the first North American tournament to feature the moveset updates from the Timeless Travel season. With the meta still evolving, variety was the key theme this weekend, featuring 28 unique Pokemon making it to Day 2 Top Cut. Championship Sunday featured the Texas native Arrow paving his way through the winner's side of the bracket, taking down two former champions, Rise to Occasion and Wadaj. Despite regularly having tough matchup alignments, Arrow was able to win 3 consecutive games versus Wadaj to make it to the grand finals. In the losers bracket, 2023 Arlington Regional Champion Dunebug went on an unprecedented run of 12 consecutive victories, taking down Elam, Rise to Occasion, and even Wadaj to lock in his place in the grand finals as well. In the grand finals, Dunebug relied on precision play and his trusty Registeel to neutralize much of Arrow's roster, including Carbink, Lickitung, and Skarmory. Arrow took 2 games from him, but ultimately, Dunebug forced a bracket reset with a 3-2 series victory. In the bracket reset, Arrow yet again took the series to 5 games. However, it was Dunebug that came out victorious in the end and became the 2024 Pokemon Go San Antonio Regional Champion.
And Dunebug is going to be your San Antonio Regional Champion.
There are still plenty of opportunities to join in on the action this season. Who knows? Maybe you could be the next regional champion. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to find upcoming events near you.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Good dog. And what a good day we've had so far, because the Spice has been there with the Shadow, Latios, and just in general, the Skeletor's play. We have the Guzzlord as well. We're off to a fantastic start, day number 1 at the Portland Regional.
We've got dogs, we've got Spice, we've got some amazing battlers here with us today, and it's been a great morning so far.
It really has, and we have more amazing battlers coming up, because our next matchup, I believe, is going to be with Caleb Pang, a trainer I know very well. I think the one person in the world I've probably talked Pokemon Go with the most, so I can't wait to see him compete versus Zimbo, who's actually a trainer making his first ever tournament appearance, but he has been playing a lot in the local scene. This year, championship points are available through local tournaments. He's actually part of a group of trainers coming from Seattle, and they tend to do a tournament pretty much every week at Tabletop Village or Mox Boarding House. So it's really cool to see, even though this is his first debut performance in the championship series in a regional, he actually has a lot of experience in Pokemon Go PvP in the local scene.
Those local tournaments are such a great way to not only test out teams, but just get experience playing in person. It's so easy to kind of just get into the routine of playing from the comfort of your own home. But let's take a look at these teams that we just saw briefly. Of course, we've got Caleb Pang on the left very accomplished battler in a lot of ways. Of course, second place last year in San Diego, as well as Fresno, qualified to the World Championships just a couple of times that way. And let's take a look at his Pokemon. He does have that signature Bastiodon that we saw him post on social media before. He's also rocking that Shadow Gligar, which we've seen been so impactful this season so far.
I tend to say what Caleb does is called the El Shay special, because he only uses 5 Pokemon. He never uses that Bastiodon. He just keeps it as bench pressure, kind of as a safety blanket. Whenever he's brought Bastiodon to tournaments, he's done really well, but he rarely uses it. So I'm really interested to see if he will use it today. And let's see how it will match up versus the opposing team here.
So we've got Zimbo hidden here, and yeah, talking about that Bastiodon, as always, it has some very polarizing matchups. Gonna do well against things like that Skeleturge, Altaria, and Charjabug, and then of course, very hard losses against Poliwrath and Whiscash.
Yeah, that double water is gonna be really tough for that Bastion. And it's not only that Bastion will lose that matchup, Bastion is one of those Pokemon that will give the other team momentum. You can either stop their momentum by hard walling it, and then you're so far ahead, or it swings the other way, and if you get matched up with Poliwrath, that Poliwrath is pretty much going to counter down. So it's going to be really risky once again to bring Bastion on. So I'm not sure if Caleb is going to bring it into this series.
That's a great call. It's, of course, not only the one-on-one matchup, but how that matchup gives your opponent or you a huge advantage going into the rest of the battle. But I think both of our trainers are actually locked in here. We do see that Poliwrath, and it's met with the Lickitung on Caleb's side.
And this is a non-shadow Poliwrath here, and this is a change that we've seen a little bit recently. Before it was almost all Poliwrath, swap into the Charjabug, met by the Cresselia. I don't know if this is what you want to bring into the Charjabug, because Charjabug has an X-Scissor, which is super effective versus the Cresselia.
I would have liked to see Zimbo bring in potentially that Whiscash instead, which does resist those Volt switches. But Cresselia, you know, a very bulky Pokemon, can certainly hit back here. This Future Sight is going to do a lot of damage and potentially put the Charjabug into the yellow.
Yeah, running Future Sight like Colin did in Stuttgart, and what that boy Jay actually did in previous iterations of the meta, instead of running the Moonblast, trying to use that for neutral matchup, it's actually going to press the Grass Knot, and Caleb knows his counts, knows it's not very effective, lets it go.
And Caleb actually did invest one shield, potentially reading that because the Cresselia was brought in here. Zimbo potentially doesn't actually have a great answer for the Charjabug in the back. Firing off this last X-Scissor here, I think this is going to be just enough to knock out the Cresselia.
And there is no Protect Shield, so that does knock out the Cresselia, but this Charjabug just has energy, and the Whiscash is going to be coming in, but you're almost at double X-Scissor. You're going to be able to hit the double X-Scissor. You could even pivot out of this matchup if you want, because Azumarill in general is pretty safe once Cresselia is out of the way.
Yeah, and of course, Caleb here, all of a sudden in a very good position. Like you said, yeah, Azumarill is going to have a lot of play against both of these remaining Pokemon. Does very well against that Poliwrath and against that Whiscash, but I think Caleb, he's maybe, you know, happy to go with kind of a straightforward path to victory here. Just gonna let this Charjabug go down, align the Lickitung here, and align the Azumarill on that Poliwrath.
And committing to the Scald, which does more damage than the Mud Bomb, to secure the knockout into the Charjabug. Here comes the Lickitung. The Lickitung does need to still get all the way to that Power Whip, but between these Licks and Body Slam, it's gonna get close to knocking out. So you probably could just go straight Body Slam here, and suddenly, because of that safe swap Charjabug, Caleb is really far ahead in this game.
Yeah, this Lickitung is putting in a lot of work. Like you said, can't just go straight for the Body Slam. Even if something happens to this Lickitung, I think the Azumarill is going to be able to finish off this battle.
And this looks like charge attack priority did register. You didn't get the debuff on the first Scald. Can you get the debuff on the second Scald? And I don't think it's going to matter, because this is going to be a Power Whip. Even if it is debuffed, this is double super effective into the Whiscash, and it does get Protect Shielded. But the problem is, we can see these backlines. And also, Caleb knows that Poliwrath was in the lead, so he knows his Azumarill is going to be matched up versus that Poliwrath. Here it comes. Great swap, though.
Great swap to catch this Body Slam, but unfortunately now this Poliwrath is going to be in play rough range for that Azumarill. Caleb just going to be swapping that in. I don't think Zimbo has seen this Azumarill yet, but now potentially knows that that Azumarill is there and going to cause a lot of trouble.
And going for the Ice Wind, just trying to get the guaranteed debuff to try to endure on a play rough, but I think you're right. I think between that Body Slam and the bubbles, it's going to be enough to knock out anyway, and you're just 2 bubbles away from that play rough, but Caleb wants to throw on perfect timing, so he goes for that play rough. to knock out the Poliwrath.
Caleb's certainly an expert on the mechanics, on the counts, doing everything right in this game. Oh, actually doesn't take out. Poliwrath able to get off this last Icy Wind here, but Azumarill, of course, going to be able to take it no problem, and also going to be able to come out with a little bit of energy for that Whiscash.
Azumarill, one of the Pokemon that can just hard wall the Poliwrath, is such a great answer. But I mean, you are throwing bubbles back, so there is play for that Poliwrath. But in this scenario where there was no Protect Shield and you took a Body Slam, there was just no hope for that Poliwrath. And actually, it's kind of close in the end, but this play rough is going to secure the Game 1 victory for Caleb Pang.
That was a really nice pivot from Caleb in that mid-game with that Charge Bug. Kind of just got so far ahead off of that Cresselia counter swap, right? Came out with a lot of energy and also was able to flip switch advantage to get the Lickitung where he wanted it.
Yeah, and in that situation, you always want to switch fast because you don't want to give the opposing Pokemon a huge advantage on energy. But you mentioned during the cast, I think if you swap into that Whiscash, you have a much better opportunity to finish out that game because then you maintain the alignment and then you'll have your Poliwrath into that Lickitung, and then you have your Cresselia into the Azumarill, and then that could be a 1-0 on Zimbo's side. So Zimbo actually did have a great team composition in this battle, but he just couldn't maintain that alignment on that Say Swap.
And this is towards the end of the game. Looking at this replay, we do see Zimbo able to catch this Body Slam from the Lickitung, but unfortunately, I think at this point, Caleb's Azumarill was just going to be so far ahead.
Yeah, it's so tough when you're playing 3 or 2 straight negative matchups, and then you just have to fight your way back, go for Icy Winds, which Scald does more damage, but he wanted to get the guaranteed debuff, and in the end, Azumarill, which has been gaining steam here a little bit in the meta. We saw Hydro Pump earlier, actually, from a different trainer, but running that Ice Beam and Play Rough here to just try to hard wall that Poliwrath, and you know, it's not terrible against Charger Bug. It really isn't.
It's not, yeah. Azumarill, very bulky, can endure those Volt switches and discharges very well. And I think we have seen one trainer lock in here. Zimbo's still taking a little bit of time. I mean, this is the kind of situation where, you know, if you think maybe if you played a little bit differently, would you have had a better outcome? And if you think that, maybe you just go with a very similar Pokemon.
And here comes the Azumarill into the Poliwrath. It was the same exact Pokemon, exactly what you were mentioning, so, but Caleb switched it up, and that is not great for the Poliwrath. Like I said, there is play here, because if you do commit the Protect Shields, you are doing resisted damage, but at least these bubbles are resisted too, and decides to go for the Icy Wind, just wants to guarantee that debuff. Caleb knows it. You really don't want to Protect Shield and Icy Wind, so no Protect Shield for Caleb.
I do see Caleb looking at those team sheets, potentially thinking if this Poliwrath is staying in, Azumarill probably has a lot of play in the back, and here's that Bastiodon from Caleb. I wonder if he heard you know, maybe that was like challenge to bring out the Bastiodon, which is in a favorable matchup here against that Cresselia.
Yeah, I think he thought it could have some backline play, but in that game number 1, you had the Poliwrath lead and the Whiscash in the back for Zimbo, so you're ABA strong versus Bastion. So really a bold choice from Caleb to actually bring the Bastion into game number 2, but it's worked out beautifully. The only downside is you'll win this matchup. You don't win it so heavily that the Poliwrath can't counter down. So Poliwrath is at least going to get an Icy Wind or Scald probably once Bastion wins this matchup.
This Cresselia has a ton of energy. I think 1 over 100 here, going to be firing off these neutral Grass Knots. Like you said, Cresselia can get the Bastiodon pretty low, but the Bastiodon isn't going to be usually coming out with a huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, the Grass Knots are neutral, and just Cresselia is so bulky, it just adds up over time. You're still going to be able to probably get another Grass Knot off unless Caleb does throw right before the Grass Knot. No, you get that Grass Knot, but I think Caleb actually has to throw energy here. It's going to be kind of clunky if you go for the entire smack down, but Caleb is the pro in the Bastion. Here comes the Poliwrath trying to knock out that Bastion, but Caleb switches it out.
Caleb does save that Bastion, which is going to have some nice play against that Cresselia and Skeledirge in the back. Poliwrath going to connect here, does a lot of damage, put that Poliwrath into the red, but actually it's still pretty healthy. I don't think you can bubble down from here.
Yeah, the non-shadow Poliwrath is just bulkier to endure those play roughs, and yeah, you're going to land the Scald, but you're also not doing that much damage back. Can you get the debuff? You're going to need something here. You can't get the debuff. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining for both trainers, so it's going to be kind of a fast attack off, but the problem is it's going to be really hard to finish off any of these Pokemon with Skeletors.
We do see Caleb has that Lickitung in the back, hasn't shown it quite yet, but it is going to have a good matchup against both the Cresselia and the Skeledirge, so I have to give a little bit of advantage to Caleb here.
Yeah, I think Caleb is decently far ahead. Yes, you are gonna, no, actually, you don't even knock out the Azumarill. The Azumarill has the Ice Beam, but you know, this isn't terrible, because at least you get an Incinerate out of it. You get 1 Incinerate, but I think Bastion has a lot of energy, and it looks like Caleb instantly pivots into the Lickitung, and I don't think you're going to even see that Bastion, or I'm not even sure. You're going to Protect Shield this for sure. There's 4 Protect Shields remaining. No, you don't even Protect Shield it. Wow.
Caleb feeling good, not throwing out the Protect Shields. You know, I was going to say maybe he could just lick all the way down here. Maybe he still can, but just like you said, that Bastion, I believe, has a lot of energy. Very close to 100 because I don't think it threw at the Cresselia, but is throwing off this first power. Maybe just gonna go with the straightforward approach, just peel away both of those Protect Shields and finish with the Stone Edge.
And first Protect Shield of the game for either trainer, and it's just you're taking so much damage, but Incinerate's doing a lot of damage back. This Lickitung is actually lower than the Skeledirge, but it did take a Disarming Voice, so that's a little bit cheating for that Skeledirge. But going for the next perfect timing there, right before the animation finished on that fast attack of the Incinerate. I mean, Caleb is one of the best out there.
That's right, does put up the shield, and here comes these Incinerates, but unfortunately Caleb still has a shield, still has energy on the Bastiodon, still has enough health if he wanted to shield this to maybe lick down. It looks like Caleb is going to close out with his favorite Pokemon and bring in that Bastiodon.
I think that's what he wanted all along, and he's actually going for the Smackdown, the Stone Edge instead of the Smackdown, and he just wants the glorious victory for Bastiodon, a rare opportunity for Caleb to win with the Bastiodon, but he does it here in this game number 2 to sweep the series and move on in this Group D on the winner's side.
Fantastic series from Caleb, getting that 2-0 victory over Zimbo. Great to see Zimbo play in his Play Pokemon debut there. Gets to be on stream, and we will potentially have a chance to see Zimbo later. Is going to drop down to that loser's bracket for now, though.
Yeah, tough break for Zimbo. He probably had an opportunity in that game number 1, and I like the way that he ran ABA strong to Bastion to try to scare that off, and then make the adjustment of running a team in game number 2 that is weak to Bastion, but he thought he scared it off. So that's actually high-level PvP strategy that he's probably learned through all these local tournaments that he's been taking a part of. So it's really cool to see, and awesome to see him in his debut regional. He will move on down to the loser side, but he faced a really tough opponent.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that series really quickly. I think this is that Lickitung against that Whiscash at the very end of game 1, of course, does get that catch of the Body Slam on the Poliwrath, but unfortunately, Caleb was just able to close out this game without a Azumarill.
Yeah, as soon as that Charger Bug Safe Swap, which is so strong, in one of the few trainers, Zimbo is not running Gligar. Gligar is actually #1 in usage for Portland, but since you didn't have the Gligar, the hardest answer is going to be that Whiscash or the Skeledirge on Zimbo's side, but the Whiscash was there, but just didn't use it in that matchup, and so Caleb does take that game number 1 comfortably. And going into game number 2, by the way, I want to talk about Bastion for a second, because I give him a tough time about Bastion, but when 2 of the best Pokemon in the meta are Lickitung and Chargebug, there actually is somewhat of a place for Bastion.
I think there's room for a steal. Whether that steal is Bastiodon is another question, but Caleb certainly got a lot of mileage out of that Bastiodon here, and I think Caleb, has really said a lot that Bastiodon does take some skill. It's all about bringing it into those neutral matchups so that it can avoid those extremely polarizing matchups that it definitely has otherwise.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Shadow Alolan Sandslash, where you really have to protect it, but it functions differently because, like you said, it's better neutrally, and you just have to position it correctly every time, because if you don't, you're just probably going to lose the game. But that's why Caleb doesn't run it that often, but I'm glad to see him put Bastion inside the game and actually secure a victory.
And here's the end of that game 2 and the end of the series, closing out the game and the series with Bastiodon, just what he wanted. If nothing else, he'll be able to walk away from this tournament knowing that Bastiodon did its job.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be happy with that, but I think he also really wants that regional championship. something that he's talked about. He's been a runner-up 2 times to Elite and Ramberto. I believe Ramberto's here actually in Portland, so that's a little rivalry as well between Caleb and Ramberto. Maybe we'll see them later in the tournament if they are in the same group here in day number 1, but he is really trying to go for that first regional championships and winner, and I believe that would be the first caster to win a regional, so that'd be super impressive from Caleb.
That would be super impressive. Like you said, I know Caleb is kind of gunning for that victory, has come so close several times, and certainly has the talent to do it. So I think maybe we'll see him go pretty far in this tournament as well.
Well, let's hear about his mindset right now, because we have an interview with Caleb Pang and Home Slice Henry. Take it away.
Hey everybody, it's Home Slice Henry here, and I'm joined by the one and only caster extraordinaire, and now taking a turn back in the battler's chair, Mr. Caleb Pang. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling good, you know, won my first set of battles on stream and got to bring Bastion as well to take the win, so that's a win-win for me.
That was going to be my question is, you're obviously, I would say at this point as a competitor, well known for bringing the Bastion on. Well, maybe necessarily having it as bench pressure, but in game number 2, in came the Basti into that Cresselia, and it didn't matter how many grass knots, Basti was just inevitable.
Yeah, and you know, I talked to some people, they said, you should just bring Carbink instead, it's a lot safer, but it just doesn't handle stuff like Cresselia, Lickitung as much. And if you see the top usage of day number 1, Bastion beats a lot of things. I know a lot of people say it's kind of RPS hard to use, but I had to bring it because if it's always bench pressure, no one's gonna respect it unless they see it on the field.
Absolutely. And to be fair, we have seen in some of these matches an uptick in ground types, which is a bit worrying for our Rock Steel friend Bastion. Gligar top usage and the Whiscash as well. So do you have I mean, you don't have to share it, but do you have a game plan for how you're going to overcome these ground types?
Well, honestly, the first set of battles with the Shadow Latios had me really concerned. So I was like, at least have Bastion for that one. But yeah, I do have some plans for the ground water types or water types of fighters in general, just because I've been playing Bastion my entire career and it's terrible in all those matches.
So you heard it here. You heard it here first, folks. I am struggling with my words a bit, but you heard it here first. Bastion, its demise has been drastically overstated as Caleb Pang is able to take the 2-0 win and bring the Bastion as well. So bravo, Caleb, and I can't wait to see what you're able to do with the rest of this tournament as well. Will we see more Basti, or is it going back on the bench?
Well, who knows? We'll see. I might go 0-2 after this one, but I'm just glad I got to showcase a little Bastion on stream so far. But happy to be here, and yeah, thank you for the interview.
Absolutely, and good luck to you the rest of the way.
All right, thank you so much, Home Slice Henry. Really cool to see him live reporting and get the instant reaction from Caleb Pang. He's feeling super happy that he got that Bastion victory. And he's, you know, I actually wouldn't consider him humble, but he always says those anti-jinx things where like, oh, maybe I'll go 0-2, but he is driven. He wants to win, so don't take him lightly as a competitor. And up next, we have some more competitors that you won't want to take lightly because we have the world champion. It's Axon returning to the stage on Portland, and he is the last Portland Regional Champion as well, trying to go back-to-back as Portland Regional Champion.
Not only Portland Regional Champion, also an International Champion, winning that first NAIC for Pokemon Go ever. And of course, the reigning World Champion as well. It's Axon sitting there on the left. Needs no introduction, but we like bragging about his accomplishments.
I mean, one of the best players in the world, obviously the reigning world champion, but one of the best players in North America, that is a given. He has so much success. He used to be called Mr. Top Cut in North America because every single tournament he would be getting to Championship Sunday, and that streak broke last season, and his breakthrough moment to start winning again was actually in Portland. So is this gonna be again another impactful tournament in It's Axon's career?
And then of course we have Shadow Mimikyu, the opponent on the right there. Shadow Mimikyu actually we haven't seen compete a lot, I believe only 2 tournaments so far, but did actually top cut one of them, made the top 8 in Milwaukee in 2023. So certainly has been on the Play Pokemon stage before. Of course, it feels very different when you're playing someone like It's Axon, maybe the most intimidating player out there, but you know, you just have to treat each game one game at a time, right?
and you know that It's Accent loves Lickitung. That is his favorite Pokemon ever, and this is a heavy Lickitung meta. So if any trainer is going to be good in this meta, it's probably going to be It's Accent. But how about this? 3 flyers. Running the triple flyer Soph.
I was actually about to point that out. I mean, we did see Junebug, I believe, win San Antonio with 2 flyers, but there's actually 3 here. They do have pretty different coverage though, right? So Shadow Gligar are going to be doing very well against the steel types, which Altaria and Skarmory can struggle against.
Let's go on over to the other side and see what Shadow Mimikyu is running. This is a trainer that in his previous tournaments has actually been running Shadow Dragonite 2 times in his previous tournaments. He doesn't have it this time. He has the Shadow Gligar instead, has the Dugong, and then my #1 caster prediction, the Vigoroth, which I think as a counter user is one of the most consistent counter users out there.
A little bit more meta of a team from Shadow Mimikyu than we're potentially used to seeing. But like you said, I love that Vigoroth pick. I think in this current meta, you know, we have seen Poliwrath, of course, kind of take the top spot, but there is still room for other Pokemon like Vigoroth who have counter to deal that damage.
It's tough in this matchup, though, because you're facing 3 flying types. At least you do have that Rock Slide coverage into that Altaria, but it's going to be only neutral into Skarmory and that Shadow Gligar. And this is a terrible lead for the world champ. He's probably going to have to pivot Safe Walk into that Shadow Poliwrath. It's met by the Gligar. The Gligar can get this matchup flipped. If you're the normal Gligar, if you're the Shadow Gligar, you usually continue to win this Shadow versus Shadow matchup.
And normally we think that if you have that ice type coverage like Poliwrath does with Icy Wind, you might have a chance against Gligar. But Gligar, you know, Shadow Mimikyu switched really quickly there, and Gligar is chunking away with these wing attacks. Just through the Aerial Ace on charge attack priority there, a little bit of a miscue. Potentially is going to undercharge this Aerial Ace just a little bit to come out with some energy.
And he does Protect Shield that Icy Wind. That's going to be double super effective. And yes, it was on charge attack priority. So we're going to see if there is going to be an undercharge. No Protect Shield from It's Accent. No, going for the Excellent, and does get that knockout. So that Shadow Gligar is going to be 1 stage attack debuff and energy dry going into probably an Altaria. That Altaria is probably just going to try to fast attack down. No, actually comes into the Lantern.
Yeah, potentially It's Accent is thinking that this Lantern isn't going to be that useful. Is able to get off the Surf before it has to take a dig, which is really great. And now potentially, you know, just hoping that the Altaria has some play in the back, hoping it's not something like the Dugong or the Skarmory.
And Altaria is the best neutral dragon type. It is so strong neutrally, and it obviously hard walls Whiscash, so all it has to do is get through this Vigoroth with a decent amount of health. I think you go Body Slam every single time because you have to respect, and you're going to use your Protect Shield here. There is the Protect Shield from It's Accent, and it's on a Body Slam bait.
Just like you said, pulls the shield there, and of course Vigoroth does now have access to Rock Slide as of this season, but Body Slam is a pretty great charged attack as well. Very efficient. It's Accent firing off that Sky attack here, probably going to pull a shield from Shadow Mimikyu.
And you just have to get this Altaria into range of Scald, or maybe a double Mud Bomb or something to have a chance in this game. So you have to throw the Rock Slide before the Sky attack is available, right before the Sky attack was available. So fantastic counting from Shadow here, and this is going to be super effective. And does this put Altaria in range of Scald? I think it pretty much does, right?
I think so as well. Potentially could have gone for double Body Slam there instead of Rock Slide, because 2 Body Slams, I believe, does just a little bit more damage. And this Vigoroth is going to go down, but like you said, it's just going to come down to how much damage this Whiscash is going to have to take. You don't want to be in Surf range from that Lantern coming out of this, but you need to get as much energy as possible.
And I thought It's Accent might try to reach and swap on the Scald, but it doesn't even go for it. And this Scald should be enough to knock out the Altaria. Yes, it knocks out the Altaria, and the Whiscash is now in such a positive matchup. Pretty much 2 Mud Bombs plus Mudshot is going to do it, and suddenly It's Accent, the world champ, might be in an 0-1 hole to start his tournament in Portland.
This Lantern needs to reach 2 Surfs, but just not enough time there. This Whiscash has so much energy. Mud Bomb doing just about half of what's left and already at a second Mud Bomb. This is going to be enough to take out the Lantern, and just like you said, Shadow Mimikyu going to be able to come out of this game 1-0.
And what a huge upset to start us off in Portland. It's Accent is down, and now suddenly, if he loses one more battle, he's gonna be on the loser's side in Group A, so he has to try to bounce back to have any shot of repeating as the Portland Regional Champion. And Shadow just with a great team composition call, able to call that Lantern lead, and since he called that lead, he just kept the alignment, and Whiscash is just such a good counter to Lantern, better than any other ground type.
And I want to give some credit to Shadow Mimikyu there because, just like you said, had that great team read to lead Whiscash into Lantern, but also swapped quickly enough with Gligar into Poliwrath so that he wasn't threatened by those icy winds.
And you pointed it out in that situation. I think you could have gone to the double body slam before the Sky Attack was available. So that was a play. I mean, it didn't really matter in the end because you still knock out with the Scald, but maybe you could have knocked out with a Mud Bomb or something and then saved a little bit more energy. But I mean, if there's an opportunity to try to improve, you want to go for it anyway. But Shadow doesn't have to improve too much in that game number 1 as he takes out its Accent, and suddenly its Accent is on the ropes.
On the ropes, down 0-1, but don't forget it is a best-of-3 series, so certainly still has a chance to come back here, but does need to win 2 consecutive games. Like you said, 1 loss is going to send him to that loser's bracket.
And Shadow Poliwrath is so strong in this matchup. I mean, it really has coverage for everything. I mean, even against Charge Bug, if you land the Scald, it's okay. And against Shadow Gligar, if you get up a little bit more energy, you do have a chance. But he decided to safe swap it in that game number 1. And Shadow had the Shadow Gligar waiting, and that was the reason that Shadow Poliwrath didn't really get to do anything. I expect an adjustment from its Accent in game number 2 to try to utilize that Shadow Poliwrath a little more.
I think that was great anticipation by Shadow Mimikyu because if we just look at the Poliwrath against his team, it does really well with energy, right? Can hit that Gligar, can even hit that Charge Bug, just like you said. And Shadow Mimikyu brought that Whiscash in the front where it would see it, but here we do see the Shadow Poliwrath in the front, unfortunately met by the Gligar here, probably going to switch out.
And then swapping out into his own Shadow Gligar and met by the Dugong. This is just the worst alignment possible for the world champ. Shadow Mimikyu just calling every move that its Accent has, and I don't know how you even come back from this. I mean, yes, you will be able to at least counter down on your Shadow Poliwrath, but you're going to be so far behind now.
And this is looking...
And look at the back line, so it's Vigoroth versus Lickitung.
It does look rather terrible for its Accent here. It's able to get off this dig. Like you said, Vigoroth versus Lickitung is bad, and its Accent is going to have to pull something amazing here. Maybe get a huge counter down, maybe pull a shield from that Shadow Gligar, but it's looking bad, and its Accent knows it.
It's so tough. I mean, you saw that Shadow Mimikyu literally called the line exactly, had the exact counter for every single Pokemon, and this is going to be the drill run. Its Accent knows it already. This is going to be back-to-back drill run. Suddenly, the Shadow Poliwrath is pretty much going to be knocked out, and it's going to meet that Shadow Gligar, and then he's going to see that backline Pokemon. He's going to put out his favorite Pokemon, Lickitung, and he's going to see that Vigoroth, and he's going to be very sad.
Not even the world champion can do anything when you have Gligar on Dugong and Lickitung on Vigoroth. Let's see what happens here. Yes, met by that Vigoroth.
There it is.
You see the frustration on its Accent's face. This poor shiny Lickitung, these licks are not doing anything.
And it's good to note that this can happen even to the world champ. If you pick the best 3 Pokemon to counter the opposing best 3 Pokemon, especially in this meta, you're probably going to win. And it's just, there's not much you can do if you get completely out-called here, which its Accent did. So he's just going to let the Lickitung go, and he's going to drop down to the loser side of the bracket.
That Gligar for Shadow Mimikyu just put in a lot of work, was able to find that Shadow Poliwrath both games. If you look at its Accent's team, it actually has a lot of play into everything except for that Skarmy, which its Accent didn't end up bringing at all. And that's a 2-0 victory from Shadow Mimikyu there. Huge upset here in winners round 3. Its Accent is going to drop down to that loser's bracket. Wouldn't be surprised to see him make a huge run still to make day 2, but congratulations to Shadow Mimikyu there on a series well played.
Very well played, and completely called the safe swap in game number 1 of that Shadow Poliwrath, having the Shadow Gligar in the back, and in game number 2, thinking that he'll make the adjustment. Okay, he won't safe swap it, he'll just lead it, and then you just put the Shadow Gligar in the lead. He had the counters in the back. Really well done from Shadow Mimikyu to take that series 2-0 and upset the world champ, and now its Accent will drop down into the loser side, which we've seen this in the past. Doombug dropped down to the loser side in his very first matchup in San Antonio, and then he went 12-0 to win the entire thing. So it's not over for its Accent.
It's definitely not over. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this series, though. I think here we do see from that game 1, Vigoroth throwing this Rock Slide to put that Altaria into Scald's range, and then of course that Whiscash was able to close out this game, getting off those Mud Bombs against the Lantern later.
Yeah, and this was the Whiscash that was so valuable for Shadow, having it in that lead versus the Lantern, and even Altaria, the Pokemon that is supposed to hardwall the Whiscash and dominate that matchup, still gets knocked out by that Whiscash. And Whiscash, I feel like, is the reason that Lantern isn't as popular as it used to be. Because in the past, if you didn't run a grass or a dragon type against Lantern, you really didn't have a shot if you just went with pure ground, a Gligar or a Swampert. Now, if you go with Whiscash, you can actually counter that Lantern.
I think that's absolutely right there. Lantern, I mean, I think you've said this before, that you need a grass or a dragon to handle things like Shadow Swampert. Now Lantern has kind of taken that role, but like you said, Whiscash does such a great job of countering Lantern with those mud bombs. The surfs do absolutely nothing. Here's from game 2. It's Axon, you know, throwing no bubbles on that dig here, trying to get a counter down, but unfortunately just not enough to threaten the Gligar at all.
Yeah, and here it is, his favorite Pokemon, met by the Vigoroth, which I think is so strong right now in a Lickitung meta, because you're going to be really good against that Lickitung matchup. If it is even energy, you could just throw one Body Slam and completely counter down that Lickitung, and then you come out of the matchup with momentum, and you can even beat Shadow Gligar with Vigoroth as well, which is a huge key win. As we saw, Shadow Poliwrath was not able to beat Shadow Gligar. So if you're able to beat Shadow Gligar with a counter user, it's huge in this meta.
I think Vigoroth is a great pick. I expect to see it from Shadow Mimikyu, of course, down the line, but potentially from other trainers as well. Like you said, does really well against Lickitung, and of course, with those body slams, doing really well in a lot of neutral matchups, can hit things like Gligar, can hit a lot of things really quickly as well.
Well, It's Axon is one of the most composed trainers I have ever seen. That's the reason they called him Mr. Top Cut. And we actually have a live reaction from him, because we're going to have an interview with Alpha Phoebe. And guess what? He's joined by Rubik's Master. So we're going to have both of the finalists of the World Championships on stage, or right in front of the stage here. Alpha Phoebe, take it away.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm joined by 2 Titans here, Rubik's Master and It's Axon. Welcome to the Portland Regionals. Tell me a little bit about your preparation here, starting with you, Rubik's Master.
I've done a lot of team building, and that's pretty much it. Spent a lot of time in the last week or so. Made a last-minute change last night, and hoping that that change will help me get towards day 2.
Lots of changes, definitely necessary to perform top here at these tournaments. What about you? You're no stranger for top performer.
Yeah, to prepare, mainly what I did is I tried out a whole bunch of the new mons, because we had a pretty big meta shakeup here going into the new season. One pick that I really gravitated towards was like Poliwrath. I know Medicham is still a usable fighter right now, but I find Poliwrath to be a lot more flexible. So I kind of built a team around that, and tried to counter the Poliwrath counters by building a team to support it.
Yeah, speaking of counter users, I want to dial in on Pokemon that maybe you are a little bit afraid to see here in the tournament. Let's start with maybe Vigoroth. Were you necessarily expecting to see many Vigoroth, or if Vigoroth wasn't your top choice, what was a Pokemon that you were maybe hoping not to see on your opponent's team of 6?
Yeah, so I knew going in, my team right now is a triple flyer lineup. Any sort of ice type was going to be kind of tricky, kind of RPS. Like Dugong would be, something I really don't want to see. And then you pair that with, like, as you said, a pick like Vigoroth, which Lickitung is one of my favorite mons. Most things don't hard wall it. Vigoroth is definitely something that can be, like, it's just the end of the world if you get in the Vigoroth versus Lickitung matchup. So.
Yeah, and I know Lickitung's one of your favorite Pokemon to use as well, so it's a matchup you really don't want to see. Interesting, the triple flyer, Skarmory able to help against some of the ice types, but you were great at call out there. Dugong, one of the ones with the water subtyping where it's not a hard answer for. What about you, Rubik's Master?
One of the last minute changes I made was adding a lone Sandslash to my team, which made me quite weak to fire. And I know Skeledirge has recently become popular since it won the last regional. So fire types definitely could be a problem with me, but I do think my team still has some decent play against it. So I'm hoping not to see Skeledirge or maybe Talonflame.
And I know me and Henry have been talking a lot about Skeledirge. It's a lot of fun to play. It's a lot of fun to see. As a final question, you two obviously top 2 at Portland last year, top 2 at Worlds. Really great performances. Anything that you can tell our viewers about how to get top performances here at regional events? Start with you, Rubik's.
One of the things I think I like to do is spending a lot of time team building, and rather than looking at what the meta Pokemon are, I try to make a team that can counter the meta. So when it comes to my opponents, I have a team composition advantage, and then by using that, I can get the alignment that I want and be able to beat my opponents much more easily.
I definitely agree. Having a pick that maybe your opponent's not ready for, but you are ready for, allows you to team build a lot more easily. It makes that process a lot more clear and straightforward. What about you, Axon?
Yeah, I mean, building a team with Pokemon that you're comfortable with is probably the #1 thing in my opinion. And then again, obviously, just doing a lot of practice, making sure you know your matchups in and out. And then I think after watching San Antonio last weekend, another thing that I could say is, or not last weekend, but like the last term that we had, is even if you lose once, you're not out of it, right? You can still make that loser's bracket sweep. You're not out until you're out. So always keep trying. And honestly, I think the most important thing, have fun, right? Have fun when you're here. That's what these are for.
And we've had so many really great loser brackets run these past few tournaments. So hey, maybe one for yourself here at Portland. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the rest of this tournament, and we'll head it back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Phoebe. It's Axon and Rubik's Master, and you are not out of it even if you lose once. But I'm gonna talk about the elephant in the room. Rubik's Master just saw It's Axon go down, so now It's Axon is out of Rubik's Master's way because literally Rubik's Master has never dropped a series to anyone that was not named It's Axon, and he just saw him go down.
Must be feeling pretty good right now. And I think it's really interesting, actually, hearing about how all these trainers prepare differently. I do remember Rubik's Master saying before the World Championships that, again, he spent a lot of time on team building and not a lot of times on those scrims. And I think about trainers like Arrow and Elite come to mind. I think they are pretty much practicing 24/7, and Rubik's Master is thinking a lot about kind of reading the meta, bringing the right team, and I think that served him pretty well last year.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think he was the best team builder in the World Championship. So we're going to see, hopefully, what his team is for Portland. But we have 2 more trainers ready on stage. It is going to be Boglish versus Young Loss. And Boglish actually has been a very consistent trainer, but he's often been 25, ranking 25 in most of his tournaments. I mean, Fresno, 25. Last year, Portland, 25. Charlotte, 25. He's been on the edge of top cut. He's been super close. Can Portland in 2024 be his day?
I think so. Actually, I was talking to Boglish a little bit yesterday. I played in, a lot of these regional tournaments also host challenges or sometimes even cups before and after the regional tournament. And Boglish actually got very far yesterday, and there were a lot of talented trainers playing in that challenge. So, potentially has a little bit of momentum even coming in here today.
And you were cooking in that tournament yesterday, right? I saw you. You were cooking out there. So
I was simmering. I did lose to Boglish actually. So.
Oh, really?
I did. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You were simmering for a bit, but also cooking. You got 4th place, right? That's pretty good. But on the other side is going to be Young Loss. And Young Loss doesn't have as much tournament experience on the other end. So he hasn't had the opportunity to have that consistency of Boglish. And Boglish, like you said, has far. So it feels like Boglish has some momentum coming into this matchup. But we have to break down the teams. And it looks like Boglish is running kind of the new meta with that Registeel Cresselia being really high in usage. But the Dragon type of choice is that Shadow Dragonair.
I think something that's kind of been missing from the meta, a lot of people kind of pivoting towards Pokemon like Cresselia, like Registeel, that don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. We do see Boglish here bring the Dragonair. Earlier we saw things like that Shadow Latios and the Guzzlord, so potentially that is Boglish's source of fast move pressure here.
And I just want to point out also, Young Loss got number 17 in Portland last season. So he did do well last season, Portland Regional. Can he make a repeat performance this year? And yeah, like you were mentioning, I'm really curious to see. Also, I want to take a moment to talk about the attacks of Cresselia. We're gonna see that on screen soon. And this is Moonblast. And I was actually talking to Doombug. Doombug ran Cresselia in San Antonio. Obviously had a heroic performance. He thinks Moonblast is strictly better than Future Sight.
Whoa.
What says you, Soap?
That is a strong statement, and I trust Doombug. He obviously knows a lot about all matchups, but personally I've kind of been preferring Future Sight. You do better in those neutral matchups against Lickitung. When you're walled by something like Registeel or Skarmory, Future Sight does do just a little bit more damage, but of course Moonblast can come in handy, does make the Altaria matchup, for example, just a little bit better.
My question is, what are you even Future Sighting? You're Future Sighting maybe a Lickitung, but it seems like you can win with double double Moonblast and Grass Knot anyway. So what are you future sighting on this matchup? You're future sighting probably a Lickitung. You maybe can future sight a Gligar.
Right.
You would rather have that Moonblast for the Sableye. You would rather have that Moonblast for the opposing Cresselia. So actually in this matchup, I feel like Moonblast is definitely favored.
I think you're right about this matchup, and I do want to point out that Sableye that you just mentioned. Sableye actually has fallen off just a little bit in the meta. It used to be around a lot, particularly to counter those Metachams, which we haven't seen a lot. But now Young Los is bringing that Sableye here, and it actually has a lot of play against Boglish's team. You look at Boglish's team, there's no Fairy, there's no normal type. I think Sableye's going to have a lot of play here. But
it's looking really good.
The Moonblast, though.
Yeah, no, but it's looking really good. If you're in that matchup, you're pretty happy. Yes,
right.
You don't want to take a Moonblast, but you would prefer that matchup. The only thing, Poliwrath actually beats it.
Oh, yeah.
Metacham use, I mean, it gets destroyed by Sableye. It's actually funny that Poliwrath, a counter user, will beat Sableye because it resists those foul play and it does enough damage with that Scald. And like you mentioned, it's going to be in a lot of these battles, and Young Lost just brought it into the lead here. But this is actually probably a really good scenario for Boglish. Just you're maintaining a neutral matchup versus that Sableye.
Pretty neutral matchup, just like you said, and I expect to see Boglish maybe not investing any shields here. You do see that Shadow Dragonair in the back, so potentially, you know, happy to see this neutral matchup here, happy to let Lantern do its job, and then potentially, oh my goodness, but actually switching into Shadow Dragonair here to take this energy.
Yeah, you don't usually want to take energy on Shadow Dragonair. That's not the choice that most trainers make, because that is a Pokemon that needs shields, and then you're met by the Azumarill, and Young Lost is kind of shaking his head, but he's in a fantastic position here because now Shadow Dragonair is down a Protect Shield, so you just have to get to double Ice Beam, and you're going to be so far ahead.
Yeah, Young Lost is going to be in a very good position after this matchup. Like you said, I expect to farm all the way up to maybe 99 energy before throwing a move, might even undercharge a little bit. These body slams are starting to chip away, but not very much.
And Cresselia is in the backline for Young Lost. It's going to be matched up against a backline of Lantern and Poliwrath. So this is looking really good for Young Lost. It feels like Cresselia is the best grass user. It is not, it's not even a grass type, but it's just the best grass Pokemon.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of grass types, right? People opting for things like Cresselia and Lickitung that have grass coverage, but not necessarily the grass resistances. Bogish bringing back in that Lantern to absorb this player off. Probably going to go for a Spark Down, but this Azumarill has already done its job.
Yeah, it definitely will go for the Spark Down here, and actually pivoting, trying to deny that Spark Down and force energy from this Lantern, because he knows that this actually uses the Protect Shield here to try to get to a foul play, but I think this Lantern will get to back-to-back, no, actually the outpace here by the Sableye to get to the foul play.
Yeah, great recognition by Young Lost that he could actually still outpace that Lantern and get some mileage out of the Sableye. Going to be able to see that last Pokemon as well here, which is that Poliwrath. Poliwrath can actually counter down here. I don't even know if the Sableye is going to get to this foul play. Looks like it does, just get a little bit of chip damage, but like you said, that Cresselia lurking in the back is going to be able to clean up this game.
Yeah, this is just so tough here. Now that you take the foul play, you're going to be at nearly half health, and this Cresselia just needs to get to double Grass Knot. And how many Scalds do you need to get to knock out the Cresselia here? And even if you land a bunch of debuffs, Young Lost could just swap to the Azumarill and clear that debuff.
Very commanding position for sure. Had the alignment actually after Bogish brought that Dragonair in to be locked in, and then of course met by that Azumarill. But if you think about it, the Dragonair actually didn't have a great matchup to find in that backline. Of course, doesn't do that well against Cresselia, and then we just saw what happened against the Azumarill.
Yeah, Dragon in general is really safe and really strong in this meta, in my opinion, but there is a team that is running a Fairy and a Steel type. You do have a lot of play against Galarian Stunfisk, though. If you do bait out the Galarian Stunfisk with the Shadow Dragon there, you can battle back with that Aqua Tail, and Young Lost is just going to be able to clean up this matchup, able to take alignment, keep alignment. Cresselia is too good against the double grass. Young Lost is up 1-0.
That was a really clean game. I think maybe just a little bit of a misstep in that early game there from Boglish. Didn't really get good usage out of that Dragonair. Also even invested a shield in it. Probably not where he would have wanted to invest those shields had he known the backline.
Yeah, and since the opening matchup was pretty neutral, you could have just saved those shields and tried to double shield through something in the back with that Shadow Dragonair. Maybe that would have been a better win condition, but it feels like he wanted to switch out of that matchup. Here is that swap we were talking about, swapping out of Lantern into Shadow Dragonair, because now Sableye just paces equally with that Lantern. In the past, you get to double Surf before double foul play because it used to be 5 sparks into Surf, and now it's 6.
I think that's right, and I think that does make the matchup just a little bit better for Sableye. Like you said, not only outpacing, but also wins charge attack priority. So potentially Boglish, recognized that and was just trying to get out of that matchup just a little bit earlier. But I think potentially you might want to take a foul play on Lantern first before swapping, so that at least you don't have to use a shield.
Yeah, you'd rather soak on the Lantern, one of the bulkiest Pokemon out there, instead of that Shadow Dragonair. But Boglish is actually a trainer that has brought in some Dragon types in the past. Last season in Portland, he actually brought the Como O to Portland, this time bringing the Shadow Dragonair instead. I think Shadow Dragonair has a lot of potential, specifically if you train it for defense. It can take one less damage versus Lickitung and flip the matchup versus Lickitung in the ones, which Guzzlord already does, but then you're kind of like a little mini Guzzlord.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that Dragonair versus Lickitung matchup play out, but I think, like you said, Boglish has brought other dragons in the past. Dragons are one of the most consistent sources of fast move pressure in this meta, of course, aside from counter users. So I think, Dragonair, or Guzzlord, those kinds of things, always very reliable. It's always good to kind of have one to kind of farm things down.
And what do you think about fast attack pressure in the current top meta right now?
I think it's kind of lacking. I think that's why people are turning to things like Skeledirge, and of course a lot of these trainers are bringing just one dragon, even though there's not one particular dragon that's dominating. But here we go, great lead for Boglish here, Registeel into Azumarill.
The tides have turned here. Now Boglish has the dominating lead, and it's swapping the Lickitung. Your ABA weak to Registeel. What is this, Arrow versus Dunebug?
You know what? AAA weak to Registeel, actually, because that last one is a Cresselia.
Trying to make Arrow jealous for how weak you can be to Registeel in this battle here, but does go ahead and get that Protect Shield on the Focus Blast and then swap. But actually, now you probably have the Protect Shield because you don't really want to take a Power Whip. The same situation. You would rather soak that energy on the Registeel and then swap to the Poliwrath instead of Protect Shielding on your Poliwrath.
And it was actually just a body slam there, so nice bait from Youngwas. Here comes that Power Up. I think Poliwrath can actually withstand this. Boglish doesn't know it yet, but that Registeel is still going to be able to put in a lot of work. I think this Poliwrath is going to farm up quite a bit, and then, actually throws the Icy Wind here. I don't know if this is going to be enough to get a counter down.
Yeah, but the thing is, it
doesn't matter.
You have Crest and Azumarill in the back versus Registeel, which is just so tough no matter what. This Lickitung does get to the body slam, so you take alignment, but alignment for what? And there goes the Protect Shield to get the alignment, but why do you need, I guess you want to maintain that. You don't know Cresselia's in the back. We know Boglish doesn't know, so we need to point that out. He doesn't know Cresselia's in the back. He only knows about Azumarill, but he used 2 Protect Shields against Lickitung.
That's right, Boglish doesn't know. Here comes that Azumarill, gonna get off this Scald, which actually, it doesn't seem that relevant, but it does help put this Azumarill into maybe Zap Cannon plus lock-on range.
And now you will get this bubble down, but very slowly because you got the attack drop. Do you even get to an Icy Wind? No, you don't get to the Icy Wind. And here comes that Registeel and the instant pivot into Cresselia. And looks like Boglish just realized no respect for Registeel.
That's right, and here comes that Registeel first. Zap Cannon coming off before the Future Sight, hoping to get that attack debuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Boglish just puts in the Gligar here to absorb the energy, because now you know that this Registeel is your most important Pokemon.
There's a swap!
There it is, and actually gets the wing attack here as well. Very nice.
Yeah, well, this is actually the attack that you want to throw on Gligar anyway, so it was a catch, but you want to throw that Future Sight. Future Sight does half of Gligar's...
Better than Moonblast here.
Yeah, I'll give you that. It was better than Moonblast in this situation. With your attack buff and triple weak to Registeel, you would rather have Future Sight than Moonblast.
And here's that charge attack priority. I think Cresselia might barely be able to hang on. Oh, actually, not able to hang on here.
Oh, wow.
All of a sudden, this Azumarill comes in, trying to get the bubble down, but you just don't have the charge attacks that you need to handle that Registeel in the back.
Yeah, you're going to be able to secure this knockout with the Ice Beam, and then you're going to be facing that Registeel. And yes, you do have a Protect Shield, but how are you going to be able to do enough damage with resisted Play Rough, resisted Ice Beam? I know Bubble got a little bit more damage, but actually going for the Ice Beam, which is non-same type attack bonus, just trying to maybe not reveal the Play Rough. Has he revealed the Play Rough yet? But it doesn't matter, open team sheets, never mind, it doesn't matter.
I don't think it matters. Does still have a shield here, going to be able to use it. Potentially thinking that if you can just get to 3 charge attacks, right? Ice Beam is the cheaper move there. You need to get to 2 Ice Beams, but unfortunately, these lock-ons are quickly gaining a lot of energy here, almost at the Zap Cannon. Actually, this game got a little bit close.
Yeah, that was a really good call from you, actually. I think that was exactly the strategy of going Ice Beam, because you need triple charge attack no matter what. You're not going to get the triple play rough, and it looks like Boglish just wanted to get a little extra energy here for a little extra momentum to tie up this series 1-1. Boglish versus Young Lost, two trainers that competed in Portland last season, two trainers that have been on the edge of day number 2. They both want to continue on this winner's side of Group C.
Coming down to a decisive game 3 here. Of course, just like you said, tying it up 1-1. Boglish with that Registeel really just, you know, kind of swept that entire game. Didn't even have shields for it, but had so much play against that Cresselia and that Azumarill.
Yeah, and I feel like you're going to have to make an adjustment in that game number 3. I don't think you're going to be triple weak to Registeel. You need to give some credit to how strong Registeel is. And now Registeel is what, number 5 in total usage? It was kind of fringe when Doombug was running it in San Antonio. Now it has skyrocketed to one of the top 5 usage Pokemon. You need to put some respect on its name.
Definitely need to put some respect on Registeel. Those charge attacks just do so much damage. And of course, you know, we think about the top meta now. We think about things like Cresselia and Lantern. Those charge attacks don't hit very hard. But when you think about Registeel, these nuke moves that can take out so much damage, you know, almost one-hitting a Lickitung with that Focus Blast, for example. Not a lot of things can do that. Of course, maybe Luster Purge from Latios is contending now, but you know, definitely need to put some respect on Registeel. Like you said, a lot of trainers kind of pivoting towards it now, potentially inspired by Junebug's amazing performance in San Antonio.
And because it's so strong against those top meta picks like Lickitung, Cresselia that are really safe right now, it's just a hard answer, and I feel like Young Lost is definitely gonna make an adjustment in that game number 3. He's gonna have to bring at least one Pokemon that can hang with that Registeel. As you mentioned, this is a decisive game number 3. Both these trainers are trying to move on into Championship Sunday. They have a couple more rounds to go, but they don't want to drop down yet. And this is gonna be a Shadow Dragonair lead into Sableye. Sableye is so good neutrally, but Shadow Dragonair can beat it.
Oh my goodness, but swaps in the Cresselia here. I think Boglish is gonna farm up a lot of energy then to bring in the Registeel to absorb the energy, and there's the swap. This is a great matchup for the Registeel. I think you can get a big advantage out of this matchup.
You know, but this is not over yet for Young Lost. Even though this looks terrible right now, Cresselia into Registeel, you have a Azumarill in the back versus Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Gligar. So in the back line, you actually have a ton of play. You just have to get through the raid boss Registeel first.
Has to get through this Registeel. I think Boglish, you know, probably needs to throw double Zap Cannon here. I don't know if you can undercharge the second maybe and get a nice lockdown down and come out with some energy. You know, we were talking before this match, Young Lost has to bring a counter to that Registeel. Just kind of brought the Sableye, hoping to handle it with some neutral damage here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a counter. It can hang with that Registeel, and I'm really curious to see what undercharges are going to happen. And it's the Focus Blast. Is it the Focus Blast undercharge? We see this commonly in the Azumarill matchup. You land a Zap Cannon, and then you Focus Blast, and does this, it still knocks out, so you actually don't even get the undercharge, but you use less energy, so now you do have your Registeel a little healthier.
Looks like Boglish was considering just switching out. It actually does switch out here, gets off the Aqua Tail on the Sableye, but now I think Young Lost is just going to be able to bring in the Azumarill here. Oh, actually shields out the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, use the Protect Shield because this is your only answer to knock out that the rest of that Registeel later, right? So you need to have your Sableye somewhat around, but I mean, if you use your Protect Shields in the Shadow Dragonair eventually will do a lot of chip damage with this Body Slam.
Yeah, I actually really like that switch out from Boglish to preserve that Registeel, because now, you know, your Registeel is still very healthy, can finish off this Azumarill later if you need it, and now your Gligar doesn't have to see this Azumarill.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the last matchup, when you're so weak to Registeel, you imagine that you're going to be weak again to Registeel, and here comes the Registeel using 2 Protect Shields for it, but still have that Gligar in the back, just having to reach for these Ice Beams, and suddenly it's going to have to be Sableye versus the world, but Boglish has a Protect Shield advantage.
Does have that Protect Shield advantage, going to be able to take out this Azumarill and then swap probably into that Gligar once this Azumarill is gone. Like you said, has that shield advantage. I think Gligar is going to be able to take this. If you look at Young Lost's team, Boglish's plan...
the shield!
Oh, actually gets the shield here, but this Azumarill is getting kind of low. Oh my god, you get the bubble down though?
I really like this Protect Shield, and you kind of needed to go for some sort of bubble down because you needed this energy to get a Protect Shield on that Shadow Gligar. So maybe you either go for the bubble down or swap and try to get that Shadow Claw down, because now your energy dry and you're down 2 Protect Shields against a Shadow Gligar. Shadow Gligar pretty much just has to reach for Dig.
Yeah, and the problem is that Azumarill, even though it used a Protect Shield and is generally good against Gligar, of course, it's pretty low now, and I think a Dig plus some Wing attacks is going to take out. So Boglish probably going to be investing some shields here, and then maybe getting a nice farm down on the Sableye to come out with some energy.
Yeah, the Dig isn't quite enough. We don't see this matchup very often because, like you mentioned, Sableye is just not in the meta right now. And, I mean, it didn't look great in this series, but it definitely had some potential. But now you're just going to be almost at the next Dig here. And I actually don't think Azumarill will hang on. If Cresselia couldn't do it, I don't believe Azumarill could do it. So I think this is going to be the knockout for Boglish, and Boglish is going to take... No! Azumarill's better than Cresselia endures!
Very nice play from Boglish there to sweep with that Shadow Gligar in the end game there. If you look at Young Loss's team of 6, actually, Gligar does really well against everything that isn't Azumarill. So I think saving 2 shields from that Gligar was actually a very heads-up play by Boglish.
Boglish, who has played previously in 7 competitions. He has placed 25, 25, 33, 33, 17. He has been so close to breaking through, and now he is going to be moving on to winners round 4 to have that shot here in Portland 2024.
Has that shot to move on to winners finals and potentially very close to day 2. So like you said, this could be Boglish's moment to shine, finally break through for that top 8 performance.
Let's look at the Registeel highlight reel because that is kind of what it felt like in this series, especially in the last 2 games. In the first game, Boglish didn't actually bring that Registeel, but look how in every single battle, Young Loss was just very weak to Registeel, pretty much running that Sableye and then 2 things weak to Registeel in the back.
Yeah, actually only really had the Gligar and the Galarian Stunfisk to handle that Registeel. Of course, Galarian Stunfisk versus Registeel is a relatively neutral matchup, but never once brought that Gligar, just like you mentioned. And of course, Registeel just wreaking havoc on the Cresselia, on the Azumarill, and that Lickitung.
And Cresselia, the best grass type out there that is not a grass type. I mean, it really is. I mean, how high is Cresselia right now? It was top 6, I believe, in the meta for, I'll double check on that. No, actually, it is going to be number 3. It's number 3 in Portland right now. So that is another Pokemon that has skyrocketed. And we were talking about if you want to run the Future Sight or the Moonblast. Dunebug thinks you should run the Moonblast, but a lot of trainers, almost every trainer, including Colin, the winner of Stuttgart, is running Future Sight.
Yeah, it does just a little bit more in those neutral matchups because of that same type attack bonus. But like you said, Moonblast does have some nice play. You can still win a lot of matchups that Cresselia would otherwise win with Future Sight. But I don't know. It's not about, just winning one particular matchup. Like Future Sight also helps you do a little bit more chip damage sometimes too, which can be critical.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it is a viable attack set. I mean, it's not like Future Sight is bad. It's pretty good, but I think there is certain scenarios like in the Mirror Cresselia, you would rather have that Moonblast against the dragons that have been more popular. You would rather have that Moonblast as well. And even Altaria is in the top 12. I think you mentioned to me backstage, there's not a lot of dragons in the top 12, but you think dragons could have a really nice spot in Portland.
Yeah, I think, like you said, there's not one particular dragon in the top 12, but I think having a dragon is nice. And we've seen a lot of these teams, right? We saw the Shadow Dragonair just now. We saw the Shadow Latios even earlier. We saw the Guzzlord. And I think trainers are really kind of searching for a source of fast move pressure as they're pivoting towards Pokemon like that Cresselia.
Yeah, I mean, fast attack pressure in general just seems really strong. I mean, the only Pokemon in that top 6 that has it is Charjabug. Right. And that Volt Switch is just so slow to use. So I feel like a Pokemon with that fast attack pressure, similar to what we saw in Pittsburgh with Wadaj in his Shadow Dragonite, and he was able to 2-shield through a lot of matchups. I feel like there's a unique opportunity in Portland to do the same thing.
I think so, but it's not just Dragon Breath, right? We've seen things like Skeledirge kind of pick up in usage, and I think, some trainers are pivoting away towards those counter users. We saw Poliwrath and Medicham kind of at all-time lows in usage, actually, and you do still need to bring Steel Counter, so I think that's kind of why we're seeing things like Skeledirge kind of pick up.
It's been such a fun day with Skeledirge so far, with Shadow Latios, the matchups, a world champion. It's been so amazing, and we got more fireworks on the other side with Bopper versus Pokepete, but first, please stick around. This is one of my favorite videos. Look how far we've come.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
My name is Andrew Ford, or Wadaj, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
And Wadaj is going to be the grand champion.
Congratulations, Wadaj, in this hectic tournament, the first one of the brand new season. Wadaj is able to take it, and he is able to do it on the back of the Shadow Dragonite.
This event, it worked out pretty perfectly because I want to go to Hawaii and I want to be the best, so it's a really good start. I was actually really nervous going into my first set versus Loud Jeffs, and then I went down 0-2. I was like, wow. He had a really good plan. I wasn't ready for him in the first 2 games, so he was tough. And then I came back, so it felt pretty good. When I went up 2-0, I was really confident that in the 3 next games I could get something or get some good alignment to win. The meta's changed a lot, and I think after NIC, me and Rise, with our Charizards, we kind of shaped the meta, so I had to change up for Worlds, and now there's a move update for this event, so I kind of just keep adapting. My goal this season is to be the best, just have the most challenge points in the world and America. I'd love to win Worlds. Obviously, on any given day, a lot of people going to Worlds can win, but I think I'd have a good shot. It would just be my final goal. Personally, I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with your recap of all the electrifying action that took place at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. The second ever World Championships in Pokemon Go brought trainers from around the globe to fight for the title, the prizes, and the glory. With so much on the line, trainers fell back to consistency, relying on Pokemon like Medicham, Lantern, Lickitung, and Altaria to take them through 2 days of tough competition to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. It's Axin and Rubik's Master were the final 2 standing after taking down challenging opponents like Elche, who made it to the winner's semifinals with only 5 Pokemon, and Wadaj, who won the North America International Championships and Hartford Regional Championships back-to-back. While its Axin relied on Medicham as his counter-fast attack user, Rubik's Master chose Deoxys Defense Form instead. The 2 had faced off already, not just in the winner's semifinals, but also in the Portland Regional's Grand Finals. With the stage set and trainers ready to go, it was time for the World's Grand Finals to begin. In the final game of the weekend, its Axin made an incredible prediction. Seeing that Rubik's Master left his Shadow Quagsire on the bench for 3 games, he led with his Shadow Alolan Sandslash against Altaria, putting Rubik's Master on the back foot. Switching in his Medicham to counter down Rubik's Master's Umbreon, it was Sableye who knocked out Azumarill to make its Axin not only the 2023 World Champion, but also the first Pokemon Go trainer to win the Triple Crown, a regional, international, and world championship title. With the sun setting on the 2023 season, now is your chance to vie for the opportunity to compete at the next year's World Championships. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need, and who knows, maybe next year we'll see you on stage with the trophy and the title of World Champion.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Championships series here in Portland. My name is AlphaPhoebe, and I'm joined by Henry here. It was so great to watch that video about It's Axon and Rubik's Masters run through the World Championship Series in Yokohama. It was also really great to be able to interview them, get such a great insight into their point of view of approaching these tournaments.
Absolutely, and as a reminder, they were 1-2 at Worlds, and they finished 1-2 at last year's Portland Regional Championships. So the eyes of the Pokemon Go world are here at Portland to see which strategies emerge dominant, and also which trainer will emerge victorious as the Portland Pokemon Go Regional Champion.
I know we've been talking about it a lot. It has been a bit since we saw it on stream, but Shadow Latios is going to potentially be the thing to look out after Portland.
I mean, it proved its merit a little bit in that match with Mormon Matt and that Luster Purge. We're going to be talking about that Luster Purge landing on Lickitung for quite some time. The damage there, oh my goodness. And I believe you mentioned to me that a neutral Luster Purge does more damage than a super effective Focus Blast from Registeel. That's that Shadow Latios difference right there.
That Shadow bonus difference, that Latios attack difference. But that's enough about Latios for now. Let's go ahead and move to the stage. We've got some returning trainers. We've got a returning trainer on the left, Bopper, who is well known for that Guzzlord. We actually see, I'm a bit disappointed. No Guzzlord, it is no longer Guztember. It is now January, a new year, new Bopper. And on the other side, a Pokemon we have not seen for a very long time in the Go Championship Series, it's Tropius.
Now, Tropius is a very interesting pick, of course, being the grass flying type. And the big question will be, and this is open team sheet, so we will get this information before the match starts. Is it Razor Leaf or is it Air Slash? Air Slash, of course, does offer more flexibility and a more charge move based approach, whereas the Razor Leaf is a lot more fast attack oriented.
Yeah, so Bopper, he's had a lot of really great runs. Here is his team. It's going to be Azumarill running the Ice Beam Play Rough, no Hydro Pump coverage, so a little bit worse against those steals. Registeel, standard set, Lickitung, standard set, Defense Form, Deoxys opting for a Thunderbolt and Psycho Boost. I think that's also going to be the standard set, and then rounding out with Shadow Gligar and Whiscash.
Again, Gligar, it seems almost inevitable in Portland so far, as we've seen it on many teams and we've seen it perform exceptionally well as well. So it'll be very interesting to see, can Gligar continue its dominance? Whereas for Pokepete, who it looks like finished at 9th in Portland in 2023, has a different flyer of choice. That is going to be the Tropius, and we do see it is running the Air Slash, and we also see an interesting Medicham moveset. That's not Psychic, that's not Dynamic Punch, that is a Power Up Punch Medicham, Phoebe.
Yeah, Power Up Punch able to ramp up the counter damage is going to provide a little bit more flexibility into something like the Shadow Gligar. We were talking before about how you can pretty comfortably counter swap that Shadow Gligar, but with the ability to bait Power Up Punches, you do have the option to bait and then go for an Ice Punch and still outpace.
Absolutely, and we do see a very interesting pick on the side of PokePete, and that is the Wall Rain. Wall Rain, a couple seasons back, did have a dominant hold on the meta, especially when paired with Trevenant, and now we see Wall Rain potentially making its return in 2024. Could this be the year of the Wall Rain, Phoebe?
It could be. It's very interesting because Wall Rain is actually one of the Pokemon that, because it was so dominant as an Ice type, kept Tropius out of the meta. It's very interesting to see PokePete bring it on his team as a core pairing, one able to beat the fighters, one able to lose. A great lead here from PokePete, the grass type into the water type. However, Bopper's Azumarill has double super effective Ice Beams.
An Ice Beam will definitely make its presence felt in this matchup. Tropius is able to withstand one Ice Beam, but it is still going to be doing quite a lot of damage.
Yes, in comes the first Leaf Blade. Leaf Blade being one of the premier grass-type charge attacks, doing a considerable amount of damage for very short energy costs. One of the intricacies of this matchup is that both fast attacks are 3 turns, so no matter what, you're going to be letting through a fast attack, so there's really no great optimal timing. A great attempted catch there from Bopper. In comes the Lickitung, countered by PokePete's Medicham, and it is that power-up punch, so it does have the opportunity to ramp up, but it is going to be hard-walled by Bopper's Azumarill after this matchup.
Very true, and we see here Bopper with that Registeel in the back potentially looking to bait out this Medicham, and he's done so successfully. Medicham already below half HP, but getting to ramp up its attacks more and more with each consecutive power-up punch.
I think we saw PokePete throw at 7 counters there. I might have preferred to throw at 8 to maybe fake out for the, it's a different move, not present here, but to fake out for the Dynamic Punch or the Psychic, instead ramping up and able to, actually, Bopper's Lickitung able to hang on that counter damage, not adding up enough, taking a shield with the second Body Slam.
And that's pretty big for Bopper. Not only do you bait out the counter user, but now you have the Azumarill, and even though this Medicham is boosted, Azumarill should be in a pretty good spot to be able to withstand this damage.
And open team sheets means that Bopper knows this cannot be Psychic, and you know, I said that before about how he could have baited. I'm now realizing we are still in the era of open team sheets. A bait is not very necessary.
And we do see the bubble farm down by Azumarill. We see the switch into the Leaf Blade, but it's caught onto the Registeel. What a catch by Bopper.
And Registeel's looking so good for Bopper in this position. The answer is going to be the Wall Rain, but Registeel up a shield. You see Bopper nodding his head, recognizing that my charge attacks are super effective. My opponent can throw Icicle Spears, and we actually see the Icicle Spear coming out early. A bit of a miscount here from Bopper, not recognizing that PokePete was not at the Earthquake, but 2 shields still up. Might as well still shield it.
Absolutely. In this moment for Bopper, you are in an advantageous position, so it's about playing safely, understanding that even if it might be a bit short, if you're unsure on your counts by 1, shielding to be safe, landing that Zap Cannon, getting the debuff. PokePete does not get the Earthquake. He falls just short.
Yeah, the power of that Zap Cannon, able to prevent that Earthquake from being reached. So I was saying, oh, maybe he shouldn't have shielded that Icicle Spear, but it didn't. It worked out in such a way that he didn't need to shield an Earthquake after.
And we do see the perfect combo play here by Bopper. The energy stored on the Azumarill from earlier in the match is going to be enough to KO the Tropius. And we do see Bopper able to take game number 1.
Yeah, really great team composition read by Bopper there. Able to pull out the Medicham, recognizing that the Medicham is hard-walled by his Azumarill, and then putting the Registeel in a spot where there are no further hard counters on PokePete's team. I think PokePete will need to figure out a way to deal with both Lickitung and Registeel on the same team composition in order to improve his position in game number 2.
Absolutely. And Lickitung on the safe switch does look very strong into PokePete's team. As we take a look at the options here, there's the Tropius, which is neutral, the Wall Rain taking super effective damage, and as we do see the recap here as well, landing that Zap Cannon, dealing massive damage, and the Earthquake falling ever so short. Back in comes the Tropius. but the Tropius is going to get knocked out by the Zap Cannon, so that gets the shield, and then the combo play into the Azumarill.
Yeah, really great energy management from Bopper, keeping a ton of energy on that Azumarill. I think we almost saw nearly 2 full Ice Beams. Great matchup awareness, recognizing the power of his Lickitung and Registeel core, as well as Azumarill really needing to avoid the Lantern at all costs, but still having pretty solid play against that Tropius. You know, it's a losing matchup by typing, but bulk and charged attack wise, it looks pretty decent for Azumarill. Double super effective Ice Beam puts in a ton of work.
Absolutely, and we have seen some variants in Azumarill movesets throughout the day. We saw the player of Hydro Pump earlier, which can be helpful going up against the Skeledirge, but in this case, the Ice Beam showing its value against Grass type, so even though it's not in the greatest matchup ever, Azumarill still able to get some very valuable damage onto that Tropius, and then the Lickitung safe switch, ever deadly, baiting out the Medicham, grabbing a shield advantage, and then setting up the Registeel to absolutely dominate in that endgame.
Yeah, looking at Pokepete's team, he has a couple of answers that he could bring in. The Sableye is decent against that Registeel as well. The Galarian Stunfisk does pretty well against Registeel as well as Lickitung. I'd maybe like to see him lean into those Pokemon a bit more. Here we go, into game number 2. It's going to be that Shadow Gligar versus Lantern. I believe this Lantern is going to be on that Spark fast attack, so it's going to be a more neutral matchup than if it was on Water Gun.
And we do know that the Shadow Gligar does have the ability to withstand this damage, so we will actually see a no shield by Bopper, understanding it may be super effective damage, but this is survivable for that Shadow Gligar.
He's going to be very happy to have this Lantern avoid his Azumarill in the back. In comes this dig. This is going to be a lot of super effective damage. It's not quite enough to knock out the Lantern, but as we saw before, he now has the option to go straight for the Aerial Ace as a charge attack tie on the Surf, and this Aerial Ace does threaten a knockout.
Decision time for Pokepete. Pokepete is choosing to let this through, so the Aerial Ace is going to be enough to KO. In comes a Medicham, looking for an aggressive farm down here. Can Gligar hang on and make the Aerial Ace? No, it cannot. And Medicham now leaves with quite a lot of energy.
But we're going to see the same pitfall of this moveset choice from Pokepete. It's going to be hard answered from the Azumarill. In comes the Tropius, and the Ice Beam is already ready. You're going to need to shield this up. This is going to be the hardest hitting charge attack in the game that is possible. There are no other ice charge attacks available for Bopper.
And Bopper now going to send in the Lickitung. Lickitung is known as a tank, able to withstand quite a few charge moves here. The switch clocks are slightly misaligned, however, due to that Ice Beam being thrown, so that is something that Pokepete can potentially look to take advantage of. But in the interim, this is looking very strong for Bopper, as Lickitung is able to consistently apply pressure onto the Tropius.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon are quite bulky. Tropius, we don't see it too often, and that's typically because it loses to the other flyers. You don't typically like a Pokemon that is the worst in class. Talk about like best in class Pokemon, that's Medicham for the fighters. Worst in class for the flyers is typically Tropius because it loses to Gligar, it loses to Altaria, it loses to Skarmory, but it does better against the water types because of that grass subtyping. But in this matchup, the Azumarill, I think, still has a bit of energy. We see the swap out, as you called earlier, able to get this power-up punch into the Lickitung, but the Medicham has so much work to do. It has to ramp up. The power-up punches are not going to start adding up against this Azumarill, but the ice punches, you don't really want to throw those either because the extra damage to your counters are a bit more valuable, in my opinion, than the extra damage from the ice punches.
Either way, it feels like a little bit of a lose-lose situation for the Medicham with this moveset. Tries to go for charge attack priority, but we do see Bopper and the Azumarill going for the extra bubble. This boosted ice punch will connect, but again, Azumarill unfazed by the damage as Bopper looks to overfarm.
I'd be a bit surprised if Bopper actually went for Play Rough. Ice Beam makes a lot of sense here. It's at the range where it threatens a knockout. We almost... Actually, I thought he was going for an undercharge there, but it was just the way that he was swiping the bubbles. We see that the Ice Beam is enough to knock out. Pokeball does have a Leaf Blade stored. However, Bopper is at enough energy and recognizes that the Tropius cannot outpace to a second Leaf Blade. The Ice Beam comes through. This is going to threaten the final shield from Pokepete. I would imagine Bopper switches out into that Lickitung to try to get some body slam action.
Absolutely. The switch clock is up. We see the switch into the Lickitung, and Lickitung does make the body slam. The stored energy from earlier coming in clutch for Bopper. And unfortunately, the Tropius is just running out of HP here, and the body slam will pick up the KO and secure the 2-0 series victory for Bopper.
It was a really tough matchup for Pokepete. He didn't really have the answer he needed for that Azumarill. The Tropius, as the grass type, does struggle when it's up energy, and he didn't quite get it into those positions where he was really able to excel by hitting multiple Leaf Blades before the Ice Beam was able to land.
Absolutely. And the Tropius, as we saw, even had a pretty positive lead in that game number 1, but the flexibility of that Azumarill in that matchup, intentionally running Ice Beam for the coverage to hit back against grasses, ends up being very, very beneficial, as Tropius, while it did look very threatening, was kind of able to be taken out through a combination of charge attacks from different Pokemon. So a little bit of teamwork there to help get that victory.
And let's rewatch some of that teamwork from Bopper in these replays. It's going to be game number 1, the Zap Cannon landing into the Walrein. Walrein unable to make the Earthquake with a great farm down from Bopper.
That was very unfortunate. The Walrein falling ever so short. We do see the Zap Cannon to get the shield, and we do see the combo play into the Azumarill, going for the Ice Beam, double super effective damage, hitting all the bubbles. But I'll be honest, Phoebe, that probably would have KO'd a couple Tropius at that HP range.
Yeah, definitely at least 2, maybe even 3. Into game number 2, we see the power of Lickitung, able to really outbulk the Tropius in the matchup. Then the hard answer for the power-up punch, Ice Punch Metacham. The Ice Beams, not super effective, but enough to take the knockout, pulling the last shield with a second Ice Beam, and then Lickitung, enough bulk to hit this final body slam and secure victory.
And again, we saw the teamwork in game number 1 and the teamwork in game number 2, the combination of the Azumarill and that Lickitung being able to work together to take out what on paper looked like a pretty scary matchup there in that Tropius.
Yeah, and Tropius, it's very niche, and we didn't see all that much ice coverage on Bopper's team aside from the Azumarill's Ice Beam. So I definitely agree with Pokepete on trying to play that Pokemon in that matchup. It's just tough with a Metacham where you've locked in Power-Up Punch, Ice Punch. It's going to be really great in matchups where your opponent doesn't have an Azumarill, but sometimes you just run into those teams that are really well suited for yours, and that's the unfortunate thing about a tournament is, you know, you're gonna have bad matchups. You just have to sometimes try to find a way through them.
Absolutely. And it was very interesting because the Metacham was running Power Punch specifically to help with those matchups where you're trying to boost up the counters, but it switched into a Lickitung, and the Lickitung forced a shield. The power of Lickitung neutrally is absolutely incredible. Even going up against a fighter like Metacham with Power Punch to boost up the counters more and more, still able to force a shield. So it shows that Lickitung is still an incredibly valuable Pokemon here in the year 2024.
And I think that's like a bit of a tell on open team sheets. Open team sheets removes the possibility of your opponent not knowing your moveset. They know you are running counter Power-Up Punch, so they know that, oh, if my opponent builds up to, you know, 8 counters, they are at energy for Psychic, but they don't have it on their Pokemon. They're not going to be able to throw it. I know as a Azumarill, I'm not threatened by this charge attack, so I can very comfortably no shield, and it makes Power-Up Punch a little bit less powerful. You know, it's in the name, but maybe a little bit less so in open team sheets.
Absolutely, because it also can help with creating a more precise game plan as well when you're looking to lock in, is you have more information to work with. So for Bopper, understanding that there's no Psychic, that does make the Azumarill that much stronger. And even though it didn't get the alignment that he was necessarily hoping for in that game number 1, still able to get rid of that Tropius through charge moves from multiple Pokemon. And then in that game 2, it didn't matter how many boosted Ice Punches that Metacham threw, the Azumarill refused to get removed from the field.
All right, so let's go ahead and head down to Butters and Bopper and hear about the strength of Azumarill and how it was able to overcome Tropius as well as some other Pokemon.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. I'm here with Bopper, the finalist in Sacramento this season, and now we're in a whole new meta. And actually, I'll just go with Phoebe's question. How did the Azumarill take out the Tropius?
You know, Azumarill is a Pokemon that is very well known for its bulk. And thankfully, Ice Beam can out-damage some of the Leaf Blades from Tropius. So thankfully, since they had Air Slash and not Razor Leaf for their fast move, Azumarill could actually take a hit or two. So, yeah, the natural ball from Azumarill really helped a lot too.
Fair enough, makes sense. And this is a completely new meta than it was in Sacramento. How are you feeling in this new meta so far?
I'm taking it one game at a time. I don't really know how to feel yet. So far, it's going well. But yeah, it's definitely very different. The top 12 Pokemon look completely different than they did in Sacramento. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. I just enjoy using some neutral mons like Gligar, Lickitung, Deoxys, and also Azumarill, obviously. And yeah, it's been fun just trying to find my footing in it.
So I heard a story because you were on the same plane as the co-caster of mine, Softoph, and she was very impressed with your preparation. Can you talk about your preparation for these tournaments?
Yeah, of course, gladly. So yeah, actually what she saw on the plane is I was going through teams that I had seen do well in online tournaments recently, and I was writing them all down and then trying to think of what I would use with my team against those teams. And I just did that for like 12, 15 different teams just to get used to that, because whenever you're actually sitting down in this tournament, you need to be able to come up with those lines pretty quickly. You don't have all day to come up with that. So yeah, that really helped a lot for preparing for the tournament.
And is this something that you have done in the past? Obviously, you have a lot of VGC experience, and you reached crazy heights 3 years in a row, being top 16 in the World Championships for VGC. How do you maintain that level of Pokemon dominance?
Really just practice. I sort of see those notes that I was doing on the plane as a form of practice. I'm not actually physically playing the game, but I'm theorizing what's going to happen in a match. Just trying to get used to figuring out different ways I can use the same Pokemon that I've been using this whole time. Yeah, that's very important, I feel.
And this one is a personal question, because Guzzlord was so strong in Sacramento, and I feel like Guzzlord is even better right now. Bopper, my question to you, why no Guzzlord?
I wish I was strong enough to use Guzzlord this time around. Azumarill's a little bit more popular than I would like to use Guzzlord. But I really respect the people who are brave enough to use it. It is very good outside of the Azumarill matchup.
Well, awesome. And good luck the rest of the way to you, Bopper. And back to you, casters, Phoebe and Homeslice Henry.
Thank you so much to both Butters and Bopper there for that wonderful interview. And I've got to say, that set was a little bit of a surprise. We, of course, have seen some anti-meta picks have success so far in the tournament with the Shadow Latios, but unfortunately, the Tropius, I mean, Bopper had a really good game plan for it, and he was able to handle it and win that series 2-0.
I'm a little bit disappointed, though, him saying that, Guzzlord's too hard to run in this Azumarill meta. You can bring some coverage from Azumarill. I believe in you all out there who are as Guzzlord-minded as I am here behind the desk. It's still really great. It has great answers for Lantern, Gligar. It's not obviously not that great into Metacham, but like Metacham's, it's like a 16% usage. It's not everywhere, right?
Although we did see Pete have an answer to Azumarill in the Tropius, and it still didn't work the way he was hoping for. So maybe Azumarill, the flexibility, I mean, unless you have something like Lantern, which can really shut it down and hit for super effective damage, it seems like even against the grasses, Azumarill Up Energy is proven to be an extremely flexible pick so far.
Yeah, extremely flexible, extremely bulky. That's why it's been as prominent in the meta as it has been. We saw it kind of dip out, but recently with the update to Bubble doing a little bit more damage, it helps shore up some of those matchups where maybe one charge attack wasn't quite enough to knock out. It makes the matchups where you need to bubble down a Pokemon a little bit easier. And I know you and I were talking during that interview about the matchup we have up next. It is super exciting. Let's go ahead and go to the stage and see what we have in store. It's going to be Rubik's Master versus Emma 5 Cents.
Now, both of these trainers have top cut at a regional previously, and as we take a look at the teams, the first thing that's standing out to me, Phoebe, we have a Greninja on the team from Emma.
Greninja, I have to imagine that maybe we've seen it once or twice before at these Pokemon Championship Series events, but like, It's so great. It paces so fast to Hydro Cannons. Night Slash is a really impactful move, especially on a high attack Pokemon. If you get that boost, Hydro Cannons, I don't want to, I do and I don't want to see how much damage a boosted Hydro Cannon does to a ground type here.
Absolutely, and on the side of Rubik's Master has made a name for himself at the Regional Championships and at Worlds for running some Pokemon that are not necessarily given the credit that he might think they are, and we do see it here in the Mandibuzz. We've seen quite a few different flyer options here. We've seen the Tropius, we've seen the Gligar, and now we see the Mandibuzz, and it's on Snarl as well.
And you have really solid coverage for those Fairy-type Pokemon on his team. He's running Double Steel, Registeel, Shadow Alolan, Sandslash, and what's this? A tree growing out of the ground that we haven't seen before, except we saw it maybe about a year and a half ago when it was meta. Trevenant coming back, running Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Seed Bomb, a tree of the past, a tree of the present.
We saw Walrein, now we see a Trevenant. Honestly, I'm not sure what year it is for you here, but it's back. It is very cool to see some people looking to the past as well for some potential options, as we do see the team here for Emma. And speaking of going to the past a little bit, we have Superior, which, of course, in a previous season did extremely well, but since a lot of these flyers have risen, I mean, we haven't seen as much Superior this season.
Yeah, Superior, we saw a little bit of it with the double grass coverage set. Dropping Aerial Ace because it wasn't, there were fewer grass types that you wanted to hit with it, and having the flexibility of getting the debuff from Leaf Tornado was more impactful. We see Mantine here, a 2-for-2 on Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, and Ice Beam. No Bubble Beams here. And then we were talking about before, Greninja, Water Shuriken, Hydro Cannon, Night Slash, and the last thing I want to call out, Cresselia, no Future Sight here. It is running Moonblast for that Fairy-type coverage.
No Future Sight is definitely an interesting choice, as Future Sight does give Cresselia a lot more neutral play, as of course Future Sight, very strong attack, and it also does get same type attack bonus being a Psychic attack from a Psychic Pokemon, but Moonblast does offer some interesting coverage, especially considering the flying type on the side of Rubik's Master, that Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz, of course, typically a very good counter for Cresselia, but this will allow that Cresselia to fight back.
Yeah, the pacing of that matchup, the Mandibuzz able to get to those charge attacks so quickly, it is going to be on that Snarl, Aerial Ace, Dark Pulse, so a little bit slower than Foul Play, but a much more damage coming from that Dark Pulse. I actually like that moveset choice. I think with the ability to throw those now slightly cheaper Aerial Aces, able to use that as a bait move and able to hit those heavier hitting Dark Pulses over Foul Play, that's the moveset choice that I generally prefer on Mandibuzz these days.
I like that choice quite a bit, and as we take a look here, Rubik's Master was not only number 2 in Portland in 2023, but was number 2 in the world in 2023, and Emma was 7th at Portland 2023. So two performers who performed extremely well previously, and it looks like we have team lock-in here, Phoebe. Take it away.
It's going to be Azumarill into Gligar, a bit of a rough lead for Emma 5 cents, and with the moveset on that Azumarill, Galarian Stunfisk isn't too bad of a swap in here, but actually staying in, throwing the dig. We'll have to see if she decides to stay in this matchup, or if she wants to pivot out to avoid those double super effective Ice Beams.
And we do see Rubik's Master continuing to farm up energy here. We see a switch into the Mantine trying for the catch. The catch is unsuccessful, and now in comes the Alolan Sandslash, which is a complete wall to this Mantine's energy.
Yeah, without Bubble Beam, you cannot hit for neutral. It's going to be resisted. Aerial Ace is going to be the preferred move, as Ice Beam is going to be double resisted. The Ice Punch coming out. Mantine's bulk here is going to allow Emma to very comfortably no shield. I think it's going to do slightly less than half of her remaining, but the Shadow Claws adding up might put her within range of a second Ice Punch once Rubik Master decides to throw.
The Rubik's Master does have the ability to overfarm, but as we see, even for resisted moves, this is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so it's going to be doing extra damage due to being the Shadow, and playing the charged attack priority here, and this Ice Punch, Mantine is pretty bulky, Phoebe, but it should be enough to knock out.
We see Emma thinking about whether or not to shield that move. I think that's the right choice. The issue now is that she doesn't really have a Pokemon on her team that can very comfortably farm this loaded Alolan Sandslash down. Actually coming in with the Gligar, this is extremely risky given that Ice Punches are double super effective. We actually see Rubik's Master no shielding when he had more than an Ice Punch's worth of energy.
He has a lot of energy there, but he also does still have that Azumarill, and Azumarill will be able to apply a lot of pressure here, but instead choosing to send in Cresselia. Cresselia answered with the Galarian Stunfisk, and we do see a switch into the Azumarill.
It's a bit of an interesting play from Rubik's Master there. Going for the Ice Beam here, that's going to be the preferred move into Galarian Stunfisk, but the Stunfisk is able to hit back with heavy hitting, same type attack bonus to Earthquakes. Earthquake not doing quite as much damage as it has done in the past, but this Azumarill is so low already from that dig from the Gligar earlier in the game that I think potentially one Earthquake might knock out. We see the bait from Emma. Is it going to pull a shield?
It is not! What a call by Rubik's Master, calling the bait, and now this puts Emma in a very difficult position.
Down a shield, second Ice Beam coming through. This is maybe just shy of a knockout. We see the shield being pulled. The one thing that she does have going for her, though, is that Rock Slide is going to be within range of a knockout at this point. We see Rubik's Master actually no shielding here. I think it makes sense. You no shielded the first Rock Slide, you might as well no shield the second one and put everything onto your Cresselia. The one difficult thing here, and what a great call by Rubik's Master, is that you have 2 shields and only 1 Pokemon left. So you really want to end up using them, but really, really great concentration by him to recognize that Emma is very highly incentivized to bait in that situation.
And if there was ever a Pokemon that you wanted 2 shields for, the bulky Cresselia is able to pick up the knockout with the Future Sight. Back in comes the Galarian Stunfisk, but Stunfisk just has too much that it needs to do in this matchup. It needs to get through 2 shields and 3/4 of a health bar on a Cresselia. Grass Knot from the Cresselia picks up the knockout, and we see the Game 1 victory for Rubik's Master.
It's looking a bit dire for Emma here. I think she's going to struggle a little bit with answering Rubik's Master's Shadow Alolan Sandslash. She does not have a counter user. Her best answer for it is actually going to be the Greninja, in my opinion. You have Galarian Stunfisk, that's a pretty decent matchup. You have Mantine, it's okay typing wise, but without Bubble Beam, you can't really hit back for neutral damage. Those are going to be the best 3 Pokemon, and honestly, it's going to be pretty tough. She's going to have to line it up exactly. Unlike what happened in game number 1 with the Azumarill into the Gligar, a worst case scenario lead for her.
And we do see the switch into that beautiful shiny Mantine, but unfortunately, it's going to be answered by the Sandslash. And we see here the no shield on the Rock Slide bait. Oh my goodness, that is bravery there by Rubik's Master, as an Earthquake could have potentially knocked out. Speaking of knockouts, the Future Sight onto the Gligar, and the Stunfisk left in the back. And there's still a 2-shielded Cresselia. Cresselia, ever the bulky Pokemon, able to take this win with the Grass Knot and take game number 1 for Rubik's Master.
And normally, Galarian Stunfisk loves that matchup versus Cresselia. Cresselia is only able to hit back with neutral Grass Knights, not same type attack bonus, not that hard of a hitting move coming from Cresselia. But because of the shield disparity, because Rubik's Master really thought carefully about where he wanted to use the shields, he wanted to make sure he did not bait a Rock Slide bait, shield a Rock Slide bait from the Galarian Stunfisk. Very smart play, very patient play from Rubik's Master.
Absolutely, and it looks like the battlers are making final preparations here as they get ready to lock in for Rubik's Master. 1 win, and it's moving on to the next round for Emma, needing this game as the equalizer to force a game number 3. What adjustments do we see? That Alolan Sandslash, as you mentioned, Phoebe, was very difficult in that game number 1. Do we see adjustments? Do we end up seeing, as you predicted, that Greninja make an appearance?
I have to imagine it. I was talking about how Emma 5 Cents has no counter users, and we look at the other side of the field of play. And Rubik's Master also has no counter users, so Greninja feels really safe. The Fairy type being Azumarill. Azumarill is a great counter to Greninja when shields are down. Azumarill paces a little bit too slowly. The play roughs don't come out super fast. You're able to get Greninja doing lots of damage, and this is not the matchup you want to see. Greninja into Azumarill. Greninja is going to be able to land a Hydro Cannon well before the play rough is reached, but it's going to be resisted charge attack damage.
And this is going to be very difficult. Farming up energy, we're going to see a safe switch into the Galarian Stunfisk. Azumarill staying in here to throw energy. And honestly, this feels like kind of a best case scenario for Emma in this moment, as the Azumarill's energy would be extremely threatening onto the Greninja, whereas an Ice Beam, you can survive it as the Stunfisk.
I love this recognition from Emma. Galarian Stunfisk looks so safe into Rubik's Master's team. Azumarill's going to be the worst matchup, and because we know it doesn't have Hydro Pump, it's a pretty solid save. We actually see Cresselia being the answer of choice for Rubik's Master coming into this matchup. Cresselia would not want to see the Greninja, and it's not going to want to see this Galarian Stunfisk either. It's such a weird position for Rubik's Master where he doesn't have an amazing answer to this Galarian Stunfisk.
And we do see Emma committing a shield, potentially looking to try and make a play for switch advantage. Full sending the Earthquake here, and Rubik's Master has been on point with the shield calls, shielding up the hard-hitting Earthquake, and that makes playing for switch advantage as the Galarian Stunfisk very difficult here.
I don't think the Galarian Stunfisk is in Grass Knot range at this point. The Psycho Cuts are not going to be doing too much damage. They are resisted by the Steel subtyping. Grass Knot not enough to knock out. We actually see both players over farming, and it's going to be a catch of the Grass Knot onto the Greninja. This is not what you want to do with your least bulky Pokemon.
And we do see a shield from the Greninja. It's going to be a switch back into the Azumarill, and Azumarill is going to have to deal with multiple Hydro Cannons loaded here. But if there's a Pokemon that can tank multiple Hydro Cannons, it's going to be the Azumarill, shaking off that damage, and Hydro Cannon number 2 crashes into the Azumarill.
And I don't mind what the attempted play from Eva's 5 cents was there. She wanted to switch into Greninja, try to get a cheeky knockout with a Hydro Cannon before the Cresselia could throw a charge attack. I think she was just a little bit off on the timing, unable to get the Hydro Cannon before the Grass Knot came through. In comes the play rough, super effective damage, enough to knock out that Greninja.
Absolutely, and now the Galarian Stunfisk does have a lot of energy, but it's very low on HP here. It could get knocked out by the bubbles, so instead Emma is going to be sending in the Cresselia, which, as we had mentioned earlier, is running Grass Knot and Moonblast. No Future Sight on the side of Emma.
Great timing from Emma, able to get this Grass Knot off before a charge attack comes in from the Azumarill. It's going to be enough to knock out. The issue being, as we had talked about before, no Future Sight, so the zero shield against this Alolan Sandslash is going to be rough, and this isn't a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, this is a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash.
And that Shadow Claw damage is significant in this matchup. The Moonblast is going to connect into the Sandslash here, and Sandslash able to shake off that damage. Sandslash looking to farm up here. Sandslash is at the back-to-back charge attacks, no shields remaining for Emma, so Cresselia is going to need to absorb this damage.
It looked like a charge attack tie here. The Ice Punch not enough to pull a knockout. Moonblast coming through. I believe Emma has 2 stored Rock Slides on her Galarian Stunfisk. Will she be able to get those off in a spot where, oh, an attack drop? I'm not exactly sure how impactful that is. We see the swap into the Rock Slide, great throw, but Rubik's Master has energy loaded and needs to get a charge attack off before the second Rock Slide from Emma.
And we see the immediate Ice Punch there, so close to the Rock Slide on the Galarian Stunfisk, but not able to get there. This Ice Punch will pick up the knockout onto the Galarian Stunfisk. All that's left in the back is the Cresselia, but Rubik's Master with the energy management here on point. And this Ice Punch is going to pick up the knockout onto Cresselia, and Rubik's Master will take the series 2-0.
Really great patient play by Rubik's Master there. I love the idea from Emma 5 cents. Switch in the hard-hitting Greninja. Get that Hydro Cannon onto the Cresselia. Maybe it's just about enough to knock out, but the timing didn't just didn't work out, and it put her in a really tough position to try to I would say claw back from, but I don't think we have claws on Greninja.
I definitely don't think we do either. I did like the attempted adjustment there of Alolan Sandslash was a problem. Going to try and bring the Greninja to counter it, but unfortunately, the team read by Rubik's Master leading that Azumarill. Greninja looks very threatening into a lot of Rubik's Master's team, but not against the Azumarill. So the correct anticipation of the adjustment that Emma would make. Emma tries to make a play for Switch in the mid game there, but unfortunately, Shield and the Earthquake allowed Rubik's to keep Switch.
Yeah, I think she still probably could go for another Earthquake after. There's still shields in play, and the game's not quite decided. But let's go ahead and take a recap of that past match as we saw it. Here's game number 1. You see the dig into the Azumarill, and then the attempted catch into the Mantine. However, Rubik's Master, very patient, not getting his charge attacks caught, able to counter switch into his own Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And here again, we see that consequential Rock Slide bait at the no shield by Rubik's Master, calling the bait, and that's going to allow him to make it to another Ice Beam, which proved to be very threatening to the Stunfisk. And in the end game, Cresselia getting the knockout with the Future Sight, Galarian Stunfisk with a bit of energy, but that's a 2-shielded Cresselia, and Rubik's Master able to take game 1.
You're not going to shield baits if you just don't use your shields, as we see in game number 1. Rubik's Master winning with 2 shields left on the table, recognizing Cresselia's bulk was more than enough to get him through the end of that game. Into game number 2, we see the switch into Galarian Stunfisk. I love this from MF5 getting the Cresselia into the match. It's a great matchup for the Galarian Stunfisk, able to take that that Grass Knot, and then trying to switch. Actually, I think not going for the Hydro Cane in there, but going for the Night Slash. I think that's the button that popped up there, but not before the Grass Knot comes in. A very unfortunate position for her there.
Absolutely. Trying to desync the switch timers, use that stored energy in a better situation than throwing resistant moves into the Azumarill, but unfortunately ended up catching the Grass Knot, and then for the Greninja, shielding the Grass Knot means there's no shields left for the Play Rough. Play Rough is going to pick up the knockout there, and we do see the Stunfisk again sending in that energy, trying to make it useful, but ever so slightly short of that second Rock Slide. Perfect counting by Rubik's Master as he gets the Ice Punch to KO that Galarian Stunfisk, and Ice Punch number 2 to KO the Cresselia.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things to take away from watching that matchup. If you're newer into the Pokemon Go PvP scene, watching Rubik's Master, recognition of win conditions based on the amount of energy he had in those battles is really something to study and to take into your own battles, being like, oh, my opponent has 2 Pokemon left. If I build up to 2 charge attacks, I know I win charge attack priority against Cresselia as well as Galarian Stunfisk. That's my win condition. I play to that win condition, I get those charge attacks, and I take victory.
And absolutely. And speaking of win conditions as well, in that second game, as you had identified, that Galarian Stunfisk safe switch was very, very safe for Emma. So what did Rubik's do? He ended up throwing the Ice Beam to get some very valuable damage onto that Galarian Stunfisk and sending in the Cresselia. Because Cresselia, if it's even energy, full health, could get a bit difficult there. But if you're able to get that Ice Beam chip damage, that becomes a lot more manageable for the Cresselia. And understanding that if you've seen that Greninja, if you've seen that Stunfisk, there is a guaranteed good matchup for the Alolan Sandslash in the back. So being able to save that Alolan Sandslash for later and then load up on a bunch of energy, able to take that game.
I think that's a great point. Really trying to find your win conditions there and having the patience to play it out, to know the Pokemon you have, because you're not, in a tournament like this, you're going up against not just one opponent, but many different opponents, and you're not always going to have the perfect answer to your opponent's team. So if they make a safe swap and your team of 3 doesn't have a good answer for it, shoring up that matchup with throwing a charge attack and then switching in your best answer afterwards is a really solid way to maintain switch advantage.
Absolutely, and it's something that we saw Bopper do as well, so it's proved to be a very successful strategy with that Tropius, which looked to be very difficult. Again, getting chip damage with an Ice Beam from the Azumarill, helping it to put it into range where Lickitung can knock out with a Body Slam. So that's a common theme that we've seen today among trainers who have done very well, is even though there's problematic Pokemon, that's going to happen. As you mentioned, you're going to face a lot of opponents in these tournaments, experience, but the strategy that you employ. A Pokemon's a problem. What are you going to do about it? Are you just going to let it defeat you? Or are you going to make a game plan for how to beat it? And that's what we're seeing as a successful strategy so far.
Definitely. So we have all these trainers. They're doing these battles. They're looking to gain these prizes. I think we have a shot of the trophies to take a look at because they are quite nice out there in the crowd. They are playing for these prizes here. It's going to be $2,500 for first place and all the way down to top 7 to be in the money. Then you get boosters all the way to tied for 9th, which I believe is going to be top 16 is going to be all tied for 9th. So you have a great opportunity here at a tournament where I think we have about maybe 90 or so participants to be able to try to get to this tournament and win some sort of prizing.
Absolutely, and it looks like, I mean, the prizes are very good. Obviously, we do see the monetary prizes as well, but as you mentioned, those booster boxes, there's nothing quite like opening a pack of cards. So it is quite a lot of fun. As I mentioned at the start, even if you're someone who's played the card game for years or someone who has never touched a Pokemon card, still getting to open cards, seeing what you can get, there's always a little bit of a rush to it.
And let's see some future rushes. The rush to the stage as our players are ready. It's going to be Abhinav versus Tony Jr. We've got some great teams. I love to see it. Guzzlord taking its place in the meta.
Guzzlord making an appearance here, and we do see a Dugong as well. We saw Dugong earlier from Shadow Mimikyu, so Dugong making a bit of a return. I believe it was Wadaj in a previous season who was able to win a tournament with Dugong, and we see Dugong making a bit of a resurgence here in 2024.
Yeah, having the water and ice typing to shore up some of the matchups, we don't see Steel as an offensive typing very frequently, but with the changes to Skarmory, it's going to be one of the best ice types for that Skarmory matchup. Then we got Abhinav's team. We've seen the Vigoroth. Vigoroth with the update to its move pool, typically running Rock Slide nowadays. Body Slam, such a great neutral move. Shadow Gligar, Azumarill, Whiscash, Lickitung, and Charge-a-Bug, taking us to the Charge-a School on the Charge-a Bus. It's such a great Pokemon. You talked about it earlier. It's got such great coverage for the meta, just really struggling a little bit against Gligar, and we don't see Gligar on Tony Jr.'s team.
We don't see Gligar, so we do see a bit of variance in terms of the ground type that is preferred here. We see the Clodsire. Clodsire is an absolute wall to energy from that Charge-a-Bug. And as for the rest of the team, we do see the Guzzlord make an appearance. As you mentioned, Popper said, it's not the meta for it, but Tony might have something to say about that here. And we do see Crunch being run over Brutal Swing.
Yeah, that's a moveset choice that I prefer for Show 6. Brutal Swing is a little bit better in my opinion for something like Go Battle League, where you are just trying to get to those moves a bit faster, but having the chance for the defense drop is very impactful in matchups where you might want to get a farm down. I think that's enough about Guzzlord. Hopefully we see it in this matchup. We're going into game number 1. No Guzzlord on the field, but it is Vigoroth into Dugong.
We do see a safe switch into the Whiscash. No grass type on the side of Abhinav means the Whiscash is surprisingly safe, but Vigoroth is going to go for some chip damage with a Body Slam that gets no shielded by Tony Jr.
Yeah, Body Slam coming in, doing maybe about 1/3 of the Whiscash's health. Seeing the swap into the Azumarill. Azumarill's not a hard wall to this energy as Mud Bomb is neutral. However, it does not really threaten a knockout. You know you can take at least 3 Mud Bombs based on how much damage it just did there. And the Whiscash, really at this health point, we talked about the chip and dip. It's Butter's favorite saying he's always thinking about food. Able to throw this Ice Beam will threaten a knockout at this point into this Whiscash.
And we do see Whiscash had some energy, choosing not to throw it here, going for a play rough when I believe an Ice Beam would have been able to pick up the KO, but a shield from Tony Jr. as he's looking to get more chip damage onto the Azumarill.
Great timing by Tony Jr., able to throw another Mud Bomb that still is not going to threaten a knockout. The question now becomes, because of that play rough, is Tony Jr. able to pace to an additional mud bomb before another charge attack? And it looks like that's the case. I think the Ice Beam would have been reached before this mud bomb was thrown, and this mud bomb, I think it's going to be just shy of a knockout, but if Tony Jr. decides to 2-shield here, we'll be able to win switch advantage.
And we do see the play rough thrown again in case Tony potentially tried to go for a catch on a dugong maybe. So playing it safe there. We see the double shield from Tony. He is investing so many resources into the Whiscash here, and Whiscash is able to barely get the farm down.
I don't think the Ice Beams would have gotten him to another Ice Beam in the end, because the second play rough is only 5 bubbles. So I think he still would have been 1 away. We do see that the Scald is coming out into Abhinav's Vigoroth. I think Abhinav was a bit frustrated. He was not able to get a counter through. However, the counter down does eventually occur, but switch is taken, and we see that Tony Jr. is a bit upset here. Although he was able to win switch advantage, you still have to deal with not double super effective, excuse me, just super effective power whips. I'm thinking Whiscash. I got Whiscash on my brain.
And we do see charged attack priority here. Icy Wind to the Power Whip. So Tony Jr. is going to be able to debuff the Power Whip, but no shields remaining for the Dugong. Dugong is a very bulky Pokemon, but even at -1 attack, that Power Whip makes its presence felt.
One interesting thing here is that Vigoroth will now struggle a bit against Clodsire. Taking Rock Slide, it's going to only be able to do counter into Body Slam. No super effective damage possible. The counters will be resisted as well, but the Body Slams will start to add up. The question is, how many Body Slams will it take? I have a fear that it's going to be a lot of Body Slams to be able to knock out a Clodsire.
The one thing Abhinav has going for him in this moment is Clodsire has very limited fast move pressure, and Clodsire only has fairly expensive charge moves here with the Stone Edge and the Earthquake. So even though Abhinav's HP is very low on his remaining Pokemon, he puts Tony Jr. in a very difficult position where he cannot go for a farm down, and he'll have to try and get to 3, if not 4 Stone Edges.
We see the Stone Edge being thrown. Abhinav has 2 Pokemon left. He needs to throw up his shields eventually. The shield coming through. Poison Sting is going to be pacing to these moves fairly fast, but they are very expensive, as you pointed out. The next Body Slam coming through, it's going to put the Clodsire into the yellow, but not too far into the yellow. I think very comfortably able to survive 1 more, but the Lickitung in the back still has some energy left.
And we do see charged attack priority here. This Body Slam not quite going to be enough to get the knockout, but it's getting Clodsire's health dangerously low. Clodsire, not the greatest matchup for Vigoroth, but Vigoroth with 2 shields, more than happy to play this out here. We do see the no shield by Abhinav, understanding that the neutral licks from this Lickitung should be enough to get rid of that Clodsire, and the last second Body Slam is reached as the match timer counts down, and Abhinav is able to take game number 1.
These 2 bulky Titans on the field, taking us all the way to those final 10 seconds of that battle. Really well played, and you see that these 2 trainers are quite high in friendship. Maybe they've practiced against each other for this tournament itself.
Definitely possible. It looked like they were at least ultra friends already, so that's one of the great things about getting to go to one of these Play Pokemon tournaments, is a lot of the time getting to meet people in person who you may have battled with or even done a remote raid with in the past. As we go back to the highlights from game number 1, we see the play rough fired off here at the shield from Tony Jr. as he was looking to win switch advantage no matter the cost.
I was maybe being a little harsh when calling out the play roughs being thrown, and we saw at the end of the game it didn't actually matter. Play rough after play rough going into the Whiscash, Tony Jr. recognizing I need to get my Dugong out of that matchup against the Vigoroth. Able to get the Mud Shot down, really potent, however unable to get the shields away. The Lickitung able to get the last second Body Slam off and take the first game victory.
So very well played there by Abhinav. And as we saw, the match timer could potentially be a factor here in game number 2 with how bulky of Pokemon these trainers are running. Lickitung and Clodsire, both known for the bulk, not necessarily the damage output. So that is potentially something that if these trainers choose bulkier options in game number 2, they'll have to keep in the back of their mind that the timer could potentially be impactful.
And one thing I want to call out in this matchup is as I talked about in the last matchup as well, counter users players. There's one between these two teams, and that means that the Vigoroth from Abhinav is super safe. And we talk about mirror matchups. I don't know how many Wishcash mirror matchups we've had. This might be the first, and a great catch by Tony Jr. The Scald going to be resisted by the Azumarill. It was going to be neutral damage onto the Wishcash. However, a potentially impactful debuff does not come through, and we're going into a second mirror matchup here.
It is like looking at a mirror so far in this game, and no debuff either, which means even though Abhinav does have the slight health advantage over the opposing Azumarill here, he does not have an advantage in terms of the opponent being debuffed. So we're going to see quite a few play roughs thrown. At this moment, honestly, Tony has to be feeling pretty okay in terms of the fact that he does have that stored Scald on his Whiscash. Abhinav did not rebank the energy, so if he ends up in that mirror match later on, he will have a pretty significant energy head start.
I agree. The one thing that I think maybe Tony Jr. might be worried about is a potential Gligar in the back. We have Clodsire on his side. Clodsire does not want to see that matchup, and he was unable to pull it out at any point. However, his team composition wasn't really built around being afraid of Gligar. He was running ABA strong to it with Wishcash in the lead, Azumarill in the back. However, the way he's played this hasn't really afforded him the ability to pull out a Gligar to keep that Clodsire safe. We actually see a charge attack tie here. We see that Abhinav's Azumarill is able to win that. This play rough will be enough to knock out. However, Tony Jr., very interestingly, decides to shield the play rough into Abhinav's Azumarill, I think would be enough to knock out as well.
So Tony really wants switch advantage, and Abhinav is going to give it up. So Abhinav taking shield advantage, but is going to lose switch, sending in a Whiscash for a potential farm down. This is an aggressive farm down feed. This is going to be very close. Can they get to a move? Yes, they can. The play rough on 1 HP and the no shield by Abhinav.
And this is the correct time to use play rough. It is going to go through unshielded. It would do more damage, and it was reached at the same time. We see the immediate swap into the Whiscash, a charge attack tie from the Scald. Abhinav, I think this is 2 for 2 winning charge attack priority, having the Pokemon that win that little mini game battle. We actually see him laughing at how it was a charge attack tie there. The Scald comes through. Maybe actually the lie was at the no attack. The no attack drop, we actually see it coming into Abhinav's side, but the extra energy he got from farming down that Azumarill coming into play here.
Absolutely, but this is now a debuffed Scald, which means this is a very comfortable no shield here by Tony Jr. These debuffs, they matter quite a bit. Now Tony Jr. is looking to overfarm and go for the Mud Bomb. 1 shield left for Abhinav. Does he protect the Whiscash? He may not know it yet, but there's the Clodsire in the back, and he does protect the Whiscash.
The Wishcash is going to be able to survive, come out with energy. We actually see Tony Jr. recognizing that he wants to keep Abhinav's Wishcash away from his own Clodsire. We actually see a Scald coming through. I think Mud Bomb would have been enough. It's a bit of an interesting play, but he's able to win this matchup. I'm expecting an immediate swap into Clodsire afterwards, and Clodsire into Lickitung. You see Abhinav shaking his head. This is a very neutral matchup. However, Earthquake, I think being a little bit more impactful than Body Slam should give Clodsire a bit of an edge here.
We saw these bulky Titans get to clash in game number 1, and now we get to see it again in game number 2 here. The Lickitung versus the Clodsire. Clodsire is going to be hit with the Body Slam here, but this is what Clodsire was built for, withstanding these neutral charge attacks. Body Slam from Lickitung, I don't think I've ever seen it do that little of damage. Oh my goodness. Clodsire continues to farm. Another Body Slam reached by the Lickitung, but an Earthquake is coming right up for the Clodsire.
Earthquake's not going to be enough to knock out. I think Abhinav might have a bit of play here. If he's able to get a farm down after this Earthquake, actually not going for the Earthquake. I like this because Earthquake's not enough to knock out. I think double Stone Edge is more threatening, it's faster pacing, and it prevents Abhinav from getting enough damage, enough energy gained to be able to body slam the Wishcash after. The Wishcash has enough health to survive the licks, and I think a body slam will be threatening. Unfortunately, 1 health remaining on that Clodsire, able to reach the Stone Edge.
Oh my goodness, the Clodsire. It's trained in bulk and it delivers, withstanding the Power Whip. Abhinav knew the win con there as Power Whip does more damage, but the Clodsire refuses to exit the field of play and is able to get the equalizer.
It is going to be 1-1 going into game 3. I would love for Avianov to recognize what I was talking about right before game 2 and see that Tony Jr. has no amazing answer for the Vigoroth safe switch. You think that counter users typically don't excel against Azumarill being a fairy type. However, it doesn't take super effective damage from any of the charged attacks, and you're able to hit those body slams so frequently. Here we go, back into game number 2. It's that Wish Cache, that huge farm down that gave Avianov really a great advantage going into the next, but reaching that critical play rough.
And that does so much damage here, as one Scald in the Wiz Cashmere would not have knocked out, but now it is threatening. Avianov has to decide, does he protect the Wiz Cash? Yes, he does, committing that final shield. And then we see the Power Whip, the moment of truth here. Can the Clodsire hang on? Yes, it can, with 1 HP remaining, making the Stone Edge, understanding that 1 Earthquake would not have KO'd, committing to the win condition of double Stone Edge, and the equalizer for Tony.
Honestly, really amazing play by both of those battlers in that endgame, recognizing their win conditions. Power Whip, enough to knock out. Unfortunately not. Double Stone Edge, the right play for sure. Cheaper than double Earthquake. Definitely the way to go. Here we go into game number 3. A very unfortunate lead for Tony Jr. That Wish Cache into his Clodsire.
He'll be using the safe switch into Azumarill, and that is going to be answered with the Lickitung. Azumarill does have the energy head start here and is going to fire off the play rough, but for Lickitung can tank neutral charge moves quite comfortably here. So we are going to see a no shield as the play rough connects onto the Lickitung.
It's actually one of the matchups where I sort of like having Hydro Pump. I like going for Hydro Pump and then maybe a play rough after if I'm running that set, because I think that's enough to threaten a knockout. A very rare bait from Avianov. The body slam into the Azumarill pulls the shield from Tony Jr., really making this matchup super solid for him future, because he's gained so much energy from throwing that bait and getting the shield from Tony Jr.
What a prediction there, oh my goodness. And no shielding that play rough, understanding that he's going to be able to withstand this damage. Tony Jr. is going to no shield, as a Power Whip will not be enough to knock out as well. The Power Whip connects. Azumarill getting close to the red health. Can Lickitung make it to another move?
It does hit the body slam right before the Ice Beam is reached. I think the Azumarill might be able to just barely hang on, depending on exactly how bulky it is. It reaches the Ice Beam. The Ice Beam will threaten a knockout. Tony Jr. has spent only 1 shield this time to win switch advantage, whereas compared to game number 1, he spent 2 shields. So we'll see if being down fewer shields will be impactful here in the rest of this matchup.
And he goes for the same farm down he went for previously, but this time he gets it. And energy from this Wiz Cache is so safe, and the opponent is going to send in their own Wiz Cache here. And now we get to see, does the Scald debuff Phoebe?
I think he's currently 0 for 2, going for 0 for 3. That's so unfortunate for Avianov, but he still has a massive advantage in this matchup with the energy advantage he has. We see actually a second Scald coming out before Tony Jr.'s first.
Is this the one? Does it debuff? It still does not debuff. Oh my goodness. The debuffs are not with Avianov today. Tony Jr. firing off a Scald. We see the no shield from Avianov. Does this one debuff? Yes, it does. Oh my goodness, Phoebe.
0 for 4 on Avianov's side, and I'm not sure the exact count on Tony Jr.'s, but that's at least the second Scald debuff that he's gotten. In comes the third Scald. The third Scald finally gets the debuff. We see the swap into Azumarill, which is countered by that Clodsire. Clodsire running the Poison Sting, gonna have a bit of a better time in this matchup, but I've played this matchup before. Honestly, Clodsire with Poison Sting is still not great against Azumarill. The Poison Sting does so little damage. You can see it's super effective, but it does the health on Azumarill is not changing for each of those Poison Stings.
Yeah, Poison Sting is definitely all about energy generation, which is needed for Clodsire because it only has expensive charge moves here. But the Azumarill, so bulky, as we've seen time and time again, able to withstand that damage and make it to the Ice Beam. And Tony Jr. already used both shields in this match. There's nothing left to protect the Clodsire from the Ice Beam, and it picks up the knockout.
It's going to be one of the matchups where Azumarill really loves having Ice Beam. Hydro Pump's still super effective against that ground typing, but being able to pace so much quicker to those Ice Beams is so nice. 7 bubbles. It's only 2 more bubbles than 5, but like when you're throwing multiple charge attacks, it really adds up.
Absolutely, and we see one final Scald here. Now here's my question, Phoebe. Will it debuff here? Scald onto the Azumarill.
It's coming from Tony Jr. I was going to say yes, but we actually see no debuff there. Both of our battlers having a great time on stage, maybe talking back and forth a little bit about that Scald debuff luck. But congratulations, Abhinav. He might have not had the luck in terms of Scald debuffs, but he had the luck in terms of winning that battle, or maybe not luck. But he had really great team design, really great team composition, and good team reads, able to get that lead in game number 3 with that Wish Cash into Clodsire.
Absolutely, 0 for 4 on Skull debuffs, but 2 to 1 in games 1, and that's where it matters, Phoebe. So very, very well played by Abhinav. And I believe we do actually have some highlights here coming up from that match, so we can relive the 2 to 1 victory here by Abhinav.
And this is going to be game number 1, the play rough into the Wish Cash. I was talking maybe a little bit about it, saying it wasn't the right play, but, you know, Abhinav's able to pull both of those shields. That 2 shield advantage, that mud shot down was Tony Jr.'s best play here to avoid that poor lead matchup, but it was just not quite enough to eke out that game for Tony Jr., the Lickitung sealing it in the end.
Yes, so the Lickitung narrowly able to take the win, the battle of the bulk there. And then we switch to the Azumarill mirror, where Tony consequentially decides to commit a shield, make a play for switch advantage. After all, he did lead the Clodsire into the Whiscash. And now Abhinav going for an aggressive farm down here, looking for the mud shots, and cannot quite get there. We see the play rough reached by the Azumarill, and that does very impactful damage.
Very impactful indeed. Play rough, able to knock it deep into the yellow to the point where the future Mud Bomb is going to require a shield from Abhinav, and having a shield remaining, Tony Jr. able to knock out the Wish Cash, get the Lickitung onto the Clodsire, Power Whip, not quite enough to get the knockout, and Tony Jr. able to even up the series 1-1.
So very nice play there. The Clodsire delivering the victory for its trainer there. And we move into the decisive game number 3. The body slam bait by Abhinav. Absolutely devastating there. And Abhinav understanding, I have a very bulky Lickitung. I can withstand this play rough. Bubble may have gotten a buff, but it still puts him in a pretty good position here. Goes for the Scald. Again, does not get the debuff. But it turns out, you're gonna have to try a little harder than not giving Abhinav debuffs if you want to prevent him from winning, Phoebe.
Yeah, the debuffs weren't quite enough. We see the debuff from Tony Jr. coming through again. Ice Beam able to knock out that Clodsire. Ice Beam pacing so much faster than those Hydro Pumps. Another Scald coming through. Unfortunately, a debuff here is not quite enough to eke out Tony Jr. the win, and Abhinav takes that series 2-1. Something I want to focus in on for that set is switch advantage. Out of all 3 games, if you had to guess, how many times did Tony Jr. take switch advantage?
Tony Jr. definitely took switch advantage a couple times. I would say at least twice.
It was actually all 3 games, so you're right on spot there. All 3 games he went for switch advantage. Abhinav choosing, saying, you know what, I don't care about switch advantage. There are more important things than that. And in game number 1, it was 2 shields spent. In games number 2 and 3, it was only 1 shield spent to win that switch advantage. And it was very interesting for me to see how in game number 2, 1 shield was enough for Tony Jr. to still get still become victorious afterwards. But in game number 3, it wasn't. And it really goes to show, I think Butters, or is it Speedy, one of the two, really focuses in on the different things, the different advantages you can play for in Pokemon Go. It's shield advantage, health advantage, switch advantage. And here, it was all about switch advantage. Switch advantage was always played for by Tony Jr., but it wasn't always necessarily the most important thing.
Absolutely. Abhinav able to understand that, as you mentioned, there are other advantages, whether it's getting an energy lead by, as we saw in, I believe it was game number 2, tried for that aggressive Whiscash farm down, fell just short with the Azumarill, making that play rough on 1 HP, but saying, you know what? Energy advantage is everything. Trying it again in game number 3. The Azu was a bit lower, getting the farm down, and with the amount of energy he had on the Whiscash, getting to 2 Scalds before Tony's even made 1 Scald there, just really able to leverage the fact that switch advantage, while it can be helpful, if you're able to identify which Pokemon have neutral play into your opponent's team, like for example, we're seeing a lot of Whiscash have a lot of neutral play in this tournament. Bit of a spoiler alert there, but able to understand that and say, you know what, if I can get energy on these neutral Pokemon, there isn't really a hard punish to this energy.
You know, grass types being not very present here definitely makes Whiscash very safe. We talk about switch advantage, energy advantage. Let's go and hear from the man himself who does not care about switch advantage at all and see what he thinks about Scald debuffs. Let's pass it over to Sophia and Abhinav.
All right, I'm here on the floor with the man himself who does not care about switch advantage, Abhinav. Abhinav, you're on to winner semifinals. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I think the team is doing well. I've been using this team for like 3 weeks now. And yeah, I feel in the zone and feeling pretty positive.
That's great to hear. You said you've been practicing with this team for about 3 weeks now. How did you come up with this team?
So I was at Texas and I saw Wodage's team, which he had like 5 out of the same 6 Pokemon. And I looked at his loss versus Dunebug in losers finals. And his big weaknesses were like Registeel, Skeledirge, Lantern, and even Skarmory and Carbink. So like, I just replaced the defense Deoxys with Whiscash and fixed a lot of the holes, I thought. And it's been doing well.
All right, well, it certainly looks like you're doing well. It also looked like you were having a lot of fun on stage with Tony. Do you want to talk a little bit about your history with him?
So yeah, we're both Chicago locals. And we've played like 7 times in like Play Pokemon tournaments in like the last month. And we actually had this exact same matchup with the exact same lineups like a week ago. And he beat me. And even there, I didn't get any Scald debuffs. So I think I'm like 1 out of 11 in Scald debuffs versus him. So it's pretty funny.
All right, well, you might be cursed versus him with the Scald debuffs, but you did get the victory there, so that's fantastic. You also mentioned that you've been playing some Chicago locals, and I know you've also competed internationally before. So what are your plans for the rest of the season in terms of where you're going to be competing?
Yeah, so I'm from India. Big shout out to the Indian community. Sadly, India doesn't come under Play Pokemon right now, so we have like TPCI gives 2 slots to India. But luckily, I'm here on tourist visa, doing like some regionals, trying to qualify for Worlds, trying to go to Charlotte and Knoxville as well. But yeah, hopefully in the future, there's more Indian battlers represented because I think there are several battlers just as good or better than me in India, and they deserve a chance to shine just like I am.
I think that's exactly right. There are so many Indian players who are really strong, especially in the Go Battle League that we see a lot. So it'd be really great to see more representation there. And I'm sure we'll be really happy to see you for the rest of the season here in North America as well. In terms of your preparation, other than these local tournaments, are there any people who you wanted to shout out who helped you prepare?
That's a good question. I would shout out to my factions, like Chicago Stars. I've been with them for like 4 or 5 years now. They're always helping me with advice, scrims. It's a good like community. Definitely shout out to like all the people who's helped me practice and encourage me in India as well. And yeah, every Pokemon battler I've met, I've had good experiences with. So I don't know, shout out to everyone I've battled so far as well.
That's really great to hear. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm sure all those people are really proud of you and happy to see you succeeding here. We're actually going to go to a break right now, so make sure you stick around to learn more about Go's championship history.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hara from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the grand finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The grand finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset!
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers. We just learned again about Dancing Rob's historic Pokemon Go World Championship win, and we're here in Portland looking for someone else who is going to qualify to the World Championships this year in Honolulu. My name is Soaptoph, and I'm joined here by Tuo Butters.
And one trainer has made a huge step in that journey because he was able to take out the world champion. It's Axon, and that trainer is Shadow Mimikyu, and he is going to be up next versus T. Wastel.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen much of either of these trainers in too many past tournaments, but like you said, we did see Shadow Mimikyu earlier today, taking out its accent, and has made Top Cut before as well. T. Wastel, I think, also has only competed in 2 tournaments, but certainly has been around the scene for a long time. You know, people who have been around for a while definitely know this name.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because he has been around the grassroots scene for a very long time. He's been an important part of that. So he has a lot of Pokemon Go PvP experience, and he's going to need it versus Shadow Mimikyu. Like I mentioned, making an awesome resume for himself so far, being top cut in Milwaukee, and then now just completely, let's be honest, he completely destroyed its accent. I mean, yes, he had the alignment. The alignment is going to win against most trainers, but he outread its accent to be in this position, and now he's going to be in winners round 4, so he's already getting closer and closer to that top cut, running the Vigoroth, which is was on my picks. It's been looking pretty good so far. Even trainers like Abhinav that we just saw were using it really well.
That's right, we're already in winners round 4, which means whoever wins this round is going to be in the group winners finals and have a great chance to move on to day 2. But let's take a look here at Shadow Mimikyu's team again. Like you said, we have that Vigoroth, a great counter user who has been kind of making waves, has a lot of neutral play across the board in general, and I think actually has a lot of play against T. Wastel's team here as well.
Yeah, and the big thing for it is it beats Shadow Gligar. So you have a counter user that actually beats that. And Shadow Gligar, or Gligar in general, is #1 in usage in Portland. So it's actually crucial for these trainers that have that Vigoroth to have a much better matchup. And it's double Vigoroth. It's Vigoroth on T. Wastel's side as well. And then one Pokemon I want to talk about is Azumbrill's been looking really good in Portland, even against counters. You saw it against Tropius, you saw it against Clodsire. It doesn't matter because it has that coverage, and maybe it's an underrated factor that the bubble damage did increase. It just feels pretty strong against everything that's not Registeel.
Yeah, I think actually looking at the top 12 usage from today, Azumarill had a little bit less usage than it did in San Antonio, which is kind of surprising because, like you said, has so much great play against the central meta, even against his counters, even against things like Charge Bug. Azumarill is still able to put in a lot of work.
And Vigoroth is looking really safe for both trainers. There's no true counter because it's a Vigoroth. It feels like a cup in Go Battle League. It's just going to be a lot of Vigoroth mirrors, I think. And it is going to be that Vigoroth leading for T. Wastel into Whiscash. And look, there is a Vigoroth in the back for Shadow Mimikyu as well. This is super neutral matchup. I think it's going to come down to if you get the Scald debuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Vigoroth able to throw out this first Body Slam first, doesn't want to risk getting debuffed. And here comes that Body Slam. I expect the Whiscash to maybe farm up a little bit before throwing the Scald.
Yeah, try not to be so predictable of when exactly you're going to throw that Scald because you don't need to throw it yet. I mean, you actually would take less counter damage, so I actually like Shadow Mimikyu. Just throw it right away. Try to get that debuff. It does. He get the coin flip, and he does get the coin flip.
And I think Whiscash does need one more charge attack to take out. T. Wastel actually switching into the Azumarill, trying to catch a Scald potentially, but Shadow Mimikyu sees it coming, goes for that Mud Bomb, and actually doesn't have a great response for this Azumarill.
Yeah, so he adjusted quickly, Shadow Mimikyu, to switch to that Mud Bomb instead of throwing the Scald here. And then now you swap, you bank that energy, then you swap into the Dugong. I really like that play because now you're going to be able to bank that move, but not only just bank that move, now this Azumarill is getting closer and closer to range of double Drill Run.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of great things about that play. First of all, switched on great timing, so was able to get that Ice Shard through when the Azumarill threw the charge attack. Second of all, like you said, banking the move. And of course, this Dugong now gets to avoid that Vigoroth as well.
Yeah, that is a crucial part of this matchup. And I don't think the Drill Run is going to be able to knock out on the second one. So, you know, you could have thrown the Icy Wind first, because if you need 3 charge attacks, you might have wanted to throw the Icy Wind first and then 2 Drill Runs. But it's so hard. I feel like Dugong is actually a really high skill ceiling Pokemon. It's hard to use exactly perfectly in these fluid matchups.
That's right. It's actually not clear, you know, when you debuff with Icy Wind, exactly how much of a difference that's going to make in the damage that your opponent does. But I'm actually not sure if Shadow Mimikyu is going to be too concerned with losing switch advantage, because you can just counter this down with your own Vigoroth.
I don't know if this knocks out. This is double resistant Ice Beam. I don't know if it knocks out. It doesn't knock out.
Okay,
the Dugong hangs on, and now you just get a Drill Run. But you swap on the Drill Run. T. Wastel doesn't even like his own move. He shakes his head and rubs his forehead because the Dugong doesn't knock out, but pretty much knocks out. Now you just come in with your own Vigoroth to get the counter down, I assume, or you could get the Mud Shot.
T. Wastel is able to at least get off this Body Slam, but like you said, that Ice Beam just not doing quite enough damage, forced to take that extra charge attack, and Shadow Mimikyu all of a sudden has this Vigoroth, which is looking very free and flexible right now.
And decided to use the Protect Shield on the Body Slam, thinking that it's possible the Body Slam will be the most effective use of his Protect Shield the rest of the game, but I think Scald will probably do a little more damage than the Body Slam would have done, so you probably would have rather save that Protect Shield, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, this is a flip of kind of what we saw in the beginning of the game. We've got Whiscash versus Vigoroth, and
the simultaneous swap, and I think this was on charge attack priority. Tiwastel's actually undercharging it, but I don't think you want to take the damage back. You undercharge, but you still knock out.
Yeah, and that was so difficult because that Whiscash did just faint with an entire Scald loaded. That's a lot of energy to lose. Gonna try to be closing out this game with just the Vigoroth here, but now this Whiscash is pretty healthy.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that swap because also now your Pokemon that could clear the debuff is gone. So I think you would rather save that swap till later in the matchup. You didn't have to use it so early. Maybe you wanted to just get that pressure, but now you're using the Protect Shield on the Scald, and will it be the debuff? Getting a lucky break there.
Yeah, dodges the debuff, throwing the Body Slam here. Again, it's not going to be quite enough. You are going to need to land another Body Slam here, but maybe Shadow Mimikyu has some play. I don't think that Azumarill in the back has a lot of energy because remember, it just threw the Ice Beam against that Dugong. So potentially, Shadow Mimikyu is going to be able to knock this Whiscash out unless, of course, Tiwastel is able to pull off the catch.
Yeah, and no debuff once again, and you can actually win just with counter. And then the swap onto the Body Slam. This is exactly what Tiwastel needed. So earlier he swapped, he didn't like it. He is loving this one because this is gonna knock out the Azumarill, but this Vigoroth is energy dry, and I believe the Mud Bomb is just about available for Tiwastel after 2 mud shots. Can he get there? No! He doesn't get there. You hear the gasps from the crowd. Just was unable to hang on from those non-same type attack bonus counters.
And that Whiscash, just like you said, fainted with that Mud Bomb. I thought that catch on the Azumarill was going to be a game-winning catch, but unfortunately, like you said, Whiscash not quite able to close things out there.
What a wild matchup. I mean, that was crazy. Both trainers were making ridiculous catches to then questionable catches to then
a lot of swapping.
And then back to ridiculous catches. And here are the highlights right here. Using the Protect Shield on that Whiscash. And then this is the swap that we were talking about. Yes, you swap and you take this energy, but you mentioned there's an entire Scald banked on Shadow Mimikyu's Whiscash. Plus, if he didn't get so lucky and miss every single attack drop, he wouldn't have been able to knock out this Whiscash right here. This is amazing swap by Tiwastel.
That's absolutely an amazing swap, but like you said, missing the debuff means that those Vigoroth's counters are still doing a lot to the Whiscash, and I think that actually ended up costing right here because the Whiscash ends up fainting.
Yeah, if it was even one stage debuff, this Whiscash most likely gets to that Mud Bomb. So Shadow Mimikyu got pretty lucky, continuing his very, I wouldn't say lucky run, but being able to take out its Axin with the perfect alignment, and then here going 0 for 2 on that debuff and just keeping this momentum alive. I feel like he is one of the luckiest trainers out here in Portland, and Tiwastel tried to make a fantastic catch, but it just wasn't enough in the end. It's just been a fantastic series. Here's game number 2.
All right, we've got Skarmory into Whiscash. Not a great lead for Shadow Mimikyu here. Potentially going to see a swap out, maybe into that Vigoroth.
Yeah, no swap out yet because just going to try to play this a little bit neutrally and then maybe try to make a move. But this really feels like a Go Battle League Cup right now with the amount of Vigoroth, Whiscash, and even Skarmory. This is very familiar for a lot of these trainers, and this is why this season is called Timeless Travels, and Tiwastel cannot even buy a debuff right now.
That's right, doesn't get that Scald's debuff, and Shadow Mimikyu is going to be able to fire off the Sky Attack, threatens the Brave Bird, pulls his shields there, and Tiwastel kind of shaking his head, didn't want to shield that up, but is going to be able to throw off a Scald here. Okay, debuff time, here we go.
Can he finally flip the coin properly? Is he gonna be 0 for 4 in a row? And no, he finally got one in the instant swap in the Shadow Mimikyu's Vigoroth, and it's gonna have to take another Scald now. Can Tiwastel get on a hot streak? Can he get back-to-back debuffs? Because if he's able to debuff this Vigoroth and then swap into his own Vigoroth, he's looking really good, and he gets the debuff, but then he swaps Charge Bug instead.
You do not want to be locked in as this Vigoroth while you're a debuff, but the good news is you do have this super effective Rock Slides. 2 Rock Slides potentially still is enough to take out this Charge Bug even with that attack drop.
Yeah, and this is super effective. You're almost at the next one though. So you need just 3 more, or actually you didn't want to throw after 2 because then you throw on alignment, but actually throwing on alignment wasn't bad because it would have been Charge Attack priority, but you would have lost Charge Attack priority anyway. So he does Protect Shield to try to get this Rock Slide damage off. He doesn't go for the Body Slam bait. Will he get the last Protect Shield from Tiwastel? No.
I don't think that Body Slam would have been enough, so I like this Rock Slide, but like you said, potentially could have thrown just a little bit sooner to save that shield. Is able to, I guess, gain switch advantage here, but now now you just get countered down. Do you make this body slam, though? I think you do. Oh, my
No!
goodness. These counters are doing just the perfect amount of damage today.
Vigoroth is MVP in this matchup so far, and Vigoroth is able to counter down, and you're going to be able to counter down again. And this looks like a Sky Attack. It looks like Shadow Mimikyu could have reached for the Brave Bird, but threw the Sky Attack instead. But this is, oh no, it was the Brave Bird. Sorry, it was the Brave Bird. They look almost the same.
They do almost the same once they're shielded up, right? Of course, not doing damage. But here comes that Wizcash trying to close out this game. Again, you need 2 charge attacks to take out this Vigoroth. These counters are adding up, though, and T-Wastel still has the Wizcash in the back.
So where do you use your shield here? Do you save your shield for the Wizcash's Scald? Because this Body Slam's not knocking out, but a Scald could. So you actually use your last Protect Shield of the game, and then now the Scald is going to probably be coming out from T-Wastel, so Shadow Mimikyu might be regretting using that Protect Shield unless his Scald plus Mudshot just knocks out, but it's not enough. But the attack drop, no!
T-Wastel is recognizing that once that shield is peeled away, could go into his own Wizcash, forcing Shadow Mimikyu to use the energy here. And now it's all going to come down to that Vigoroth. You need some counters. You don't want to get caught on that Skarmy as well. You do see that switch clock coming up. Possibly just going to go right for the Body Slam as soon as it comes up. And yes, there it is.
And is this enough? Can this Wizcash endure? And if it does endure, can it get to the Scald? It's going to need Scald, and it does endure. Can it get there? And it's at there. And can Scald plus Steel Wing do enough damage? The Scald is going to do a good chunk into Vigoroth. Vigoroth does have some bulk to it, but it's going to be Steel Wing versus counter, and he got the attack drop. It's going to be a fast attack off. Who can win, Skarmory or Vigoroth? And Skarmory and Shadow Mimikyu wins 2-0 versus T-Wastel out of nowhere.
And Shadow Mimikyu taking both of those games with just a sliver of health, coming down to those fast attacks, just doing the perfect amount of damage there.
Wow, there are so many coin flips in this matchup. I mean, all that Wizcash action, and it just felt like everything just keeps going in Shadow Mimikyu's favor at the end, able to get that crucial debuff onto the Vigoroth so that he does win the fast attack down. If he doesn't get the debuff, it's at least a simultaneous, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually not sure how that would have played out. I don't really know exactly how much those counters would have done, but it was extremely close. Like you said, coming down to the debuffs both games, getting it when he needed to, dodging it when he needed. I think Shadow Mimikyu is just on a roll here.
Let's slow that down when we see the replay of it at that in-game there to see if the attack drop didn't happen, to see if it would have come down to a simultaneous, or even if T-Wastel would have somehow win if he didn't get that attack drop. But Shadow Mimikyu just continuing his success here and making calls like this on the Ice Beam, double resisted, literally does nothing, and then swapping into a drill run. T-Wastel does not love that move.
Yeah, that was a tough break. Ice Beam barely not taking out, and then having to take an extra charge attack because of that. Ice Beam being thrown. I think this is later in the game. We do see Wizcash shielding up this Body Slam, and then of course we all know it came down to the wire here with this Vigoroth able to counter down. Oh, but first we had this catch, which lost also an entire charge attack.
Yeah, I mean, these catches look cool on paper, but sometimes they don't feel worth it, because also in this moment, this is the moment where a Wizcash threw 2 Scalds, and here's the swap by T-Wastel, but before that, he threw 2 Scalds and went 0 for 2 on debuffs. As you're gonna see after this Body Slam down, if he was debuffed, I don't think he would get this counter down in the end here.
Yeah, this Wizcash barely faints. It looks like that counter literally does the exact amount of HP that Wizcash had remaining. I think this is the beginning of game 2 as well, where Shadow Mimikyu is bringing in that Vigoroth after the Skarmory gets debuffed.
Yeah, and there's been so many Scalds here. And it lands and gets that attack drop, and that seems to be the theme here for Wizcash, is do you get that coin flip or not? Honestly, it changes your whole gameplay, right? Because then you want to swap more, then you want to get out of those matchups, and here is going to be the crucial moment. You're going to knock out with this Mud Bomb here, but this is the moment I'm talking about, Soph, is where the Body Slam hits on this Wizcash, and if this doesn't debuff, this is what we should slow down. If this doesn't debuff, would this have been a simultaneous? So you land the Scald,
okay,
it is the debuff, and then here comes Skarmory. If you weren't debuffed 2, 3, it would have been a simultaneous, I think. I think the last counter would have knocked out Skarmory, and that would have been a tie, and they probably would have replayed it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, those debuffs are really important. We did see a lot of Vigoroth Whiscash there as well, which is one of the more, debuff-dependent matchups. It's not always the case that the debuff is going to flip a matchup, but Vigoroth versus Whiscash, it's pretty neutral, and being able to debuff those counters and those body slams is really helpful.
Yeah, in this neutral play, if you're playing those teams of Whiscash, Skarmory, Vigoroth, where you're neutral at all three positions, then you see a lot of the swapping. So many times in that battle, they would throw in, depending if they get the debuff, or if they got debuffed, then they swap out. It's really interesting to see. We haven't really seen that factor come to play in this new iteration of the meta with Scald. I feel like that is the prime example of Scald's potential in that series.
And you mentioned something interesting there, which is you want to be able to see whether your Scald's debuffs before you decide whether you want to swap out or not, right? But that leaves a really small margin of time for you to react onto whether you got the debuff. So that kind of adds even an extra layer of reaction time to this game, which already is so dependent on those reflexes.
Yeah, there's already so many ways you can play it in-game or mid-game, and now you have another factor. Now you have to think, okay, if this debuffs, I do this. If it doesn't debuff, I do that. So it just adds to the layers of strategies that these trainers have to deal with. And speaking of a lot of layers, I think our trainers up on stage, actually, I thought it was Onion Frank. It looks like Onion Frank is going to be on stage, or it's either going to be Ramberto, but we will get confirmation there.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on that. I'm looking forward to seeing Onion Frank, though. I don't know if we've actually seen him on the stream today, but remember, is coming straight off that San Antonio top cut just a couple of weeks ago.
And I want to hear from Shadow Mimikyu because he has been on an absolute roll from taking down its accent. I can't wait to hear what he says. So, Phoebe, let's interview Shadow Mimikyu.
Thank you so much, Butters. I'm joined here by Shadow Mimikyu, and you've been on a tear since you took down Accent. That's very fair. How are you feeling so far in your run this tournament?
Honestly, relieved, because after seeing my bracket in round 1, I didn't think I was gonna make it this far. With Ryblit, its Accent, and so they're really tough opponents, and I'm just glad to get past now.
Well, congratulations are definitely in store. We see your favorite Pokemon is, I'm assuming, Mimikyu. It's in the name, it's in your arms. Are you excited for its potential release in Pokemon Go?
Yeah, for sure. Mimikyu is a fairy type and ghost. I really like the typings. Really good in VGC and whatnot, and I think with counter users and being so popular, the fairy and ghost typing would really help with that.
Yeah, definitely Skeletor's running that fairy and ghost type coverage in those charge attacks. We talked about Flutter Mane for the VG. So much great coverage by those two moves. Talk to us a little bit about your team preparation. I believe you had Vigoroth in your team, and I think you had a Vigoroth mirror matchup in your last matchup. How has Vigoroth been playing for you here in Portland?
Vigoroth's been pretty safe. It had a decent match against Polyrath. Not winning, but it could still potentially force a shield if you get a slight energy advantage. It's mainly there for Lickitung. My final slot was either going to be Vigoroth or Lickitung, but I really wanted to wall Licky. So, yeah, that's why I chose it.
Yeah, and Vigoroth as a counter user really succeeds in matchups where counter users usually fail. So something like a Azumarill, you're a little bit more comfortable. Maybe something like Skarmory, you're maybe not quite as comfortable because Body Slam's resistant, but you now have at least access to Rock Slide, whereas before Bulldoze was really not something you'd ever really want to throw. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out here at the venue or maybe at home who has helped you prepare for the tournament or has been a big supporter for you?
Sure thing. I'd first thank my family, my brother, and I think my mom is also watching, so I'm really excited for that, as well as my teammates on Phoenix Rising. I'm rooming them this weekend, and they've helped with scrimming and talking over team comps and whatnot. So, yeah, they've been a major factor in the team building process and just support.
And you heard it here, family and friends are the support factors in Pokemon. And you've had great success today, and I wish you future in the rest of the tournament. Good luck, and we'll send it back to the casters for our next set.
That was amazing to see, and it's been so cool to watch Shadow Mimikyu's journey. I know he's made Top Cut before, but it feels like he has officially made his stamp on the championship series right now, and that's what's so cool. We're in 2024 now. It's Axon's year last year. Now it's Shadow Mimikyu, and all the other trainers even could be you in future tournaments. So we love to see it, and congratulations to Shadow Mimikyu.
And I also love seeing trainers with their signature Pokemon. They have their plushie, they have it in their trainer names. You know, maybe in the future we'll be able to see him bring it to competition once it's released and go.
Yeah, I mean, it seems strong. The typing is good. He was not wrong there. So can't wait to see more from Shadow Mimikyu. But we got some other awesome trainers on deck. It is going to be Onion Frank versus Flying Pizza. And I actually had a moment to talk to Onion Frank today, and he told me his strategy has changed. Because there is now seeding in tournaments, or there was seeding in San Antonio, now there's seeding in Portland, he thinks he should actually completely change his strategy. In the past, he has been a little bit more alignment-based teams, a little bit relied on that gimmick, and he said that in this iteration of tournaments, he doesn't like that as much because he is now seeded really high. I think he's number 2 in the entire tournament, second to It's Axon, the world champion. And now he feels like since he's not going to be facing all these top tier battlers right away, he completely changed his strategy to try to battle the other trainers that he'll be facing. So then he makes it to day 2, and that's his ultimate goal, is he wants to make the day 2 and get those championship points.
And he told me he's going to be going to so many tournaments this season. There is no way he is not qualifying to the World Championships. Like we said, he's already top cut once this season. He's top cut so many times in the past as well. And he's well on his way there in this tournament as well.
Well, let's head on over to social media real quick before the battles get started. And go ahead. I know you've been getting into TCG, so go ahead. Take it away, Soph.
All right, here's Melina. No matter how the main event goes in Portland this weekend, I did manage to pull off the win at the Professor Cup last night, so I'm content. So for those of you who don't know, the Professors are people who help organize and run a lot of tournaments, and I think often at these regional tournaments, the professors kind of gather and play those tournaments together. And look at that beautiful trophy there. Friends in Hisui, you get to draw 3 cards, and you know, drawing 3 cards is always nice, but you get that exclusive professor program and champion words on the card, which increase the value a lot, by the way.
Yeah, that's top tier right now. Is every Professor Cup like that? That is really nice looking. And this Pokemon is also really nice looking. Cochino Mom with the best friend number 155. That is insanely impressive. That is a lot of berries or a lot of Poffins and a lot of commitment and time with your Pokemon. So that's awesome to see.
It looks like she doesn't need that event next week with the extended Poffins,
yeah, right? Yeah.
Oh, and here's our co-caster, Speediest Chief, really enjoying the commentary from this event. Shout out to Speedy. And of course, we have Home Slice Henry making his debut on the commentary team. Again, warm welcome to Home Slice Henry there.
It's been so awesome, and I'm so glad that Shadow Latios was able to cook, and then Home Slice Henry was able to cook as well. But it's been such a great start to Portland. Honestly, all these battles have been so much fun, and we're going to continue this pace right now with the next matchup of Onion Frank versus Flying Pizza. And this team is way different from San Antonio. He completely changed a lot of things. He took out the Superior here. He added Vigoroth. He took out the Shadow Low and Sandslash, which is just more vulnerable to that bad alignment, and he added Skarmory.
Yeah, like you said, Onion completely changing up his strategy, and I want to point out something fun, which is that this is kind of a battle of foods. We've got Onion Frank and Flying Pizza, so you know, a little bit of a rivalry there maybe, but like you said, Onion changing up his strategy in general from alignment-based to more flexible Pokemon, and also we just see that reflected in the teams there, like you said.
Well, pizza is a way better food than Onion, but that doesn't say who's going to be better as a trainer here. Onion's actually pretty good too. It's very versatile, but let's look at the actual Pokemon's attacks. Remember, this is going to be open team sheets now, so you can't really catch anyone off guard, but his team, there's no Leaf Tornado like he had in San Antonio, which he would hope to catch people off guard, but there's open team sheets, so it wasn't catching people off guard anyway. But he completely changed up his strategy. Because of seeding, he is doing things differently now, and it's really intriguing to see how that will play out.
And I think the only Pokemon that are consistent with his San Antonio team are that Dragonair, which we've talked about a little bit, provides that fast move pressure, of course, and then we've got that Gligar as well. And here's Flying Pizza's team. Actually looks pretty similar. We've got the Shadow Gligar and the Skarmory double flyer going on. We've also got the Shadow Swampert, which we haven't been able to see much, but I think that's also one of your caster picks, right?
Yeah, it's number 3 on my list. I think it has a lot of potential. I think it can be better than the Whiscash, which we've seen so much Whiscash. It can't Scald debuff, so if you're looking for that, it can't do that. And then we do see the Cresselia is running Future Sight, just like as most trainers are doing. Everyone is actually running Cresselia, I feel like, because of Dune, but they're not running the attacks that Dune ran, which was the Moonblast Grass Knot. But I want to key in on Shadow Swampert. How is Shadow Swampert looking against opposing team? It's looking good against literally everything except for Shadow Dragonair. So I think Flying Pizza is going to rely on that Shadow Swampert.
I think we've seen that in the past. Shadow Swampert is such a powerful closer. Even with the nerf to Earthquake's damage, which happened recently, I think Swampert's going to have a lot of play here. You can pretty much just go straight Hydro Cannon on everything, of course, except for that Shadow Dragonair on Onion's side.
I think you could still go straight Hydro Cannon, to be honest. Just because like Shadow Dragonair, I don't even know if you want to commit an Earthquake to it, just because it takes so much damage. You can just rely on that strength of the Community Day attack. And by the way, Community Day is happening right now if you are in the Pacific time zone, so make sure and catch those Rowlets, because Decidueye, it could be really strong. I highly encourage, while you're watching this, catch some Rowlets.
Yeah, and you get that extra shiny chance as well. You know, if Decidueye becomes relevant in a future regional, you got to have that shiny flex when you play on stage.
Yeah, the shiny flex is always nice. And you also want to get some different stat distributions, and you want to train your Pokemon a different way. I feel like that is more valuable than it has ever been in Championship Series. So make sure and catch a bunch of them and keep a bunch of them. And plus, enjoy that triple Stardust.
That's right, Stardust is super important to be able to power up these Pokemon, especially those Shadow Pokemon, which are just a little bit more expensive. But it looks like both of our trainers are locked in here. We're getting into Game 1, winners, semifinals, best of 3. Here we go.
Pizza versus Onion. Game number 1 is going to be the Lickitung in the Charger Bug, and this is the story of the meta right now. These two Pokemon, but Lickitung consistently wins this matchup, especially in the ones. It's pretty comfortable.
But I wonder if Onion Frank is okay with just kind of soft losing this matchup. We do see that Shadow Dragonair in the back from Onion. And actually, if you look at Flying Pizza's team, there's nothing that's really resisting Shadow Dragonair except for that Skarmory. So potentially, Onion is going to be happy letting this Charger Bug go, not investing any shields, and then try to put them on Shadow Dragonair in the back.
Yeah, but alignment will matter for Flying Pizza, because if you're able to match up the Shadow Swampert into the Skarmory and not the Gligar, that's actually going to be a huge advantage in the back. So I feel like Flying Pizza is just going to try to maintain that alignment and do something that Onion Frank has usually done in the past, is try to maintain that alignment. And then swapping in the Shadow Dragonair, but swapping and soaking with Shadow Dragonair, I don't know if it's the move.
It's the second time we've seen that today, but you know what? Lickitung is not the most attack-weighted Pokemon. This is one of the charge attacks that Dragonair can technically tank. And here comes that Gligar. Onion Frank is probably going to be able to pull a shield with his Aqua Tail, but then Flying Pizza might actually get the full wing attack down.
Yeah, it's gonna most likely happen, because all you need to do is wing attack it down before 6 wing attacks, and it's gonna, I think it's gonna happen. That's 2, 3, oh, it's gonna 4, 5. He actually doesn't get there in time, and this Dragonair is a little bulkier than I feel like we're used to. So well done from Onion Frank to actually soak that and then get 2 shields from Flying Pizza. That looked not great, but in the end, it was amazing.
And that is, Onion is a fantastic position here. Brings in the Skarmory. You do wall all of this energy off. Of course, these digs are going to be adding up over time, and then you have to watch out for that Shadow Swampert. But remember, Skarmory has access to Brave Bird, which is an incredibly hard-hitting charge attack, and Flying Pizza just used 2 shields on Aqua Tails.
Yeah, and now you have no Protect Shield for that Brave Bird that you just mentioned, and Lickitung almost has no health. Can you get the Steel Wing down? You probably have to take an Aerial Ace, but can he get to the dig? He can get to the dig. You might actually want to Protect Shield this just to ensure you have some health on that Skarmory, and Onion Frank decides to just let it go. You just don't have any health, and the licks are almost going to add up a lot. Do you Peekaboo? Is there a Peekaboo? Peekaboo! There it is! You see the Swampert? Now you don't. There's the Lickitung to soak that charge attack.
And I thought Onion was in such an amazing position there, but didn't shield out that Skarmory. Doesn't have the help, but now he still has a chance here if he can get to 2 X Scissors before these Mud Shots take him out.
It's going to be really close. You're exactly right. It all comes up to fast attack pressure now, because there's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Onion Frank. You're not going to throw a charge attack because you're just wasting an opportunity to throw fast attacks, and the double X Scissor is there, and that's going to be able to knock out the Shadow Swampert.
What an end game from Onion Frank. That honestly didn't go at all how I thought it would go, but of course still able to take the victory there for the 1-0.
Onion Frank is full of new strategies now in these seeding tournaments, and it is paying off. Fresh off a top 5 performance in San Antonio, he placed number 5. He is here with a new team, a new strategy, Shadow Dragonair to soak energy, and then double Aqua Tail for 2 Protect Shields. Well done, Onion Frank.
That Dragonair play was absolutely incredible. We saw earlier, Shadow Dragonair can be so hard to use. Sometimes you have to invest Protect Shields, sometimes it gets walled off by a Zoom Roll, but just like you said, pulling 2 Protect Shields without having to use any, taking an entire body slam as well. Yeah, like you said, well done to Onion Frank.
And we focus on the Shadow Swampert being really strong for Flying Pizza as we go into the highlights of that game number 1. But Shadow Dragonair, as you see on the screen, is really strong against Flying Pizza's team, right? Because your best Pokemon is Shadow Swampert, and your best counter for Shadow Swampert is Shadow Dragonair, so that's already an advantage. And then otherwise, it's what? Skarmory is the only thing that threatens it?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to make some adjustments if you're Flying Pizza. Like you said, maybe bringing that Skarmory, which is really the only hard counter to Dragonair. Also, Poliwrath can do pretty well. Lickitung, of course, neutral matchup. But again, if you're going to bring that Shadow Swampert, you also need to adjust how you play around with those shields, right? Leaving 0 shields for Shadow Swampert, even though it didn't have to take a Brave Bird because of that Peekaboo play.
Which was beautiful, by the way.
Which was beautiful. Kudos to Flying Pizza, but you do get taken out by 2 X-Scissors here, and it doesn't even matter that these Hydro Cannons can hit so hard.
Yeah, and Onion Frank knew that. As soon as he landed that Brave Bird, he knew he got Peekabooed, but he knew it didn't matter because he had that Charge Bug in the back, and it can endure enough damage to get to that double X-Scissor, and Charge Bug has just been so strong in the meta. One of those Pokemon on the rise that didn't receive a direct buff to anything. It's just really strong in the current meta, and now I think, once again, it's going to be the battle of Shadow Dragonair versus Shadow Swampert. So you mentioned it before. I think Flying Pizza has to make an adjustment, probably to Skarmory, to try to respect that Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, I think Onion is realizing the power of that Shadow Dragonair. Like we said, played so well with it just now, and maybe expecting the Skarmory. I also want to call it something that I think Onion did really well there, which is kind of invisible in terms of things that are done well, which is saving shields for potential Shadow Swampert. He knows how good it is on paper against his team. He knows it's likely going to be in the back, and he knows that those charge attacks are going to be some of the hardest hitting on Flying Pizza's entire team.
And you know what Flying Pizza did not do well is save Protect Shields for that Shadow Swampert, because that Shadow Swampert had no Protect Shields in the back. So yeah, I completely agree with you, and we are locked in to game number 2, Onion Frank versus Flying Pizza. Here's the Shadow Dragonair. Ooh. Here's the adjustment, the Skarmory in the lead. This is probably going to force a pivot out of Onion Frank.
Yeah, this is exactly what Flying Pizza wants to see. It looks like Onion is going to be staying in here for just a little while, maybe going to throw an Aqua Tail and dip, or maybe just going to be playing out this entire matchup. Those Dragon Breaths are starting to add up just a little bit.
You do outpace the Aqua Tail, even though Steel Wing generates more energy. It's still not the quickest energy generation. And remember, Sky Attack is more energy than it used to be, so Skarmory's a little slow, even though it looks like it's moving really fast right now.
I was thinking Onion might try to go for a catch on his own Skarmory there, but looks like he's staying in. Actually, if he chooses to shield this up, the next Aqua Tail comes pretty close to threatening the Skarmory here.
It really does.
Yeah, I don't hate this.
Yeah, the Aqua Tail gets the Protect Shield here, and now suddenly in the ones, it's not too bad. You're almost at equal health. And does the Skarmory have to commit damage, or can it get the full Steel Wing down? I feel like it's going to be so close. It feels like that Gligar matchup of last game, and Flying Pizza didn't want to repeat the same mistake, and so he threw the Sky Attack.
It was going to be really close, but like you said, didn't want to repeat the same mistake, and now Onion has a choice about what he wants to farm down with. Goes for the resisted Steel Wings. No, but you resist all the charge attacks from the opposing Skarmory, and if you come out with a Brave Bird, you're going to be able to hit anything that comes in.
You know, I said it was tough, and this Steel Wing does a lot of damage, actually. You do endure this Brave Bird, like you mentioned, so I love that from Onion Frank, able to take that. It doesn't do too much, and you get the full Steel Wing down, and now you're loaded with energy, and who do you want to soak it on? The Shadow Swampert you want to soak it on, and now you're at the double Sky Attack, but you reach for the Brave Bird. Can you sneak it through? No, Protect Shield, Flying Pizza.
Great shield. That is going to do a ton of damage, almost to take out the entire Shadow Swampert. But now this Skarmory is debuffed and locked in here. Is Onion just going to stay in, shield this up, and go for that second Brave Bird?
Yeah, you could do that play. You will outpace. So does Flying Pizza try to swap and just sacrifice the Gligar and just have all the hopes? No, and he waited a turn there. Onion Frank waited a turn for Mudshot animation to start before he threw that Brave Bird. Just top level mechanics and a knockout into that Shadow Swampert.
And here comes that Vigoroth into Shadow Gligar matchup that you've mentioned a couple times. Flying Pizza does throw this Aerial Ace first, but Onion still has a little bit of that Skarmory left if this Vigoroth isn't able to pull it off. But I think 2 Body Slams pretty much is enough to take out this Gligar.
Yeah, the problem is you are going to to get to that double aerial ace, and I think Vigoroth wins the ones against Shadow Gligar. I don't know if it wins the zeros. Are you going to outpace to that double body slam before the double aerial ace is available here? They're going to be really close on energy. Who gets there first? The aerial ace does get there first from Gligar. Suddenly Gligar knocks out Vigoroth, and all Gligar needs to do is get to a dig, and it might be close to enough. No, it will definitely be enough. It just needs to get to a dig. Can it get to an aerial ace? It's so close. It's just on the race. Dude gets there. It's a cap. Charge attack priority.
And it looks like Gligar does win this charge attack priority. Gligar able to take out all of Onion's remaining Pokemon here, including that Skarmy, which is supposed to be such a hard wall for it. And Pizza able to tie this up for 1-1.
That was shocking in the end game there because it didn't feel like there was much play. It felt like Onion Frank was so far ahead once he got the alignment, then he got the Steel Wing down, then he landed the Brave Bird onto Shadow Swampert, but suddenly Gligar, #1 usage in Portland, I guess for a reason.
You know what that game came down to is that Gligar came in just a little bit ahead of Onion Frank's Vigoroth and was able to outpace to that double aerial ace, even though Onion got to the body slam right when that Gligar threw the aerial ace. Here's that lead matchup again, looking at these replays, and I think this is the farm down that Onion Frank gets, which looked so powerful at the time too.
Yeah, it really did look so good. You even endured this Brave Bird, but this Brave Bird was crucial because after taking so much damage from the mud shots, from the Steel Wings, from the Brave Bird, suddenly that Skarmy was low enough, and this is what you mentioned. You were outpacing there on that Shadow Gligar because you swapped in one turn before.
And this is such a niche thing, but I think what Onion Frank had to do is try to undercharge the Brave Bird so that he could swap into Vigoroth without being behind. But that is incredibly difficult undercharge. I don't know if anyone can pull that off.
Yeah, it's so tough in the moment, and it just aligned perfectly for Flying Pizza because Flying Pizza was able to reach the aerial ace right before the body slam was available, and then he reached the dig right before that sky attack was available. So Gligar showing its worth in Portland. Like I said, it's #1 in usage right now. Shadow Swampert we thought would be the MVP. Literally has done nothing in both these games, but Flying Pizza has tied it up, and he has an opportunity for redemption for Shadow Swampert. He's definitely going to bring it into game #3. Can he position it better than he did in game 1 and 2?
Well, after that display, maybe you're going to be trying to rely more on that Shadow Gligar than the Shadow Swampert. If you look at Onion Frank's team, really the only thing that Gligar has to watch out for is, of course, that Skarmory, which actually was able to take out last game, and then the Scalds from that Whiscash. Other than that, it has a lot of play, does decently into Vigoroth, like we just saw, of course, walls off that Charge-Bug, which Onion Frank has been bringing a little bit.
You're right, Double Ground just looks really strong against Onion Frank's team, specifically the Shadow Gligar, the Shadow Swampert. Here we are, Onion versus Pizza, game #3. It's Vigoroth in the Poliwrath, and Vigoroth is really safe, but not against the Poliwrath because the Poliwrath is doing super effective counters, and here comes the swap into Skarmory, but Poliwrath is so good against Skarmory.
Yeah, it resists those Steel Wings, and now this Poliwrath is going to be able to get off the Scalds before Onion Frank is able to reach a Sky Attack on this Skarmory. And if this Scalds debuffs, Onion is
He tried to call the Icy Wind, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, or maybe just didn't want to show that. Here comes the Swampert though. Okay, but now Onion has a little bit of play. Your charge attacks do threaten you. Here comes that Brave Bird, and I think dropping your defense, but you're not really in danger of getting Mudshot down, are you?
No, you can't Mudshot down, I don't think. I mean, it's going to be single resisted. Yes, you did drop your defense by 2 stages, but I don't think you can do it before the Sky Attack is available. So Flying Pizza actually threw exactly on charge attack priority. So well done and great counting from Flying Pizza. But actually, Onion Frank gives up Protect Shields, trying to get 2 Protect Shields from this Swampert, and his attack did drop, but it doesn't matter. Flying Pizza devotes both Protect Shields in the Swampert.
Now throw this Brave Bird just in the nick of time because that Swampert is already at another Hydro Cannon, but now I think you can get the Mudshot down, and this energy is going to be pretty impactful. I don't know what Onion's going to do here. Maybe bring in the Vigoroth and try to put it all in the Dragonair.
Yeah, I mean, you could soak energy on Dragonair if you want, but here comes the Vigoroth, and there comes the Hydro Cannon. You have back-to-back Hydro Cannon, and you're actually 3 mud shots away from the triple Hydro Cannon, so you actually can triple Hydro Cannon against this Vigoroth here if you want to, because Vigoroth is too far away from the body slam. Here comes a swap on the Hydro Cannon, resisted in the Shadow Dragonair.
Resisted damage, and like you said, but Onion had to make a play here, kind of in a bad position, but this Hydro Cannon does so much damage still, almost half of it, and oh my gosh, Swampert already had another Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I mean, it's overwhelming, the damage on Shadow Dragonair here. And Shadow Dragonair should be able to get the Dragon Breath down, so Flying Pizza wants to avoid that and swaps into the Poliwrath. Poliwrath is going to have to take a Body Slam here. There's no Protect Shields remaining, but this is not Shadow Poliwrath. So Poliwrath should be able to endure, and can it get the counter down?
Yeah, I think Onion is going to be able to maybe get through, actually maybe not get through this Poliwrath here, and there is still that full health Gligar in the back for Flying Pizza, the flying type, not even going to be making an appearance here, and looks like this Poliwrath does have a Scald for this Vigoroth.
And the rain is here in Portland because Onion Frank got overwhelmed with those water type attacks from the Shadow Swampert Hydro Cannons and then the Scald to finish it off. And that's a 3-ball flex from Flying Pizza into Onion Frank, looking a little deflated in this matchup. He will drop down to the loser side of the bracket, but remember, this is the winner semi, so he's already pretty far on the loser side of the bracket.
That's right, just going to need to win a couple of more games to make it into day 2, or make it into that top cut rather. And Flying Pizza, I think, pulling off a little bit of an upset there, right? Onion, probably one of the top trainers in this tournament. I think he mentioned the number 2 seed overall, right? Is going to drop down to that loser's bracket, but great play from Flying Pizza there. Made that adjustment after losing game 1 to come back for the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, I know. We know for sure it's Axon's the number 1 seed. Onion Frank is the number 2 seed from what he said. So far in Portland, it's a new year. I mean, these trainers are being able to take down these top trainers of the past, like it's Axon and Onion Frank. And Flying Pizza, I think, just played really well in that game number 3 after not using that Shadow Swampert, I think, too well in those first 2 games, but was able to stay in the matchup and then adjust game number 3. Beautiful. Won 3 Pokemon remaining.
That's right, made those adjustments from game 1 into game 2 and game 3 with different team comps, but let's take a look again at those highlights from the series. I think here we've got the Peekaboo catch from game 1 with the Skarmory. Lickitung able to absorb 55 energy from the Skarmory. Of course, Onion did end up winning this game off the back of that Charger Bug though, with the Swampert, of course, in the back having 0 shields.
Yeah, and here comes that Swampert that I feel like was not positioned well in those first 2 games. As you can see here, just going to get knocked out, and you can't even throw a charge attack because there's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Onion Frank. You had to rely on that Mud Shot down. So the double X Scissor does knock out Shadow Swampert, and that kind of was the story. It felt like Shadow Swampert just had no place to go early on.
That's right, didn't have a place to go early on, but certainly found its rhythm in those later games. I think this is game 2, right, with Onion farming down this Skarmory, coming out with a lot of useful energy, but unfortunately, eventually, I think that Swampert was just kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, and Skarmory is a Pokemon that's also increased its usage. I believe it's a number 10 or top 10 right now in Portland, which is a Pokemon that we really hadn't seen at all in San Antonio, and I actually don't think much in Stuttgart either. But now suddenly Skarmory's looking really strong, except for this moment right here, because Shadow Gligar, number 1 in usage, was just able to outpace and get to that dig. Even though it is single resistant, it's still enough. Steel Wing energy generation is higher, but it just wasn't enough there.
Gligar pulling through that game 2 by the skin of its teeth, barely outpacing the Vigoroth and winning charge attack priority against that Skarmory. And I think this is game 3 with that huge Mud Shot down, and now Onion Frank just had nowhere to absorb this energy, even catching a resisted Hydro Cannon on Dragonair, but of course, Dragonair is threatened by double Hydro Cannon as well.
Yeah, and Dragonair felt so strong for Onion Frank, but it was unable to get that exact positioning that it needed. Kind of similar to where Shadow Swampert wasn't finding its spots early on, and then that game number 3, the Shadow Dragonair, was just not finding its spots. It did earlier in the matchup. It soaked that Body Slam, got 2 shields with the Aqua Tail, but game number 3, it just wasn't enough. And Onion Frank, with a totally different strategy, looked really good early on, but just didn't get it done in the end, is now moving on down to the loser side of the bracket.
Well, we talk about different strategies there, but again, I want to commend Flying Pizza for making the adjustment. Wasn't really able to deal with that Shadow Dragonair game 1, right? But game 2 brought the Skarmory, game 3 brought the Poliwrath, which ended up doing really well for him.
And I mentioned earlier how it's a new year with its accent going down, and then now you see in that matchup, Onion Frank, the number 2 seed, going down to Flying Pizza. Flying Pizza was actually able to knock out Harjeffy in San Antonio as well, which is incredibly impressive because we know Harjeffy went through an entire tournament in Curitiba without losing, and then was able to win the first ever international championship this season. So to be able to take out names like that, we really have to keep an eye on Flying Pizza the rest of this tournament.
I think that's right. We've seen Flying Pizza compete a few times before, but I think you're right. Maybe kind of finally finding his stride here in the 2024 season, doing really well in San Antonio, like you said, and then of course here taking down Onion Frank to move on to those winners finals.
And it was really a work of art in that game number 3 to win with 3 Pokemon remaining. And speaking of works of art, the Pokemon Company International and Creators Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024 is back for another year and are inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest, magical Pokemon moments, just like we saw in that battle. And the contest is simple. Choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, Shadow Swampert, or Koraidon, and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment of its day, or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture the magical Pokemon moments theme. The contest is open to applicants 18 and over in US and Japan, in addition to UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the first time. Entry opens October 12th and runs until January 31st, 2024 at 5:59 PSD. For more information, including full contest details, eligibility, pricing, please visit the link of www.ptcgic-cr.com/2024/EN.
Well, speaking of magical Pokemon moments, I think you're supposed to be drawing magical Pokemon. But I think in these tournaments, we have a lot of magical moments as well, right? We have trainers, making it so far after years of practice. And of course, here you have Ramberto, a former regional champion, probably remembering his San Diego win over Caleb as a magical moment.
That was definitely a magical moment that Caleb does not want to remember, but Ramberto has been a really talented trainer for a long time. Obviously, as you mentioned, the 2023 San Diego regional champion, but since then hasn't been able to reach that height. 25 in Worlds, which that's not bad.
Wearing that Yokohama shirt, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. A beautiful t-shirt. 25th in the World Championship isn't that bad. But then number 33 in Sacramento. Then he got some more steam. He was number 13 in our last regional, San Antonio.
That's right. Made that top 16. Remember, one of the largest tournaments that we've had this season so far. And let's take a look at Ramberto's team real quickly. Has that Vigoroth, which we've seen succeeding throughout the day. Butters, I have to commend you on your caster pick there. Vigoroth putting in a lot of work today. And then, of course, Ramberto is going to be facing off against Boglish, who we saw earlier today as well, I think, on stream.
Yeah, I think Vigoroth is just the Pokemon that has so much versatility as we do look at Boglish's team. And Boglish is a trainer that's been on the edge of getting close to that top cut. And now we are in the winners semis here of his group. So if he does win this matchup, he will be in the winners finals and so close to that coveted day number 2 that he's been searching for. And one of the Cresselia Moonblast believers as well, just like Dunebug.
That's right, a believer in Cresselia, but also a believer of Shadow Dragonair, like we saw can be so successful, like in Onion's game 1 just now, but also maybe sometimes just lacks the bulk, lacks the speed even, to take out some of the bulkier Pokemon.
And it's interesting to see how it has shifted from Stuttgart, which was almost all Shadow Poliwrath, even into San Antonio, which was more Shadow Poliwrath. Now in Portland, it's a lot of normal Poliwrath. I think because Shadow Gligar is the choice for most people, and if you're regular Poliwrath, you can flip that matchup against Shadow Gligar because after the debuff, you can endure an aerial ace and then knock out with the Icy Wind. So I love this change from Boglish as we get locked into game number 1, and this is not looking good. It's the Shadow Dragonair into Skarmory.
Looking familiar, Shadow Dragonair into Skarmory, and again, looking familiar with the Shadow Dragonair staying in. You do see Boglish actually 88 weak to Skarmory, has that Cresselia in the back, so just going to have to try to muscle through with these Aqua Tails and resisted Dragon Breaths.
And you really can kind of muscle through, as we saw last matchup. It's not too bad in the ones because by the time you both use one Protect Shield, the Skarmory actually has to throw another Sky Attack to knock out the Dragonair, and then maybe you can fast attack it down to gain some momentum in the back line. Maybe that momentum could be with the Lantern.
Boglish farming up just a little bit more here to threaten with the Aqua Tail, just like you said. But now I think Boglish is going to be happy. This Dragonair has done its job. It's pulled a shield from Skarmory, and then I think you just go for the Spark Down and hope Cresselia can do something in the back.
This Dragonair didn't get close as Onion Franks, I do believe. Onion Franks was really threatening that last Aqua Tail, but in this situation, it felt like Boglish's Shadow Dragonair was not threatening it, so Ramberto comfortably Steel Wing down.
Yeah, that's right. I think we saw Flying Pizza actually throw a charge attack because it was afraid of the threat,
Yes.
like you said. And here's the Whiz Cash. Bogish actually throwing a serve here. And the problem here is that you're going to need a lot of charge attacks to take out this Whiz Cash. The most efficient way to take it out, of course, is with a Grass Knot from Cresselia, swapping in now, but now that serve doesn't feel like it was super worthwhile.
Yeah, maybe you're wishing you had Future Sight here, but I think double Moonblast is enough to knock out the Gligar. I think Future Sight, if you go Future Sight, Grass Knot could be okay. Even in the ones, I think you can go straight Grass Knot against that Shadow Gligar, but does Protect Shield on the Moonblast. Can you get lucky with a debuff? No luck there.
Yeah, only a 10%, not 50% like Scald, and this Cresselia has a lot of work to put in. You need to land 2 charge attacks on this Gligar, and here comes a dig. This actually is the heaviest hitting move, but Bogish choosing to let it go, and that second dig is going to come close to threatening this Cresselia, especially with all these wing attacks.
Yeah, I think it will knock out once the second dig is available. Here comes the Moonblast, and maybe you could go double Grass Knot here. Moonblast is going to do a good chunk, and we're going to see maybe, yeah, more than you needed. You probably could have gone double Grass Knot here, and that's going to be a crucial factor because if you do Protect Shield this aerial ace, you're going to get outpaced. Do you try to call it? Boglish is looking at his options. He Protect Shields the aerial ace, though.
And the problem here, though, is that this aerial is now coming through. I don't think it's quite enough to take out the Cresselia, but the Cresselia is going to have to throw energy at this Gligar to take it out, and then I don't even think he can get to a Grass Knot against the Whiz Cash.
Oh, he's
but trying
banking
to bank
it. I think he banked the Grass Knot there, but I don't know if you still need to get through this Whiz Cash because this Whiz Cash is pretty much going to knock out with the Mud Bomb. I think you do endure, but at this range, you need double Surf, and I don't think you're outpacing a Whiz Cash.
I don't think so either. You only have 1 serve here, and the Mud Bomb is already loaded. I mean, you definitely live this. I think Ramberto can just safely Mud Shot down, come out with a move for that Cresselia, and then win charge attack priority.
What a redemption arc for ground types right now. Just taking out that Lantern. I can't tell you how many ground types have suffered in the hands of Lantern. Even though they should beat Lantern, they just didn't. And Whiz Cash got 2 eyes on the prize here, able to knock out both Pokemon, and Ramberto, continuing his success, takes game number 1, 1-0.
That Whiz Cash was able to put in a lot of work, and like you said, redemption for the ground types. I think before we saw a lot of Lanterns having a lot of play against things like Shadow Swampert, right?
Yes.
But because Spark now is just a little bit slower, a little bit less energy gain, now things like Whiz Cash really have their chance to shine, getting to those Mud Bombs super quickly, easy breezy.
No, even in the Gligar versus Lantern, even when the Spark was more energy, Gligar still wasn't enough to take out Lanterns because you always needed, there was a stretch that you needed a grass or dragon type to win a regional, and now you can just do it with Whiz Cash.
Whiz Cash is certainly great, especially if you hit those Scald debuffs. And remember, I think Bogish just had a little bit of a team composition disadvantage this game. Led that Dragonair into the Skarmory, couldn't really switch out because he had that Cresselia in the back. So, you know, great team read from Ramberto there.
And I think if you went double Grass Knot in this situation, maybe you would have been healthy enough to threaten another Grass Knot into Whiz Cash, and if you made some fancy swaps, maybe you had a chance. But in the end, I don't think Boglish had too many options in this in-game. Ramberto just had full control of this matchup, and Whiz Cash, another Pokemon on the rise in Portland. It feels like it's been really strong, especially midway through the day.
We have seen a lot of Whiz Cash action, and we've seen a lot of Whiz Cash just taking out Lanterns, I feel like. You know, those Mud Bombs landing on Lanterns left and right here. And then, of course, taking a look at Ramberto's achievements once again, like we said, the San Diego Regional Champion from the 2023 season, and then recently with that top 16 finish in San Antonio. So Ramberto certainly has been around for a long time, has found that success. Also a veteran of the World Championships, looking to make his way back in 2024.
And I want to point out that he just competed recently in San Antonio, and he had a pretty different team. He was running Shadow Poliwrath, now he's running the Whiz Cash instead, but he is continuing to run the Skarmory, which he ran in San Antonio. But in San Antonio, he ran triple Flyers, and now he's just down to 2 Flyers, the Skarmory and the Shadow Gligar.
I think he's happy with that Skarmory. Anything that walls the #1 Pokemon in the meta at any given time is always going to have play, and we see here the Skarmory, of course, walling that Shadow Gligar. Of course, you know, you can't threaten if you throw enough digs, but Skarmory has a lot of play for sure, and it looks like we're actually getting into this game number 2.
And this is where Boglish's journey has capped out in previous tournaments. He has a bad lead here. Can he overcome the odds and try to reverse sweep Ramberto here to move on into the winners finals of his group? And there's a good start, swapping on the discharge of the Registeel. This is what you do want to throw against Registeel, but still, instead of super effective, it's neutral now.
But now the problem is that this Registeel is locked in against that Gligar, and Ramberto still has the Charge Bug, which has so much play against both the Poliwrath and the Cresselia. So I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Boglish, but step one of making a comeback is to get this Zap Cannon attack drop on the Gligar.
Every river begins with one raindrop, and you just need to make one play after another, especially here in Portland where there's a lot of rain. You just need to chip away, and then maybe you can ride the river of success and get back in this game. But like you mentioned, it's going to be really tough. You're going to need a lot of raindrops, so.
And Roberto, a very experienced player, getting that maximum farm, knows the Registeel counts, knows that this Aerial Ace is going to be enough. Oh, but actually Boglish throwing a shield up. I think Roberto just throws another charge attack here too. Oh, yeah. But that doesn't have it.
And look at that. Look at Reggie go. Look at Registeel looking good against the Gligar, forcing a protection. Dude even said somehow his Registeel was countering Gligar. I said that was a little too much, dude. I don't believe you there.
Gets the second attack drop though, so that's always nice. And now this Gligar is loaded, but it is very debuffed.
Yeah, but you have to soak it on Poliwrath, which is going to be super effective, and that's not going to be a great time for Poliwrath. Poliwrath does give up the Protect Shield, even though it's double debuffed. And do you throw the Ice Wind before the Aerial Ace? No, you don't throw before the Aerial Ace, and now you're going to take this super effective Aerial Ace. You're going to have to bank this energy. You don't want to throw it against this Gligar.
And it's looking good for Roberto, but how are you going to get rid of this Gligar if you don't throw energy? I don't think Cresselia can Psycho Cut down. Does have to throw this Icy Wind here, but Roberto, remember, does still have that Charge Bug in the back. Probably just going to try to Volt Switch this down and then throw some X-Scissors onto that Cresselia.
And he has Skarmory for Cresselia, so it's looking pretty tough here for Boglish. And Boglish, this is the point of his journey where he has struggled with. He has gotten to 25 in tournaments, 25 again, 33. He's gotten to these points where he's at the winter semis. He's so close. And in this situation, he wasn't able to come and get over that hurdle of Ramberto, a really talented previous world qualifier, but it's going to be so tough to get through the end game here. I think Ramberto is just going to clean this up fairly easily.
I think Boglish unfortunately just didn't have the team compositions he needed. Roberto reading him like a book, was ABA strong to that lead in game one, and then this Charge-a-Bug adjustment in game two really just had so much play against the entire team. Super effective damage against Poliwrath and Cresselia, resisting every charge attack from Registeel, and then of course also had that alignment with the Gligar on Registeel as well.
And it's really cool to see Boglish, even though he's going down here, he's having a fun time. You can see the smile on his face talking to Ramberto here as he does get knocked out with the X-Scissor. I've been really impressed with Boglish's play. Like you mentioned, he was part of a local challenge yesterday. He did awesome in that. He's been awesome in this tournament so far. Yes, he does move on into the loser side, but he's just a couple of series win away from getting back into Top Cut a day two for his first time ever. So congratulations to Ramberto for taking that series pretty comfortably, but an awesome performance so far in this tournament for Boglish.
I think that's right. Like you said, Boglish is moving down to that losers bracket, but just a couple of games to go before making that top 8. We are already in winners round 4, so winners from this round also go on to the winners finals, and then winners semis just drop down to the losers bracket, but maybe just have 3 or so rounds, and then if they win all 3, can move on to day 2.
Yeah, it's always tougher on that loser side of the bracket, as you can see from Doombug's run in San Antonio last tournament, where he lost his first matchup and he had to go 12-0 to make it all the way back. It's always a huge advantage to come on that winner side, but I think you're right. I think if you drop down to the loser side, I think if you pick up 2 more wins, you're in that losers finals, and you have a chance once again to get into that day number 2. It would be Boglish's first ever Top Cut, but Ramberto on top here once again. And I just saw we got fireworks coming up next because we got Caleb Peg and Rubik's Master. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I just saw the 2 traders coming up, and that's going to be such a cool matchup.
That's going to be one of the most hype matchups of the day. But before we get there, let's take a look at the highlights from the series just now of Ramberto versus Boglish here. I think this is that game with Dragonair versus Skarmory. Like you said, Dragonair not even threatening really to get to that Aqua Tail. Skarmory able to get a full farm down here. And then of course this Cresselia trying to make its way through the Gligar and the Whiscash, but unfortunately the Gligar just kind of powering through.
And I've been wondering, what are the cores in this meta right now? It's been hard to identify which cores are really strong. One core I know is very strong is Water and Skarmory, specifically Whiscash Skarmory. That core is incredibly strong. You see it in Go Battle League, and you see Ramberto using that really well in both of these games, I believe.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you're making about cores, because I kind of feel like the meta has shifted towards not necessarily those A-B cores that cover each other perfectly, but just using a lot of flexible neutral Pokemon and kind of hoping to outplay with neutral play, right? Like we've seen a lot of Vigoroth and Whiscash today, and I wouldn't consider that a core, but those Pokemon are quite neutral in general.
No, I completely agree with you. I was actually trying to make a list of cores right now, and I came up with things like Cresselia, Gligar. That's not a standard core, but yes, the Cresselia protects the Gligar from the things it's usually weak against. Even something like Poliwrath Gligar. But then I came down the list. I'm like, wait, Skarmory's here. And then suddenly, when you have Skarmory is such a good core partner for those water types, specifically Whiscash, or in the past we've seen Swampert. We even saw Flying Pizza run a lot of Skarmory, Shadow Swampert. So that core might be the strongest core right now, and that is definitely a timeless core.
That is a timeless core, has been around for so long because Skarmory covers those grass types, which of course is the only thing that deals super effective damage to those water ground types. But the thing is, there aren't really any grass types. Like you said, Cresselia is the best grass type in the game, but Skarmory does pretty well there, of course.
Yeah, it does very well. I mean, even better than some grass types because there's literally nothing you could do. At least Trevenant could fight back against the Skarmory, especially now because you'd be taking the Steel Wings, which are neutral, and then throwing that Shadow Claw and the Shadow Ball, of course. But I believe we have a live interview in front of the stage, a fresh reaction. Let's hear from Ramberto.
Hey everybody, it's Holmes Ice Henry here, and I'm joined by the one and only Ramberto, fresh off a victory on the stage there. And I had to notice, there were some interesting Pokemon that you brought here, including the Skarmory. So what initially made you want to bring Skarmory to this tournament?
It's mainly the Gligar Licky core that is everywhere. After San Antonio, that became, I think, the meta core, and Skarmory just is one of the only things that consistently breaks that up.
That makes sense. And I guess with the rise of Gligar, especially in San Antonio, that has de-incentivized a little bit that Poliwrath Charjabug core that we saw so much of across the pond in Europe. So fewer Charjabug, although to be fair, you yourself did bring Charjabug and it found pretty favorable alignment in that game. So going into that, was that more of a line call or were you just feeling comfortable with Charjabug on the lead?
Honestly, I didn't like Charjabug, and it was Tristan, my friend, who actually got me to use it again. But that I was pretty sure he was going to lead Poly, and he's kind of weak to Charjabug as a whole, so it just felt really strong in the lead there.
That makes sense. I mean, just because usage of one mon goes down doesn't mean you yourself have to abandon it. And the Skarmory has put in a lot of work as well, especially against a big upstart that we've had, Cresselia, which Cresselia with Future Sight, even against matchups where it has a type disadvantage, like the Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Cresselia finds itself winning the Zero Shield there. So having a Pokemon like Skarmory, where you can just completely neutrally beat Lickitung, which is very difficult, and on top of that, beating those Cresselias, beating those Gligars. So far, it seems like a pretty good meta read, and seems like your day so far here in day one has gone pretty well.
Yeah, it's gone pretty well. I mean, it could be going a little bit better because now I have to face either Abhinav or Bird Power, and I'm not looking forward to that match, but I think it's gone so well.
Hey, well, I mean, if you're playing anything like you have been at this point, it should be going pretty well for you. So thank you so much for your time, and big congratulations on the run so far. And I believe I will be tossed into a break. So thank you so much for tuning in with us.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016. Took a bit of a hiatus, like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, First person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Got to go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to just another round of Master of Choice. This time, we are going to answer the difficult question. Do you put your save swap on top or on bottom? So is it position 2 or 3 on your team? Amanda.
I mean, you said it's a difficult question, but it's not. It's the most simple question. You put it on the bottom. And I know, guys, you're looking at me like I'm wrong here, but I know that I'm right. Because if you think about it, when you're tapping and you need to get out of a scenario, the easiest one to tap is the bottom. It's closer to where you're tapping already on the screen for your charge attacks. And also, if you think about it, when you're comprising a team, if you're using something as the safe swap, it's something that you might be willing to sacrifice a little bit, right? And in that case, it's your third Pokemon. It's your last Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's crazy. You put Pokemon 1 up front, then you next to number 1 is number 2, which makes sense to be your safe switch in my opinion. And then number 3, you have your last Pokemon, which in your case you use as the safe switch.
Yes.
That makes no sense to me. Leo, what do you think? Are you with me or are you with Amanda here?
I think the argument that you are faster at tapping your third Pokemon is valid. However, I think that just thematically, your third Pokemon has to be your closer, right? You want to close out the game with your third Pokemon. The second Pokemon is the Pokemon that is supposed to be second in the game, in the match.
I still kind of disagree, because if you start using your safe switch as the top one, then you start tapping there first when you're trying to swap out, right? When you're trying to save switch. So in that case, you tap there faster. So I think your argument makes no sense at all, Summer.
I mean, we're not all masters of the 4-finger tap, Martine. So, I mean, you're probably reaching that top one with your pinky. I have very small hands, and I just need to be able to access it as quickly as possible. That is why I am going with the bottom. Final answer.
Good point. Now I see why you lost to Leo last time in the caster battle.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just not going to lie to you guys. Most of the stuff I do is absolutely random, so I think that probably 80% of the time I have my save swap on the top. But I do agree with Martine. I am the master of choice here, and my choice is save swap to the top.
It's all right, Bottoms. We'll get them next time.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for your input on this difficult and important discussion, and we are going right back to the broadcast.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Homeslice Henry, joined by the one and only Alpha Phoebe here in Portland, Oregon for the 2024, the first regional of the year. We've had some amazing battles so far, Phoebe, haven't we?
It honestly doesn't feel like the first regional, given how long the day has been, how many exciting battles we've seen. It feels like this is maybe even the second regional of the year, but it is in fact only the first. It feels like actually, honestly, it doesn't feel like that long ago since we saw the Shadow Latios, but you know, we still got some more tournament to go through today, and maybe we'll see it once again later on.
Absolutely. And coming up here, we are now into the winners semifinals matchups here. So we have some trainers who have put together some very impressive day one runs and are only 1 or 2 best of 3 victories away from qualifying for day number 2.
Yeah, punching your way to day number 2 is a great way to ensure that you earn those championship points and set yourself up for a potential run all the way to the potential grand finals. You know, if you knock down a few names, 1 or 2 names on your way.
Absolutely. And we have a pretty amazing matchup coming up here. And I'm just going to talk about it in the most vague terms while those battlers are getting ready. But we have an absolute, I would say, a heavyweight bout coming up here, Phoebe. We have Caleb Peng on one side. Twice the runner-up at previous regionals, has qualified for Worlds before with his trusty Bastion versus number 2 at Portland last year and number 2 at Worlds, Rubik's Master. 2 Titans collide here in the semifinals of day number 1.
And you've built the excitement, and we are ready. Our players up on stage, and there are the teams. Caleb Peng bringing that Azumarill, Bastiodon, Lickitung, 3 extremely bulky Pokemon, followed by Shadow Gligar, that Charjabug, and a Shadow Poliwrath.
And on the side of Rubik's Master, we have that Cresselia, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Azumarill, which, if I remember correctly, is on the Ice Beam and Play Rough moveset, the Registeel, the Trevenant, and a bit of an interesting pick here. We've seen some variety in flyers, but we do see the Mandibuzz on the side of Rubik's Master.
Yeah, so let's look at the movesets for Caleb. His team, the Azumarill, is running Play Rough, Ice Beam as well, so no great coverage for those steel types. Bastiodon on the very typical set, Smackdown, Flamethrower, Stone Edge, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Poliwrath, and Charjabug. No surprises here. Running Icy Wind and Scald. No power-up punch. You and I talked about it a little bit. I said I'm not a strong believer in the power-up punch. I think you give away too much, and in open team sheets, you don't get enough back.
Very fair, and we do see, as you had mentioned, with Metacham, we saw Power Up Punch, the Poliwrath running the Icy Wind and Scald, but we do not see a counter user on Rubik's Master's team. We saw in San Antonio, Dunebug actually winning San Antonio without a counter user, and we've seen more people follow that trend. For the movesets, Rubik's Master is on the standard Grassdon Future Sight on Cresselia, the Alolan Sandslash is Shadow and has the Shadow Claw, and we did note the Mandibuzz on Snarl, and instead of Foul Play, opting for the slightly harder hitting Dark Pulse.
And as it typically is when you run a Pokemon like Bastiodon, I think this is really going to come down to where that Bastiodon lands if it is run, because there are so many polarizing matchups on Rubik's Master's side. You don't have the Hydro Pump on the Azumarill. You're going to be doing amazing as the Registeel. Trevenant, although it's a grass versus rock type, doesn't really stand up due to the bulk difference. And here we go into game number 1, and we actually don't even see the Bastiodon. It's going to be Poliwrath versus Trevenant. We see a quick swap into the Charjabug.
And this Charjabug up energy could prove to be problematic for the line that Rubik's Master has brought, as we see the Charjabug able to outpace the Trevenant, fire off this X-Scissor, and the X-Scissor will do very meaningful damage to that Trevenant.
It is going to be able to resist the Volt Switches though, so not really threatened by the fast attacks. Throwing the first Shadow Ball, Caleb Peng recognizing this is likely going to be a Shadow Ball, not a bait, and going to throw up a shield of his own. Going down shields, throwing the next X-Scissor. This would pull a shield from Rubik's Master if he wants to preserve this Trevenant. I think a lot of this has made sense so far. No switch from Rubik's Master, I want to point out, because there's not an amazing answer in the back. Registeel's okay, but preferring the Trevenant here because he knows that Shadow Ball will be able to knock out, doing lots of damage with the Shadow Claws as well.
Absolutely, and again, the pacing of the Charjabug is able to outpace the Trevenant here, so this could get a bit difficult as we see the final Protect Shield used, and Caleb looks like he's 1 Volt Switch away from another X-Scissor here. Is he going to be able to flip switch advantage?
I think if Rubik's Master ends up going for a Shadow Ball, he's going to pace at the same time, actually catching the Charge Attack onto Lickitung. However, this isn't the Shadow Ball, so it actually worked out for Rubik's Master. This is the Charge Attack you want to throw in this matchup. He's now able to switch into the Registeel, and he remembers Caleb Peng led the Poliwrath, and now he's able to line up the Cresselia later in the game. game. This is great alignment for Rubik's Master.
Absolutely. Rubik's Master understanding that just because your opponent switched doesn't mean you have to as well. Being able to take advantage of the fact that Caleb gave up switch once and gives up switch once again. And now we see the Focus Blast landing into the Lickitung. No shields remaining for the opponent, so this damage will land.
A very interesting undercharge. Able to get a few more lock-ons now, not knocking out. Lex Body Slam was actually just unable to be reached from Caleb. I don't think it would have been terribly impactful, but this is really nice. Caleb still has a good amount of health left on the Charge Bug because of that catch earlier, and I think the energy here from Rubik's Master is going to be super impactful. Reaching the Zap Cannon to a Shadow Polyrath, will this knock out?
This is going to be goodbye, Mr. Polyrath, I'm afraid. The Zap Cannon connects. Goodbye, Polyrath. All that's left in the back is the Charge-a-Bug, and Charge-a-Bug still has to deal with a full health Cresselia in the back, and Rubik's Master with the absolute nail in the coffin there. The discharge catch onto the Trevenant. What a catch by Rubik's Master.
Rubik's Master really showing his mastery of this game. Actually, I love this. I love this. Going into the Registeel, preventing Caleb from having the knowledge of the third Pokemon in the back. This is incredible play from Rubik's Master, showing exactly how he was able to get second place in Worlds just this past season.
That was absolutely masterful. As you mentioned, choosing not to reveal the third because information on what your opponent runs in game number 1 can potentially influence what you choose to run in game number 2. So Rubik's Master not giving as much information to Caleb Peng. So now Caleb needing the equalizer here. I think the question on everyone's mind, Phoebe, is does he decide to go for his ace, the Bastiodon?
I would lean towards yes, but you know, Caleb is the Bastiodon master, so I'll let him end up making that decision. Let's go ahead and look at this replay. That's the one-hit KO. Zap Cannon coming through. Super effective damage. Down goes the Polyrath, and then the great catch later on. The switch clock just comes up, goes into the Trevenant, catches that discharge.
Unbelievable plays here by Rubik's Master, able to take the Game 1 advantage, and he's now one win away from making it to the Group D finals here of day number 1. It's up to Caleb Peng to try and get the equalizer here and to prevent Rubik's Master from making a run very similar to what we saw in Portland last year.
And let's take a look at the achievements of Rubik's Master. We've talked a lot. Worlds finalist, Portland Regional finalist, and that's just such an amazing list of accolades. I know he's not had as many opportunities as some to attend a lot of the regionals. He's attended all the ones in the Pacific Northwest, which I believe where he is from. So really consistent in the tournaments he's able to attend. I did want to bring up one last thing really quickly. As we were talking about information, it's something our co-caster Nataquince over on the other side of the pond talks about. Caleb Peng was unable to get information from that game number 1, as you pointed out. So going into game number 2, a little bit less, a great lead again for Rubik's Master.
And we use the safe switch into the Charge-a-Bug, this time going to be answered by that Trevenant. And Trevenant is, of course, as we mentioned, going to get outpaced in this matchup. But the difference is, one X-Scissor is survivable for this Trevenant, whereas a Shadow Ball would come very close to knocking out the Charge-a-Bug.
I think it's a bit of an interesting position. If Caleb ends up 2 shielding 2 Shadow Balls, actually lets it go, never mind. That's going to put the Charge-a-Bug into the range of a Shadow Claw down, but now Rubik's Master has to make a decision. Do I want to maintain switch advantage, or do I want to win shield advantage? Opting for switch advantage, I think that's the right call. Energy on the Trevenant's going to be pretty good, able to hit at least for meaningful Seed Bomb damage into this Lickitung.
Now the question will be, Seed Bomb number 1 is reached. Is Rubik's Master going to have enough health left on the Trevenant to make it to a second Seed Bomb? One Seed Bomb connects. That's already getting closer to Focus Blast range. Trevenant, this is going to be close, and it runs out of HP. So Caleb Peng not only has a shield advantage, but has an energy lead as well. Aggressive switch into the Gligar, which is answered by the Future Sight Cresselia.
And I think this was pretty good team compositional understanding from Caleb here, recognizing that once you pull out actually, honestly, the Trevenant's not that great against Gligar. Gligar looks really good against all 3 of the Pokemon that Rubik's Master brought to this game. And it's going to take that first Grass Knight quite comfortably, get to the dig. Great shield by Rubik's Master. I think this is going to be the matchup where he actually has the most value with his health, because the charge attacks from Registeel and the fast attacks from Registeel just don't do that much to Gligar.
Absolutely, and even though the baiting out the Trevenant doesn't necessarily help the Gligar. It does in the fact that Caleb was able to get that shield advantage, and now with the shield advantage in this endgame, I mean, Rubik's Master has 0 fast move pressure here into the Gligar, kind of like what we saw in that earlier Mormon-Mad matchup, saving 2 shields for a Pokemon when your opponent doesn't have good fast move pressure here, and now the Gligar is going to be extremely difficult for Rubik's Master to remove from the field of play.
I think this is good for Rubik's Master. Getting this Grass Knot off, I think Caleb could have thrown at Charge Attack tie, but he's going to instead opt for a big farm up, throwing the Aerial Ace. I don't think Aerial Ace would have been enough earlier, and now coming out with a full dig to hit this Registeel. Registeel does have some energy, but is not quite at it yet. There are no shields on the play. This dig is going to land, take the Registeel probably into the yellow, and another Charge Attack will be required in order to knock out, but it looks like there's going to be a Charge Attack coming in from the Registeel first.
We do see Registeel forced to go for the Focus Blast, cannot afford to take another dig, and it will come down to this. The Lickitung got some energy earlier farming down the Trevenant. Lickitung, typically not a fan of going against Registeel here. Can Lickitung do enough damage? Registeel getting closer to the Focus Blast, but first a Body Slam gets thrown.
Resisted Body Slam ×2. Will it be enough to knock out the Registeel? It looks like not quite yet, but the additional lick damage, not quite enough. The Focus Blast comes through. Caleb Peng shaking his head, I think recognizing that this is going to be just about enough to knock out, and it does! 2-0 to Rubik's Master, knocking down Caleb Peng into the loser's side of the bracket.
Unbelievable plays by Rubik's Master, down a shield in the endgame. That Shadow Gligar looking deadly, but still able to fight back, grab those shields away from the Gligar. Without those shields, you can make it to that Focus Blast. Gligar normally a very difficult matchup for the Registeel, but again, it was teamwork there. Getting health down on the Gligar, getting away those shields with Grass Knots, and then the Registeel standing strong, taking down the Lickitung. What a series from 2 amazing competitors.
I'm not sure. I'm known for my math skills. It's why it's quick math with big feet, but I'm not quite sure if Caleb would have been in a more advantageous position had he gone for the Charge Attack tie with the dig into Cresselia before that Charge Attack came out. He would have had another shield going into that Registeel matchup, and the timing, the pacing of dig versus Focus Blast is slightly in the Gligar's favor. So I'm curious if it was played differently, if the ending result would have been different. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. It was... I think I was maybe a little bit hesitant about the decision at that point in time, but by the way that the game played out, it was so close of a call to actually make. Honestly, I think both would have been about the same in terms of how the game ended up.
And hey, while we're at it, let's take a look at the highlights here. Rubik's Master able to leave with Registeel energy, getting the one-hit KO on that Poliwrath. And oh my goodness, this catch right here, farming up. He's throwing just before he gets to a move, and the beautiful catch on a Trevenant, denying Caleb crucial information about that third Pokemon that Rubik's Master had brought. So that beautiful catch ends up putting Rubik's in a very good spot.
Yeah, getting a little bit of chip damage here in game number 2 into the Lickitung proved crucial. It put the Lickitung in range for that Focus Blast to knock out. We see the first Body Slam coming through, maybe not quite enough to do enough damage for the second one, and actually the Focus Blast landing right before, able to take that knockout.
And we see the difference there. That Lickitung was what, 1-2 turns away from making it to a move, and that's the margin of error we're talking about here when you're dealing with competitors of this magnitude. The margin for error is tiny. The balance between a win and a loss can flip on a single turn, which is a half second. That is the level of competition we have here in Portland. The top 2 at Portland, Phoebe, or top 2 at Worlds. I'm gonna keep saying it. It's very cool, and we're seeing some amazing battles today.
And as a reminder for the viewers, that was not a winners finals for a group, that was the winners semis. We are not quite yet having determined people who are going into day 2, and we are seeing that great of battles already.
So Portland definitely showing that once again, the eyes of the Pokemon Go world should be here, as there is some incredible competitors and some incredible gameplay. And we've seen some very interesting Pokemon kind of rise through the ranks here. Like we've definitely seen Skarmory perform quite well, especially when Rumberto was able to use it. And then in that game, we saw the Trevenant making a return. Trevenant honestly felt like a little bit of a relic of the past, but Rubik's Master is saying not so fast.
Yeah, honestly, like, see what you did there. A little bit of great interplay with the bug type, you know, Ghost having neutral damage there. And we're doing a really amazing job of promoting these battles, but we also have some promotions on Twitch. For you all at home, we have streams on January 8th through the 14th. Tuesday, we're going to have Series Season 3, The Johto Journeys. And on Wednesday at 2 p.m., we have the North America 2022 Regionals and AOS Finals for Pokemon Unite.
And on Thursday here at 2 p.m., we have Beyond the Pokedex for Cyndaquil Series Season 3. Cyndaquil, gotta be one of my favorite starters. Just the design is amazing. So we have some pretty amazing offerings here throughout the course of the next week over here on the channel.
Yeah, and the Pokemon series, you said Cyndaquil's one of your favorites, is also one of mine. Typhlosion, also a really well-designed Pokemon. I just love the flare of the fire coming out of the back of that whole entire family.
Honestly, it seems like at this point, I mean, we're just fans of fire starters because I mean, we've been talking up the Skeledurts quite a bit. Now the Typhlosion, fire starters, come one, come all. We will appreciate each and every one.
I don't know if you're well aware, but I'm also a big fan of running the Triple Fire team in Ultra League.
Yes.
Have you heard about that at all?
Yes, that is Blaziken, if I'm not mistaken, on there. Is that right?
Typically
it's good stuff.
Blaziken.
Good stuff.
All right. Well, hey, that's not enough about me. I'm not the star of the show. The two battlers on the stage are the star of the show, and we're seeing Mr. I don't care about Switch Advantage back again. Abhinav 7998 returning with his team, and on the other side is Ramberto, who we just saw not that long ago take another victory to make it here to winners finals for Group C.
And as we mentioned previously, we were seeing the semifinals. Now we get to see the winners finals of Group C. And Abhinav and Rumberto both opting for counter users, but not necessarily the traditional counter users that we've seen in the past. Medicham, of course, ruled the day for quite a long time. Since the Poliwrath buff, we've seen a lot of Poliwrath, but here, both of them staying at home, and we have dueling Vigoroths of all things.
Yeah, and I don't think this is the first time that we've seen two Vigoroths go head-to-head. I feel like this is maybe the second or third time, and we've not actually seen all that many we've seen mirror match Medichams earlier in the day, but I feel like not too many Poliwrath mirrors. It's a bit interesting how it's all shaken up. The fighters, the sequential nerfs to Psychic for Medicham has really pushed it out of the meta. And, you know, so many people were talking about it. Like, Medicham's typing is so pristine. Fighting Psychic as a counter user means it's going to be one of the best fighters in the meta, no matter what happens, because counter's a really great move, and the typing means that you're resisting fighting type damage. But it's happened. It's finally happened. We're seeing a surge of additional counter users. We were talking about Vigoroth, followed up by Shadow Gligar, Azumarill, Whiscash, Lickitung, and Charjabug. I think this is a really great combination. Double water covered by a flying type Shadow Gligar and that bug type Charjabug to make sure no grasses really threaten this team.
Absolutely, and with the Vigoroth, as we mentioned, it did get that new charged attack of Rock Slide, which does give it some very interesting coverage, where previously it did run Bulldoze. Bulldoze does give it steel coverage, which it already had with its fast move here. So the adjustment to Rock Slide now gives it some very nice coverage into some of those more difficult flyers, like let's say, as we see on Rumberto's side of the field, a Skarmory.
And you know what flyer it doesn't actually get help with from Rock Slide? Gligar, but you also have Body Slam for that matchup. So like Rock and normal typing is a very solid coverage if you have coverage for steals with a counter fast attack. On the other side, it's Ramberto. Take us through his team.
And he's got the Vigoroth, as we mentioned, and that Skarmory, which he's been able to use that Skarmory to great effect, as Skarmory can do very well into other flyers like Gligar, and being able to do very well against Cresselia, which has also been very common. The Whiscash, the Shadow Gligar, the Charjabug, and the Azumarill, which is on the Play Rough Ice Beam, so we do not see Hydro Pump.
And I want to key in to the flyer discussion we've been having. Skarmory versus Gligar. I think Gligar really made a surge with the update to Dig, and we see it be very powerful because it resists electric typings. It's interesting because we haven't seen as much Lantern here, and the rise of Skarmory, I feel like, mirrors that. Let's go ahead and get into game number 1. It's Azumarill versus Vigoroth. This is a pretty neutral lead.
Absolutely. Even though Vigoroth's fast attack here of counter is going to be resisted, Vigoroth does have a substantial advantage in terms of pacing, and even though Bubble does now do slightly more damage, Vigoroth is not in a range where a Play Rough can knock out. This is a situation where potentially, Phoebe, your Hydro Pump could potentially come in handy, but Abhinav is opting for the Ice Beam and the Play Rough.
And it's the counter user that does not take super effective damage from Play Rough. You see, it does about half of the remaining health from that Vigoroth. In comes the next Body Slam, and I think the next Body Slam, the third Body Slam, will be reached right before the Play Rough is reached as well. So able to spam out these Body Slams so fast, the Azumarill really just can't keep up.
And Azumarill will be able to withstand this damage, but it's going to get deep into the red health here. Abhinav opting to let this go, and he's looking to switch into the Vigoroth, looking for a counter down, but that's not going to happen. Roberto saves the Vigoroth on 1 HP and sends in Shadow Gligar.
And you see Ramberto shaking his head. I think he would have much preferred to send in the Skarmory. The Skarmory would have been a bit better into this Vigoroth, able to resist the Body Slams and able to only take neutral damage from the Rock Slides. I think it would have been a slightly more favorable matchup. However, if you look in the back for Abhinav, he's got his, I don't know, I can't really call it a trusty Wish Cache because of how bad it's been treating him with those Scald debuff chances. It's going to be good into either of Ramberto's flyers, so I think Abhinav is feeling quite safe here.
And Roberto was able to do a very nice aerial ace bait there, grabbing the shield from Abhinav, now full sending the dig and the double shield from Abhinav. Abhinav investing a lot of resources into the Vigoroth and will be able to overfarm slightly here, and this Body Slam will deliver a knockout onto the Gligar.
Yeah, the Gligar is going to go down, and the Vigoroth has a significant amount of health left. I think the one nice thing for Ramberto here, I was talking earlier about how Skarmory would have potentially been a better switch into the Vigoroth. He's now going to get a pretty sizable farm down. I think maybe shielding up the Rock Slide, maybe no shielding the Rock Slide, actually swapping out, throwing this Ice Beam. I think Ramberto needs to recognize that this Ice Beam is not the most threatening charge attack left in this battle.
And I do like the play here by Abhinav, saving that energy for later. The Skarmory is going to get a lot of energy here, but Whiscash is bulky enough that it will be able to tank any one move. And Roberto, if you remember, he saved that Vigoroth from earlier. He still does have a potential catch available as Brave Bird is thrown by the Skarmory.
And I think it's a great question. How does Ramberto want to use his Vigoroth? Does he want to use it as a catch, or does he want to use it immediately to reset this defense drop? Instead, because Wishcash was not at a charge attack yet, able to throw the Brave Bird into the Sky Attack. I really like this from Ramberto. Now I would imagine after the Sky Attack, a switch into the Vigoroth to, actually going for a potential shield on this Mud Bomb. I think there's still a Rock Slide on the Vigoroth. We see a bit of a Grimace, recognizing it was the Mud Bomb, going for the farm down now. The question is, does he catch the charge attack?
Actually, he tries! He tries to go for it. He does not get the catch. Back in comes the Skarmory, and it's now going to be hit with the Rock Slide. Oh my goodness, Roberto goes for it, and now that coverage move of Rock Slide onto the Skarmory picks up the knockout, and that's a Game 1 win for Abhinav.
You can see the frustration on Ramberto's face. That endgame was so tricky to play between a defense drop from Brave Bird, from having to build up so much extra energy, from the shielding decisions between Mud Bomb and Rock Slide. There are so many different calculations that had to be done in his head, and you honestly can't blame anyone for getting one of the calls wrong. He played so well, and I think he could have maybe maneuvered a little bit better in that endgame, but like to get to that spot was impressive by itself.
Absolutely. And as you had mentioned here, as we go back into the replay, as you had mentioned, the Vigoroth save switch may have wanted to bring in the Skarmory, but sends in the Gligar. The Vigoroth double shielding here, and this proves to be very impactful for Abhinav winning this game, preserving hit points on this Vigoroth. The Mud Bomb getting the shield, and now Roberto needs a catch to win, switches immediately, but the patience of Abhinav anticipating the catch, and now gets to go for that Rock Slide. right there. And as we had mentioned, with battlers of these caliber, the margin between victory and defeat is so slim as we see Vigoroth with a small amount of HP left taking the Game 1 win for Abhinav.
And I was talking about how tricky that endgame was for Humberto to play. I want to dive a little bit into that because the defense drop meant that he felt pressured to shield the Mud Bomb. But if he switches out, he potentially gives the Wishcash more energy to be able to reach the Scald, and then he has to shield that anyways, and then the Rock Slide is reached. There's just so many different variables going on there. It was... You can say a super hype event like Luster Purge going into a Lickitung is your best moment of the day, but I think my moment of the day was that end game because of how complex it was, and it was just a wonder to see how all the variables had all that interplay and how the game ended up finalizing out.
And here we go, Phoebe. Game number 2, Whiscash into Vigoroth. And I think the question on everyone's mind here is, will Whiscash get a Scald debuff? Whiscash farming up. Vigoroth is going to strike first with the Body Slam, wanting to get some chip damage before a potential debuff gets applied.
Abhinav has not had a lot of luck today. Will his luck catch up? In comes the Scald. Will he get that debuff? Scald's going to do a good amount of damage to this Vigoroth, put it into the yellow, and it is going to not get that debuff. I think that is 1 for 12 for poor Abhinav. You hear the crowd kind of chuckle at that.
That is absolutely unreal what is happening here. Abhinav not able to get the debuff, but here's the thing about Whiscash. Even without debuffs, it is still incredibly strong, and it's going to be able to win the zero shield scenario here unless Roberto shields the Vigoroth. But Roberto decides he will win switch advantage, but give up a shield to do so.
Another Scald debuff miss, and I think this one's going to be pretty impactful because the counter damage would potentially add up if Abhinav brought in his own Vigoroth, instead opting for the Azumarill for a bubble down, and I really like this from Abhinav. Because of the bubble buff, he's now going to be feeling a little more comfortable going for the full bubble down. I think that the Vigoroth with its energy will be able to reach 2, but Abhinav isn't going to anywhere get near towards his energy cap and is going to come out with a lot of good energy for the rest of Ramberto's team.
And we see a switch into the Vigoroth, able to get a 1 counter head start, and now Abhinav sees the Gligar. But the interesting information that Roberto has is Roberto knows Abhinav's entire line of 3, whereas Roberto's Whiscash is still not yet known.
And I think that play, Abhinav switching in the Vigoroth, taking 1 counter, which is maybe not the best thing, but it puts him in a position where he can outpace this Gligar. Both Pokemon reach their charge attacks in 5 2-turn fast attacks. So I think that's really smart play if he's expecting the Gligar in the back to be the answer, and recognizing that you win charge attack priority so you can come out with the maximum amount of energy and pull Ramberto's final shield here.
That is very nice from Abhinav. Perfect counting there. And now we see the Aerial Ace thrown here. Aerial Ace will not be enough to knock out, but it will get the Vigoroth low. And we see the no shield by Abhinav. The Aerial Ace connects. Vigoroth will be able to withstand the wing attacks and make it to the Body Slam here. Body Slam will be reached, and this is going to be a KO onto the Gligar.
And I like this as well. You know, before the last cycle I was saying I like the overfront. He threw immediately so he would take as little damage from the wing attacks as possible. Going for the play rough here, I believe this is the right call. 2 play roughs will do the maximum amount of damage. The question is, does Wishcash come back to bite? I don't see any teeth on Wishcash, but does this Scald... Oh, actually not going for the Scald debuff, so maybe it's not coming to bite Abhinav back.
No Scald debuff there. We will see the no shield on the Mud Bomb, and Azumarill needing to make it to the play rough here. Getting to the play rough, but 1 turn beforehand, the Mud Bomb is thrown, and that will grab the final shield from Abhinav.
The shield comes through. That would have been a knockout blow from the Mud Bomb, throwing the play rough here, and it's going to do a lot of neutral damage to the Wishcash, and I think it's going to be just barely not enough to knock out.
Can Azu get the bubble down here? No, it cannot. The Mud Bomb is reached, but this is where Abhinav, still having that Vigoroth alive in the back, will be very helpful for Abhinav, as Abhinav can send in the Vigoroth, and 1 counter from the Vigoroth means that Abhinav is going to be advancing to day number 2 here at the Portland Regional Championships.
That was honestly really masterful play from Abhinav there. I cannot critique him whatsoever. it was very impressive to watch the energy management, to watch the team compositional awareness that he employed in every single battle there. And honestly, Ramberto played really amazing as well. There weren't that many adjustments that he could have made either to improve his play. It was just two players battling their best and really, really well. But Abhinav happened to just eke Ramberto out a little bit.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the highlights from this series as well. It was 2-0, but the games felt very close here as we do see the body slam onto the Azumarill. The decision by Abhinav looking for that snipe, but we see Ramberto saving the Vigoroth for later in case he needs to make a catch in the end game here. Gligar going for the dig, the double shield there. It definitely seemed like Vigoroth worked out very well for Abhinav in this series.
And Vigoroth really showing its stuff here. Being able to perform in so many of these neutral matchups and going into the end of game number 1, the counter down from the Vigoroth, the attempted catch from Ramberto, but not able to get to that final Sky Attack in time. Rock Slide coming through, just neutral damage, but enough to get the KO.
And that is what Vigoroth can do. And now we see, despite 0 Scald debuffs in this second game here, Abhinav able to win the 0 shield, force a shield from Ramberto. We see there, again, no debuff. We see the Aerial Ace bait, and, oh, sorry, he actually didn't quite build up to it there, but it was no shielded, understanding that he will be able to withstand that damage, making it to the body slam, and then this body slam going to be able to pick up the knockout there, and then in that end game, Whiscash versus the Azumarill. And Ramberto may have been able to go for a Scald, decides against it. The Whiscash gets to a last-second Mud Bomb here, but there's still that Vigoroth. Abhinav committing resources to the Vigoroth, and the Vigoroth delivering in a massive, massive way.
I don't really think that Ramberto could have played the endgame of game number 2 all that much better. I don't think there were shielding decisions that he made that weren't great. I don't think there were opportunities for him to throw, like the Scald. I think going straight Mud Bomb there for the additional damage, the debuff may not have really mattered all that much given the amount of health that was remaining on the Vigoroth. So I think straight Mud Bomb was fine. I don't imagine a world where Scald getting the debuff would have really been super impactful to that late game.
Yeah, it was definitely a very tough end game there. And then the counting by Abhinav, understanding that on that charge attack priority there, understanding the Gligar was only at an Aerial Ace. Dig, of course, would get a knockout there. Aerial Ace would not, no shielding, being able to withstand that, plus the 4 wing attacks that it took to make it to the body slam. And then that Vigoroth, it was low HP, but 1 counter is all it took to give him that 2-0 victory and propel him into day number 2.
So congratulations again from Abhinav. We'll get a word from him shortly. Let's go ahead and dive into Vigoroth a little bit. We've seen it in the play series for maybe a couple regionals now. Are you convinced that Rock Slide is the secondary charge attack to bring?
Without a doubt, yes. We have seen it, I believe it top cut at a previous Charlotte. There was a trainer Firestar 7-3 who was able to top cut it. This was back when it was running Bulldoze.
Right.
So was still able to find value in the Pokemon. And since then, in my view, its coverage has, and therefore Vigoroth itself has only gotten stronger. And we're seeing more trainers use it. Some trainers not even using counter users, but in this case, using a counter user that isn't even a fighting type, because then you don't have to worry about, as you mentioned, going up against the Azumarill. If you're a Poliwrath, you're shielding everything. That is really tough. But if you're a Vigoroth, you're withstanding that play rough. You're getting to these body slams very, very quickly, and you still have play there, so it ends up being a lot more of a neutral pick.
And you can't forget that Poliwrath's also completely walled by Azumarill, so that's an even worse matchup for Poliwrath than, say, something like Metacham before. Let's go ahead and head down to Butters and to the battlers and hear from them just how impactful those lack of Scald debuffs were.
Thank you very much, Phoebe, and congratulations to Abhinav, your first ever top cut. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, it feels really good. I've been working really hard to make it to day 2 once at least, prove myself as a battler, show that everyone else that I am as good as I think I am. But yeah, it's a humbling achievement, but yeah, I feel very, very good.
And you have a pretty unique resume. You competed in the 2022 season a couple of times, 3 times, I believe, in the North American International Championships, and then in the India playoffs as well. But then you haven't competed since then. How has your 2024 championship experience been like?
Yeah, it's been a wild journey. I played in North America's first ever season, but then I was in India, so I had to take part in India's circuit. And this has been the peak, I think. I love Play Pokemon. I wish Play Pokemon would hold tournaments in India as well. And like seeing a convention center with like thousands of people, so smoothly run, and finally doing as well as I knew I could. It's been amazing, yeah.
That's awesome to hear. And these are your words, not mine, but you said you took Wadaj's team and made it better. How are you feeling about that team now that you have secured day number 2?
So I did say that. So in Texas, I ran a completely different team. I was on the Polyrath hype train. But the moment I saw Wadaj's team, I was like, oh, that's an amazing team. Full credit to him to coming up with such a unique team. It suits my play style, like not RPS, flexible. But seeing the set versus Dunebug, I was like, oh, I think this team needs Viscash instead of Deoxys. And ever since then, like I think I've done like Play Pokemon challenges, cups, and now here in like the last 40 battles, like 40 best of 3s, I think I've won like 30 of them, 35. So it's been like the team has been doing really good. I feel really happy. Beach, who's my fellow local, he's running my team as well. And I'm really enjoying the team right now.
And one Pokemon on the team, Vigoroth, a Pokemon that we have seen a bit with Wadaj and other trainers as well. But you've been playing amazing overall, but specifically with Vigoroth, you have been awesome. Can you talk a little bit about your Vigoroth pick?
I love Vigoroth. It's a counter plus body Sam, like what's not to love? When the moveset changes came up and I was like, oh, they gave Vigoroth Rock Slide. And I naively thought, oh, but it's gonna miss the Bulldoze coverage. Rock Slide is not what it needs. But just sacrifice the Registeel matchup. Like I consider Registeel a losing matchup for Vigoroth, but every other matchup is so much better. Altaria, Skarmory, Charjabug, so safe, so flexible, threatening with energy. I've loving been using it.
That's awesome, and congratulations once again to Abhinav to making it to day 2. Back to you, casters.
Oh, thank you so much, Speedy, for that interview. And again, congratulations to Abhinav, really showing his grit and his worth in the Pokemon Championship Series. His first top 8, his first day 2, and honestly, well deserved.
Absolutely, and running a bit of an interesting Pokemon there, as we mentioned in that Vigoroth, taking a team that another competitor had quite a lot of success with, making the adjustment, and funnily enough, the adjustment was to add Whiscash. Whiscash has not been giving him Scald debuffs, but he has still found his way to day number 2. So I don't know if the adjustment has worked out as he's hoping, but hey, he's in day number 2, so something is going very right here.
The bright side, if you are running Defense Form Deoxys, you know that you are guaranteed to get that 2-stage attack drop. It will happen 100% of the time. Unlike the Scald, which is a 50% chance, you know, feeling guaranteed, although it is on yourself as opposed to the opposing trainer. So, you know, maybe a bit of a mixed feelings there.
Absolutely. And I believe our next matchup is ready on the stage. And we've got another great matchup here. Winners finals of Group A. We have Shadow Mimikyu versus Leo Geo.
Yeah, this is Shadow Mimikyu's second time to the stage. I got to interview him earlier and ask him a little bit about the team. I love the choice of Dugong, but I love even more Skeledirge.
Skeledirge, and it's very fitting who's judging there, Phoebe, considering we're talking about Skeledirge. But yes, Dunebug, of course, had that magical run in San Antonio, losers bracket from the first round, and then never lost again. And we've seen quite a few Skeledirge today, people taking inspiration from Dunebug's run and understanding that coverage is amazing. But enough about Skeledirge. Let's talk about the team from Shadow Mimikyu.
All right, it's Whiscash, Dugong, another double water team, Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, 2 flyers to cover that grass weakness, and a 3rd grass coverage in Charjabug, that bug and electric type, followed by, we've been talking about it so much, Vigoroth is honestly, at this point, probably a bit of a mainstay, unless we see a big resurgence of Poliwrath and Medicham.
Absolutely, and Vigoroth definitely does have some targets here on the side of Leo Geo, especially that Lickitung. Lickitung, not a big fan of the Vigoroth, but he does have some Pokemon that can hit back against it, of course. There's that Defense Form Deoxys, which is actually running Thunderbolt as its secondary charge move. We have Whiscash, which does have the standard moveset of Scald, the Registeel, the Skeledirge, and the Azumarill, which is on the Ice Beam and Play Rough moveset.
Yeah, so not quite as good of coverage against Skeledirge, but the Skeledirge is on his own team, so he doesn't need to worry about that.
Very true, very true. And it looks like we do have lock-ins here. Winners Finals, Group A. A spot in Day 2 on the line. The battlers are ready here as we see the Shadow Gligar lead into the Skeledirge. This is a tough lead for the Skeledirge.
But honestly, I don't mind it too much. I've been talking all day about ground typing. Ground does not resist fire, so a Incinerate still does a good amount of damage. We see the swap into the Whiscash. A charge attack is being thrown by Shadow Mimikyu. It's going to be the dig, gets the shield from Leo Geo, and instead switches into the Vigoroth afterwards.
Vigoroth will immediately be greeted with a loaded Scald. Scald will be no-shielded by Shadow Mimikyu. That does solid damage here and does not get the debuff. So Vigoroth still going to be able to output some very significant damage in this matchup.
Vigoroth going for the body slam. It's going to do maybe a little less than half of the remaining health of that Whiscash, and I think the Whiscash is going to feel pretty comfortable reaching for another Scald. This Scald will threaten a knockout, but Shadow Mimikyu still has shield advantage here. Opts to go for the shield. Scald comes through, does 1 damage to the shield, and gets the attack drop this time.
That attack drop, is it going to be enough to allow Whiscash to survive the body slam here? It's low, but Whiscash is very bulky. This will be very close. The no shield by Leo Geo. The body slam is survived, and the Mud Bomb is reached.
This Mud Bomb's going to provide a meaningful chip damage to the Vigoroth. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to get the knockout, and because the counter went through during that Mud Bomb, it's going to knock out the Whiscash as well. In comes Skeledirge, gets a full Incinerate for 2 double resisted counters, aka nothing, and in comes Whiscash. This is very unfortunate for Leo Geo. He would actually have preferred to stay in against the Gligar at the beginning. However, Shadow Ball, really solid, same type attack bonus, neutral damage into the Whiscash, does about 60% of its health.
And that is the power of Skeledirge. Even in its worst matchups, it can still hit for heavy neutral damage. In comes the Azumarill, and this is not what Shadow Mimikyu was hoping to see in the back, as he still has the Gligar, but Gligar will get absolutely shredded by double super effective Ice Beam.
The one thing that Shadow Mimikyu has going for him is that he's going to consistently outpace to these Mud Bombs. Mud Bomb is significantly faster than both Ice Beam and Play Rough for Azumarill. However, there is very little health remaining on the Whiscash, and honestly, ground does not resist fire, but water does, and I think the Skeledirge maybe could have gotten an Incinerate down at that point, but instead opting to put everything on the back of this Gligar, and it's gonna be tough. You have to shield this Ice Beam, and it's gonna be close whether or not the Azumarill is able to survive a dig.
And the switch clock coming up soon here for Leo Geo. Shadow Mimikyu continuing to farm, firing in the middle of the bubble, so Leo Geo is not able to make that catch.
And I think this is great. Shadow Mimikyu now putting the Azumarill, so it's actually barely able to hang on after that dig. And now there is so much energy on the Gligar, but it's Dirge Gaming. We got the Disarming Voice coming through. This is neutral, heavy hitting damage. Disarming Voice is very similar to Foul Play in terms of its damage and energy output, which is going to be more than enough to knock out that Shadow Gligar.
A ground type, a water type, Skeledirge does not care, Phoebe. It is inevitable here. Oh my goodness. As we've talked about, the coverage is amazing and the pacing as well. It's 15 turns to that first Shadow Ball, but after that only 10 turns to a Disarming Voice, and the pacing on Skeledirge, and it all comes down to earlier in the game, and we'll be looking at the highlights here momentarily. Earlier in the game, he was able to get that 1 Incinerate head start. We see the Scald there, no debuff, which has been a bit of a theme today, I think.
We'll say the theme of Portland in general. It's a rainy city, but the Scalds have been lacking a little bit. In comes the Mud Bomb. This barely does not get the knockout onto the Vigoroth. The Vigoroth able to counter down the rest of the Whiscash. However, this just provides Leo Geo with a free Incinerate.
Absolutely. The dig almost able to KO, but back in comes the Skeledirge, and Skeledirge able to take advantage of the residual energy there and make it to the disarming voice. And Skeledirge, again, able to inflict massive damage onto that Whiscash to the point where it was almost bubbled down by the Azumarill and picking up the knockout on Gligar. So at this point, I mean, we might honestly need a Bastiodon to stop this Skeledirge. It is just amazing.
All right, but what if we give Skeledirge Dig?
Ooh, honestly, the coverage is so good, I don't think I'd use it. The coverage is amazing. It's a Pokemon that hasn't even had its community day yet. Oh. And yet the coverage, that offensive triangle of Fire, Fairy, and Ghost, it's very, very difficult to wall.
And we were talking about it before. We're not even convinced that it will run Blast Burn if it gets that during its community day. Let's go ahead and go into game number 2. A solid lead for Leo Geo. Lickitung into the Whiscash. Imagine that the Whiscash stays in, gets some energy, maybe throws a Scald before switching out.
We do see the Scald thrown by Shadow Mimikyu. Leo Geo is going to no shield here. If Scald debuffs are applied, even though the Power Whip is double super effective, Whiscash can actually survive it. The Scald connects. We do see the debuff, so that is good for Shadow Mimikyu. We do see a safe switch into the Vigoroth, and Vigoroth will be answered by the Azumarill.
And Vigoroth is such a good safe swap if Leo Geo leaves the defense form Deoxys on the bench. We did hear in the previous interview Abhinav talking about Registeel matchup as well, so given the Registeel matchup is not great, maybe a counter swap into Registeel as well, but based on the team Shadow Mimikyu is bringing, I feel like Registeel just has to be left on the bench. We see the next Body Slam going into the Azumarill. This is going to be a matchup where I think Shadow Mimikyu has control about who wins switch advantage.
Absolutely, because as we've mentioned, with no Hydro Pump, there's not a move that can threaten a knockout here, so Leo Geo, correctly understanding he will need 2 charge moves to knock out, going for the cheaper Ice Beam here, firing off the Ice Beam as Vigoroth gets a free counter and commits a shield.
Shield comes through. This is going to mean that Shadow Mimikyu will likely opt for switch advantage here, but building over 2 Body Slams, throwing this next one. The issue being this is not going to be enough to knock out. I think he might need to throw one more, or Leo Geo might threaten an additional Ice Beam.
This will be close. The counter down, it's not gonna happen. We see another Body Slam. Leo Geo thinking about it. Is he going to use a Protect Shield here? No, letting this through, and instead, I mean, what does he send in here? He doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure. He's sending in the Whiscash, but Mudshot is known more for energy generation than fast move pressure.
Although, the Whiscash is going to come out with a good amount of energy here. It's one of the benefits of not having too much fast attack pressure. Going to be able to get a full Mud Shot down, come out with maybe nearly 2 Mud Bombs. It's really great. Able to avoid that final Body Slam as well. And now neither Pokemon really wants to take this energy. And you have to remember, Leo Geo still has the Lickitung in the back, and Lickitung's going to do really well into either Whiscash or Dugong.
Absolutely. We have talked about the fact that there aren't a lot of grass types, but Lickitung with that coverage move of Power Whip, the immediate switch in here, putting pressure on the final shield of Shadow Mimikyu. Shadow Mimikyu is going to shield up the Dugong and potentially look to apply some debuffs with Icy Wind.
Yeah, the debuff is going to come through. Leo Geo has a decision now. Where does he want to use his shields? I think using at least 1 shield on this Lickitung would be prudent, given that you want to be able to reach at least 1 more Power Whip. The Power Whip is going to be the most effective damage that you can get onto this Dugong, which has at least 60% of its health remaining. The Power Whip's coming through, puts it into the high red values, and it's just going to be outside of a lick down.
But this is where this gets a bit uncomfortable for Leo Geo. He's now going to be double debuffed on this Lickitung. He chooses to no shield here. Lickitung able to withstand the damage. Lickitung continuing to farm. The HP rapidly diminishing from the Ice Shard and forced to go for the last second Body Slam to prevent Dugong from getting that farm down.
And I really like that play there. Leo Geo building up extra energy so that there's less farm on the Lickitung. Ends up actually not being that impactful given that his switch clock was up, so he could have switched out of that matchup anyways to prevent the extra farm on Shadow Mimikyu's Whiscash. I'm saying Whiscash so much, we're seeing this mirror match very frequently, and we're not seeing a Scald debuff once again.
Absolutely. Shadow Mimikyu now going for another Scald. Leo Geo shielding up. Do we see the Scald debuff? This could be the difference, and we do! Is this going to allow this Whiscash to survive the Scald?
The Scald's coming through. This is 1 stage debuff. It's going to be doing slightly less damage. I think it's going to be just enough to not knock out, and another Scald debuff comes through, but Shadow Mimikyu recognizing that he needs 2 charge attacks, one for the Whiscash, one for the Lickitung, goes for the farm down, unable to get it.
And Leo Geo with the 2-0 victory there. We've been talking a lot about Vigoroth, but in game 1, the Skeledirge stealing the show there. Amazing stuff. And then in game number 2, we've seen it again and again today. Whiscash putting in so much work. And honestly, I wasn't sure if that farm down was possible. Getting the farm down with the Mudshot KOing just as that second body slam was reached proved to be the exact perfect play there for Leo Geo.
And let's go ahead and try to get a bit of a rewatch of that. Let's go into the replay here. Game number 1, the Scald going into that Vigoroth after the switches and not getting that debuff. Vigoroth reaching for an additional body slam right before the second Scald is reached.
And that body slam coming so close, but not quite able to knock out. This Mud Bomb was not able to knock out the Vigoroth either, but it does remove a lot of hit points from that Pokemon.
In comes the Skeledirge, gets that Incinerate, allowing it to come through after this Azumarill versus Gligar matchup with more energy, 2 more Incinerates, reaching the Disarming Force before 2 charge attacks could be reached by Shadow Mimikyu. Leo Geo showing the potency of Skeledirge.
And especially the energy management there as well. Doing an Incinerate at the start, farming down, and as we move into game number 2 here, the body slam connecting, going for the farm down and getting the farm down just as the body slam is reached. No shielding this Lickitung, understanding that he could survive that. Could have potentially gone for a drill run, which could have done slightly more, but choosing to go with the Icy Wind, call in the Icy Wind, and then being able to switch as the switch timer was up here into that Whiscash and begin to start firing off Scald after Scald.
Having the shield advantage going into this final mirror match was very impactful, able to shield at that Scald, reach the second Scald, not quite enough to knock out, but Shadow Mimikyu unable to reach double Mud Bomb, unable to force a knockout into both the Whiscash as well as the Lickitung.
So great plays there, and honestly, I mean, the thing that I'm most excited about, of course, you already know, it's going to be that Skeledirge gameplay. And then even in that game number 1, when it didn't have a good lead against the Gligar, the decision to go for that Incinerate and switch out, because all you're taking is 3 wing attacks there, but that's already a 1/5 of the total energy you can hold on that Pokemon, because you get 20 energy for each Incinerate, and then later is not winning switch, but getting the farm down again with Skeledirge. That's 40 energy at the expense of basically no damage, and we've seen that energy on Skeledirge, it hits everything, Phoebe. You can't escape it.
It's coming for you whether you like it or not. That is our second person who has been able to punch their ticket into day number 2. Congratulations to Leo Geo for his run, and congratulations to Skeledirge for making it into day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
That's awesome, because in San Antonio, it made day 2 and it ended up winning San Antonio, but that was from the loser side of the bracket here. So Skeledirge, I mean, it made its first day 2 in the most recent regional. Now it's making another. It has taken the Pokemon Go world by storm, Phoebe.
It has, and we haven't really gotten to see Skeledirge get a lot of play in other regions quite yet, but I'm sure we'll be able to see it soon. Potentially get some play in both Europe as well as in the Latin America regional. And speaking of which, we've got a video coming from JW Naldo about his experiences at these tournaments.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon Go em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon Go, no PVP, foi a Medicham. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte. Só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro honestamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, Eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos pokémons de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como o Americhan ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce, leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
How did we get here? So far from home on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. We keep on moving into the night. We see our future in the morning light. With every challenge, we forge our path, 'cause it's the legend's way, and there's no looking back. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. 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 We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
Look how far we've come, and look how far Flying Pizza has come, because he's going to be up next, and he was able to defeat Onion Frank Harjeffi in his last tournament. He's having a great 2024 so far, and so are we here live in Portland. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Self-Telf.
Thank you, Butters. And yes, Flying Pizza has come a long way and he's defeated some very formidable opponents, but he has another formidable opponent in his way, and that's Bopper in these winners finals for Group B. Bopper, of course, no stranger to the big stage, has top cut before, of course, second place in Sacramento, and by the way, has made top 16 at the World Championships 3 times, not in Pokemon Go, but in VGC.
In 3 straight years as
Right.
well, so that's dominance year after year, and he's continued that recently, especially because Sacramento this season, he was the finalist, and now he is going to be 1 victory away from day number 2 in Portland. He's been incredibly impressive, and it kind of goes to his work ethic and his preparation. You sat next to him on a plane. What did you see?
So I sat next to Bopper on my flight here, and so, during the plane ride, I was kind of dozing off, but I saw Bopper taking out his notebook. He has his phone pulled up with a list of a bunch of teams from practice tournaments, and I see him writing down a ton of Pokemon, and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm writing down teams that I would use if I saw these teams in the tournament. And I was like, wow, that is like a lot of prep. That's more notes than a lot of players take during tournaments, right? A lot of players just show up, they just, tap on stage, they don't take any notes, and Bopper was preparing a lot, he was writing a lot, so certainly, like you mentioned, a lot of work ethic, and you have to imagine after 12 years of playing at these Play Pokemon tournaments, he certainly knows what you need to get to the top.
And it's no accident to be that high in 3 straight World Championships and now having a chance to get to day number 2. Let's head on over to the stage of these 2 trainers. We got Flying Pizza versus Bopper. Once again, Flying Pizza has been incredible so far, able to take out Onion Frank and played recently in San Antonio, beat Hard Jeffy, one of the best trainers on the planet. He actually brought Pidgeot to San Antonio, decided to not bring the Pidgeot into this tournament and instead brings the Skarmory, which has been a standout pick, at least one of the Pokemon that has made waves in this later half of the day.
Doesn't bring Pidgeot, but still has 2 flyers, seems to prefer that typing, and I think Gligar actually has a lot of play into Bopper's team. Obviously, you do need to watch out for those water types, but pretty good matchups into Pokemon like Registeel and Deoxys defense as well.
Yeah, so let's take a look at his specific attacks here, because there's one Pokemon that we've been talking about. It's the Future Sight Cresselia or the Moonblast. Once again, another Future Sight. I have to admit, Future Sight is winning out. It's been the more popular pick. I mean, I think it is really good neutrally, as you said, but just doesn't have the exact same coverage as the Moonblast, so it is definitely a choice. And then that Shadow Swampert, which was pretty strong for him early on, I'm curious how that will play out in this matchup.
I think it actually has a lot of really nice play against Bopper's team. Like we've been seeing, not a lot of trainers just bringing a straight grass type, and Bopper's team is no exception to that. Really, the only grass coverage on this entire team is the Power from Lickitung, which takes a while to build up to, and Shadow Swampert actually does pretty well there. Looking at the rest of Bopper's team, we have that double water strategy. Of course, no grass is really around to punish. And then that Deoxys defense, which was one of my caster picks, by the way. So, kind of a lot of trainers looking for these alternative fighting types, people not necessarily relying so much on the Poliwrath and the Medicham.
Yeah, and it's a Pokemon that's pretty flexible because there's not a ton of ghost types out there. There's not even really a ton of dark types out there in the meta. So you can go into a lead, Psycho Boost, swap out, clear that debuff, and then you have that Whiscash in the back to try to get some more debuffs on the other side. But I have to agree with you. Because there's no Cresselia, the best grass type, that Shadow Swampert is going to be looking really strong, incredibly neutral versus Bopper's team. I think it's going to be the similar as the Onion Frank matchup. You're going to see it in most games.
I think Bopper has to prepare for that. Probably going to be bringing that Lickitung most games, not only just for that Shadow Swampert, but it actually has a lot of play into Flying Pizza's team as well. But let's look at this lead matchup. We've got Cresselia into Deoxys. It's a battle of the Psychic types.
And this is where you would rather have Moonblast, but it doesn't matter too much because Grass Knot is just fine. You can still win this matchup going straight Grass Knot, and it is a battle of the Psychic types. But even though both of these fast attacks are resisted, in the end, Cresselia tends to win this matchup.
I think that's right. Deoxys does rely a little bit more on its fast attack damage than its charged attacks. And Deoxys, of course, dealing those resisted counters like you mentioned. And Cresselia just mostly relying on this
and
grass
the swap on the Thunderbolt!
But actually catches the resisted Thunderbolt here. Very nice swap from Flying Pizza. And like we were saying, Gligar is very safe into Bopper's team. But now the problem is Bopper can just bring in that Azumarill, maybe going to build up a little bit of energy before he leaves. Actually bring a Psycho Boost here.
Yeah, because this is what Bopper wanted to do against any Pokemon. He wanted to lead it and then Psycho Boost and then swap. So finally his dream comes true. He can Psycho Boost, get the Protect Shield, now swap into the Azumarill, and this is really tough for the Gligar. Obviously, one Ice Beam is going to knock out at this range, but you probably will get to a double charge attack. Will you get that double dig or maybe a dig and Aerial Ace?
And Flying Pizza actually put up a Protect Shield here, but now Gligar isn't looking all that valuable. Yes, he might get to 2 charge attacks, but this Azumarill is going to leave with a lot of energy.
Yeah, and I decided to throw the Ice Beam, so it does come out a little bit energy dry, but with so much health. Just a little bit over half of his health has been taken, but now it is going to be pretty much in Grass Knot range, and the Grass Knot is available, so throwing the Grass Knot right before the Ice Beam is available, this is going to be super close. I think Azumarill could barely endure to hang on and throw a Play Rough or Ice Beam.
I think it definitely hangs on. Look, actually has a lot of health there. Throws the Ice Beam right away. Flying Pizza not quite at that Grass Knot yet. Probably not going to be able to Psycho Cut down either, so is going to have to throw energy, and Bopper getting a lot of mileage out of this Azumarill right here.
And if you can't
Psycho Cut down, it was actually the better play to throw Ice Beam, because now you can probably get to that back-to-back Ice Beam, or even maybe a play rough here, and you're almost at that Ice Beam. And finally, Flying Pizza had to commit energy into the Azumarill, but like you mentioned, able to take out the Gligar and do a lot into that Cresselia. And now you're going to be able to bring in the Lickitung if you want into this matchup and try to go for some kind of lick down on that Cresselia.
And the great news about this Cresselia is that it does have that future sight to hit just a little bit harder. The risky thing is if Bopper were to go for a catch, which he doesn't, and Flying Pizza just going to throw this Grass Knot here, actually does a little bit less damage, but you know, potentially thinking Bopper still has 2 shields left. I peel away the first one here, and I definitely don't want to be throwing my more expensive charge attack.
And do you go for the bait? Do you try to get the Power Whip energy and go for the Body Slam? This is the Body Slam bait. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. Will you protect shield? But this is the biggest protect shield decision of Flying Pizza's game. Do you call it right? Here comes the Body Slam.
And here it comes. Swampert can take one Body Slam, actually shields it up here. Now Bopper, I think, can safely just go for that Power Whip. Oh, actually,
trying to go for a combo play,
yeah.
but gets cut off because you're trying to get to that Psycho Boost, but you do effectively soak this damage into the Defense Form Deoxys. Do you endure? You do endure. Do you get to the Psycho Boost? You do get to the Psycho Boost, but decide to do one more counter just for some flair to make everyone nervous, and the Psycho Boost is going to be pretty much enough to knock out, I believe. No, not yet.
The Swampert does hang on by just a thread, but how are you going to take out this Lickitung? It's so healthy, doesn't even get off that Hydro Cannon, and this Cresselia is just going to get licked down, or maybe Bopper is going to throw a charge attack to speed things along.
And pretty comfortable win for Bopper here as he throws the Power Whip, because one Power Whip does do more damage than one Body Slam. So just trying to secure this victory, it wasn't going to be close in the end, but Bopper does secure the game #1 with Defense Form Deoxys, which looked not good in that lead matchup, but somehow was very effective because it got a Protect Shield from Gligar, and then it almost knocked out the Shadow Swampert in the end, too.
Yeah, looking at the teams of 6 here, I think the Deoxys defense from Bopper has a lot of play into almost every Pokemon. Obviously, not going to be incredible against the Shadow Swampert and the Shadow Gligar, but you're actually still dealing neutral damage. The Lickitung also putting in a lot of work, you know, able to pull off that Protect Shield. One thing I did want to say for Flying Pizza side is using that shield on the Gligar. I think that shield potentially could have been better used on the Swampert later in the game, because, you know, that Gligar essentially ended up becoming food for the Azumarill.
Yeah, and I feel like that Defense Form Deoxys is looking really strong for Bopper. We talked about the Shadow Swampert, but there really isn't a reason to not bring this beautiful golden shiny. And this was a fantastic catch to catch that Thunderbolt, but there was just so much energy because you're facing a Cresselia and you can't throw energy besides Thunderbolt. So now you have enough energy to throw a Psycho Boost. And I just want to talk about one thing, Soph. There is a missed opportunity here. What if you had the shiny Lickitung, the shiny Defense Form Deoxys, and the shiny Azumarill? That just would have been so color coordinated and beautiful.
I think you're asking for just a little bit too much, but you know, those are all those beautiful golden shinies like you're mentioning. So maybe that'd be pretty cool to flex, but not everyone can have the same collection as its Axon, right?
Yeah, and I think the Azumarill, remember, it did endure that attack with a good amount of health remaining on that Grass Knot. So it's probably a pretty good Azumarill that a shiny one wouldn't be quite as strong, but it would have looked prettier. But great win from Bopper. He was a finalist in Sacramento, brought the Guzzlord, really the only trainer to do so, and it was so impactful for him in that tournament. Sad it this time, but now it seems like he has a new Pokemon of choice, the Defense Form Deoxys.
I think that's right, and as the meta of this little matchup, develops, I think there's a couple Pokemon that are really key for both sides. We already talked about the Lickitung for Bopper, but I think that Deoxys defense is really key as well. On Flying Pizza side, Cresselia is going to be his main answer potentially to that Defense Form Deoxys, and then of course that Shadow Swampert, which we already talked about.
So this is going to be a mirror, and it actually looks like Bopper just didn't want to play it out at all. Maybe he thought he would not win charge attack priority, so he instantly swaps out knowing he's not going to win alignment no matter what, because that matchup comes down to charge attack priority. I might as well just pivot into the Defense Form Deoxys.
But now you're locked into this matchup where you have to throw these resisted Thunderbolts. Otherwise, if you throw the Psycho Boost, of course you are going to drop your own attack. Flying Pizza very patiently farming up here all the way up to the double Aerial Ace, potentially thinking that one dig is not going to do quite enough damage.
And here comes the first Aerial Ace. I believe the Psycho Boost is ready, and it was pressed. So that was a cap there, a charge attack priority. Here comes the Psycho Boost. This isn't going to be enough. And then once your attack has been dropped by 2 stages, there's no way you're going to counter this down. So it looks like Flying Pizza is just going to maintain that alignment of Lickitung into Lickitung, that's not terrible, even if he maintains that alignment, right?
It's not terrible, but this Gligar is going to leave with a lot of energy, probably going to be able to get off a dig on whatever comes in. It is going to be that Azumarill here, and yes, able to get off that dig with just a sliver of health remaining. I think this bubble barely takes out, but now, I think if you're Flying Pizza, you might actually want to bring in the Lickitung onto this Azumarill, because Shadow Swampert isn't going to do that well when shields are up.
Yeah, you would rather soak this energy because there was already either 2 or 3 bubbles from the Azumarill here. So now you soak the Play Rough. Also, you have some energy on the Lickitung. You get a Protect Shield with this Power Whip, and you can really dictate the pace here because if you want, you can save both of your Protect Shields for your Shadow Swampert and try to close with it.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting how Flying Pizza decides to use those Protect Shields. Lets this first Play Rough go on the Lickitung, potentially going for that strategy that you mentioned, which is saving both shields for the Shadow Swampert. Remember, Shadow Swampert, of course, has to watch out for these Power Whips, but with 2 shields up, has a lot of play here.
Yeah, and you can even Protect Shield Body Slams. It's not the end of the world. You just start throwing these Hydro Cannons out against the Lickitung, and the Lickitung will get knocked out by pretty much 2 Hydro Cannons. That is the benefit of the Shadow Swampert, is it has the reach to knock out Lickitung, and it's crucial in this matchup, especially when you're up a Protect Shield. You do Protect Shield the Body Slam, but you can still probably get to 2 Hydro Cannons and really dictate the tempo of the rest of the game.
Getting into this late game here, Bopper finally able to peel away that first Protect Shields with a Body Slam. Flying Pizza throwing this Hydro Cannon, which is threatening the Lickitung, and gets Bopper's last Protect Shield. And all of a sudden, shields are down, and this Swampert is looking very threatening.
Yeah, and you just need to throw the Hydro Cannon before the next Body Slam is available, so you can over-farm a little bit of energy here to have some energy for the Azumarill. Are the switch timers back up? Not yet. It's clicking, it's ticking, ticking, ticking. There's about 10 seconds remaining, and it wasn't enough time, so you're able to throw that Hydro Cannon and knock out the Lickitung here, and I don't remember how much energy does that Azumarill have. I'm not sure how much it does have. It's not even at the Ice Beam yet, but should get to the Ice Beam before the Hydro Cannon. No, the Hydro Cannon is available, and it is thrown.
Oh, but now Bopper isn't as threatened by the Swampert. I think if that Swampert commits to the Earthquake and then gets off a Power Whip with the Lickitung, that would have been almost a good game here. But now Bopper has an opportunity. Oh my goodness! Actually, with the combo play, gets off the Body Slam on this Azumarill.
A fantastic combo play from Flying Pizza to knock out Bopper's Azumarill and tie up this series 1-1. Now both of these trainers are just 1 victory away from moving on into the top 12 of Championship Sunday.
And we do have a decisive Game 3 coming up here. And I think Flying Pizza was able to just get an advantage in the mid-game with that Gligar on the defense Deoxys, right? Able to come out with an entire charge attack to chip that Azumarill away. And then eventually we kind of just chipped that Azumarill away with, Body Slam and Hydro Cannon.
And that's why Gligar is so strong right now, I believe, because even though Bopper is running Lickitung and Defense Form Deoxys core, we've seen in the past a Lickitung Charger Bug core, a Lickitung Shadow Poliwrath core, Lickitung plus something that loses the Gligar. Gligar is just going to be really strong in that matchup. So you're probably going to see double ground. We've seen double ground from so many team compositions from Flying Pizza, and it's been really effective.
And taking a look at these replays, this is that mid-game matchup where Flying Pizza farms just perfectly against that Defense Form Deoxys to come out with some energy. And I think this is towards the end of that game where we have Shadow Swampert taking out Lickitung with the Hydro Cannon, and then of course it still has that extremely healthy Lickitung in the back with some energy banked, and just needs to get off this Hydro Cannon to put this Azumarill into Body Slam range.
Yeah, exactly. To set up the combo move here, and it's going to be Hydro Cannon into Body Slam into GG, and Shadow Swampert is looking pretty strong in this meta so far. It just has more firepower than the Whiscash. It feels faster than the Whiscash as well, especially in that last matchup. Your matchup, Shadow Swampert into Lickitung, and I feel like Whiscash would struggle more with that matchup.
That's right. Like you mentioned, Lickitung basically threatens, Shadow Swampert basically threatens Lickitung with just 2 Hydro Cannons. Whiscash does not do the same thing, but it still gets hit, almost 1 hit by a Power Whip there.
Yeah, even with those Scald debuffs, that Power Whip is going to be doing so much. We're going to see a lot of double ground in this game number 2, and I think we're going to see Azumarill on Bopper's side. Azumarill is looking really strong in Portland so far. Do we have the Defense Form Deoxys and the Cresselia? And there's the Azumarill and the double ground in the back. I think both these trainers know what's happening in terms of team composition. It's just going to come down to who plays better.
And this is a repeat of that game number 1 lead, with which, remember, Bopper ended up taking that game. Looks like this Cresselia is firing off that first Grass Knot, and Bopper still content to just, continue farming up. I don't know if Flying Pizza is going to go for the same catch, because it didn't work out that well before with the Azumarill locked onto it.
Yeah, it didn't work out in that game number 1, so it looks like Bopper is just going to
throw this Thunderbolt, and Flying Pizza's not going to try to swap in and absorb that onto the Shadow Gligar, because Shadow Gligar has been really useful, but you do want to maintain the alignment. You want to make sure that Shadow Swampert is going to be matched up against the Azumarill that you are expecting in the back, because Shadow Gligar will struggle in that matchup. And it's not even easy for Shadow Swampert either.
It's not easy for Shadow Swampert, but the good news for Shadow Swampert is that Deoxys defense has a little bit more fast move pressure than some of those other Pokemon on Bopper's team. So Flying Pizza might be thinking, okay, the Shadow Swampert might have play if I just save shields for it. Oh, but here comes the swap into Lickitung, and Flying Pizza all of a sudden doesn't have a great answer. Has to throw this Future Sight.
Yeah, this Future Sight is going to do about 40%, maybe like 38% into this Lickitung. Do a good amount, but we'll never know because there's a Protect Shield, and the Lick Down is going to happen into the Shadow Swampert. Now you're up shields on this Shadow Swampert, but Bopper did get that energy advantage. Once again, he's baiting. If he calls a Body Slam one of these times, he's seen the bait over and over again. Is this the time he calls it? No, clutch Protect Shield on the bait.
But the problem is that if those Body Slams land, then all of a sudden the Licks are doing a lot of damage, right? Swampert, oh, not able to fire this Charge Attack before. Might have to throw out these Protect Shields, respecting the Power Whip.
And using both of the Protect Shields in the Shadow Swampert, it makes sense to invest in it. It's so strong, and gonna have to throw energy before you energy cap. You don't want to get to 100 here, and there is the Hydro Cannon right before the energy cap, I believe. And now you have to be really careful. You have to throw the next Hydro Cannon before the Body Slam is available. And if you're a double Hydro Cannon, no, you have to throw now. You could Protect Shield. If you're Lickitung, you could win this matchup, but Bopper decides to let it go.
And this is great counting from Flying Pizza, getting the maximum farm before Lickitung is able to reach a Charge Attack. I think Bopper is thinking that this Azumarill is going to be able to clean up the game here. Looks like going for a lot of these bubbles. Probably want to shield with this Earthquake, as it is doing a lot of, doing probably the most damage of any attack left. And actually Flying Pizza recognizing that and goes for the Hydro Cannon bait.
Yeah, that's a huge bait there, because if you can get another Hydro Cannon off or even an Earthquake, it looks like you get the swap on the Earthquake into the defense form Deoxys. Looks like Flying Pizza is going to try to undercharge this. You have to be careful though, because if you undercharge it too much, then the defense form Deoxys is going to get to a Cycle Boost, but that was nice. That was a great undercharge.
That was a great undercharge to get some extra energy on this Gligar, but unfortunately Gligar doesn't have any shields left, and this double super effective Ice Beam is going to come through. Flying Pizza's back two Pokemon have such little health, and I don't think they have that much energy either.
Yeah, double super effective in the Shadow Gligar. That's a knockout, and it's Azumarill versus the world. And Azumarill likes that matchup because Azumarill's gonna get the full sweep in this game number 3, and Bopper is gonna be moving on the winner's side of the bracket for Championship Sunday.
Bopper giving a little celebration there. Congratulations on games. Very, very well played. Flying Pizza is going to move to those losers finals, but still in that top 12.
And that was a moment for Azumarill and Bopper right there. I feel like Azumarill cemented his spot in the meta. It's so good against everything not named Registeel right now. Even against the things that you would think counter the Azumarill, we don't see that much Lantern. We haven't seen as much Lantern, and even when we did see Lantern, it's getting stopped by Whiscash. So in this meta, Azumarill is looking pretty strong, and it's the key reason that Bopper decided not to bring Guzzlord. It's because he thought Azumarill was great. Azumarill is great.
Azumarill is great. We saw it put in so much work against that Gligar in this series. Remember game 1 getting locked against that Gligar, giving Bopper a pretty big advantage, and then just now, of course, sweeping that team with shields down, landing the Ice Beam, and then able to bubble down the last couple of Pokemon.
And Bopper closes up his notebook. All that preparation did pay off for a trainer that's just been so dominant in VGC, and now he is continuing to be dominant in Pokemon Go, just dominating all of Pokemon right now. Let's look at those highlights.
All right, let's look at those highlights. I think this is that first game we had that lead matchup of Cresselia versus Deoxys defense. Flying Pizza going for that catch, but remember, even though you catch this resisted charge attack, it might not be worth it because you're locked in for the next 60 seconds. And then, of course, Bopper was able to take advantage of that and bring in that Azumarill later.
Yeah, and these team compositions were really similar in all 3 matchups. It kind of just came down to which trainer piloted it better, and it feels like Bopper took the advantage that game number 1 because of that mistake of swapping in that Shadow Gligar, but Shadow Gligar was so strong for Flying Pizza, as you can see in this matchup as well. And I thought that he played well with that Shadow Gligar game number 3 as well, but there was no Protect Shields remaining, and then the Ice Beam just did so much.
That's right. I think this matchup, or this series, really just came down to how these trainers wanted to use their Protect Shields, and of course how much of an advantage you could gain off that middle game matchup, right? We saw in game 2, Flying Pizza able to get an entire charge attack out of that Gligar versus Deoxys defense matchup, which really helped out. And then of course in game 3 though, down 2 shields, of course, the Gligar wasn't able to put in much work.
That's a great point. I believe these games were won and lost in the mid-game. They were not won and lost in the lead. They were not won and lost in the in-game. It was the middle of the game where these trainers got the advantage. Bopper was able to get the advantage 2 times in that mid-game. And as you can see, Flying Pizza in the mid-game in this game number 3 used his Protect Shields on Shadow Swampert. And then he was out of Protect Shields. He did that to gain all this energy, but look where the energy went, into a beautiful swap.
Beautiful swap by Bopper, and like we were saying, the problem is you can't fully undercharge that because the Deoxys defense, would be threatening with a huge counter down. And, Bopper really just playing very, very well there, getting the catches, getting the over farms, and then, of course, using that Azumarill.
Getting the full sweep with the Azumarill. Really impressive stuff from Bopper to take that 2-1 and secure his day number 2 on the winner side. There still is a chance for Flying Pizza to secure top cut or even top 12 now that we're going to be having in this tournament. So his journey is not over yet, and what an impressive journey. He pushed Bopper to the limit, and he still has a chance to make top cut.
That's right, still has a chance. And like we were saying, Flying Pizza has had a lot of success very recently, taking a lot of big names, such as Onion Frank, and then of course fell to Bopper just now. But like we were saying, is going to go to those losers finals. I think already is in that top 12 and potentially can make the top 8.
And why do these trainers want to make the top 8, top 12? It's because the coveted championship points that we have this season. Even if you don't win it all, these trainers are trying to get as much CP as possible. And look at Flying Pizza is flying up the leaderboard with 358 now.
Yeah, Flying Pizza actually already number 10 in North America, really racking up those championship points. Of course, he will get championship points even if he stops in the top 12, but he's really creeping towards that 500 mark. And, we're only about a third of the way into the season. I think Flying Pizza is probably on track to make it.
And let's compare with what they're doing over in Europe as well. And remember, there are different barriers. So for North America, you need that 500 to get into the World Championships, but you need 400 in Europe. So that means 3 trainers have qualified in Europe with total points.
Yeah, and it's not just the total points. Of course, you can also qualify to the World Championships with winning a regional tournament. But also, it's not just the points that give you the qualification to the World Championships. It's also that travel award, which can be so important. Honolulu, pretty far away for some of these European trainers. So it's going to be a big fight to get into that top 8 or top 12.
Yeah, and you can get championship points in other ways as well. You can do local challenges or cups. We've seen that be a huge part of the championship series this season. I believe recently in Belgium, Inadequence was able to win one of those challenges and secure 15 championship points. So congratulations to him. I think with double charm as well. So that's kind of, I know you grimace a little bit, but well done.
Inadequence is a very versatile player. I'm not surprised he was able to win with double charm. I've seen him run some pretty wacky stuff, changes it up almost every tournament. That's the hallmark of a great trainer.
And another hallmark of a great trainer is consistency, which he has been so consistent. And who has also been consistent is Rubik's Master, and he is up next. He has only competed in 2 tournaments, now 3 tournaments, but literally he doesn't lose unless you're It's Axon. He is undefeated against every single trainer besides It's Axon, and guess what? It's Axon went down to the loser side of the bracket. He has a clear way to the winners finals this time.
Yeah, and Rubik's Master, of course, we are going to be watching that game in just a few moments, but Rubik's Master on such a tear, just like you said, undefeated so far today. It's Axon, not in his path, and here he is in those winners finals for Group D. Remember, whoever wins this goes on to the top 8 on the winner's side of the bracket. And he's playing someone named Cobiculent, who I don't think we've actually seen a lot of so far.
Yeah, and he is running Mandibuzz also. It's going to be a Mandibuzz mirror in this matchup because we haven't really seen much Mandibuzz in the meta at all. And I thought Rubik's Master was probably the only trainer to bring it. I think Rubik's Master is one of the most creative team builders there is in the championship series. Even though he has a small sample size, he has always impressed, and Portland is no different.
That's absolutely right. He brought Deoxys defense at those World Championships, remember, when almost everyone was bringing Metacham. And in his Portland run last season, he brought that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, I believe, which ended up being a really solid core breaker for him. And look at this creativity showing again. He said he brought that Alolan Sandslash on, kind of at the last second. I think it served him really well in some of his matchups earlier today. But we've also got that Trevenant and that Mandibuzz. I think Mandibuzz, for both of these trainers, is a really solid meta read. Of course, you need to watch out for things like that Azumarill, but it has a lot lot of good play into things like that Cresselia that we've been seeing so much.
Yeah, and Trevenant was so strong against that Charger Bug Safe Swap that Caleb was using as well. Caleb kept Safe Swapping that Charger Bug, and then there came the Trevenant. And on the other side is the Shadow Poliwrath, the Whiscash, the Mandibuzz, running Dark Pulse. In the past, trainers would run Foul Play because Aerial Ace wasn't as cheap, so you would run Aerial Ace Foul Play. Now Aerial Ace is a nice bait attack, so now you can run Dark Pulse as well, and another Future Sighter.
Yeah, Dark Pulse is just a little bit more efficient than Foul Play, and like you said, with Aerial Ace now kind of freeing up that energy barrier, now trainers are kind of free to run Dark Pulse.
Yeah, and you can bait with that Aerial Ace, and Dark Pulse is strong. But let's look at another Mandibuzz. Let's head on over to Rubik's Master side. He is also running that Mandibuzz, which I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know why, I feel like there are a lot of polarizing picks on his side. You're either hard winning, or maybe you could hard lose some matchups as well, specifically Trevenant into a Lickitung matchup, or Shadow Alolan Sandslash into a Poliwrath or Medicham or any counter matchup. I feel like there is a lot of chances for things to go bad, but then you do have the consistent Pokemon of the Registeel, Azumarill, Cresselia, Mandibuzz as well.
That's right. One of those matchups we have, he has that Trevenant, but there is that Mandibuzz on the other side that you have to watch out for. But the interesting thing is, when you think about these Pokemon that might have polarizing matchups like the Alolan Sandslash in a vacuum, but when you come into a matchup of 6 versus 6, often one of those Pokemon actually ends up becoming very, very flexible. I think earlier today we saw his Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which ordinarily you might think of as very, very polarizing if you see a counter user or a fire type, but I think it was actually pretty safe in that matchup against MF5 sets.
Yeah, but here you're facing the Shadow Poliwrath and the Whiscash. So you have two Pokemon that are going to be really tough for that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You do have some play against Whiscash. You have no play against that Shadow Poliwrath, but it's going to be tough to align perfectly. You're going to have to match it up. I think it's kind of polarizing in this matchup. It might come down to alignment between Rubik's Master and Kobe Couplet here, and it's going to be that Trevenant into the shiny Gligar. That's not what the Trevenant wants to see. Do you Safe Swap Azumarill, or do you just soft lose this matchup?
This is a great matchup for Cobiculant, and Rubik's Master actually staying in here. Maybe he wants to throw a Shadow Ball and get a shield before swapping out, but this first Aerial Ace is already coming through.
Maybe you just play the zeros here and try to pick up a Protect Shield on the Shadow Ball. That does so much damage, and now you gotta throw the Shadow Ball here. At least you could pick up the Protect Shield, but this is not Shadow Gligar. You could probably endure one Shadow Ball. We're gonna see if he decides to do it. Kobe decides to use the Protect Shield there just to keep that alignment, and now there are two really good answers for that Gligar, but it's going to be really tough if it's Azumarill versus Cresselia in the back, and then Registeel versus Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
But wait, look at this Alolan Sandslash. I don't see a counter user on Cobicuplant's side this time, and you know, actually was kind of baited into using a shield on that Gligar. I feel like he was thinking Rubik's Master is staying in this matchup. My Gligar is going to be really valuable. But look at this backline. I don't think the Gligar is all that valuable.
Yeah, but he did get that Protect Shield back, and he tried to swap onto the Ice Punch, and he successfully catches that Ice Punch into the Registeel. Fantastic catch from Kobe here to try to inch his way to some sort of advantage. You can't swap out either. So actually, that was such a nice pivot, because you're going to go into this matchup anyway, so you might as well take the resisted Ice Punch.
Yeah, that's right, and Rubik's Master has to throw 2 drill runs here to take it out. Like you said, can't switch out, so probably just wants to farm up as much as he can against this Registeel as possible. Here comes that Focus Boss. I think Rubik's Master is going to have to shield us up and then maybe do several more Shadow Claws before finally throwing. I think he might even be able to get away with an Ice Punch here.
That was perfect timing by Kobe. We've seen so many trainer upset some of the best in the world. Can Kobe upset Rubik's Master here, who is undefeated versus everyone not named Exact? And here comes the Ice Punch to knock out Registeel. That does knock out. And now, how do you finish off this Shadow Alolan Sandslash? You have to go with Cresselia, or you come in with a Gligar, but you take the Ice Punch, and here comes your chance for your last Protect Shield of the game.
But I don't think that Kobe actually fired off that dig, so that's giving Rubik's Master an opportunity to swap out here if he wants to.
No, it was.
Charge attack priority.
Yeah, it was a cap there, and this is huge, because now the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to get knocked out by Dig, and now it's going to be Cresselia versus the Azumarill, and here comes the swap into the Cresselia. Rubik's Master knows this is pretty tough. He is familiar with solving puzzles, but I'm not sure how he's going to be able to do this one.
All of a sudden looking very tough for Rubik's Master. Cresselia versus Azumarill is a fantastic matchup for that Cresselia. You have these super effective grass knots, just like you've been saying all day, Butters. This is the best grass type in the game right now. Rubik's Master trying to fight back with some Ice Beams, but unfortunately, I think the Cresselia and that little bit of the Gligar in the back is going to be too much for this Azumarill to overcome.
And it's interesting that he's going for Ice Beam. Does that mean that you go for triple Ice Beam in the no Protect Shield situation, or you go for double Ice Beam and Play Rough because double Play Rough isn't going to be enough? It's cool to see these little wrinkles from these top players, and Azumarill takes that Grass Knot, no problem, but Cresselia is just way too healthy here, and now we're in unfamiliar territory. We have Rubik's Master on the verge of being moved down to the loser's side of the bracket and taking his first ever matchup loss against anyone, but it's Axen.
Kobe, has made it all the way to these winners finals, so it's no surprise that he's giving Rubik's Master a little bit of a challenge. I think Rubik's Master had some chances that game, of course, had that disadvantageous lead matchup, but really needed to be able to save that Alolan Sandslash for later.
Yeah, and Kobe did compete last season in Portland, getting 49th, but what a huge improvement this season, able to get all the way to this winners finals and is up 1-0 against Rubik's Master. And I was mentioning it, I think this matchup's very polarizing, and Kobe was able to match up the Trevenant into the Gligar. As you see in this lead matchup, yes, he did get baited into using the Protect Shield, but at least he got that Protect Shield back against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and that Gligar actually ended up being key to being able to take out that Alolan Sandslash later. Here is that catch also of the Ice Punch, resisted move, and then of course Rubik's Master still had to throw 2 drill runs.
Yeah, and here comes the most important drill run, where that was charge attack priority, that cap there, and then so you secured that knockout, because you saw Rubik's Master was actually pressing on that Azumarill swap, but he wasn't able to land it. Then Rubik's Master goes for some Ice Beams here, which I found interesting, but the best grass type there is not going to lose to a water type.
That's right, like you said, the most important charge attack priority in that game. I think if Rubik's Master had been able to swap out there, would have had a much better chance, would have needed to catch the dig onto the Azumarill, so it would have been a little bit tough, but definitely needed the Alolan Sandslash to carry there.
Going into this game number 2, I think Rubik's Master needs alignment, and Kobe is not afraid to play the alignment teams. In Portland last year, he ran the Knocked Out, Trevenant, Lantern trio. So he is very familiar with those type of situations. And if he could secure one more alignment into Rubik's Master is so talented, so creative, but I don't know how he's going to get out of it. Here it is, the Trevenant into the Registeel, and this is exactly what he needed. He needed the alignment, and this is perfect alignment going into the lead here.
Looking fantastic for Rubik's Master. This is a great matchup for Trevenant. You do resist all of Registeel's charge attacks, and then you do have that Shadow Ball, which is such an efficient charge attack.
And here comes the swap in the Mandibuzz, and absorbing that not very effective into the Mandibuzz here, and crucially, this could bait out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It baits out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is exactly what Kobe needs, because he has Gligar in the back, and he wanted no part of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash matchup.
But alignment is going to be so key here, because yes, he baited out that Alolan Sandslash, which is very bad for the Gligar, but Rubik's Master has the Mandibuzz in the back, which is one of the best neutral answers to that Gligar.
That is very true. And now the Ice Punch is going to be close to knocking out, but it's not going to knock out here. So suddenly this Mandibuzz has an opportunity to outpace. Can it get to the Dark Pulse before the Ice Punch? I think it's going to get there not in enough time. So Rubik's Master doesn't want to commit a Protect Shield, just want to keep his alignment. And actually, Kobe decides to commit a Protect Shield.
Kobe doesn't have a great way to deal with this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Again, didn't bring that Poliwrath, so gonna have to be taking out this Alolan Sandslash with some charge attacks. Actually going for the Aerial Ace bait here. Gets the shields from Rubik's Master, and all of a sudden, does this mean that you can outpace the Alolan Sandslash?
I think you can. You're 2 snarls away, or
charge
attack priority, but no!
Oh no, he goes for timing!
He does go for timing. A little too eager for timing, I think Rubik's Master was, and Kobe was able to land the Dark Pulse, and suddenly, now Kobe has the alignment.
Oh my goodness.
He's gonna win with the alignment. This is crazy. Mandibuzz, nobody gives it back up.
Trying to go for the combo play here. Maybe you're gonna pull a Protect Shield with this Zap Cannon. Actually, Mandibuzz extremely tanky though, able to hang on. And now Rubik's Master, just like we were saying, has the alignment again and able to get the Trevenant onto the Registeel.
These traders playing hot potato with alignment. No one wants to keep it. They just keep giving it back and forth. And now Rubik's Master is back where he started. It's gonna be Trevenant in the Registeel. And I think since Rubik's Master gave up alignment, Kobe shouldn't have given it up right back.
But the good news is that Rubik's Master's Mandibuzz has been chipped very heavily by that Zap Cannon, right? So that Gligar is potentially going to be able to put in a lot of work, even though Kobe doesn't have the alignment.
Yeah, and you're gonna
come in with Mandibuzz probably to soak energy. Yeah, the Mandibuzz does come in, soak this Seed Bomb. Can this Trevenant either get to another Seed Bomb to force some damage into that Gligar, or can it swap out? No, it can't swap out yet. And yeah, but that's actually worse.
Yeah,
because
extra Shadow Claw.
you get an extra Shadow Claw there, and then can you get to that Seed Bomb? I think you do. You get to that Seed Bomb.
And this is huge chip damage. I think if you're Rubik's Master, you really need to be chipping away this Gligar with these charge attacks. Kobe actually doesn't shield that up, probably saving a shield for a potential Dark Pulse from the Mandibuzz. And now if you're Rubik's Master, how do you get rid of this Gligar? Do you go for 3 Aerial Aces, 1 to get rid of the shields and 2 to take out?
I think you have to at least go for double Aerial Ace and then get a shield on one of them, and maybe Aerial Ace plus Dark Pulse. Double Dark Pulse doesn't do it. This is not Shadow Gligar. Here comes the Aerial Ace. Can you pick up the last? And instantly you pick up the last Protect Shield. Now the question is double Aerial Ace enough? I think it might just be enough.
I think it might be, but do you survive the Aerial Ace plus all these wing attacks from this normal Gligar here? I think that's the real question.
It's going to be so close. How many more Snarls do you need? You need 3 Snarls, 9 more turns, and you have to endure that many wing attacks. I think you can get to it. I think you can get the double Aerial Ace here. You need 1 more Snarl. There it is. You get the Snarl, but
wait, the Aerial Ace just
is
came
available.
Up. Yeah, okay, the Aerial Ace from the Gligar is available on this Mandibuzz now. It might come down to a charge attack priority unless, no, but the switch clock isn't up for Rubik's Master.
Charge attack cap once again is so crucial in Pokemon Go PvP, and Kobe is on the verge of a huge upset against Rubik's Master. 1 more wing attack and he takes down Rubik's Master 2-0 to go on to the winner's side of Top Cut tomorrow.
What a series from Kobe, upsetting Rubik's Master. Remember, this is the first time that Rubik's Master has lost to someone not named its Axon, and that was actually a 2-0 victory. Great play from Kobe, got the alignment. You know, maybe he didn't even need it in that second game, right? Just swapped out, landed the Zap Cannon on the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, he didn't need it because it gave it back. He got the alignment with the Mandibuzz, going for that Aerial Ace bait, and then the crucial mistake from Rubik's Master, I believe, is he got a little too eager for timing, because he could have thrown on charge attack priority with the Ice Punch into Dark Pulse, but since he wanted to throw on a cycle to clip the Snarl, he didn't get the Ice Punch, and then the Dark Pulse knocked out. He lost alignment and then lost the game.
And I think also letting that Zap Cannon land on the Mandibuzz, that was an extremely hard-hitting charge attack, maybe the most of the entire game. And I think this is that lead matchup from game 1 with the Gligar into the Trevenant, advantageous lead matchup. And then of course the Alolan Sandslash later trying to clean things up, and Kobe getting the catch there.
Yeah, and I thought this would all come down to alignment. It would be polarizing, and Kobe showed in both games, like you saw there, just swapping in the Registeel. He really didn't care about the alignment. He didn't care about this polarizing matchup. He didn't care that he played Trevenant Lantern knocked out last season. He's trying to play more fluid playstyle, and that fluid playstyle really paid off for him against Rubik's Master.
Those polarizing matchups might have been really important coming from Rubik's Master side, but if you actually look at the Registeel has so much play into all of Rubik's Master's team. Super effective damage on Alolan Sandslash, Azumarill, Mandibuzz. Really good matchup against Cresselia as well. So, you know, potentially thinking that the Registeel was flexible enough that it was okay for him to swap out there.
Yeah, and
here comes, oh no, this is not that.
That was a fantastic catch right there, but like you mentioned, the worst case scenario was Registeel into Trevenant, and he already leaded into that, and then he swapped into it too, or he swapped into a Mandibuzz, but then he knew Trevenant was going to come out anyway. So even his worst case scenario, he was not afraid of. But is this the moment? Look at this. Yeah. Rubik's Master can throw in charge attack priority, but goes for the extra Shadow Claw instead. Maybe he thought it was only Aerial Ace energy, but that was crucial right there.
That Aerial Ace bait from Kobe really coming through as well, allowing him to get to that Dark Pulse in just the nick of time. And here's that end game, shielding up the Aerial Ace. You know, I actually do wonder here, Dark Pulse does a little bit more damage than Aerial Ace, and Rubik's Master was going for the double Aerial Ace. Potentially, if he lands a Dark Pulse and then gets some Shadow Claws, I don't think it's enough damage though.
Yeah, it'd be tough because it's not a Shadow Gligar. It probably wouldn't be in Dark Pulse range right now. And then you see here, you need the double Aerial Ace. You do endure the wing attack, but there comes the cap. And how many times have we seen Gligar win these charge attack priorities? And Gligar is #1 in usage for a reason. It has been so strong in Portland and was the reason that Kobe is moving on the winner's side to Top Cut day #2.
And that's actually not the Shadow Gligar, which has been a little bit more prominent, but it was a shiny Gligar.
Yeah, it was a beautiful, shiny Gligar, and I like that there's so many options between specifically Gligar and Poliwrath. You see those two Pokemon be half for Shadow, half for non-Shadow. I'd say more are probably Shadow for Gligar, and then you have the choice between the Shadow Poliwrath and non-Shadow, and they have an interesting dynamic between each other because the Shadow beats the Shadow, but the Shadow can lose to the non-Shadow and vice versa. So it's that dynamic in particular is fascinating to me.
You know, Butters, I think before the Play Pokemon circuit, you were pretty famous for running Shadow Pokemon, right? If you were building a team of 6, how would you go about making these decisions on whether to bring, you know, Shadow Gligar versus regular Gligar, Shadow Poliwrath versus regular Poliwrath?
You know, it all comes down to trying to decide what you're winning and what you're losing. Like a Shadow Swampert will now, against a Lickitung, knock out with 2 Hydro Cannons, and you can't do that with a regular Swampert. So you gotta realize what your reach is and how much that helps you. If that helps you a lot, then Shadow could be worth it. But then if it hurts you in other matchups where you just don't have enough bulk, then maybe the Shadow isn't worth it. So it all comes down to the specific meta, where your reach is, and then where your vulnerabilities are. And for the Shadow Gligar, a lot of the times it's Shadow Poliwrath, so I feel like that's why trainers are making that decision. So you have the reach to knock out with that double aerial ace. But we have a live reaction here in front of the stage. Let's head on over to our interview and hear from Kobe himself, who just had an awesome upset to move on to the winner's top cut.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much for that introduction here. I'm here with Kobe. Congratulations on your first top cut. I believe this is your 2nd tournament ever. You came to Portland last year, you got top 48th, and you have made it to top 8 today. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's super surreal. I'm feeling great. I don't know, feeling great.
Awesome, well, glad to hear. We are hearing from Butters about Shadow versus non-Shadow. Can you talk to us a little bit about your decisions on your team, why you chose to run certain Shadow Pokemon and why you chose not to run certain Shadow Pokemon for individual picks?
Yeah, the Shadow Poliwrath, I picked over the normal Poliwrath just simply because it's got insane pressure. Even in negative matchups, it can put out an immense amount of work. And then honestly, with the regular Gligar, just because I don't have a Shadow accessible to me, outside looking in though, I think I still would have picked regular Gligar just for that added bulk. It can absorb a few more hits. You know, like in the match there with Rubik's, he threw a Seed Bomb and the regular Gligar just scoffed it off.
Yeah, definitely. And even against something like Medicham, a regular Gligar is more comfortably able to take that Ice Punch. So I definitely agree. The normal Gligar is my choice as well. Speaking of Trevenant, you know, Trevenant hasn't been in the meta for a really long time. And I doubt you were expecting to face one today. When you saw that on Rubik's Master's team, what was going through your mind? How did you decide to handle it with your team of 6?
Yeah, no, I mean, Trevenant definitely has stepped a little bit up in the meta of recent, but I was not planning on seeing one. I did bring Mandibuzz just in case I saw grasses in general. So that was the one thing that made me a little more comfortable against Trevenant, is I knew I had the hardest check that's available to us for the Trevenant matchup. That being said, you still have to kind of play around a little bit. The one added benefit with going against the Trevenant is it's so squishy that it can't really one-man a team without using all shields or all the resources. So at the end of the day, I was a little bit fearful of it, but I felt confident that my team, with a little bit of teamwork, could take it down.
Yeah, Mandibuzz definitely being the premier answer for Trevenant. And a bit of a mirror match of Mandibuzz is there, right? As your flying type of choice for this tournament, what made you choose Mandibuzz over maybe something like Skarmory as a better answer to something like Gligar, right?
Truthfully, just the bulk. In neutral matchups, Mandibuzz is absolutely insane. You know, it's been dubbed the Flying Umbreon for a reason. It can just stand there, it can take hits, it can dish it out. And to be honest, for how much bulk it has, it actually does a shockingly amount of damage. You know, there's a lot of matchups where 2 Dark Pulses and a few Snarls is all it takes to take out a Pokemon.
Well, thank you so much for the interview. Before we hand it back to the casters, anyone you'd like to thank for your preparation, team building help, or scrims?
Definitely just got to shout out my squad, the Sylph team, Gong Rippers, you know, Gong Strong. But that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on making it to day 2. Get some rest. You have a lot to look forward to tomorrow. We'll send it back to the casters.
Congratulations once again to Kobe. What a brilliant performance. And like I said, giving the first match loss to Rubik's Master. Anyone except It's Axid. And guess who we got up next? We got It's Accent up next. If we could have It's Accent winning this series, if we could have the matchup we've all been waiting for, another rematch between It's Accent and Rubik's Master. But first, of course, there is a brilliant trainer in It's Accent's way. That is going to be King 88.
That's right. And remember, It's Accent dropped earlier today to, I believe, Shadow Mimikyu pretty early on, but actually ended up making that run through the losers bracket. Remember in the interview, he was like, it's not over until it's over. And here he is in those losers finals, poised to make, poised to make those losers finals.
And he is one of the most composed trainers I have ever seen. I mean, emotionally, he is always even keel. And you saw in previous season how he went top cut after top cut after top cut. He didn't always come in on the winner's side. He has so much resilience to him, and that's why he was Mr. Top Cut. That's why he is the world champion, and he is going to be one victory away from making it into day number 2 to keep that Mr. Top Cut nickname alive.
And here is King in It's Accent's way. I believe this might be King's first Play Pokemon tournament, but look at this team. We've got 3 water types, all with such different coverage. We have that Shadow Swampert, which we saw from Flying Pizza. We have the Toxapex as well, which is a little bit more unconventional. And then, of course, the Jellicent. I think Jellicent has been making a lot of waves in the Go Battle League, but we haven't seen it quite as much on the Play Pokemon scene.
Yeah, it is really strong in Go Battle League specifically because, I mean, there's a lot of lead matchups that Jellicent will win. Defense Form, Deoxys, Shadow Dragonair. I have to agree with you. It doesn't always find your matchups in this format because Charjabug and Lickitung is so strong, but unless you back it up with that Guzzlord. That is a really strong core. Jellicent Guzzlord is very strong. It protects each other pretty much perfectly. I mean, Azumarill has good play against it, but I mean, against the Lickitung that you know It's Accent's going to want to bring, you're going to need to back it up with something like the Guzzlord.
And there aren't a lot of answers to Lickitung in general. Of course, one of the most flexible Pokemon out there, but King actually has 2 great answers on this team. That Registeel and, of course, that Guzzlord. It's going to be resisting those licks and dealing a lot of damage in return with the Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw.
And I feel like you have to do that if you are King. If you're going to be bold enough to bring the Jellicent because of its weakness to Lickitung, Lickitung being one of the safest Pokemon, you have to bring those Pokemon that hard wall the Lickitung, like the Registeel and like that Guzzlord. But this is something that It's Accent has seen in the past, and this is going to be the Hex Jellicent. Jellicent can run Bubble as well, but usually Hex is always stronger, and that's going to be a Crunch Guzzlord. We saw Brutal Swing earlier, but I think Crunch is just slightly better. It also has that debuff potential.
And Crunch is just a little bit more efficient than Brutal Swing. Does cost a little bit more energy, but like you were saying, sometimes the debuff potential on the opponent's defense can make or break an endgame.
Yeah, and you also have that Toxapex with that Poison Jab, Brine, and Sludge Wave, and then of course the Shadow Swampert has the Earthquake. Let's move on over to It's Accent's team because I actually really like how King built his team because he has a lot of answers for It's Accent's Poliwrath. 2 things that just hard wall it in the Toxapex and the Jellicent, but the way that It's Accent's rounding out his team, of course, in the top left corner and on the stage with It's Accent, his favorite Pokemon, that golden Lickitung that he has used to win the North American International Championships in so many top cuts. Otherwise, a double flyer, but triple flyer. I was gonna say pretty standard team, never mind, triple flyer.
Not standard at all, and that Shadow Gligar has so much play against King's team, actually. Of course, you do need to watch out for Hydro Cannon from the Shadow Swampert, but otherwise great matchups into things like that Deoxys defense, that Registeel. Dig does a lot of damage to Toxapex, by the way. I think we saw that a few times in San Antonio.
And one thing that looks pretty strong is Altaria for It's Accent. Besides Registeel, it's going to have a lot of play neutrally versus everything. Can kind of outbulk a lot of things. I'm not sure exactly how the Guzzlord matchup plays out. I feel like Guzzlord could win it because it gets the Dragon Claws that are super effective, but otherwise, it's going to be really neutral against everything. Maybe you just have to bait out the Registeel with something, but you don't necessarily want to bait out the Registeel with a Lickitung. But we're going to see how It's Accent tries to adapt to a very unique team from King.
Very unique team indeed. And I think Altaria, of course, it does have a lot of neutral play against King's team, but I wouldn't say all of those matchups are necessarily advantageous. I don't think Altaria can quite sweep through this entire team, but if you get it on something, potentially like that Shadow Swampert, if King is brave enough to bring that, I think It's Accent would get a huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, and there are some good counters for that Shadow Swampert. You have the Altaria, you have the Lickitung, and you even have the Shadow Poliwrath, which is a really good counter for that Shadow Swampert. And it's actually really hard to to bring a core like Lickitung and Shadow Poliwrath or something, because there are just really polarizing picks on the other side. You could get hardwalled by a Jellicent, you could get hardwalled by a Toxapex, or you could bring your Lickitung into a Guzzlord or a Registeel. I think its Axon will lean on some safer picks that could be quite strong. I really think he's going to bring some Altaria. He could even bring some Lantern into this, or even Skarmory doesn't look, actually no, Skarmory's against triple water. Take Skarmory out of there. I think something like Lantern and Altaria might be pretty neutral. Maybe something like Gligar too.
Poliwrath is going to be pretty hard for its Axon to bring, and I think earlier today we saw its Axon's Poliwrath kind of struggling. Every time it was on the screen, I swear it was against a Gligar, and of course in this matchup as well, doesn't have the greatest matchup. You mentioned those walls, Jellicent and Toxapex, doesn't have a great matchup against Deoxys defense either, so I think you're absolutely right. Probably going to see its Axon relying more on things like that Altaria, maybe that Gligar as well.
Yeah, Gligar does have some promise. You do have to worry about Jellicent, which is pretty good against Gligar. The Shadow Swampert, I think it's a little bit hard to bring because its Axon has some good counters like Altaria. So I feel like maybe double flyer with that Altaria Gligar, because then the Gligar protects the Altaria from the Registeel. It actually provides a pretty good core for its Axon, as these trainers are trying to figure out their last team compositions to lock in for this game number 1. And remember, we do have, I believe, our first ever top 12 top cut going into day number 2 for Sacramento. So both these trainers are trying to get on the loser's side of that top cut.
But here's the problem, Butters. You said it was hard for King to bring that Shadow Swampert. Then how do you take out that Shadow Gligar? I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to bring Jellicent. I mean, we are going to find out, because there is the Altaria. There is those safe picks, the Altaria, the Lantern, and the Gligar. And here comes the Defense Form Deoxys. You don't love to be in this matchup for a long time, so it's going to be a Psycho Boost and dip into another Pokemon. Where do you go? Do you just go into the Registeel? That's pretty risky.
It is risky, but if you look at Zaxxon's team, he does have that Shadow Gligar, and of course, Shadow Gligar, we were saying, looks pretty safe into King's team, had to expect it, but Registeel actually doesn't have the worst time here, especially if you're able to get this attack debuff off before that first dig comes through.
Yeah, it's not terrible, weirdly. Registeel's just so strong. It's really good. This does nearly half, but you don't get that drop, but you get to the double dig here, which will pretty much knock out. I mean, it will knock out. Now there is no debuff here, so the dig is going to be able to land onto the Registeel. King decides to not protect shield, and you have to imagine that its Axon is going to go for the double dig right before the Focus Blast is available.
I think if this Registeel really wants to, it can shield and get to another charge attack, maybe even threaten to farm down, but it looks like King is just going to let this go. Now this Gligar is out in a very annoying health range. I don't think you can bring in the Deoxys defense here. Probably need to reveal that third Pokemon in the Guzzlord, and here it is, bringing the Guzzlord in for the farm down.
Guzzlord looks so strong against the backline, though, against Altaria, especially if you have an energy advantage. You can start throwing Dragon Claws, and then, of course, against the Lantern. But if King doesn't know that, because he doesn't know what's in the back for its Axon, he might let this dig go, and now this Guzzlord is getting very low, almost in range of a Thunderbolt from the Lantern. So suddenly your best pick is not as strong, but at least you're going to get to double Dragon Claw.
Almost at the double Dragon Claw here. I think if its Axon doesn't throw the Sky Attack, King is going to be able to get off that Dragon Claw. But just like you were saying, that Guzzlord could have put in a lot of work, but all of a sudden it's getting fast attack down.
The swap of the Dragon Claw!
And its Axon catching the Dragon Claw on the Lantern here. Normally you don't see that every day. Lantern coming into a Dragon type that absolutely walls it. But this Guzzlord is so low now and is forced to swap out into that Defense Form Deoxys.
There are 2 Protect Shields remaining for King, but you are in that awkward scenario where you just have to use all your Protect Shields now, and then you just have to go for non-same type attack bonus counters and Thunderbolts, because you can't go for the Psycho Boost because you are switch locked. So Defense Form Deoxys in the back is actually pretty clunky here, even though you would think it has an advantage.
It's actually letting this Thunderbolt go. Very interesting, because now this Lantern all of a sudden is getting quite low, but you do have the Altaria, so potentially its Axon is thinking this Lantern is going to do what it can do, and then I'll finish up this game with my Altaria.
Yeah, because the Altaria can just Dragon Breath through the Guzzlord. Remember, the Guzzlord has to get to a Dragon Tail to even do any damage, and it doesn't have the opportunity, so King knows that. He actually just lets it go, and the Lantern is able to spark down, and the Lantern does get knocked out, but I don't think you get to a single Dragon Tail because the damage from Dragon Breath registers before the Dragon Tail can be completed, and its Axon takes a 1-0 victory over King.
And that is step 1 for its Axon to move on to day 2. Just like you were saying, relying on those more flexible Pokemon doesn't bring the Poliwrath, and instead relying on this very unconventional core. 2 flyers forming a core. We have that Altaria and, the Gligar and the Altaria there. Gligar covering Altaria's only weakness here, which is that Registeel.
Yeah, and how do you deal with that team if you are King? I mean, you have that Guzzlord that looked really strong in that matchup, but unfortunately, he didn't commit to it because he let that dig go through on the Gligar, so that Guzzlord was too weak in the end. I feel like you want to bring back that Guzzlord because Guzzlord is the one Pokemon that was giving a lot of problems for these neutral picks from its Axon.
I think that's absolutely right. If you're King, you need that Registeel on the Altaria if you're not going to invest in the Guzzlord, and unfortunately switched in that Registeel really early on and just kind of gave its Axon an advantage because he was able to bring the Gligar onto it.
Yeah, did you think he was trying to do the switch because he's running ABB? He's running that Defense Form Deoxys in the lead and Registeel Guzzlord in the back. Do you think he was trying to bait out a Poliwrath on to that Registeel so then he would have a better time with that Guzzlord? Maybe that was what he was going for because he was kind of going for a classic ABB strategy.
The problem with that strategy is that you're supposed to actually invest in that second B Pokemon, and he let that dig go from the Gligar, so I'm not entirely sure what that was intended to do. Maybe he was just hoping that there wasn't a Gligar in the first place and was trying to get off that very efficient Psycho Boost.
And we're about to be locked into this game number 2. What adjustments did these trainers bring in? It's going to be the Shadow Poliwrath into the Registeel, and that's fantastic for the world champ. And another ABB. It's going to be Registeel in the lead and 2 Waters in the back, and it's going to be the double flyer, the fantastic core of the Altaria and the Shadow Gligar in the back for its Axon. And this is the shiny Shadow Poliwrath, and actually he didn't throw the Scald before the Zap Cannon, so if it gets debuffed, he will do less damage on that Scald.
I think that Scald may not have taken out, so it's Axon probably just going for a big overfarm here before throwing, but actually King brings in the Jellicent, and Axon doesn't have a great answer, going to try to debuff this first before swapping probably into that Altaria, but what a call from its Axon to bring the Poliwrath into such a difficult matchup.
Yeah, the world champ difference right there, just been through so many battles, has so much experience, and now he debuffs this Jellicent, and now these Shadow Balls aren't going to do too much. I don't think double Shadow Ball will be enough to knock out now. You might have to double Shadow Ball plus Surf or something, or even triple Shadow Ball. The cohesion between that debuff and Altaria has just been so strong here.
That was a great play from its Axon. You know, usually we think about chipping and dipping as dealing damage before dipping, but actually just getting that Icy Wind debuff off makes it so much cleaner, is able to knock out that Jellicent with a Moonblast, and all of a sudden the Poliwrath from its Axon is looking like it's going to put in a lot of work. King only has a Registeel and a Swampert left.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough because you're probably going to get that counter down. You're getting loaded with energy, then you're going to start Icy Winding that Swampert. It's going to be Shadow Poliwrath's day here, and even you have to throw energy into this Altaria. So now the world champ was so uncomfortable in his previous matchups, just losing alignment to Shadow Mimikyu. Now he just has the alignment. He has the momentum. He has the shiny Shadow with the best buddy Ribbon, and he's going to be able to get the Protect Shield with the Icy Wind bait.
And this Icy Wind does pull a shield, but of course, even if Shadow Swampert had let that go, it would have put it so low, probably into counter down rage, really forced a shield, and King kind of the last resort here, throwing the Earthquake, but it's Axon not falling for it, shielding that up, and of course, just going to be able to continue throwing these Icy Winds.
I like that play from King, though, trying to go for the big swing, the Hail Mary, to try to get that Earthquake between a Protect Shield, but it's Axon knows even if he gets bait on the Hydro Cannon, it wouldn't matter in the end, so he's able to Icy Wind down the Shadow Swampert. Wood counter does it, and its Axon is gonna make it the top cut.
It's Axon moving on to day 2 off the back of that Shadow Poliwrath. What a team call. You know, we were talking this whole matchup about how polarizing that Poliwrath is. So hard to bring, but it's Axon found its way onto a Registeel, and what a great matchup for it.
Fantastic matchup for its Axon, and like his previous matchup against Shadow Mimikyu, where he was just facing Lickitung into Vigoroth, getting kind of unlucky. Now he actually went for a safer play between that Altaria Gligar core. Maybe he didn't even need alignment, just needed the synergy between Pokemon, and the synergy was enough for a clean 2-0 for its Axon.
Let's take a look at the highlights from that 2-0 victory from its Axon right here. This is the game one where we have that Guzzlord trying to make its way through the Altari, but the health unfortunately just wasn't there for it and wasn't able to really close out this game.
Yeah, Guzzlord looked really good in that game number one, but this catch right here on the Lantern, you mentioned it's not a lot of times you want to swap into a Dragon type as a Lantern, but in this scenario, that could have saved him because that kept the Protect Shield and health available on the Altaria for the in-game, which was his win condition in the end.
That's right, and we're going to see this Altaria just take out this Guzzlord with a couple of Dragon Breaths here. Still a shield up on both sides, but not needed if you're just going to be knocking out those fast attacks. I think this is that game two, just the end game there with this Poliwrath versus a Swampert. This wasn't the last Pokemon on King's side, but when you're locked in like that, these Icy Wind debuffs hurt a lot.
Yeah, and Icy Wind is able to just guarantee that debuff, and since you're doing the counter damage anyway, you don't even really need to go for the Scald damage, especially with Protect Shields remaining and just clean play from its Axon. Great synergy between that Poliwrath and Altaria core, something we haven't seen a lot of, but seems to be kind of a strong core.
Didn't even need the Gligar there. And you know, Poliwrath versus Altaria was a great core there because the Poliwrath covers the Registeel, which is really Altaria's main threat there. But of course, that core doesn't really work very well when there's something like an Azumarill lurking. But luckily for its Axon, Azumarill was not one of the 3 waters on King's team there.
Yeah, and its Axon actually does need to play one more matchup against T-Wastel. So we're putting the world champ through a gauntlet here to make it to day number 2, but that's gonna be on the other side. But first, the synergy that he displayed there in that battle between that new attack, Icy Wind, and Altaria is what is game-changing about these new attacks. And to learn more about attack change, check this out.
Attention trainers, we have got 3 new attacks with the recent attack update in Pokemon Go, which are Trailblaze, Triple Axle, and of course, Scorching Sands. So, Amanda, what is your favorite one of them?
Well, as you guys know, I am a very lucky person. So I like to, use a Pokemon that sometimes may have to rely on a little bit of luck, and that's why I'm going ahead and choosing Scorching Sands here. It has the opportunity to potentially lower your opponent's attack, which is pretty good, and it actually is viable on a couple Pokemon we might see in these regional tournaments. One of them being Diggersby, and another one being the Kanto Ninetales.
So, in Kanto Ninetales, would you rather run Scorching Sands over Weather Ball or over Overheat? Because I like both of those attacks a lot.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think personally I would rather run it over Overheat. Overheat is one that once you use it, you either have to swap out or, potentially faint because it lowers your own attack. And instead, maybe having something that lowers your opponent could be instead with the Scorching Sands. And just Weather Ball is a very strong move on the Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, it could also potentially make the Ninetales a little bit bulkier by lowering the attack of the opponent. Martijn, what about you?
Well, I hear about Amanda's Diggersby. I present to you the Triple Axle Hitmontop. It has an ice charge attack that keeps buffing the Hitmontop's attack. It takes out the Diggersby no problem. I also like it on Gardevoir and for Master League, maybe Megalopan.
Ooh.
Megalopony seems kinda spicy, I'm not going to lie to you. I, of course, what a surprise, am going with Trailblaze here, because actually some of my favorite Pokemon that got Trailblaze, like Ampharos, which is absolutely fantastic. It can now really fight back versus the Swampert in the Ultra League, of course also in the Great League. We have Skuntank as well, which is a Pokemon that we might see more often in competitive play as well, because this now changes so many matchups, and if you have a lot of fast attack pressure with the Poison Jab already, then the attack buff of the Trailblaze can be really, really important. It changes different kinds of matchups. Martijn, what do you think of all the Pokemon that got new attacks? Which is the one that we are going to see the most?
Well, I think the Scorching Sands Diggersby is very interesting. We've seen it in Pittsburgh as well, where I remember Hot Pocket using the Scorching Sands against a Gligar from Lal Jeffs, which was shielded as well, and that was really interesting to see. I think the Scorching Sands Diggersby might be the most impactful one.
I would absolutely agree with you on that, but let's see how it turns out in the tournaments. We are going back to the live matches. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to our official broadcast. We have had a huge attack update recently with so many buffs and nerfs, and we are going in depth now. Martijn, what are your biggest winners of the recent attack update?
The biggest winner that I can think of, is Lantern. I think with the Spark buff, it makes it a very good electric type attacker right now. It lost a little bit of its flexibility because it doesn't pace to the surf as it used to, but now it is even better in its electric type role, and that's what I really like about it.
I think that's a really good point, because a lot of people were expecting when they saw that it got buffed that people weren't going to use Lantern as much anymore because it takes longer to get to the attacks. However, we did see it already in some of the regionals across the world, and I think it still has a role with a water gun Lantern. You're saying it's buffing as an electric type, but I think the water gun is still pretty strong. Even though it takes a little longer to get to, there are other Pokemon that are also more viable now, and it has a role to play against these specific Pokemon. I think you might know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what is the matchup against Gligar like? Because Gligar has proven to be the most dominant flying type Pokemon right now, and with a Spark against the part ground type doesn't seem too good of a matchup.
That's what I actually like about it, right? Because right now it makes Gligar an actual answer. Let's say you pace to that surf faster than you already do. It makes it a little bit, it makes it a little bit too safe of a Pokemon to use. And that's why I like this Spark buff on the electric side. But what you can also do is run Water Gun as the fast attack, and then you're really good against Gligar. So you have a choice there. But if you run Water Gun, then you lose to Spark Lantern.
That was already the case. Gligar, that was what I was kind of referring to. I'm glad you picked up on the there, Leo. Also, really one of the Pokemon that got a huge buff with both of its charge attacks there, with Dig and Aerial Ace being the ones that are most likely going to be chosen, really putting a stop to a lot of the Pokemon that we've seen before and becoming the new flyer of choice.
I mean, alone from its design, Gligar has got to be one of the coolest Pokemon in the game. However, I also want to talk about one Pokemon that didn't really get an update, but is now really, really dominant, Lickitung. What is your opinion on that, Amanda?
I love Lickitung. I think back a while ago there was a strong Lickitung Medicham core, and I think we've already started to see that play out this season as well. I think we can expect this a lot again, and we need to find some good Pokemon that can break that core. I'm sure you're already thinking about it as a competitor yourself. You already know what you plan to bring maybe to other competitions. Can you give us a little bit of the secret sauce, Martijn?
Well, the secret sauce might be the same, Noctowl. Noctowl still core breaks Lickitung and Medicham is one of the very few, but there's also its substitute that I used in Liu myself before all the updates, which is Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz, the Aerial Ace also has been buffed from Mandibuzz, which makes it even a better flyer attacker, and it resists the Lick fast attack from Lickitung, which means that it also can core break Lickitung and Medicham. Personally, I'm a big fan of that core though, because it provides so much flexibility and removes all the polarizing matchups in a game. You can always have something to fall back on, and I really like that about that core.
Gotta be honest, I'm a big Unova fan, so I'm always happy to see Mandibuzz. You guys were talking about Medicham. What is the position in the meta for Medicham, and what were the changes to it?
The change really means that now Psychic might not KO certain Pokemon such as Azumarill in 2 Psychics anymore. And what kind of change that will have on the meta, we will see. Let's get back into the action.
Welcome back to the 2024 Portland Regionals. My name is Alpha Phoebe. I'm joined by Home Slice Henry, and what an amazing video from our caster friends from across the pond. Just one very small critique of Martijn's point there. I'm not so sure that Noctowl's been making the showing that he thought it would.
Yeah, I don't know if I could use 0 fingers on my hand to count how many Noctowls we've seen today. So, yeah.
Zero,
yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, all right, we did it.
We have seen some very interesting flying types, however. We have, of course, seen the Gligar, and it is #1 in usage, but we've also seen a flyer that hard counters that Gligar in the Skarmory do very, very well.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things about the transition, we're near the end of today in day #1. The transition from day 1 to day 2 is to watch the usage graphics. Of course, we don't have them prepared yet because we don't know everyone who's made it to day 2, but to see how Pokemon will change in usage percentage from day 1 into day 2. Will Gligar still remain as dominant #1, or will it change positions? Will Poliwrath and Medicham, the 2 fighters, rise up, or what about Vigoroth? Will Vigoroth show up in the top 12? Only one way to find out is to continue to watch the rest of this today and then show up tomorrow to see the action then as well.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait. Like, we have seen, as you mentioned, the Vigoroth, a very strong showing here. The counter user that does not have the fighting type, proving to be a true generalist in this meta, especially with an overall decrease in opposing counter users, and that has really allowed Vigoroth to thrive here.
Yeah, and we also saw a bit of defense form Deoxys, another counter user that is not going to be having that fighting type. It struggled a little bit. We saw its Axon on stage able to handle it quite well, and we're going to be actually getting the back-to-back here. It's Axon versus T-Wastel, and it's going to be him versus another fighting type, or fighting counter user that doesn't have the fighting type Vigoroth.
Exactly, and we do see Axon, one of the few who is actually still running the Poliwrath, and as we saw in that previous set, able to put it to great use. Poliwrath, it's done very well for a reason. This thing, especially with the debuffs from Icy Wind, can be very, very powerful if you're not running some very strong checks to it.
It's very interesting. Both of the trainers that its Axon's gone up against have had a great check. The previous opponent had Jellicent, a Pokemon we haven't seen so much of, but with that Ghost and Water typing, able to double resist the counters, able to resist the Icy Winds as well as the Scalds. And then on its Axon's team, it is going to be that that Azumarill with the Water and Fairy typing. Here is the, oh sorry, not on its Saxon's team, excuse me, it's on T-Wastel's team, is Azumarill, which has the Water and Fairy typing to hard wall that Shadow Poliwrath. So here's the team in its full. We have Lickitung, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Shadow Poliwrath, Lantern, and Skarmory.
And as you were talking about that Azumarill, the Azumarill definitely does have some targets on its Axon's team. The Altaria, the Shadow Gligar, and the Poliwrath. So its Axon definitely going to need to rely on the Lantern, the Lickitung, and that Skarmory as well to put in some work against this very threatening Azumarill, which is running the moveset of Ice Beam and Play Rough as we move over to T-Wastel's team.
So Azumarill's paired with Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Vigoroth, Skarmory, and Charjabug. And I want to focus in again on Charjabug. So Charjabug's going to have really positive matchups into Skarmory, Lantern, and Shadow Poliwrath. It's going to struggle a little bit more against Gligar, one of the best counters in the meta to it, as well as Altaria. So its Axon has a few positions to pivot around that pretty solid looking Charjabug on T-Wastel's side.
Absolutely. And the question will be, as we see these lock-ins, is what do the battlers decide to do? T-Wastel versus its Axon. We see the Vigoroth on the lead into the Shadow Gligar for its Axon.
So this is a matchup as a fighting type that you don't really want to see, but because Vigoroth is only normal typing, it's actually not that bad. Able to pace to the body slams a bit, I was about to say a bit quicker, but it truly is only quicker because you win that charge attack tie. Here we are with the first charge attack priority, and Vigoroth hitting that body slam does a lot of neutral damage into Gligar.
Gligar going to be returning fire here with a potential Aerial Ace, and we see the no shield by T-Wastel, able to withstand the Aerial Ace bait there by its Axon.
In comes the second body slam, and it's a great catch onto Skarmory, running 2 flyers. And this is going to be resisted damage as opposed to neutral, really minimizing the effect of that energy.
And now we see the counter switch into the Charjabug. Charjabug continuing to farm up here, and Charjabug will go for the discharge, putting pressure on the shield from its Axon.
And I think this is a really interesting play by its Axon. Bringing in the Skarmory, it's going to have one of the worst matchups against Charjabug. That does so much super effective damage. That discharge almost taking out the Skarmory, barely able to survive. Its Axon very patiently throwing 1 Steel Wing, then the charge attack. The Sky Attack is only going to be neutral because the Electric type resists the Flying type damage, and in comes Lantern. X's are going to hit for neutral damage, but the Lantern's going to get a very solid farm down.
That it will, and Lantern with energy is very deadly. These resistant sparks adding up, and T-Wastel does not get that X-Scissor. In comes the Vigoroth, and at this point, if you're Axon, you're understanding that the Lantern has extreme value in the back, as T-Wastel brings in that neutral matchup of Vigoroth and is shielding.
Yeah, if T-Wastel had something like the Wish Cache to hard answer this Lantern, he would have definitely brought it in, and its Axon's mind's got to be thinking, what's that final Pokemon in the back? And it's actually going to be that Skarmory, the best Pokemon that he could actually hope to see. And going for an attempted catch of a Surf. Instead, it's Axen very patient, going for the Thunderbolt here. T-Wastel throwing up the shield. This would have been major super effective damage.
But unfortunately for T-Wastel, its Axen has an absolutely overwhelming energy advantage. He's able to make it to the Thunderbolt on charge attack priority. This will be an instant shield from its Axen, understanding that with the charge attack priority, T-Wastel is locked in here, and this is going to be massive super effective damage onto that Skarmory.
I'll be curious to see if its Axen decides to undercharge this at all and try to get extra farm. Instead, opting for the full charge, recognizing that it's not quite enough to knock out and that he will still get a good farm down, only 1 spark away from, or 2 sparks away, excuse me, from the Surf. Instead of the Surf, you get the complete spark down of that Vigoroth.
And as we think about this matchup, I have to go back to the decision to no shield in that Skarmory versus Charjabug matchup. That is matchup knowledge right there, understanding that discharge would not be enough to knock out. Again, the great mechanics, throwing 1 Steel Wing in the Brave Bird, putting that into perfect farm down range, and trusting that with Charjabug out of the way, predicting there's no Whiscash back there, Lantern up energy, able to sweep the endgame for its Axen.
Yeah, great recognition of potential team compositions from T-Wastel there. Recognizing likely not the Whiscash in the back. Let's go ahead and look at the replay. It's the Vigoroth versus Gligar matchup. A great catch of the Body Slam onto the Skarmory, really neutralizing some of that energy.
Absolutely. And then the Skarmory, of course, answered by the Charjabug. Charjabug has to take a Brave Bird. We see the Lantern brought onto the field, and Lantern is going to tank the X-Scissor and go for the resisted farm down and get a massive energy advantage, leaving with 7 sparks of energy there, able to make it to the Thunderbolt versus that Skarmory, get the full farm down of that Skarmory and the Vigoroth as well.
Really masterful play there from its Axen, recognizing the strength of Lantern in that endgame. T-Wastel needs to pivot, needs to think about different Pokemon he can bring. He does have 2 ground types on his team that will do fairly well against that Lantern.
Absolutely. And now it's all up to T-Wastel. If he's looking to get the equalizer here and needing this equalizer to stay in the tournament, what adjustments does he make? Does he try and run stronger to that Lantern? Because that Lantern proved to be problematic. Looks like we have the lock-ins here for game number 2, and it's Skarmory into the Gligar. It's Axen with the perfect read.
And in the back, we see Lickitung in Gligar for its Axen, so going to have a pretty good answer for this Azumarill safe swap. I was actually, excuse me, the Whiscash safe swap. These first Scald coming through. Will we get a debuff? This is potentially going to decide the end game of this matchup. Scald comes through and it does not pick up the debuff.
That is a bit unfortunate for T-Wastel. It's Axen continuing to farm, going for the Power Whip 1 turn before the Scald is reached, and T-Wastel looking to expend resources in this matchup, wanting to flip switch advantage, because that lead matchup, the Gligar was completely walled.
Yeah, and in the back, Azumarill potentially, if he's able to win switch advantage out of this matchup, is going to be very great into that Gligar, especially if shields are down. The second Scald comes through, it does get the attack drop, and now I think the Whiscash will be able to survive a Power Whip. Actually, the lick damage is adding up enough so that I think it's maybe still within range, but we'll have to see if a secondary Scald attack drop comes through, and it does not. So I think the Power Whip might still be enough to get a knockout.
Yeah, deep fast move pressure here from the licks have been adding up onto the Whiscash. T-Wastel is going to double shield here. He wants switch advantage, and he does not care how much resources it takes.
Double shielding, doubling down on the Whiscash, recognizing the strength of it into the Lantern, but we actually see on his Axen side, no Lantern to be seen. Coming in with the Skarmory, but the issue here is that the Skarmory needs to get to a Sky Attack in order to knock out, and is going to be taking a Scald in that process.
And the Scald, of course, will do some very solid chip damage, and could as well potentially get that debuff. The Scald connects into the Skarmory. There is the debuff. Now, this does give its Axen the ability to overfarm, going for a Brave Bird here since he's debuffed to ensure that the Whiscash gets removed from the battle.
And I think a Sky Attack plus a few more Steel Wings would have been enough. However, this guarantees that it's off the field, and now seeing the Azumarill and then a quick switch into the Gligar in the back. Honestly, not the worst thing in the world for its Axen, because he's avoiding the Gligar versus Azumarill matchup, but now he's going to be up shields, I believe. He still has 1 shield left and about equal health and energy with T-Wastel's
Gligar.
Absolutely, and since it's Axen switched first, having that small energy lead here, especially in the matchup of Shadow Glygars, is very impactful because as we're going to see, the wing attacks plus 2 aerial aces are enough to pick up a knockout here. So it's Axen is going to be able to remove the Gligar from the field of play, and for T-Wastel, if he wants this equalizer to stay alive in this tournament, he needs a Azumarill to come through in the clutch.
And I think the difficult thing here for its Axen is that he's actually barely able to get to the aerial ace. I thought that third bubble would have been enough to knock out, but it's not quite. This chip damage might be the game-deciding factor for its Axen, potentially putting the Azumarill into Steel Wing plus Brave Bird down.
And we are going to see the Ice Beam thrown by the Azumarill. 1 shield left for its Axen. He's going to use it here. The question will be, can the Azumarill do enough bubble damage where an Ice Beam will be able to knock out? And if you're Skarmory, when do you throw the Brave Bird is a very important question. As the Ice Beam is thrown by the Azumarill, I believe Skarmory will be able to hang on here.
This is great knowledge from its Axen, recognizing that the Ice Beam's not going to be enough to knock out, still not even threatening to put it within a bubble down range, going instead for the Sky Attack, not for the Brave Bird. I think he's going to potentially reach for 2 if it's going to do enough damage, and we see it does more than half the remaining health, reaches the second Sky Attack, and its Axen is going to move forward in this tournament.
Very nice plays by its Axen. There was a lot of nuance going on in that end game. You have the alignment you want, Skarmory into the Azumarill, but the question is, when do you decide to throw your charge attack? Brave Bird does more, but there's a cost to be paid. You lower your defense, and you could potentially get bubbled down. So the decision there to not go for the Brave Bird, instead to take the damage, continuing to farm, and going for the safe play, which was the double Sky Attack. He is world champion for a reason, Phoebe, and he shows it there with the victory.
And it's potentially another reason that you might want to think about running Hydro Pump on your Azumarill. If we continue to see these Skarmorys in the meta be as prominent as they are, although both are neutral damage, you have same type attack bonus on Hydro Pump, and it's significantly more threatening because it's a higher base damage attack. Hydro Pump there would have knocked out, and I don't think that its Axen would have been able to reach 2 charge attacks in the same way, and he might have been forced to throw a Brave Bird, which maybe wouldn't have knocked out.
That's a fair point. And you know what? Let's actually take a look at some highlights from that set, because as we mentioned, it was a very fun one here. We do see the Vigoroth versus the Gligar, and watch this, the catch of the body slam onto the Skarmory where it's going to be resisted, but not only is it the catch, this is a bait out, looking to lure out the Charjabug, get it low with a Brave Bird, spark down with that Lantern, and Lantern up energy, proving to be very deadly for its Axen in the end game here, as he gets the full farm down and Charjabug is denied a second charge move.
And then going into the Skarmory, still able to get another farm down, come out with a ton of energy, but that energy doesn't even matter because Spark does so much damage and is able to farm down that Vigoroth.
Very nicely done there, and we do see the Power Whip shield. So T-Wastel shielding, playing for switch. It's Axen giving up switch advantage, which we have seen be a successful strategy. Get the debuff. It's Axen saying, you know what, I'm debuffed. Sky Attack could kill, but I want to guarantee that knockout. And then at the end game here, the Ice Beam, as we mentioned, no Hydro Pump to speak of, and it's Axen going to be able to make it to the back-to-back Sky Attacks, playing it safe, not wanting to risk lowering his defense, and a bubble knocking out here. So going for Sky Attack number 1, followed shortly thereafter by Sky Attack number 2. And it's Axen able to take the 2-0 victory here over T-Wastel.
And as you would expect of a world champion, consistent, great timing of his charge attacks there in that Skarmory versus Azumarill matchup, making sure he's not taking any extra chip damage from additional bubbles sneaking through. It's great to see. You love to see it. And I'm so glad that we get so many great battles here. And it's also really great that we got 2 back-to-back matches with our world champion there.
Very true, very true. And one thing that I do want to make a note of as well is I really liked the adjustments from its Axen, because we saw him on stream earlier, and in the winner's side of the bracket, what caused him to fall to the loser side was a Vigoroth team. And so he was going up against another Vigoroth there, but he made the adjustments necessary, benching that Lickitung, because the Lickitung, if it's on the Vigoroth, in a very difficult position. So deciding, you know what, I'm going to try and play more neutral matchups, setting up that Lantern to sweep in game number 1, and being able to neutrally play around that Vigoroth is really putting him on the road to success. As you mentioned, back-to-back wins here. He's on a roll.
And we've heard a lot about us, about the world champion. Let's hear from the world champion itself. Take it away, 2-0 Butters, and it's Axon.
Thank you so much. And now it's Axon. You have officially made it into day 2, but we have a unique day 2. It's actually going to be top 12. So you're in the losers finals now. You dropped down earlier with some tough alignment. Talk about your resilience to get here to this moment.
You know, a lot of the tournaments I've been to in the past, I've kind of seen the losers bracket as a death sentence. But ever since watching Dunebugs run in San Antonio, I really got inspired to actually, you know, continue on, know that you're not out till you're out. And I mean, I guess I'm trying my best to prove that today.
And that speaks to your mindset, in my opinion, because you have been called Mr. Top Cut. You're obviously the world champion. How do you stay so consistent, even in these scenarios where the odds are against you?
Well, I mean, I know the game. I've played a lot of matches. At some point, you know, you just have to trust your own skill and your own ability. And you know that you can get far as long as you do that.
And you have been around for a long time. We were talking about how we did this interview at the North American International Championships, but we're in a new meta now. How are you feeling about this new meta? You're running triple flyers. How do you like it so far?
Honestly, after my early loss today, I was kind of feeling a little shaken on my team building. I didn't know if I actually had a good team or just kind of a team that I threw together last minute, because I did swap out my Altaria, the one that I have right now. I had Dragonair actually before this. But I figured Whiscash was going to be pretty common. I wanted that hard wall. And now that I've had a decent amount of matches, I think that I like this meta quite a bit. It's especially Poliwrath. I haven't been able to bring it to a ton of matches, but every time I can bring it, it feels so dynamic. And the utility for debuffs and like Scald debuff chances and stuff, it's so nice.
Yeah, and it seemed like that Altaria and Gligar core in general was actually quite strong for you. So the double flyer working as a core, did you expect that?
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I was okay running triple flyer is most of these flyers kind of cover each other. You know, Skarmory's kind of good against the ice types. Altaria can beat the electrics, so can Gligar. Gligar can also beat the steels. So they can pair with each other pretty well sometimes.
Awesome. Well, it's always great hearing the thoughts of the world champion. Congrats again to making it to day 2. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Butters and Axon. We are back. We've seen some amazing battles today, and we still have a couple more battles ahead of us to determine who is going into Top Cut here in Portland.
You know, I got to interview Axon at the beginning of the day with Rubik's Master, and, you know, I asked him the question, like, do you think, or maybe I didn't ask him the question, but I mentioned that, you know, you could make your run through the loser's bracket. That would be one of his first times to make it all the way through, to day 2 through the loser's bracket. He's normally, he's Mr. Top Cut, and he's typically Mr. Top Cut through the winner's side. But he's made it here today. He's made his loser's bracket push, and we'll see him tomorrow in the top 12.
Absolutely, and as he mentioned, after Dunebug's run in San Antonio, being in losers, suddenly it still feels like there is life, because Dunebug showed round 1 of the tournament in losers, and then he just stopped winning. Sorry, stopped losing. Started winning. Important distinction there, Phoebe. He started winning and would not stop until he was regional champion.
And I think that's great advice for anyone coming to these tournaments. Don't stop winning. Just win. It's a great way to make it to day 2, and it's a great way to have a great time with your battles. We have still a handful more battles for you today in the rest of this Portland Regional. Up on stage, we have Zimikud versus Onion Frank, and we talked about Spice, and we've talked about Skeledirge, but there's also a Surfetched on Zimikud's team, and I want to point out that Zimikud, he's been to a handful of regionals, I think 5 or 6, and he's brought it to every single tournament, and he's made his way all the way to losers round 6. I believe this is a, as other games will say, a win-and-in situation, win-and into day number 2 for Zimikud, and it'd be amazing. I think we've seen Surfetched make day 2 before. I'm not sure when it was. My brain's saying it was Indianapolis, which is a long, long time ago in a galaxy not so far away.
And as we see the movesets here on Surfetched, this is what I was interested about. We see Leaf Blade, and that is Brave Bird right there. And Surfetched may not be a flying type, but that Brave Bird hits incredibly hard neutrally.
And you have to be a Brave Bird in order to run Surfetched. It is not the bulkiest Pokemon, and there's not a ton of bulk in this team until you start looking to the lower half and you see Lickitung and Azumarill, and you're like, okay, never mind, we have bulk here. But Skeledirge, Charjabug, Sirfetch'd, Gligar, Lickitung, Azumarill, a very solid team, very well-rounded. And on the other side, we saw him early in the day. It's Onion Frank. Take us through his team.
And Onion is also running that double flyer core that we've been talking about. The Skarmory, Shadow Gligar, pairing it up with the Shadow Dragonair, the Whiscash, the Charjabug, and that Vigoroth. Again, feels a little bit like Vigoroth has been taking Portland by storm, so to speak. We have seen it consistently again and again and again perform well. And here it is, one best-of-3 victory away from day number 2.
And I think at the beginning of the day, we had we put up 2 Pokemon who were like the most improved, and we had Poliwrath there. But I think we gotta get some edits and put that to Vigoroth, because Vigoroth is really making a name for itself here in Portland. And we are going not quite yet into game number 1, but very, very shortly.
Fantastic. And honestly, I think Vigoroth might have seen that and might have taken that a bit personally. All right, here we go. Game number 1, Azumarill into the Vigoroth. And again, having the counter user that isn't a fighter pays dividends here, as Vigoroth can put up a heck of a fight versus the Azumarill.
And on the side of Onion Frank, he does have one Pokemon in the back that will excel versus the Skeletor's, unless you're behind on energy. Super effective Disarming Voice into Shadow Dragonair will be very scary. Can Zimikid get shield advantage with his first 2 Pokemon?
And we do see the shield from Onion Frank. Onion Frank making a play for switch advantage here. Azumarill going to be able to withstand multiple body slams. And it's a decision point in the match for Zimikid. He thinks about it, and he lets it through as the body slam connects, taking Azumarill into the yellow.
And honestly, Zimikid's in a really powerful position. He doesn't need to win switch advantage, because look at the back. He's got 2 hard counters for Charjabug. The Charjabug has nowhere to go besides this Azumarill, but Azumarill, he's spending a shield here. I kind of wish he didn't, but, you know, he doesn't know what the 2 Pokemon in the back are. I do, because, you know, I can see everything.
Absolutely, and we do see the Play Rough fired off into the Vigoroth here. The no shield by Onion Frank. The Play Rough connects, but Vigoroth able to withstand that damage. Can it make it to the rock side? No. Forced to settle for the body slam. And Azumarill, it's going to be close, but it will be able to hang on here and win switch advantage.
Yeah, switch advantage will be nice because he can guarantee his favorite Pokemon of choice onto this Charjabug, but, you know, both of them are great answers. Neither of them really want to see the Dragonair, so it'll be really interesting to see. He opts for the Gligar, and now seeing the Dragonair, decides to stay in, and I think this is the great choice. Get an energy advantage on Gligar into the Dragonair. It's going to outpace the Dragonair, because Dragonair requires 12 Dragon Breaths to either charge attack, whereas Gligar only needs 5 wing attacks, so that's 12 versus 10 turns.
And we did see charged attack priority here. Aerial Ace to this Aquatail. We see the shield from Onion Frank, but this means Zimikid, if he wants, will be able to outpace and make the dig before we see the Dragonair make it to a move, but instead opting for the Aerial Ace, as this is the Shadow Dragonair, and Aerial Ace will still do quite a lot of damage.
Yes, and I don't think he's necessarily threatened by a Dragon Breath down here, able to very comfortably survive with a good amount of health left. And in comes the Charjabug, and the Charjabug's going to need to throw to threaten a knockout, but no, instead switching into the Skeletor, and look at the damage of those Incinerates.
Those Incinerates are absolutely glorious, Phoebe. We do see the discharge fired off by the Charjabug, but Skeletor does not care, withstanding that damage, has the Shadow Ball loaded, and wins charged attack priority. Go, Skeletor, go! This Shadow Ball will pick up the knockout, and Skeletor continues where it left off in San Antonio, Phoebe. Skeletor putting the world on notice.
You know, yesterday must have been Flat Fire Friday, because Skeletor is everywhere here today. I love seeing that Gator gallop onto
Absolutely.
the stage.
It is doing amazing things. We have seen it take out multiple Pokemon that in theory have type advantage matchups against it, but again, that's where that coverage can be extremely helpful. And now Zimikid, 1 win away from day 2, but if you're Onion, you've made it this far in the tournament. You need a win to stay alive in this tournament. And as we go to the replay here, the decision to shield the play rough early in the match, Onion potentially looking to try and make a play for switch advantage. And we see the Gligar, after it was able to KO that Dragonair, and the switch into the Skeledirge, and those Incinerates are absolutely tearing through the HP.
It's pretty tough being a 4-turn attack user of Volt Switch into a 5-turn attack. If you want to build up to multiple charge attacks, you see the third Incinerate goes through right before Onion Frank's able to build up to 2 discharges. So the Shadow Ball, because Skeledirge has such high attack, is able to win that charge attack tie and is able to hit that knockout into the Charger Bug.
So very nicely done in game number 1. And as we mentioned, what adjustments is Onion able to make in this game number 2 here? We saw Onion running the Vigoroth, the Charjabug, and of course running the Dragonair. Whiscash has kind of been an MVP for a lot of trainers so far, but Onion left it on the bench game 1.
It's a bit scary to run when you have a Pokemon like Sirfetch'd on the other side. You pace so quickly to those Leaf Blades, and you were talking before about the addition of Brave Bird, and I think it makes so much sense. Because where are the Ghost types? I see no Ghost types here. I'm not scared at all. It's no longer October.
And we do see the Whiscash in game number 2, and it's leading into the Skeledirge.
A Ghost type.
Oh, and there's the Ghost type as well. And we see the safe switch into the Lickitung. Whiscash gonna stay in here and go for the Scald.
You know, I was joking about the Ghost type, but the Ghost type's on Zimikid's side, so you know, the Sirfetch'd doesn't really need to worry about. It's going to be the Scald into the Lickitung. The Lickitung's very easily able to soak that up. A switch into the Gligar, and I think this is going to be recognition from Zimikid that he wants to, or excuse me, of Onion Frank, that he wants to get rid of this Gligar in this matchup.
Absolutely, and Gligar will be able to withstand these body slams from the Lickitung. Lickitung, a bit of luck for Zimikid that he did not get debuffed, as of course these debuffed moves would be so much less threatening to Onion Frank.
Yes, in comes the Body Slam, shield goes in. The Body Slam, I don't think would have really threatened a knockout, but I think Onion Frank might be making a play for switch advantage. The Dig unable to come through before the next Body Slam. Maybe a bit of a miscount from Onion Frank. You can see him shaking his head. Body Slam not able to get the knockout. Dig goes through. This is going to be more than enough damage to knock out the Lickitung, but I think Simigut's probably going to be happy with the amount of damage and the number of shields that he's been able to pull away from this matchup against Onion Frank.
Absolutely, and now the question becomes, do you send in the Azumarill where you don't have the shield, or do you go for the energy on Skeledirge at the expense of giving up a shield? In comes the Skeledirge, cannot get the Dig, as the Dig is just not able to be reached as that Incinerate picks up the knockout.
Incinerate doing so much damage. This is the 4th time I've talked about it, how ground does not resist fire. So much damage. Swap into the Azumarill, answered by Charjabug, and honestly, Onion Frank's looking okay here. He needs to be careful about how much energy he gives that scary Gator in the back, but you have to just be comfortable with this matchup. You are very able to comfortably survive a play rough from Azumarill here in this matchup.
The play rough is being fired by the Azumarill. We see the no shield by Onion Frank. The Charjabug will be able to withstand this damage. Play rough connects, and Charjabug still in the yellow health there, able to withstand perfectly fine, and going for discharge number 2.
Now this discharge will maybe not quite pick the knockup against Azumarill. It is very bulky, able to survive, and another Ice Beam now thrown by the Azumarill, going to be more than enough to knock out the Charjabug. Onion Frank's Wishcast has a lot to do here. It needs to knock out this Azumarill and go into the final matchup against Skeledirge with some energy so that it can hit multiple Mudbounds, because I don't think one will be enough. However, it could potentially go for the Scald, which would be a lot of super effective damage.
Absolutely, and the question will be is, did those bubbles do enough to potentially put this into Shadow Ball range? Onion going for the Scald, 1 shield left for Zimikid. This is going to do quite a lot of damage here. Tough call to make, committing the shield. Now, do we see the debuff? We do see the debuff.
That's massive. However, Onion Frank still does have a shield. We see the bait here. The final question will be, which Pokemon paces faster? And if it's the Skeledirge, will the Shadow Ball be able to knock out? Instead, it's actually the Whiscash, able to reach the secondary Scald. And we've talked so much about Skeledirge, but I don't think it likes super effective Scalds.
It does not. The Scald picks up the knockout, and Onion gets the equalizer that he needed. And it all comes down to this, Phoebe. We're going to a game number 3 with a spot in Top Cut on the line.
We love decisive game 3s, and it's one for the ages. Zimmy Kid and Onion Frank are both well-seasoned veterans of the Pokemon Championship Series, and we've got a battle of, I would say, less traditional, maybe newer spice in Zimmy Kid, the Skeledirge and the Surfetch, as well as maybe a little less spicy, more meta, but maybe a little bit spicy with the Vigoroth as well as the Shadow Dragonair.
Absolutely. And the question will be here, as we go back into the highlights, we see Gligar trying to make it to the dig, but the Incinerate just too powerful, picking up that knockout. And in the end game, the energy management on that Whiscash by Onion, holding onto that energy throughout the game and just being able to outpace Skeledirge, which is no easy task. And Skeledirge going for the Disarming Voice bait, getting the shield, but it's Onion Frank able to take advantage of that energy lead, pick up the knockout with the Scald, and Onion Frank keeps his tournament hopes alive here in Portland. But now he has to do it all again one more time, Phoebe, for a spot in day 2.
It was a really great showing by Onion Frank there of energy management, making sure that there was enough energy from the previous matchup, from the Azumarill, knocking out the Azumarill with the Mud Bomb to go into the Skeledirge matchup with enough energy to even comfortably be like, hey, I think this is likely going to be a Disarming Voice bait, shield the bait, and then go for 2 Scalds, not even requiring a bait of his own in order to pick up the knockout against the Skeledirge. If he's able to position that Whiscash again in game number 3, I think he's going to have a lot of success. But what adjustments do you think Zimmy Kid can make in order to maybe counteract that Whiscash?
That'll be a bit interesting to see. He obviously does have some Pokemon that can do well. The Azumarill can do very well neutrally. The Lickitung, of course, and of course the Spice Pick of the Surfetch, which we know does have access to Leaf Blade, but is very frail. Game number 3, the battlers are locked in, and what a lead as we do see the Azumarill into the Shadow Dragonair.
And it is a bit of the Onion Frank classic ABA. I wouldn't say super weak to Azumarill. Of course, Dragonair is weak to Azumarill, and Whiscash is a little bit weak to Azumarill, but he's put himself into a bit of a tough spot here. However, if he's able to make it out of this matchup, I think the Whiscash has its chance to shine, because if it's up energy against the 2 Pokemon in the back for Zimmy Kid, it's going to have a great time.
Absolutely. And Dragonair as well does have that water coverage, and water is not something that Zimmy Kid's backline is a particular fan of. And the Shadow Dragonair, even for a matchup where this is not a favorable one, it already has the Azumarill to just about half HP, and it's pulling a shield here with the Body Slam.
I think if I was Zimmy Kid, I might have no shield there, but we instead see the switch into the Charge Bug. I really don't mind this. Onion Frank is giving up switch advantage here, catching energy onto the Charge Bug. But the Charjabug is going to be his worst Pokemon of the 3 here, because Charjabug is hard answered by the Gligar as well as the Skeledirge, throwing the X-Scissor. This is the correct move. Both are resisted, but X-Scissor is slightly cheaper in energy cost.
Absolutely. And if you're the Gligar, this is the perfect opportunity to look for extra energy here, because the charge moves from this Charjabug are not threatening to the Shadow Gligar whatsoever. So Gligar going to be able to no-shield multiple X-Scissors and look to massively overfarm and exit with energy that will be a lot more useful elsewhere.
And honestly, it's going to be great for Zimmy Kid because Onion Frank does not have a Pokemon on his team of 3 that hard walls this Gligar. Skarmory is on the bench. Dragonair, Shadow Dragonair, as well as Whiscash do not want to take a dig. Going for the Aerial Ace coming out, will Onion Frank shield?
He has really liked this Dragonair so far. He lets this through. The Aerial Ace does quite a lot of damage. Can Dragonair get the farm down? This will be close. Dragonair gets to the last second charge attack. Unable to get the farm down, but will be able to pick up a knockout onto the Gligar.
Body Slam comes through. It is going to be more than enough to knock out. Going for the immediate switch into Whiscash. Whiscash has to take out a half-health Azumarill as well as a Skeledirge. I think it's going to really come down to exactly how Onion Frank manages this Whiscash. We saw it in game number 2. He really excelled on managing the health as well as the energy. Can he do it again here in game number 3?
The Play Rough is going to be fired off by the Azumarill. This is a decision point in the match. Onion Frank going to let this go. He's saving using the shields, and that could prove to potentially be very advantageous for him, as it is going to be that Skeledirge lurking in the back.
Yeah, having a shield for the Shadow Ball, really great. We see not enough to knock out there. In comes the Skeledirge. Great fast attack timing by Onion Frank, throwing the Scald once again. Will we see a shield from Zimikid? Zimikid throws up the shield. Shields are down for Zimikid, and we see another attack drop.
Oh my goodness, he's trying to make it to the Disarming Voice, but he does not get there. The pacing and the energy advantage on this Whiscash, able to make it to the Scald. Will this pick up the knockout? It does not. The Skeledirge hangs on and makes it to the last second Disarming Voice.
The question now becomes, can Whiscash come out with a charge attack for the Azumarill? It's going to need to get as many mud shots as possible, and it's coming out with a Mud Bomb. You see Onion Frank shake his fist. He gets the Mud Bomb off, and he's able to take game number 3 here and is punching his way into day 2.
Very nice by Onion Frank there, being down 1-0, his tournament life on the line, but being able to get back-to-back victories here, adjusting, going to that Whiscash that we've seen time and time again just pull through for trainers and produce amazing results. Even for Abhinav, even though he didn't get any debuffs, it still worked very, very well for him. But as we see there, Onion Frank able to counter the wrath of Skeledirge there and be able to get that 2-1 victory.
We talk a lot about storytelling and story building of trainers here in the Pokemon Championship Series, and I want to add maybe an additional detail to Onion Frank's story here.
Okay.
When he first started on the circuit, he was known for running Pokemon like Bastiodon and Shadow Victory Bell, which are a little more RPS, a little bit more, they win hard or lose hard depending on the matchups they're
alignment
against.
dependent.
Alignment dependent, yes. Whiscash, although it's still technically alignment dependent, if you have it against grass types, but we don't see grass types, so like nowadays it's not super alignment dependent. He had such great energy management in those last 2 games. It's great to see how much he's changed over the course of these past 2 years.
And let's take a look at those highlights as well, because those were some, that was a very nice series, Phoebe. That was a very nice series. As we see that first initial lead matchup, Onion Frank did not bring the Whiscash, opting instead for the Vigoroth, and Gligar able to exit here, leaving with some energy, but sending in the Skeledirge, and the Skeledirge proved to be too much for that Charjabug to handle, as Charjabug got to the back-to-back charge attacks. But we do see the Skeledirge winning charge attack priority and picking up the knockout with the Shadow Ball to take game 1 for Zimmy, but the adjustment in game 2 by Onion, he brings that Whiscash, catches the Skeledirge, and then what's so deadly about Whiscash on the lead is the ability to debuff and switch.
Yes, and saving that Whiscash later so that it's better able to handle the Skeledirge. We see the Scald coming through, shield comes up from Zimikid, but great timing from Onion Frank to throw it's 2 more after this Disarming Voice before the final charge attack can come from Zimikid. The Scald's enough to knock out and get him a victory in game number 2.
So very nicely done there by Onion. And in game number 3, the alignment looked dire in the mid game here. The Gligar going up against that Charjabug, but Charjabug able to continually chip away here with these resisted moves. Gligar does what it can to overfarm, and it will eventually end up in an endgame where unfortunately the Skeledirge cannot escape the Whiscash. The adjustment by Onion pays massive dividends. He's able to outpace here. While the Scald does not knock out, it does a devastating amount of damage to that Skeledirge.
And really great timing there from Onion Frank. 4 mud shots before throwing the Scald in order to maximize the amount of energy he could get out of that matchup, and able to farm down afterwards, come out with the entire Mud Bomb, throw it immediately, and secure victory in game number 3.
So very nice adjustment there by Onion Frank. And as you mentioned, looking into this team, even going up against something like Lickitung or Sirfetch'd, the Whiscash could still hit back for neutral. So with the absence of more traditional grass types like the Serperior and the Venusaur not making their presence felt, and a lot fewer Altaria, that really opens the door for Whiscash to be a true generalist, much like we've seen from one of his other Pokemon, Vigoroth.
So we've heard and we've talked a little bit about Onion Frank's story. Let's give him a chance of his own to tell his own story. Take it away, Sophia and Onion Frank.
All right, I'm here on the floor with Onion Frank, who just secured his spot in day 2. Onion, how does it feel?
It's good. It's good.
And this is your second consecutive appearance in day 2 after San Antonio. So how is that consistency working for you so far this season?
I think the seeding helps a lot because it allows me to use more consistent Pokemon and win consistently to make day 2s.
Yeah, I think that's been a really great change after LAIC. So the last time we saw you on stream, we saw you play Flying Pizza. And I think going into tomorrow, you're headed into another rematch against Flying Pizza. Do you have any idea how you're going to be prepping for that tonight?
I'm probably not going to prep. I'm just going to go by the feel once I'm up on stage tomorrow. I'll probably lead Charge-a-Bug. Let's see how that throws it off.
Yeah, and speaking of Charge-a-Bug, I feel like it didn't have the greatest matchups in that match just now. It kept seeing Gligar and Skeledirge, but you stuck to your guns and got that through in game 3. Why did you stick with the Charge-a-Bug after it kept seeing bad matchups?
It was like my only counter to Azu, so I was hoping I could like align it with Azu, but when I couldn't, that last game, game 3, I just went all in on Cash, and it worked out because he had Skeledirge in the back. I'm losing to anything else there, so it was a good read.
All right, and Butters and I were talking earlier about how you've changed up your team a lot since San Antonio. Do you want to talk a little bit about what changes you made and why?
I wanted to run Vigoroth, because unless people were running DD or Medi, no one had any counters to it, like hard counters. So I thought that was good. And the rest of the stuff, I just like. It's cool stuff.
All right, are there any shout outs you want to give for people who helped you prepare or helped you give ideas on the team that you're using today?
Obviously, Drew and Aiden with Dodge Hot Pocket, my boys at home. John, Matthias, Sean, I know you guys are watching this. Shout out to my brother who's here with me. And Alexis.
All right, well, I'm sure everyone is very proud of you, going to be supporting you a lot tomorrow. So thank you very much for your time and thanks for sharing. And I think now we're going to be hearing from a couple of other trainers here in Portland.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially before a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment, nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but That's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Portland Regional Championships. We're just at the end of day 1 here, and we've still just got 2 spots to fill out in that top 12 for those trainers who are going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, what a great day we've had so far, and it's a fantastic start to the new year. Another rematch between It's Accent and Rubik's Master day number 2, but first, we have to see the last 2 trainers that are going to join our top 12 for day number 2.
So that first matchup we're going to see here is Bird Power versus Boglish. So remember, this is actually losers round 6. So whoever wins this matchup goes into those losers finals. And for some of these trainers, that might actually be a rematch here. I think whoever wins this matchup is going to play Ramberto, and I believe Ramberto is the one who knocked Boglish down to that losers bracket earlier.
I believe you are correct. So that would be a rematch. And yeah, once again, usually we have the losers finals and day number 1, but now it's going to be day number 2. But both these trainers are battling for that coveted day number 2, and it's 2 trainers that have been so close, where on one side we have Boglish, that he has never made that day number 2. He's gone 23, or 25, 33. So many cuts that were really close to day number 2. And then Bird Power, obviously a trainer that has qualified for the World Championships previously, but has been a little bit ice cold as of recent. So this is really awesome to see her rebound, and now she's making an awesome run in 2024. It could be the year of the Bird Power.
Bird Power is certainly a seasoned veteran at this point, but like you said, I don't think we've seen her in the top cut in a few tournaments, but this could be her chance, making a great run here, and has a really nice team. Actually has a Mantine. I don't know if we've seen so much use of that Mantine so far today.
Yeah, you see it on the team. It's just so good, but it's polarizing. It's one of those Pokemon that is really tough to use, especially in a Charge Bug meta or even a Lantern meta. In this matchup in particular, there is that Lantern on Boglish's side. So I don't even know if there's that many things that you're targeting. Pretty much you're only targeting that Shadow Gligar and the Poliwrath. Those matchups are going to be fantastic, but if you align in an improper way, it's going to be really tough to pull out a victory.
Yeah, it's not just that Lantern, it's also that Registeel, which would cause the Mantine a lot of problems. So I think you're right. We might see Bird Power go for some of those more neutral matchups. For example, looking at that Shadow Gligar, I don't really see actually a direct answer on Boglish's team.
Yeah, there really isn't a direct answer there. I have to agree with you, because even though there is the normal Poliwrath, so yes, you can flip it in the 1 sometimes, but it's not a great answer. You're barely flipping it, so otherwise there is nothing. So you're going to expect to see that a lot in this matchup. Here comes the Lantern into Medicham, a little bit of a throwback here, and it is going to be that Dynamic Punch Medicham.
A little bit of a throwback, but this is pretty different movesets from what we've seen maybe in seasons past. Like you said, Medicham running that Dynamic Punch, and of course, Lantern running a little bit of that different spark from what we've seen a few months prior.
Absolutely, and the Dynamic Punch does land. It's a better attack than Psychic, even when Psychic was stronger. Dynamic Punch is just a really good attack, but trainers didn't use it because Psychic had so much coverage here. But in this neutral matchup, you have to get all the way back to a Dynamic Punch, and you're pretty much in Surf range. So does the Surf come out first? Yes, the Surf comes out, so looks like you can maintain alignment or shields if you're Boglish here.
But remember, Bird Power has that very flexible glide Gligar in the back, so doesn't choose to shield this up, instead going to go for some neutral play. But how are you going to farm this down? Actually went for the wing attack down here, but I think you might have to shield a Surf first.
Yeah, can you get the wing attack down? And no, the Lantern does hang on, so instead of going for the wing attack down, deciding to throw the aerial ace, I really like that play from Bird Power to make sure you keep your shields and your health on that Shadow Gligar, because like you mentioned, it's so valuable in this matchup.
And the good news for Bird Power is even though she had to throw energy there, still came out with one wing attack of an advantage. Oh, but this is actually a big call from Boglish here, bringing in that Shadow Dragonair instead of his own Gligar. But now if you look at those backlines, Bird Power actually has the Registeel in the back, which is now going to see Boglish's Gligar.
But this is huge because you get a Protect Shield here, so do you try to pivot, but you have that Gligar in the back, so it's really tough, so you have to stay in, and now the Shadow Dragonair is just poised to maybe just double shield through this matchup, and the Shadow Gligar is going to use a Protect Shield on the Aqua Tail, but the Shadow Dragonair is getting close to knocking out with Dragon Breath, and there's the swap in the Gligar!
And there's a catch, but now remember, Bird Power only has a Registeel left, and it would have been pretty hard to take out this Gligar regardless. Now she has an opportunity to potentially wing attack this Gligar into Zap Cannon range, maybe even throw off another Aerial Ace first.
Yeah, if you get into Zap Cannon range, and if you get this Protect Shield, Boglish is grimacing. He doesn't know whether to use, and he get the Protect Shield. That's huge for Bird Power here, because now you can pivot, and if it is in range of Zap Cannon or Focus Blast, remember, Zap Cannon and Focus Blast do the same exact amount of damage, so you might just want to go for the Focus Blast here.
And it's looking better for Bird Power than it was just a moment ago, but remember, there is still that Dragonair in the back looking pretty healthy. This Registeel needs to get to 2 more charge attacks to close out this game, but the Gligar is going to get off a dig first. It's going to put this Registeel pretty low and potentially in range of something that the Dragonair can handle.
Yeah, and if you can land that Aqua Tail before you get to double charge attacks, that is going to be really tough. So how do you position yourself here? Do you go for an undercharge and then try to go for the lock on down? I think that is your win condition. Bird Power is one of the best clutch players I have ever seen. Actually goes for the full Zap Cannon though, and it does knock out. She shakes her head. You have to get to the Focus Blast before the Aqua Tail is available, and there's the Aqua Tail.
I think this Registeel might barely hang on here, but I don't think you can withstand the Dragon Breaths after to get to that Focus Blast.
I don't think you can, and you do hang on, and you just need a couple more lock-ons, but you can't get there in time, and you couldn't get to the Focus Blast. You get double Dragon Breath down, and Boglish is up 1-0 against Bird Power with a Pokemon that we felt that is a little underwhelming so far in that Shadow Dragonair, but in the back with Protect Shields up, that fast attack pressure was crucial.
Dragonair able to close out a game against Registeel, and I want to again commend Boglish on that great team read, bringing Dragonair into the Gligar, saving his own Gligar for Bird Power's Registeel in the back.
Yeah, that was really tough for that Registeel in the back. You maybe had the opportunity to try to go for double Focus Blast, or maybe for a Focus Blast, a great, and then try to lock on down and try to get that double Focus Blast here. But the story was the pressure of that Shadow Dragonair just being able to do all of that damage with the fast attack while also forcing Protect Shields.
Absolutely right, and here is that catch on the Gligar. I think this actually gave Bird Power just a little bit of a chance. Like we were saying, the Gligar was kind of a more reliable source of damage for the opposing Gligar than her own Registeel, but I think here's that end game, and like you said, probably needed to undercharge that Zap Cannon, but it would have been pretty difficult if you just look at that Dragonair. It was so close to an Aqua Tail already, so it would have had to be a very precise undercharge.
Would have been really tough. It would have been an amazing play, but Bird Power is capable of those plays. She is so talented. She is one of the best clutch players I have seen, and also one of the best at calling baits at the end of the game. One of the best in-game trainers out there. Like I mentioned, that recently she hasn't done as well as she did in previous seasons, but she is so good, and if any trainer can come back down here in this situation, she is definitely one of them.
That's right. We've said she hasn't been doing quite as well as she used to, but that's holding her to a very high bar. Remember, she is a regional champion, and I believe actually competed at the first World Championships in the senior division, and then, of course, last year in the Masters division.
And as she was in the seniors division, getting really far, remember in Milwaukee against Dunebug and Rise to Occasion, she was right there in the top 3. She is one of the best out there. Can she reverse sweep? And this is her ticket. She has alignment with Mantine, and alignment with Mantine is a really good place to be in. Safe swap Shadow Dragonair, and now you can be patient. You can just throw the Aerial Ace or even throw the Ice Beam here and see what she goes for. Gets the Ice Beam energy, but it looks like she's reaching for Aerial Ace.
Yeah, doesn't have a great answer here, so probably just going to stay in this matchup. Oh, actually lets this Body Slam go. I like that. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage to something as bulky as the Mantine. But remember, still has to worry about that Poliwrath in the back, but she did bring ABA Flyer, so potentially she's hoping to just stay in here. Oh, actually switches out into the Whiscash here. Now that the Dragonair has been chipped a little bit.
Yeah, so now you have both flyers available for that Poliwrath in the back, but the Poliwrath is non-shadow, so sometimes you can win that matchup versus Gligar, but you still have enough health on Mantine to threaten that Poliwrath, so you can still get to aerial aces, and now this Dragonair is just in Mud Bomb range, and you get a bunch of energy out of it, so it was actually a brilliant play from Bird Power with that chip and dip, and if this knocks out the Shadow Dragonair, it's going to be tough to knock out that Whiscash, and does you get the Mud Shot down, and the Mud Shot down too?
Yeah, that was great. Boglish isn't able to get off that body slam with the Dragonair, and now Bird Power comes out with a lot of energy, actually goes for the Scald here, probably hoping for that debuff, but then I think we'll still be able to get off another charge attack afterward.
And Scald is a really strong attack, but it is resisted. As you can see there, Mud Bomb isn't the greatest attack, but will do more neutral damage. Was just trying to reach for that debuff and maybe try to get the 2 Mud Bombs afterwards, but you actually didn't get that debuff. Do you try to pivot into Mantine here? There's the pivot and the swap on the Icy Wind, and at the same time at the Aerial Ace. I don't think this knocks out. I think you're going to be able to get that Aerial Ace.
I think that's right, and Bird Power knows that she lets this Icy Wind go, saving her shield for that Gligar in the back. Oh, but here comes that Cresselia to take this Aerial Ace, which is going to do a little bit less damage because of that attack drop.
Yeah, the Aerial Ace is going to tickle this Cresselia as it's going to get the Psycho Cut down, and now you're going to be matched up. But the tough part is for this Gligar is you did get that energy advantage on the Cresselia. So now this Gligar is going to have to knock out this Cresselia in the one protect shield situation while down energy.
Cresselia already almost had a charge attack when that Gligar came in, firing off the first Moonblast here. Cresselia, all this Cresselia has to do is get to 2 more charge attacks, 1 to take away the shield and 1 to knock out. And this Gligar, I think, still has to get to 3 charge attacks. I don't know if you have enough time here.
Yeah, you have to go. You can just go for the double Grass Knot if you're Boglish at this point, but Bird Power's timer is up, so it is possible. You could try to go for a swap into the Whiscash, and that could be a game-winning catch because that Poliwrath is energy dry. So this is the Grass Knot that takes away your last protect shield, but Bird Power is not out of it yet. She still has that swap available. Can she make a miracle happen?
And this Gligar is her key to victory. Needs it to take out that Poliwrath, potentially with that wing attack damage. Boglish shielding up the Cresselia here, trying to get to that last charge attack to take out this Gligar.
But also, you might be able to outpace, and there's the swap, trying to catch the Grass Knot. Here's the Poliwrath, but now the Poliwrath is just doing so much pressure. You get to the Mud Bomb, but you're just so low on this Whiscash. You're gonna be able to knock out with the Mud Bomb, but
now this Cresselia is gonna Psycho Cut down, right?
Yeah, and it just has so much energy. It already has the energy. It has the energy, so you just Psycho Cut down and you go for the Moonblast just to be safe, and it looks like Boglish is gonna break through in Portland and make his first ever day number 2.
Boglish with a 2-0 over Bird Power here, making it to day 2 off the back of this Cresselia. Incredible plays in both of those games. You see the relief on his face, and of course the sportsmanship from both players.
Yeah, awesome to see that sportsmanship. Those were so close in the in-game there. Bird Power played great in that series. Awesome to see it make it that far once again, but huge congratulations to Boglish, who, like I mentioned, has played in 7 regionals. This is now his 8th regional, and every single time he stopped at the 25 to 33 range, and finally in 2024 in Portland, he has broken through to day number 2. Congratulations.
We've talked about some of the upsets happening at these championships, and that also means there's been a lot of room for these kind of trainers who haven't had the chance to break through before kind of finally make their mark. Let's take a look at these replays again to see how Boglish made day 2.
Yeah, and the Shadow Dragonair was definitely the story of that first game, and Dragons overall have been kind of underwhelming. I think it's because Azumarill has been so strong, so there hasn't been as great position for it, but how about that swap there also to catch that Aerial Ace and then just able to play that in-game brilliantly, because Dragonair and Dragon types are unique in the way that they can force shields and do fast attack pressure, so they're very diverse in that way.
Fast attack pressure is so critical in this meta right now. And like you said, Dragonair kind of the story of this series. Bird Power had that advantageous lead, remember, in game 2, but didn't have an answer for the Dragonair. And I think that's kind of where Boglish was able to pull ahead just a little bit.
Yeah, and that Dragon Breath was the key, able to knock out in game number 2. This was Bird Power's moment with that flying type of the Mantine. I actually love the way she played this out against that Dragonair. She tried to do a little bit of a chip and dip, get the Protect Shield, then come in with Whiscash, and then knock out with the Mud Bomb, plus a Mud Shot, able to do it. But then I feel like the Scald onto the Poliwrath, maybe if you tried to go for multiple Mud Bombs, you might have gotten that Poliwrath in knockout range.
and it was looking good for Bird Power coming out of that matchup with some energy on the Whiscash, but unfortunately that Cresselia was just so strong in the back, and I think this was a fantastic swap by Balgash here, taking the energy and getting that Psycho Cut down advantage.
Yeah, and then the Moonblast Cresselia is the Cresselia that comes out large in the end, but it really didn't matter in any of these scenarios because you could have won with straight Grass Knot at that point because you were pretty far ahead in a last-ditch effort to try to catch the Grass Knot, which if Bird Power did catch that energy, I think she wins that game. So she just didn't quite get it. That's really a tough break for her, and congratulations once again to Balgash.
Narrow margins on that game too. Like we said, the Cresselia came out of that matchup with a little bit of energy. I think potentially Bird Power might have needed it to undercharge a Mud Bomb or something and wing attack down with the Gligar, but again, I think that Poliwrath would have just come out with a Moose. So really narrow margins, really difficult end game for Bird Power both games, maybe needing to pull off an insane undercharge.
It's been narrow margins all tournament long. There's been so many upsets. It's been an awesome start to 2024. Let's hear from you. Let's head on over to social media.
All right, we've got Kyle here, one of our TCG casters with one of the other TCG casters. Very exciting to see Ethan, I believe, there with a, is that a Zangoose?
Yeah, it looks like, I saw him wearing that earlier. I can't confirm that is the Zangoose, but it looked like it from that picture. But a good look there. I like it, Ethan.
A little bit of a sneak peek of that backstage as well. And of course, we have Kyle Sablehouse here, another Kyle, and hope everyone had a great holiday season. Let's get back to the tournaments and start 2024 off right. What a great photo there. Look at those matching outfits.
That is so good. What a handsome looking family right there. That just looks fantastic. Hands on the hips going into the new year. Thanks for that photo, Kyle.
Thanks both Kyles. These are some fantastic tweets. And of course, a Mind Joke. Look at that, officially in hashtag Pokemon Go. Congratulations again to a Mind Joke on securing that invite to the World Championships. I think a Mind Joke's name is right there on the right above Nighttime Clasher. And of course, I believe leading the EU in those championship points right now.
Yeah, not only has he qualified, he's #1 in all of Europe by a decent margin. And here we have House Stark. I mean, of course, he loves the Owls, famous for making Noctowl a thing in his regional champion, and now he's got that shiny Rowlet during a snowstorm. So actually just braving the elements to get this awesome Community Day Pokemon. And by the way, make sure to evolve these into Decidueye because you need to get that Frenzy Plant before 5 hours after Community Day ended for you local time. So that will be 10 p.m. you have to evolve that to get that Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, here in the Pacific time zone, I believe the 2 to 5 p.m. Segment of Community Day is over, but you still have a chance to catch some Rowlets, I believe, if you're able to do a Dark Tricks raid. Rowlets will actually spawn around it.
Yeah, I mean, you still have that chance to get that Community Day Pokemon. Like I mentioned, it has a good shot of being strong. I mean, we saw Rubik's Master with Trevenant being inside the meta, so there's always a chance for that Pokemon to be strong as well. But will it overtake the best grass type ever, Cresselia? I don't know if it will in this current meta, but we have an awesome last matchup of the day. It is going to be Caleb Pang versus Beach to end us off.
And Caleb Pang, we have seen on stream, speaking of Rubik's Master, by the way, whoever wins this matchup, I believe, does play Rubik's Master in those losers finals tomorrow. So if that person is Caleb, I think that's actually a rematch for the two of them.
Yeah, that will be a rematch to try to take out that world champ finalist. And as we know, Caleb Pang has always been the finalist, which is awesome. He's qualified 2 times for the World Championship. Really impressive, but he's still trying to win that regional championship. He's on that loser's side of the bracket. He's trying to make top 12 going into day number 2 to try to have that rematch against Beach, who is a trainer that has is nothing to scoff at in championship series. He has had a lot of awesome performances.
Beach is maybe kind of the Mind Joke of North America, has played in a lot of these regionals, has top cut a lot of them, but wasn't quite able to secure his invite last season. But this season, I think, is going to benefit a lot from that championship point system. Does go to a lot of these tournaments and often gets very far, as we're seeing here today.
Yeah, I believe he has gotten multiple top cuts and a lot of number 9 as well. Fresno, he was 9th. Milwaukee, he was 9th. So just on the edge of these top cuts. And then Portland last year, he actually got 7th. So he was on that top cut. He was top cut in Knoxville as well. And he just has a ton of tournament experience. Peoria top cut, I have to agree with you. He is similar in that way where he's been so close, just like Mindjoke was. And can he get over the edge and have an awesome run? Because as we saw in San Antonio, Doombug just made a ridiculous run on that loser side. So any one of these trainers can win it all from the loser side.
Just like Axon was saying, it's not over until it's over. And let's take a look at Caleb's team here. We saw him earlier today. We have that Bastiodon still, and he actually has used it today, Butters. It's not just bench pressure. And then, of course, the rest of the team looking pretty meta there. We've got the Azumarill, like we've been saying, on the uprise. We've also got that Shadow version of the Gligar. Yeah, Shadow Gligar has been looking really strong. It's obviously number 1 in usage, but Azumarill has been that standout. Let's look at Beach's side. How many Bastiodon counters do you have? And you have 2 ground types. You have the Whiscash and the Gligar, and that's going to be quite strong. And then you have the Vigoroth as well. And yes, you will be throwing those resisted body slams and the rock slide into Bastiodon, but counter damage is just enough. And otherwise, pretty typical attacks Azumarill with that Play Rough and Ice Beam. And just like we were saying, that Bastiodon has a lot of counters, and I think that Azumarill as well does decently against the Bastiodon. Remember, Bubble does just a little bit more damage. I think Azumarill actually looks pretty safe for both sides here. Of course, both sides do have that Charge Bug you need to watch out for, but aside from that, Azumarill has a lot of play. Yeah, and I feel like Caleb's team, he told me before that he was a little worried about Charger Bug. That's actually why he brought the Bastiodon in. Charger Bug does look decent against everything that's not Gligar and Bastiodon. And if you're scared to bring the Bastiodon, then it's good against everything but the Shadow Gligar. We're going to see in the game number 1, no, we're going to see the Lickitung into the Azumarill, and this is exactly what you want to see if you're Caleb. Lickitung has a great matchup against Azumarill. You take these charge moves and these bubbles so nicely, and then of course you have that super effective Power Whip. I'd kind of be interested to see whether Beach is going to swap out at some point. Yeah, and you have that Vigoroth in the back, which is really tough. You would rather match up that Vigoroth into that Lickitung, but you're probably never going to get that matchup. So do you try to pivot? I mean, obviously you're not going to try to pivot into the Whiscash here because you don't want to take that Power Whip into that Whiscash, but you don't also want to take the Power Whip into the Azumarill. Vigoroth is looking fairly safe against the back line of Caleb, but Beach doesn't know if the Shadow Poliwrath is lurking or not. Yeah, and that's great news for Beach, but he doesn't know it yet. Like you said, the Poliwrath is not there, and Vigoroth actually does pretty well against Azumarill and Gligar. Even though they both resist counter, Vigoroth is able to get off a lot of damage just with those body slams. And it looks like Beach is just going to go for the soft loss here. And in a lot of metas, soft losing a matchup is not terrible because you're going to get a counter down here, and it looks like an instant pivot from Caleb thinking that his Azumarill is going to be really safe against everything in the back of Beach, and it's a great call. It's a great team read from Caleb. It looks like Beach didn't bring that Charge Bug, and like we were saying, Azumarill is pretty safe into everything that isn't Charge Bug, going to be resisting these counters, and of course has a great matchup versus that Whiscash as well. Yeah, and actually throwing on a bubble here I think was Beach, so that gave some extra energy to the Azumarill, and like you mentioned, it's one of the few fighting types, or sorry, pseudo fighters that can do decently against the Azumarill because you just are able to absorb these Ice Beams, absorb these Play Roughs, and I actually like the decision to go Ice Beam because you're not going to knock out with Play Rough. You might as well go for double Ice Beam. Vigoroth is slowly chipping away at this Azumarill here, almost at another body slam, and there it is, throwing on good timing there as well. Caleb probably just going to let this go and hope that his Gligar can put in some work in the back. Yeah, and Caleb actually could have thrown the Ice Beam to cut off that body slam, but decided to get a little bit more energy here and go for the timing, and he does get that proper timing and the knockout into the Vigoroth. And can you get to another charge attack? Maybe you would have rather cut off that body slam. Here comes pivot, another pivot. Everyone's pivoting everywhere, and it's going to be ground type versus ground type. 2 protect shields remaining for both trainers. And these attack drops are going to be critical here. Caleb just brought in this Gligar, which means he's actually locked in. If Beach is able to get some Scald's debuffs off before he's out of shields, I think that's going to be really great.
No
he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get the debuff there, and here comes the Aerial Ace before the Scald is available because you want to start throwing these Aerial Aces before you get debuff. I actually imagine Caleb is going to go for the back-to-back here, either an Aerial Ace or a Dig, and it's big because you actually got the Protect Shield. Doesn't go for the back-to-back,
Oh my goodness,
though.
That's a Mud Ball.
Oh no, it is! And
but gets the shield anyways, but the problem is you don't get that attack debuff now.
Yeah, and it is less energy, so are you going to try to outpace here, get to that Scald before the double Aerial Ace? You're not going to get there before the double Aerial Ace. Do you give up your last dash protection here. Yes, you do. Do you back to back if you're Caleb? Also, you can get back to your timer if you throw another charge attack.
Here Beecher just mashing it. He's mashing the Scald, and there it is. And that is absolutely huge. Needed to land this on the Gligar.
And is this going to knock out? Is this enough? No, it's not going to knock out the Shadow Gligar, but the attack finally drops. Here comes the swap into the Lickitung to clear that debuff, and the Mud Bomb is not coming up, and the Body Slam is going to land, but it doesn't matter because you don't get the Power Whip, so you're actually going to be able to just one-shot down, I believe.
Whiscash needs a lot of energy here. Caleb has so many Pokemon left, but they're all energy dry and very low on health as well. He's trying to farm as much as he can, trying to go for the entire Mudshot down, but now he has 2 charge attacks. I think what?
But it doesn't Gligar just have an Aerial Ace? I think Gligar just has an Aerial Ace. I think Gligar has it. I think Caleb is gonna win the cap and win this game number 1 with the Aerial Ace. No, wait a second. No, he didn't have the opportunity to throw the dig or the Aerial Ace, and Beach is able to take the win here, but it feels like you probably should have been able to press that Aerial Ace or dig there.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure about who wins that charge attack priority. I think it should be Gligar in most cases. It looks like Caleb is talking to Dunebug. Shout out to Dunebug, by the way, of course, San Antonio Regional Champion. And maybe gonna look into whether that game is going to go on the record or not.
Yeah, so it was clear that Caleb did have the charge attack. He had the energy for dig and Aerial Ace, but he didn't throw it at the end there to get that charge attack priority. So Beach is able to throw that Scald and win the game here, but like you mentioned, we don't know what's gonna happen in terms of review. I imagine they will probably review it, and it looks like that's what Dunebug is gonna do right there.
Beach was definitely playing to the win condition at the end there. I think as soon as Caleb swapped out with a charge attack, the game was pretty much over. But, you know, Beach is kind of hoping, okay, maybe the Gligar doesn't have energy. If I Mudshot down and come out with 2 charge attacks, that's my win condition. But, of course, Caleb did have that charge attack, so Dune probably going to be reviewing that and seeing what should have happened.
Yeah, and if we look at this in-game again here, and this is where the Scald is gonna hit this Gligar, but it's key to see how much energy this Gligar has before he swaps. Dig and then swap. So he banks the dig, and then this is crucial. As soon as he lands this Body Slam, this is what puts the Whiscash into guarantee range of either Aerial Ace or dig. So now, yes, you use the Scald, and then you're gonna use another charge attack, but as you can see, you didn't have the opportunity if you're Caleb Pang, so Beach was able to land that Scald without going into a charge attack priority.
And we're getting word from the floor that that's exactly what Caleb has said, that he didn't have the opportunity to throw the charge attack. It looks like the buttons may have come up just a half second late there when that Gligar came in at the end.
Yeah, I think you're exactly correct, and that's what they're looking for, so the judge is gonna make a decision if that is rematchable, and this is what the review is happening right here. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry when Dunebug looks at the footage and see if you have the charge attack, so it just comes down to decision of the judge as these 2 players wait it out. But it kind of felt clunky in that in-game when Caleb pivoted instantly and then went to the Lickitung and then was going for the Body Slam, didn't try to reach the Power Whip, but in hindsight, as soon as he banked the dig, all he needed to do is get that Whiscash in dig range or Aerial Ace range, and that's exactly what the Lickitung did.
Right, the Gligar left with a charge attack. You know, normally Gligar does win charge attack priority over Whiscash. So like you were saying, all the Lickitung had to do was, yeah, get it in range. Didn't even need the Body Slam, honestly, probably. Probably just a couple of licks would have put it in dig range, and I think this is a replay of that end game again, where that Gligar comes in. You see the charge move buttons come up just a second too late. Beach is already hitting the Scald.
Yeah, and this should have been a charge attack priority, and then it comes down to which Pokemon wins charge attack priority. And how many times have we seen Gligar win charge attack priority? And I think against a Whiscash, you would win that charge attack priority, but this is going to be under further review. I feel like as Dunebug's decision, he's going to have to make the tough decision here, but he knows all the factors. Obviously, he is one of the best Pokemon Go battlers out there, so we're in really good hands with Dune, and looks like a little fist bump there, so there was a conclusion. As soon as we know what that is, we'll let you know.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, we've even seen trainers concede sometimes.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what that fist bump was, but we don't have the scores updated quite yet, so potentially just going to be a rematch. here, but we don't have confirmation.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw Beach, and they've been talking a lot. We can't hear what they're saying. They're talking to each other and the judge. So just from body language, I would say I don't think Beach was conceding that, just from the way he was talking about it to Caleb. And that is just me guessing. I don't know, but we will have a decision. It looks like Dunebug did make a decision, and they're going into this next game, and it's either going to be 0-0 rematch, or it's going to be Beach up 1-0. Oh, wow, I take it back. We actually just got word Beach did, in the end, decide to concede that game number 1. And concede might be a strong word, because I think he is letting it go into rematch. He's not taking, I don't know if he's taking the loss. Is he taking the loss, or is he putting it into rematch? I think technically he's taking the loss.
That's what I thought, but looking at these scores right now, it looks like it's 0-0, so potentially just going for a rematch here.
Yeah, I think I did hear the word concede. Concede means he is giving up the game, and if that went to charge attack priority, he loses the game, and he is taking the loss. We have final confirmation. He is taking the loss, so a huge shout out to Beach. I just want to give him a lot of credit, especially from a trainer that's really been on the edges of reaching his ultimate goal of making it further into day number 2, multiple top 9 appearances. To have the courage to concede that game in a moment like this, that is just awesome from Beach.
I want to give a lot of credit to Beach. You're absolutely right. It takes a lot of courage here in this moment. You know, I don't think there's a rule that ever forces a player to concede when it's neither of the players' fault like that. But, you know, Beach kind of recognizing that the game was over, that Caleb should have been able to throw that dig or the aerial ace, whichever came. And looks like Caleb is taking that 1-0 victory here, and they're going into game 2.
Great integrity from Beach. I mean, just a lot of props to him as a person and as a trainer. And here we are, game number 2. Beach is down 0-1 because Caleb did win that game. And now we got Charger Bug on Charger Bug. And again, charge attack priority is gonna matter. Who wins charge attack priority? This time it's Beach winning charge attack priority.
And look at those backlines. Alignment is going to be critical here. If you're Caleb, you want the Poliwrath on the Lickitung and the Azumarill on the Gligar, and you certainly don't want the opposite. But the interesting thing about this mirror match is that 2 X-Scissors doesn't actually take out a Charge Bug. Look at that, they're both in the green there. So it's gonna come down to those Volt switches at the end.
Interesting, so yeah, we're gonna see who will win this mirror. It won't come down to that charge attack priority. As you can see, this X-Scissor does not knock out. The next X-Scissor is gonna be coming in from Beach's side to land into Caleb. A Volt Switch is coming through, so it's gonna be Volt Switch on Volt Switch. Caleb decides to go for the alignment out of nowhere, and he's gonna get the Volt Switch down. Oh no, does he? I think he does. Oh. No, he doesn't, and he has to swap into the Azumarill, but he does catch that X-Scissor at least.
But the great thing is, remember, this Azumarill is incredibly safe as long as the Charge Bug is out of the way, and it is certainly out of the way now. That Charge Bug is going to faint later to any fast attack, and here comes that Lickitung from Beach. This Azumarill is a little bit chunked from that X-Scissor, but I think still is out of range of a single power whip.
Yeah, but the problem is 2-shield Gligar is going to be so strong in the back versus Caleb, because Charger Bug has a little bit of health. You don't really have to respect that energy. You're going to be able to handle that matchup no problem, taking Volt Switches and X-Scissors, and then you can have those Protect Shields for those Icy Winds in the back from the Shadow Poliwrath. So Beach is actually in a really good position because of his backline Pokemon.
Unfortunately, Caleb throwing up that shield in the lead, going for that Volt Switch down, but Beach's Charge Bug was able to hang on with just a sliver of health, which kind of forced Caleb to give a switch advantage, which, remember, was the goal probably of that Protect Shield.
And barely holds on because that Body Slam doesn't knock out. Lands the Play Rough here. And do we see another pivot? We know Caleb likes to keep these Pokemon around at very low health. Comes for the pivot, and Beach is still switch locked. So great play by Caleb to manipulate the switch timer like that. Now he has an energy advantage going into the Shadow Gligar that has a Protect Shield advantage.
And this is a tough position for Caleb, but certainly has a little bit of play. You know, this is maybe the worst case scenario for this Poliwrath, but is able to get off this Icy Wind first because of that little energy advantage. And remember, that Charge Bug he has is still loaded with energy. Obviously, Gligar resists all of Charge Bug's attacks, but potentially, if you have enough damage and if this Gligar gets debuffed enough, Charge Bug still has play.
Yeah, but how do you get it low enough? Because this next Icy Wind is going to get protection. Here comes the swap into the Charge Bug. This
gets
is
the free counter, too, and now it's locked in forever.
Yeah, it is locked in forever. Great point. You just removed
your ability to drop that debuff here, and then now you can't really aerial ace that charge bug, and can you even get the wing attack down? You can't, so you have to throw this energy. How many X scissors is it gonna take? Is it gonna take 3 X scissors?
I think it's gonna take 3, but this Gligar doesn't have a lot of energy now, and Caleb still has a little bit of an Azumarill if he needs to go for a catch. Oh, looks like he barely only has a little bit more than 1 X scissor of energy. Does this X scissor do half of what this Gligar has left? I don't think so, but maybe the Volt switches are gonna add up.
Yeah, almost half actually. And now you get in a swap on the aerial ace. A ridiculous catch by Caleb Peng to absorb that. And now, like you mentioned, I think with the Volt switch damage, this X scissor is gonna be enough, and out of nowhere, it looks like Caleb Peng is gonna win this series 2-0.
An impossible comeback from Caleb there. Incredible play, making a catch with a 4-turn fast move user in that Charjabug.
That is so tough. That's why Charjabug, Skeledirge, those Pokemon with the clunky fast attacks are really difficult to switch with. And Caleb was able to swap on the aerial ace. Maybe Beach thought that swap wasn't gonna happen because who would even go for it? But Caleb went for it, and it worked out, and he takes that series 2-0 to move on to day number 2 in Portland.
I think that was one of the best comebacks of the day that we've seen so far. Caleb looked like he was in such a tough position, going down his shield, losing switch advantage, getting the Poliwrath on that Gligar, but somehow, some way was able to pull it out. Needed a catch, needed a Charjabug to take out a Gligar. I mean, I'd love to see some replays of that game.
Needed a miracle, and also shout out to Beach once again, because he let that game number 1 go. You don't have to do that if you're Beach. You could just let it go to a rematch in that situation, or even take the 1-0 score on your side. But the integrity from Beach to do that, and especially a trainer that's trying to break through in the championship series, you just have to commend him for that.
And these are the highlights from that first game. Remember that Beach ended up conceding, getting this Mud Bomb bait to save just a little bit of energy, and then of course later needing those Scalds to land, but the Scalds actually didn't take out, and the Whiscash ended up not being able to quite take out all of these Pokemon that Caleb still had.
And we were having arguments about what's better, Shadow Gligar or normal Gligar, and I feel like if a Scald isn't going to knock out your Shadow Gligar anyway, you probably would rather be the Shadow, because you're getting knocked out by 2 Scalds regardless. You might as well have that extra damage, at least in that Whiscash matchup.
I think you're right. There's a lot of matchups like that where Gligar doesn't take an extra meaningful amount of damage, but still is able to deal just a little bit more. And here's that lead matchup from the second game where Caleb just was so far behind, giving up a Protect Shield, giving up switch advantage as well. I mean, what does he even have left at this point? He just has a little bit of a Charjabug, doesn't even get a bubble through on the swap, but eventually was able to make pretty insane comebacks, starting with this catch right here of this energy.
Very unorthodox play right here from Caleb. I don't know if he thought that he was just going to be able to get the Volt Switch down, but he was able to adapt instantaneously to try to swap on that X Scissor. And those little moments of brilliance and confidence from Caleb is what is separating him in this matchup, because he's pivoting really fast, he's getting into different matchups, he's banking energy, and in the end, banked energy plus a good catch.
And Caleb has been around pretty much as long as anyone, and these little plays are kind of what shows it. Recognizing every little thing that he had to do there, getting the catch, getting this last bit of Charjabug energy to knock out this Gligar.
Yeah, and a redemption moment for Charjabug for sure, able to knock out a Shadow Gligar, and that was the key to victory for Caleb. Was interesting to see that mirror matchup play out in the opening, but that is a clean 2-0. And remember, this is on the loser side, so that is it for Beach's run in Portland. But what a run he had, an awesome competitor, and he's definitely accumulating a lot of championship points.
Definitely, we want to commend Beach for that sportsmanship. Again, conceding a game where you didn't have to in a very high stakes moment. But of course, congratulations again to Caleb. Moves on to day 2, and I think waiting for Caleb is a rematch with the Rubik's Master. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out at the top of tomorrow's show.
Yeah, and 2 trainers that are familiar with being the runner-up.
Right.
I mean, that's there's no delicate way to say it. It is Caleb, who both his times was the runner-up to qualify for the World Championships, and then Rubik's Master, 2 times runner-up in Portland, lost to Itzaxon, runner-up in the World Championships, lost to Itzaxon, and then they're going to be battling it out, I think, the start day number 2. So that is going to be an epic rematch that you won't want to miss.
I think it's a little bit of an unfamiliar position for both of them actually heading into day 2 on the loser side of the bracket, where before they were usually, so dominant heading into day 2, just needed to win a couple matches and all of a sudden they're in grand finals. But it's going to be a much longer road for whoever emerges victorious from that matchup tomorrow.
And that has been a bit of the story of this season so far, this 2024 season, and specifically in Portland. There's been a lot of upsets. This is a new year. There's new opportunity for trainers. It could be even you out there competing at a future regional, upsetting one of these greats. It's so awesome to see the introduction to the stage from so many of these awesome trainers. I mean, how many new trainers like Shadow Mimikyu and Boglish and these trainers that we've seen a bit before, but just making their name cemented in championship series in Portland.
Yeah, it's been really great to see a lot of these upsets, but before we get to that, let's hear it from one of our veteran trainers. We have Caleb on the floor, fresh off his victory with Home Slice Henry.
Hey everybody, Home Slice Henry here, joined once again by Caleb Pang. And if you're getting interviewed twice in one day, you've probably been doing something right. So Caleb, welcome back, my friend.
All right, glad to be here. It's been a long day, but glad we can wrap it up on a pretty fun victory there.
Absolutely, and going into that matchup, I mean, going up against a pretty formidable competitor in Beach, able to get that 2-0 win. But what I want to focus on, Caleb, walk me through that game number 2. The catch at the end there, because at that point, if you don't make that catch, you're not winning that game.
Yeah, I mean, especially with a 4-turn of Bolt Switch on Charger Bug, he could pretty much throw in and prevent me from catching, so I had to go for a little pause there to ensure that I could get that catch off, and it worked out timing-wise, so hopefully made for some entertaining content for everyone too.
The high-level mechanics working out as, I mean, so far, all you've done when competing basically is Top Cut, and you're back. Previously, I believe it was California, but now moving a little northward, still, in the Pacific Northwest area. But day number 2 coming up, and it looks like, I mean, I've been looking through that top 12. We have some serious competition there, so are we going to see the A game from Caleb Pang in day number 2?
I mean, I feel like I had to bring the A+ game, because I think I got a rematch against Rubik's Master right off the bat, and he really handled me pretty well there in that 2-0 against me. So I'm going to have to figure out how to do it, or I just end day 2 a little early. That's fine with me too, but just happy to be here and put on a show.
Absolutely, and definitely some tough competition, as you mentioned, but something that I really admire is a lot of people will bring Pokemon that they think are necessarily the best. You've been very consistent in the facts. Bastiodon is one of my favorites. I will bring Bastiodon. Granted, didn't make an appearance in this particular set, but again, top cutting with Bastiodon, proving that oftentimes bringing a good team helps, but sometimes knowing how to play Pokemon can be even more impactful.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Bastion today has a 100% win rate. I won't disclose how many times I used it, but just know that I haven't lost with it yet.
You know what, 100% win rate, we will happily take that as well. And then, as you mentioned, yeah, the catch there in that game number 2 proving to be very, very game impacting. And yeah, just very nicely done. And then I do want to commend the sportsmanship of Beach as well in that game number 1 when it came down to that end game where he had those 2 charge attacks, being able to KO the Azumarill, Gligar not being able to get that charge move. But after the review, I kind of just want to talk to you about that and that moment of, obviously, we're all here trying to win, but sportsmanship is the name of the game here in Portland, and big props to Beach for that.
Yeah, definitely. A big shout out to Beach, to my opponent. After we, looked at the gameplay, it was probably a situation where my Gligar should have got that move off first. He conceded it, so he could have just gone for the rematch, and we just replay it. But really great sportsmanship from him, and we see him around circuit a lot. So looking forward to see more of Beach in action later this year.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me, Caleb. Congrats again. Day number 2, again and again with the Bastiodon. And I believe that we're going to close things out today by taking it over to the lounge. I believe we have Butters and Softove joining us over there to close out the show.
And so.
All right, well, thank you so much, Henry, for that interview. And honestly, what a great debut for him here in Portland. And a wonderful tournament, so much going on. Talk to me a little bit about your favorite moments of today.
Yeah, it was cool to add this fantastic energy to the new year, but so many moments stand out from that that purge that landed on that Lickitung that did just so much damage. I think you mentioned it would do more damage than a Focus Blast. It just does so much damage into the Lickitung. That to start us off, and then the spice throughout the day, all of the upsets that we have seen as well. I mean, it's Axon, Rubik's Master, Caleb Pang, all these big names are coming in on the loser side of the bracket. It's a fresh year. Anyone can make it.
And what about you, Soph?
I think just like Butters was saying, it's so great to see a lot of these newer trainers on the scene kind of making a name for themselves, making a breakthrough in Portland. But it's not like those big names have just evaporated, right? They're just on the loser side of the bracket. But they're still going on to day 2, and we're going to see a lot of big names still kind of fight it out tomorrow.
Speaking of the bracket, let's go ahead and take a look at the winner's side we have already prepared for tomorrow. We have Leo Geo versus Abhinav and Bopper versus Kobe. 2 really great matchups ready. And we got to see if Abhinav's able to get a skull debuff tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he did get some of those today, but Bopper, I feel like, is the most seasoned trainer out of everyone on this winner's side of the bracket. Fresh off runner-up in Sacramento. All these other trainers, we talked about new faces. We have seen these trainers before. We've seen Leo Geo. We've seen Abhinav. We haven't seen Kobe, and we haven't seen Abhinav and Leo Geo on the winner's side before, so it's awesome to see these trainers make a name for themselves in Portland.
So many great opportunities. Like you were saying, I think Bopper is the big name that stands out there, but all of these trainers made a huge impact here on day 1. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. And they're right up there with the big names like Zaxxon and Rubik's Master, and they've defeated a lot of them.
And we'll get to see a lot more of that action tomorrow. We're talking about the bracket. Going into tomorrow, make sure you tune in at the correct time, starting at 9:45 a.m. Pacific time, bright and early for us on the West Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't want to miss, especially because we start oftentimes, yes, we will do winners, but we're going to have a lot of losers battles too, because this is going to be a top 12 coming into day number 2, which is pretty unique here. And a lot of big names are going to be in that top 12. And especially, there's going to be a rematch between Caleb Pang and Rubik's Master. I believe to start us off early off, it's Axon's on the loser side. The world champ, you want to get there early tomorrow.
I'm absolutely excited for that. So why don't you take us through the rest of the season of the regional events?
All right, well, we are in Portland here, the first tournament of 2024, but in just a couple of weeks, we have Charlotte coming up, and then at Knoxville, a couple of tournaments more on the East Coast there. Then we've got Vancouver coming back to the West Coast, and then London, I believe that's the European International Championships. Going to be a great opportunity to earn a lot of championship points, and I've actually heard some word that a lot of top trainers from North America might actually be making an appearance there.
It's a great point with the opportunity to earn additional championship points. And of course, you can't forget all roads will eventually lead to Honolulu. Of course, can't really actually have a road lead there because it is in the middle of the ocean, but, you know, figuratively.
Yeah, those pesky NA trainers trying to go over to Europe and steal all their CP and take it for themselves, and their 500 barrier, where Europe obviously has that 400 barrier. So it's a little bit harder in North America to get that world's invite. So it's cool to see some trainers travel a bit to other regions to try to secure that it's not road, that boat ride or plane ride, most likely. No one's going to take a boat, plane ride to the World Championships in Honolulu.
I mean, now that you say that, someone's going to do it just to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so you can follow the action on our socials. Down in the lower third, you have on X at Play Pokemon using that hashtag Play Pokemon. If you want to see your tweets and your pictures on here on the stream, follow the action on YouTube, Instagram, as well as /Pokemon and Facebook as well. It's been a long day. We've seen so many great battles. I really am running out of words to talk about how wonderful this event has been. Any final thoughts from either of you two about this regional day here in Portland?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about the trainers for me. It's about these new faces that have a chance. But remember, Dunebug did it from the losers bracket in San Antonio. The resilience of It's Axon is proven. The resilience of a lot of these top trainers are proven. So literally anything can happen in a wide open meta as well. And I feel like the meta has made a significant change from San Antonio. So I can't wait to see what the top picks are for day number 2 in that usage.
Yeah, I love the way this bracket is playing out. We've got the seeding, which is allowing a lot of these top trainers to make it even further. And like you said, we have a wide open meta, so many flexible Pokemon, and it's really coming down a lot of the times to just outplaying your opponent, managing your energy, managing your shields. And I think that's been really great to see here in Portland so far.
And I want to add on to that. This season has been about flexible Pokemon, but it's also been a very flexible meta. You see the usage from event to event changing so much as people are adapting to the top picks of each event. And honestly, I love that about our current meta, our current season. But that's going to be it for us today. We have a great day 2 ready. Make sure you tune in and get all of the action.